This volume is dedicated to those who sow though they will not reap. Some seed the birds devour, and some the season mars. But here and there will flower the solitary stars. A.E.H. Karl Marx's Theory of Revolution. By Hal Draper. Volume 2, The Politics of Social Classes. Foreword. How not to quote Marx. The foreword to Volume 1 took up a number of overall problems faced by any attempt to present Marx's views, particularly by an attempt at a full and definitive treatment of Marx's political thought. One of these problems can be usefully discussed again from another angle, taking inspiration from an article by Engels called How Not to Translate Marx. I explained why this work has taken the route of presenting a large number of passages from Marx and Engels themselves, instead of merely offering the 100th interpretation of their views, and I contrasted this method with quotation-mongering. Of course, quotation-mongering, being a pejorative, means any kind of quoting you don't like, but instead of pinning a definition to the mat, I offer a more positive contribution. What are the booby traps to look for in quoting from Marx and Engels? The answer naturally applies in generalized form to anyone else. But nothing compares with Marxology as the natural habitat of tendentious quotation. Ronald L. Meek put it mildly when he wrote, "All too often, writers seem to assume that when dealing with Marx it is permissible to relax academic standards to a degree which they themselves would regard as quite illegitimate if they were dealing with any other economist." One, as usual, the main problem is not dishonesty. To be sure, there is a minor sector of the field, the gutter school of Marxology, where anything goes, but this need not concern us here. The main problem is what I would call, if pressed to invent a pseudo-scientific nomenclature, Marxolalia. Better, Marxophagia, but I prefer the sound of the first. It may be defined as the propensity to garble Marx. The victim of this disorder cannot reproduce Marx's thought in a form that Marx would recognize. Of the many causes of this disorder, I want to concentrate on one that is remediable. There are few writers or thinkers in history whose every word and grunt has been examined by hostile critics so minutely as Marx's has. This is quite in order, provided that the words and grunts are evaluated with ordinary common sense and decency. Marx came into the world to challenge all the established authorities, governmental authorities, and intellectual authorities, and he can hardly complain if the authorities react with some hostility. They seize on the useful fact that every scrap of his correspondence has been published somewhere, unpublished as well as published manuscripts have been exhumed and reprinted, unfinished fragments have been solemnly published and annotated, workbooks and notes have been scoured, scraps of paper have been fished out of waste baskets, as it were, and given to the world, volumes of real and alleged conversations have been put into circulation. It may seem unnecessary to point out that all this material exists on several levels of reliability, and investigators who want to be trusted must always ask themselves what exactly they are quoting from. Yet hundreds of times, over and over, I have seen remarks by Marx that were hastily dashed off in a letter to a friend, or a few words jotted down in a note, solemnly quoted, without identification, as if they were long-pondered programmatic statements every syllable of which had been thought out for its exact scientific meaning, indeed, even without regard to other statements on the subject of greater reliability. I wonder how many figures would come through such a working over, done with a view to discreditment. In any case, several dozen interpretations of Marx can be fabricated, with little difficulty, through proper exegesis of the proper quotations thus wrenched off, and this has been going on industriously for 100 years. I repeat that I am not referring to garden variety types of disingenuous or out-of-context quoting, but to a more elusive sort of Marxolalia. Thus, one sentence quoted from Marx's Grundrisse, Economic Workbooks, is just as quotable as any other sentence, isn't it? But the so-called Grundrisse is a peculiar non-book. It consists of notebooks kept by Marx with no thought of publication notes and jottings toward the eventual writing of a work on political economy. Each sentence represents a thought that popped into Marx's mind at the time, unreviewed, unrevised, uncriticized, often ungrammatical, and sometimes undecipherable. If it turned out to be badly formulated, Marx had no obligation to add a footnote to the notes for the guidance of future sharpshooters. Not only that, these thoughts and notes were often scribbled late at night and when Marx was suffering from carbuncles, gastrointestinal illness, headaches, and assorted dyspepsias. Everyone knows Marx's jocular remark, on finishing Capital, that I hope the bourgeoisie will remember my carbuncles all the rest of their lives, too, but quoters should remember them too. I have just taken an important work as example, but all kinds of quoting operations are undertaken also on the most ephemeral sources. Let us consider this systematically, by drawing up a list of the types of writings and documents by Marx or Engels that are used for quoting or quotation mongering, in descending order of reliability. At the top of the list are naturally 1. Books and major essays that were published under the control of the writer, with the usual opportunity for correction, revision, etc. Most of Marx's or Engels' major works will come to mind as examples. 2. Articles published under the control of the writer. A. Articles composed as political statements, for a political audience, and signed, in short, intended for the purpose they are used for. B. Articles in which remarks on issues occur only in passing, often elliptically. C. Journalistic articles, written as hack work, perhaps not even signed. 3. Articles published not under the control of the writer. Perhaps the most extreme case is that of New York Tribune articles that were rewritten or added to at will by the editors. 4. Unpublished manuscripts. A. Unfinished or fragmentary, often never reviewed or revised, unfinished for various possible reasons, including dissatisfaction with the work. B. Finished but unpublished for various possible reasons, including dissatisfaction. 5. Letters. The circumstances of a letter, including its addressee, must always be taken into account. When writing to Engels, Marx takes much for granted and does not have to phrase his thoughts as they come to the pen in order to avoid ignorant or malicious misinterpretation. Some letters to others are diplomatizing. All letters are time-bound. Opinions expressed, for example, about people, may change. Letters are prime examples of ad hoc writings that cannot be usefully quoted until the context is evaluated. A. Circular letters. These are very like political statements, more like considered articles than casual correspondence. B. Educational letters. Written to strangers in some cases, to party leaders in others, these are written with some conscious effort to set down a view, but even so, without the responsibilities entailed by publication. C. Intimate letters, where all is thinking aloud and no effort is made to avoid possible misunderstandings by a third party. Most of the correspondence between Marx and Engels comes under this head. Very often, general-sounding statements have specific contexts and meanings. D. Casual or ad hoc letters, perhaps hastily dashed off, given little or no consideration of any kind. 6. Private notes, notebooks, and workbooks. These were not only not written for publication but were often written in a personal shorthand, or in a telegraphic and elusive style, intended only for the writer's eyes. The aforementioned Grundriss is an example of a long work in this style. Marx's Conspectus of Bakunin's book and C is a shorter and more fragmentary case. This list does not touch on other lines of variation, such as the difference between the early Marx and the mature Marx. Whatever one's views on this score, I do not understand how anyone can quote one of Marx's Renunkszeitung articles of 1842 written before he was even a socialist as if it were as valid a statement of Marxism as anything later, without even alerting the reader. The same is still true about, say, the first year in which Marx adopted socialism and started working out his theory and method, for example, in writing the so-called economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844. And it is still true in every later case where we know that the formation of Marx's theory of society is in process. The opposite theory of quotation mongering has it that Marxism is something that comes into the world integral and homogeneous. Chip anything off this monolith, whether in 1842 or 1882, from a book or from a carbuncular grunt, and you have a specimen of Marxism which needs only to be put under the microscope to show anything you want to know, like a specimen pebble from a Precambrian stratum. And we have not even mentioned the peculiar difficulties added by translations, difficulties from one standpoint, opportunities from another. In English books it is translations that are being quoted most of the time. But we cannot go into this here. I am no Marxist, said he. A number of examples of how not to quote Marx occur incidentally in the present volume, in the course of other expositions. Let us take an additional example, typical of its species, which we would not otherwise discuss, but which crops up frequently for easily understood reasons. Professor George H. Sabina's History of Political Theory begins its chapter on communism with the following information. Karl Marx once said of himself that he was not a Marxist. This remark referred in part to his own comparative indifference to the doctrinal completeness of his social philosophy and the misgivings with which he and Engels in their later life regarded the dogmatism of some of their disciples. It referred also to the wide variety of influences, both theoretical and practical, that flowed from his thought. Point 3. Of the three things Marx is said to have referred to by this statement, at least two are fictional. Professor Sabina simply made them up. This is a space-efficient method of interpretation, since it wastes no time on presenting what Marx may have said on the subject. Countless other Marxological authorities have quoted Marx's Je d'esprit, I am no Marxist, to prove other imaginative interpretations, including the thesis that there is no such thing as Marxism at all. Marx himself said so, didn't he? Indeed, the citing of Marx's revelation of his non-Marxism seems to have accelerated in recent decades, if I am not mistaken, partly feeding on itself, and partly perhaps reflecting a cyclical shift from refuting Marx to defusing him, in that movement which swings from seeing him as a terrorist ogre to painting him as a tame pussycat. I ask the reader's indulgence, therefore, for taking this space to present an assemblage of the facts, since this desperate recourse has never been taken before. To begin with, it all stems from a pointed quip by Marx which we know of only because Engels mentioned it incidentally on 4 occasions, mostly in letters. By a pointed quip I mean a remark which is made in jocular form in order to soften a serious point. It follows that it is precisely the form, the literal wording, which is intended to be taken good-humoredly. The Marxological transmogrification of this boutade, to use Langay's later expression, into a programmatic declaration for the ages is one of the monuments to Marxological prestidigitation. It is first mentioned by Engels in a letter written while Marx is still alive and a neighbor of his. Writing to Bernstein in 1882, Engels pooh-poohs the assertion of a French possibilist, reformist, that Marxism is discredited in France. Engels quote Marx the term because it was used in the assertion, but he goes on to indicate that he does not think much of this French Marxism himself. Now to be sure, so-called Marxism in France is an altogether peculiar product, so much so that Marx said to Lafargue, "C'estuilya de certain c'est que moi, je ne suis pas Marxiste. What is certain is that, as for me, I am no Marxist." Point 4. At the risk of overkill in explaining a joke, always a lugubrious thing to do, it must be pointed out that evidently Engels has not the slightest idea of the profound meanings that will be read into this. This does not bother the Marxologists, for it is one of the common tenets of the fraternity that Engels always got Marx all wrong, whatever he wrote. 5. Marx had to tell Lafargue face to face that he, a leader of the French movement, did not understand his own theory and politics, not in a quarrel but in a perfectly friendly fashion. This is the usual context of the pointed quip in civilized society. We know that this fits the background of Marx's relations with his son-in-law and disciple, for there is plenty of evidence of Marx's dim view of Lafargue's theoretical political capacity and his frequent state of exasperation with the Frenchman's mistakes and inadequacies. The relationship can be seen even better in Engels' voluminous correspondence with Lafargue, which continually verges on cordial irritation with the shortcomings and immaturity of the entire French party leadership. It is not only a question of Lafargue himself. This is not the first time that Marx and Engels lament the incapacity of would-be disciples to understand their ideas, and it will not be the last, 6. In the other 3 places where Engels mentions the same quip, this and nothing else is the content. Let us set these passages down for the full record. They all occur in 1890, in 2 letters written in August and in a published article a month later. In a letter to Schmidt, Engels deplores the quality of a book review by Moritz Wirth. Little Moritz is a calamitous friend. The materialist conception of history too has a lot of such friends today, to whom it serves as a pretext for not studying history. Just as Marx said about the French Marxists of the late 70s, tout ce que je sais, c'est que je ne suis pas Marxiste. All I know is that I am no Marxist. 7. 3 weeks later Engels recalls this again, writing to Lafargue himself. The subject here is the faction of intellectuals in the German party called the Jungen, which is discussed below in chapter 17. These gentlemen all go in for Marxism, but of the kind you were familiar with in France 10 years ago and of which Marx used to say, tout ce que je sais c'est que je ne suis pas Marxiste moi. And he would probably have said of these gentlemen what Heine said of his imitators, I sowed dragons and I reaped fleas. 8. This entire letter is in French. In a few days Engels has to write a public reproof of the Jungen faction, for publication in a party paper. Marx's saying is still in his mind, and his open letter includes the following. Marx foresaw also these disciples when, toward the end of the 70s, he said of the then prevailing Marxism of certain Frenchmen, tout ce que je sais, c'est que moi, je ne suis pas Marxiste. All I know is that I am no Marxist. 9. This is the first time it appears in print. In short, all facts indicate we have a perfectly ordinary situation in which Marx, in order to tell a comrade and friend, and son-in-law, that in all frankness he does not know his class from his elbow, uses a time-honored method of taking the edge off a blunt criticism. If what you people are putting out is Marxism, then I'm no Marxist. This sort of thing has been done several thousand times with less brouhaha. But isn't it odd for Marx to deny he is a Marxist, even jocularly? On the contrary, it would have been odd if he had reacted any other way, when the term began to show up. All historical figures who are fated to be suffixed with ist, or, worse still, it, abjure it to begin with, for these tags almost always begin by being used as epithets by enemies. The reason is simple: labeling a set of ideas or policies with an individual's name makes it seem personal and cliquish, and this is often the conscious intent of the labeling. Robert Owen devised a dozen labels for his ideas and organizations, but never Owenite. Proudhon said, I am told that somewhere or other there are people who call themselves Proudhonists, they must be imbeciles. 12. John Wilkes, hearing someone fulsomely praise his speeches to his face, retorted, Sir, surely you don't suppose me to be a Wilkite. 13. Closer to our times, Trotsky wrote polemics to prove that Trotskyism was nothing but an invention of the Stalinists, whereas he preferred to call his views Bolshevik-Leninism even though his own followers called themselves Trotskyists quite freely, and while Stalin by exception promoted the use of the term Stalinism as an honorific at home, his followers abroad commonly took the label as a Trotskyite slander on a leader who was merely an unhyphenated Leninist, a term Lenin eschewed. So it goes. The initial indignant rejection of conferred isms, ists, and ites is so standard in political history that one wonders how it escaped the attention of the Marxologists who work wonders with Marx's innocent quip. As usual, the term Marxist was invented by enemies. Even so, it took some time to show up. As soon as Marx came on the scene as the proponent of a particular approach to socialism, rivals pointed fingers at the Marx tendency. It is hard to see how one can denounce a viewpoint without putting a name to it. Marx might want to call his views scientific socialism or by some other non-personal designation, but an enemy has no inhibitions about personalizing things immediately. Marx tendency or Marx group translates into German as Partei Marx, which does not mean Marx Party in our current sense. It is Partei Marx that first showed up, along with Partei everybody else. It was probably used during the 1846 dispute with Weitling and Kriege. Hess, temporarily distressed by the circular against Kriege, wrote to Marx, With your party I will have nothing more to do. 14 What party? Well, the circular had charged in its first lines that Krieg had compromised the Communist Party. Krieg himself retorted that the party that Marx allegedly represents does not exist. Hess just as freely referred to the Krieg Party in a letter. 15 I also think that the tag Party Marx was used for the Neue Reinigungszeitung group in 1848, 1849 by others, not by Marx's collaborators. 16 All this was standard operating procedure, and not very relevant, since it was so common. Party Marx was spread over the whole German press in 1852 when the Prussian government organized its frame-up trial of the Cologne Communists and featured the designation in the official indictment, along with Party Willkörper. 17 The split in the Communist League in September 1850 had produced these two factions or groups, and the government's case revolved around them. Marx's pamphlet for the defense, Revelations on the Communist Trial in Cologne, discussing the alleged evidence, was peppered with references to both of the group labels but with a typical difference. Party Marx almost always appeared in Marx, not so Party Willkörper. 18 The tag popped up contemporaneously in a letter by Mrs. Jenny Marx and one by Engels. 19 But in fact Marx's name had not yet been converted into an ism. This contribution, the invention of the terms Marxian and Marxist, seems to have taken place in 1872 as the struggle in the International heated up before the Hague Congress. It was made by Bakunin and his Boer-from within clique, in particular his first lieutenant James Guillaume. Characteristically, the new labels were not applied to Marxists, in any sense we would recognize, but to the majority on the General Council which was opposed to Bakunin, and which thus was accused of being Marx's creatures. The first appearance, as far as we know, was in a faction organizing letter sent by Bakunin to Italy, dated January 23, charging that the Jewish Teutonic, or Marxian, group which still dominates the General Council wants to convert the International into a kind of state, and so on. His attack on the Marxians in the General Council offers Bakunin's common mix of anti-Semitism, racialism, and slander, as he denounces the hatred of Marx and the Marxians against us. That is the way Germans and especially German Jews combat their opponents. 21 Bakunin uses Marxian, in more or less the same way he uses Mazanin in dealing with Mazzini. A few months later, the Bakuninists published letters of protest against the General Council's pamphlet The Alleged Schisms in the International, written by Marx and Engels. Bakunin's letter, dated June 12, denounced La Politique Marxienne along with the German and Russian Jews who were Marx's agents, particularly the Little Russian Jew, Anyudin, who was Bakunin's chief opponent in Geneva, all of them being accused of holding dangerous ambitions, both personal and racial, implying a Jewish conspiracy. 22 A broadside by Guillaume dated June 10 likewise exposed M. Marx's Jewish lackeys, but these lackeys were not called Marxists until his next letter of June 15. Among the imprecations that drip off his libertarian pen against the socialists' Hebraisants were, first, the dynasty of Marxides, then the Marxist conspiracy, and finally the Marxists' tout court. 23 In this way, the first labels for the Marxists were born, like the first land animals, in a sea of mud. Now one can be sure that the terms Marxist and Marxism would have eventually come into use by supporters of Marx, as well as by more or less objective historians. This usually happens with the passage of time and the subject's death, to answer a need. The role of enemies seems to be to shortcut the process, for the reasons already mentioned. At any rate, Marxism did not come into accepted use in Marxist circles during Marx's lifetime. That Marx himself would reject the term Marxist was always beyond doubt. That his most intimate collaborators eschewed it also, up to a relatively late date, only underlines their natural reluctance to personalize a historic theory which made its way by rising above mere cliques and individual sects. Death removes not only the person but also the personal stigma of an ism, and so there was no really good reason for Engels and for Marx's friends to keep marking the term. Still less reason for tendentious Marxology to make a fuss about it. We look forward to the time when Marx's quip will cease to be the favorite quotation of the quotation mongers. About the present volume. First, there are two reminders that need repeating from the foreword to Volume 1. 1. The little superscript numbers that pepper these pages, pointing to the reference notes in the back, should be ignored by the general reader. These reference notes never add to the line of thought, being strictly confined to giving sources and other technical information. 2. An unorthodox sign is used here to indicate that certain quoted passages or words are in English in the original, the degree mark. A double degree mark, degree, at the beginning of a quotation means that the whole passage was originally written in English. Inside a quotation, words or phrases originally in English are marked off using the symbol like quotation marks, degree as here degree in both forms. The device has been used only where there was reason to signal the fact, not in every case. To my original remarks on extant translations, add this. It does a reader little good to be given a reference source that can be checked only with great difficulty, such as some out-of-print edition of a work by Marx obtainable only in research libraries. Sometimes there is no choice, but for this reason I have tried to confine my references to English versions as much as possible to easily accessible editions, whether or not those versions were actually used for citation. The New English edition of the Marx Engels collected works, ME-CW, would be the ideal solution, not because of the quality of its translations, which is very spotty, but because it should remain in print and generally available for a long time, and because it is inclusive. Unfortunately, only the first 7 volumes are out as this is written. Still, wherever possible I have given the ME-CW location of a passage. This lacking, I have used, as the second in order of preference, the Marx Engels selected works in 3 volumes, ME-SW. In these and other cases, the reference is bracketed if it was not actually used for quotation but is merely given for information. Forthcoming ME-CW volumes will continue to be used in this way as the English language hitching post. The tentative outline of Volume 2 which appeared in the first volume listed 2 chapters which have since been moved. The planned chapter on the women's rights movement has been returned to its original position in a later volume, along with the subject of Marx's views on women's emancipation in general. The chapter listed as Nationalism and Revolution will be treated as part of a larger subject without which it does not make sense, nationalism, internationalism, and foreign policy. In order to gain adequate space for this very extensive subject, and for 2 or 3 other subjects which will be crowded out of Volume 3, our present plan in agreement with the publisher calls for a 4th volume. H.D. September 1977. I. The Proletariat and Proletarian Revolution. 1. Patterns of Revolution. By 1843 to 1844 Marx had come to look on the proletariat as the moving force of the coming revolution. By the writing of the German ideology Marx and Engels were quite clear that the revolution they advocated was a proletarian revolution. What did this mean to them, and what did it entail? They spent the rest of their lives answering these questions, and by the same token it will take the rest of this work to present their answers. But we can usefully start with some basic aspects of Marx's developed conceptions, especially in the borderland between terminology and idea. 1. Revolution social and political. The word revolution is most commonly used as either a bogey or a banality, depending on whether it is seen as a sinister plot or reduced to a mere synonym for change. When the word becomes respectable, as ferocious words do when co-opted, then not only is every detergent advertised as new and revolutionary, but every new political device is advertised as in tune with some fashionable revolution, such as the revolution of rising expectations. More seriously, the word is also used historically to denote deep-going social change, as when the medieval invention of the horse collar is called an economic revolution, or in such terms as the Industrial Revolution. This is not said to object to such usages, but to differentiate them from those encountered in the framework of Marx's theory. In a more specific sense, a revolution is seen as a transfer of governmental power. But this still covers a host of ambiguities. Transfer of power from whom to whom, or from what to what? As popularly used, it may simply be a matter of a change in personnel, this set of colonels in the government palace instead of that set of politicians, the substitution of one clique or faction for another. The term is activated especially if directly forceful methods are used instead of constitutional forms. It may make no more difference than the substitution of one set of political manipulators for another by any other means, for example, by more or less corrupt elections, or even honest ones. The case becomes more interesting if one faction represents not merely a different set of pockets or Swiss bank accounts, but a different stratum or group interest, even if still within the ruling class. Marx's analysis of Bonapartism brought up many examples of this. Or, as we also saw in that analysis, the new wielders of political power may represent not a different social stratum of the ruling class but merely a different political policy, with or without a different ideological orientation. Or, perhaps most likely of all, both may be true, a different social stratum acts as the bearer of a different policy or ideology. Certainly the historical tendency is towards such a combination. But history exhibits various permutations within these boundaries, the boundaries being set by the range of possibilities for a given social system and its ruling class. Within these boundaries, one very important type of difference may involve changes in political structure, in state forms. In modern history, most of these cases involve shifts from more or less democratic state forms to anti-democratic ones, military dictatorship, fascism, or the other way round. It is such transformations in governmental forms that especially tend to get called revolutions. These are the most highly visible forms of transfers of governmental power. All of these involve political revolutions. Political revolution, then, puts the emphasis on the changes in governmental leadership and forms, transformations in the superstructure. But if such a revolution involves a change in social stratum even within the ruling class, a social element is plainly entailed. Political revolutions run the gamut, from those involving almost no social side, to those with a very important social element, even if it is within the class boundaries we have assumed. If these social boundaries are burst by the impact of the change, then we have a different sort of revolution, which is of special importance to Marx's theory. As Marx explained to a Cologne jury in 1849, the development of insoluble contradictions within the society prepares the way for social crises, which burst out in political revolutions when the outcome is a revolution involving the transference of political power to a new class, and this change in ruling class tends to entail a basic change in the social system, mode of production. It is this kind of revolution which is most properly called a social revolution. Unfortunately, this does not end the terminological problem, as we weave our way through the voluminous literature that talks about revolution. If we decide to define social revolution as a basic transformation in the social system involving its class base, then it is apparent that such a sweeping change cannot be conceived as a mere act or event, but as a process, more or less extended in time. The transformation from capitalism to socialism is envisaged by Marx as such a historical process, as we shall see in Volume 4. Moreover, it is clear that in some cases in the past, social systems have changed basically, and classes have risen and fallen, in a secular movement of history which can be described as a social revolution, at least in historical retrospect, even though no one may have been aware that a revolution was going on. It would be convenient if such a long-term or secular transformation in society, however achieved, had a tag of its own, so that one could discuss its relationship to other things called revolutions. There is no such agreed-on label, we must take the desperate recourse of inventing one. Let us call this a societal revolution, meaning that it denotes a change from one type of society to another, keeping in mind that for Marx's theory a society is not simply a cultural but a socio-economic whole. We can now narrow our focus to what tends to be called a social revolution in Marx's theory. It is most clearly used for a political revolution that expresses a social revolutionizing drive toward the transference of state power to a new class. It is a political revolution with a social soul, in Marx's earliest, 1844, formulation. Point 2. By the same token, it points in the direction of a societal revolution, regardless of when changes in the social system actually begin to take place. It does this by establishing a new constellation of socio-political forces, with new historic potentialities. The societal revolution is the realization of these potentialities. Every real revolution, wrote Engels, is a social one, in that it brings a new class to power and allows it to remodel society in its own image. 3. Our aim is not to make a hard and fast distinction between political revolutions and social revolutions but, if anything, the reverse, to recognize how often they are mingled in given revolutionary situations, so that the two elements must be distinguished by analysis. 4. Especially in modern times, revolutionary events tend to blend both in varying proportions. The purely political revolution, involving a change in factions only, is likely to be a mere palace revolution, that is, one in which the upset takes place only on top without drawing in any sector of the people as actors on the scene. It is increasingly limited to socially backward areas. The modern tendency is for political revolution, however narrowly initiated, to waken the elements of social revolution from dormancy or to raise them to new levels. Thus the relationship between political and social revolution is not static. All this has been true of bourgeois revolutions since the first stirrings of the bourgeoisie, and it will provide important background for our chapters on that subject, chapters 7 to 10 below. In terms of Marx's development, it was the revolution of 1848 to 1849 that was the proving ground. For Marx, then, revolution is defined by the nature of the change involved, by socio-political relations. In the popular mind, where the ruling ideas are the ideas of the ruling class, and therefore in journalistic terms, revolution and revolutionary developments are seen primarily in terms of particular means, force and violence, as departures from the political methods prescribed by the established powers. We shall devote considerable attention, in Volume 3, to Marx's conception of the relationship between social revolution and the means to effect it. Suffice to say that the relationship emerges from a social historical analysis, it is not one of definition. Just as revolutionary change obviously did not always involve violent action ipso facto, so also violent outbreaks are by no means necessarily revolutionary, even if this term is stretched to include counter-revolutionary. Time and again, right up to today, it has taken violent methods, revolutionary actions in the eyes of the status quo, to gain simple reforms. Indeed, political revolution, of some limited sort, is not a rare road to social reforms. A related conception identifies revolution with the technique of the coup d'état. Revolution suggests seizing the radio station, telephone exchange, local winter palace, and so on. This crude myth was by no means invented by Hollywood, which took it over from the respectable literature where it was already entrenched. These ruling ideas about revolution are typically bourgeois conceptions, class-conditioned distortions of the social reality. They represent the other side of the coin of a ruling class's built-in dread of revolutionary violence, on the one hand, and on the other, its unwillingness and inability to conceive of revolution as a social upheaval from below. A putsch by an armed gang is something it can handle, and also something it can dismiss as banditry or pathology. In neither case need it face the social reality of mass revolution, which often comes as a surprise. The definition of revolution in terms of means, violent, illegal, is a characteristic of bourgeois ideology just as much as its opposite, namely, the insistence that social change must be limited to non-violent means. This bourgeois approach provides a spectrum from the most pacifistic reform to the most violent putschism, and no part of it has anything to do with Marx's theory, which stands outside of this obsession with the dichotomy of violence or non-violence. The revolution that concerns Marx is defined by the nature of the social change it entails, by the class relationships in that change. It is a political revolution which is the immediate manifestation of a social revolution. 2. Class political power. Proletarian revolution is, then, a short form for proletarian social revolution, transference of state power to a new ruling class, the proletariat. This raises the problem of the class nature of the new political power. In principle, this problem is no different from that of analyzing the class nature of any other political institutions, including those of the established society. This is what we discussed under the head of the theory of the state, in Volume 1. The difference is that in a revolutionary context everything is in flux, and does not meekly stand still for leisurely examination. The difficulties thus created are immense. Marx offered no political formulas on this subject, nor could he do so. The totality of a social, class, analysis is at stake. Marx had to take up more than once the nature of given political movements that aspired to power or were moving to seize it. He had to analyze stated declarations, claimed intentions, programmatic documents, articulated ideologies, and unarticulated biases, the correspondence of word and deed, objective socio-economic linkages, and everything else bearing on the totality of the class configuration, not only at a given moment but over a period of experience. This refers us back to the social theory on which politics, including Marx's politics, is based. Working this problem out in a concrete case tests a theory of society's laws of motion. The Communist Manifesto raised this problem in a discussion of what it called feudal socialism. Its interest lies in this: it identifies a type of socialism which conceals its real class character behind an appeal to the proletariat's interests. Owing to their historical position, it became the vocation of the aristocracies of France and England to write pamphlets against modern bourgeois society. In order to arouse sympathy, the aristocracy were obliged to lose sight, apparently, of their own interests, and to formulate their indictment against the bourgeoisie in the interest of the exploited working class alone. In this way arose feudal socialism, half echo of the past, half menace of the future, at times, by its bitter, witty, and incisive criticism, striking the bourgeoisie to the very heart's core, but always ludicrous in its effect, through total incapacity to comprehend the march of modern history. The problem of exposure is first solved with a flourish. The aristocracy, in order to rally the people to them, waved the proletarian alms bag in front for a banner. But the people, so often as it joined them, saw on their hindquarters the old feudal coats of arms, and deserted with loud and irreverent laughter. Point 4. But the section ends with a more concrete socio-political analysis of what betrays feudal socialism as anti-proletarian. More important, we shall see in Chapter 9 below that Marx and Engels did in fact have to write a great deal more to analyze the nature of this alien socialism, alien to the proletariat as a class. But analysis does not end the matter. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. The class nature of revolution is tested by what the new class in power does. Social revolution means that the new class in power does not limit itself to change within the framework of the old social system, but tends to put its new state power into basic conflict with the former ruling strata. And the conflict must be resolved more or less quickly in favor of the new or the old. The new political power must proceed to revolutionize the socio-economic foundation, or else it will be destroyed by the rooted power of the latter. In either case, by revolution or counter-revolution, congruence will eventually be re-established between the political and socio-economic institutions. The conflict may be seen by both sides only in embryo. This is what happened when, 4 months after the February Revolution of 1848, the Paris workers rose up against the new Republican regime. In the midst of these June days, Marx wrote about the difference. None of the innumerable revolutions of the French bourgeoisie since 1789 was an assault on order, for they left standing class rule, the slavery of the workers, the bourgeois order, no matter how often the political form of this rule and this slavery changed. June has impugned this order. Woe to June. 5. Marx had to make this analysis in the flux of struggle. After all, the problem of the class nature of a new or aspiring political power does not exist only for uninvolved observers or distant historians. The problem is itself part of the political and social struggle going on, and it may not be resolvable by theory but only in the course of the struggle itself. The ongoing struggle, especially in critical phases, provides tests of who represents what. Part of the struggle is on convincing the proletariat not only of who represents what, passive formulation, but of whom to act through and with. It is not merely a matter of registering a verdict post hoc. 3. The guiding aim of revolution. It is insufficiently appreciated that, from early on, Marx and Engels habitually stated their political aim not in terms of a desired change in social system, socialism, but in terms of a change in class power, proletarian rule. The two could not be assumed to be synonymous. The aim of proletarian rule, to be sure, commonly assumed socialism or communism as the corresponding societal form, but the reverse by no means worked automatically. Marx and Engels took as their governing aim not the aspiration for a certain type of future society, but the position of a social class as an embodiment of humanity's interests, not an abstract ideology of change, socialist ideas, but a class-conditioned perspective, what they called the proletarian outlook. In this context, the term proletarian outlook does not mean the outlook of a proletariat taken statically, for there is no such single outlook, but rather the outlook on society corresponding to the basic interests of the proletariat. After Marx's initial period of exploration in 1843-1844-6, the joint view of Marx and Engels on this issue was clearly stated in the German ideology. Struggles over political forms, all struggles within the state, the struggle between democracy, aristocracy, and monarchy, the struggle for the franchise, etc., etc., are merely the illusory forms, in which the real struggles of the different classes are fought out among one another. Further, it follows that every class which is striving for dominance, even when its dominance, as is the case with the proletariat, presupposes the abolition of the old form of society in its entirety and of domination in general, must first conquer political power in order to represent its interest in turn as the general interest of society, which in the first moment it is forced to do. 7. Behind the ideology of change is the class representing change. The existence of revolutionary ideas in a particular period presupposes the existence of a revolutionary class. 8. This emphasis in the German ideology is tied up closely with the view of the revolution not simply as a certain transformation of society but above all as a transformation of people. Socialism as the revolution in humankind, which will be discussed in Volume 4, was not an afterthought for Marx but the conception with which he began. Only the proletarians of the present day, who are completely shut off from all self-activity, are in a position to achieve a complete and no longer restricted self-activity, which consists in the appropriation of a totality of productive forces and in the development of a totality of capacities entailed by this. 9. The socio-economic arrangement, socialism, was the means, the revolutionary target was something else, which merely required socialism. In all appropriations up to now, a mass of individuals remained subservient to a single instrument of production. In the appropriation by the proletarians, a mass of instruments of production must be made subject to each individual, and property to all. Modern universal intercourse cannot be controlled by individuals unless it is controlled by all. The revolution changes people, not simply by its ultimate effects, but in its course. This appropriation as described above is further determined by the manner in which it must be effected. It can only be effected through a union which by the character of the proletariat itself can again only be a universal one, and through a revolution in which, on the one hand, the power of the earlier mode of production and intercourse and social organization is overthrown and, on the other hand, there develops the universal character and the energy of the proletariat, which are required to accomplish the appropriation, and the proletariat moreover rids itself of everything that still clings to it from its previous position in society. 10. In this whole passage Marx has his eye on what the revolution means for humankind. He proceeds to discuss what the philosophers have meant by der Mensch as a social abstraction, how they substituted this social abstraction for the actual individuals of given social classes, and thus transformed history into a process of consciousness instead of a development of class-conditioned social entities. By ignoring the individual subjection to the distortions of class society, the division of labor, the philosophers worked a sleight of hand. The average individual of the later stage was always foisted onto the earlier stage, and the consciousness of a later age onto the individuals of an earlier. 11. This later stage, or age, is still to be won. That is what the revolution has to do. It is important to establish that this order of priority continued to govern Marx's and Engels' statements of the meaning of revolution, even when they were not directly discussing the issue. Thus Engels in 1847. In all civilized countries the necessary consequence of democracy is the political rule of the proletariat, and the political rule of the proletariat is the first presupposition of all communist measures. Point 12. The same priority was embodied in the basic statements of the Communist Manifesto. If the proletariat during its contest with the bourgeoisie is compelled, by the force of circumstances, to organize itself as a class, if, by means of a revolution, it makes itself the ruling class, and, as such, sweeps away by force the old conditions of production, then it will, along with these conditions, have swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of classes generally, and will thereby have abolished its own supremacy as a class. Point 13. 35 years later Engels referred back to this passage in a letter giving a summary statement of the aims of revolution, in which, as usual, he states the ends of the social revolution of the future in terms of proletarian power. The matter of socialist reorganization of society is not even mentioned, though assumed. Point 14. There is no question of counterposing one to the other, it is the governing priority which is exhibited. Elsewhere he would couple the two, while maintaining the same order. The revolution which modern socialism strives to achieve is, briefly, the victory of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie, and the establishment of a new organization of society by the destruction of all class distinction. Point 15. The point can perhaps be sharpened by posing an occasionally moot question: what is it that defines the crux of Marxism? The problem has been pointed up by the fact that one or another Marxist has rejected this or that theory of Marx's, say, dialectical materialism, or the labor theory of value. There can be little doubt about the answer given by Marx and Engels, and it would not be pitched in terms of a set of ideas. Their ism must be basically defined, in terms of class power, as the theory and practice of the proletarian revolution. In point of fact, both Marx and Engels seldom raised a question in terms of definition. One case in which Engels did this occurred in 1846, shortly after the completion of the German ideology. He described in a letter his debates with the followers of true socialism in a German workers' club in Paris. I therefore defined the objectives of the communists in this way: 1. To achieve the interests of the proletariat in opposition to those of the bourgeoisie; 2. To do this through the abolition of private property and its replacement by community of goods; 3. To recognize no means of carrying out these objectives other than a democratic revolution by force. Point 19. The order of priority goes to the heart of the matter in the following sense. Before and after Marx, most varieties of socialism or communism defined themselves in terms of a desired transformation in socio-economic organization, and adopted a working-class orientation, if they did so at all, in order to effectuate this program. Point 20. For Marx, this relationship of means and ends was reversed. The revolutionary program is defined in terms of a new class ascendancy, the need for a reorganization of society is the consequence. While Marx's well-known reluctance to concern himself with the forms of future socialist society has been ascribed to an overreaction against utopianism, a contributing element is the fact that it is not the form of organization of future society that is in the center of his theory of revolution. There is still another aspect of this question of priority. From Marx's standpoint, what made his theory revolutionary was that it looked to a literal overturning, not simply an overthrow, the deposition of established power, but a turning over of the social corpus itself, as the lowest stratum of our present society stirs, heaves up, with the whole superincumbent strata of official society being sprung into the air, as the manifesto pictured it vividly. This is the revolution. The revolution is not the adoption of a certain social schema. It was only the revolution of the exploited majority that could do this, in Marx's view. Therefore the revolution from below had to be a proletarian revolution, and the proletarian ascendancy to power had to be a revolution from below. For proletarian and bourgeois revolution. In presenting the proletariat as the ruling class to be, Marx often stressed that in this respect the proletariat would only be doing what other classes had done before it throughout the history of the world. Most explicit was an analogy with the bourgeoisie, which also dominated a historic era by its struggle for the conquest of political power. The bourgeois revolution was the social revolution of the past, the proletarian revolution is the social revolution of the future. This is a common note. In both cases, a lower class organizes itself politically to conquer state power. But the analogy between bourgeois and proletarian revolution holds only up to a point, like most analogies. The differences in the classes entail equally basic differences in the revolutions they bear. Some of these differences will best be discussed under other heads, especially differences in perspective, abolition of classes and state, for example. Here let us note three that are of immediate consequence for the course of the revolution itself. The first two are already set forth in the Communist Manifesto. 1. All previous revolutions have been in the interest of one form of private property over another form of private property. The proletarian revolution breaks out of this cycle, for it is the revolution of a propertyless class. The manifesto puts it this way. All the preceding classes that got the upper hand sought to fortify their acquired status by subjecting society at large to their conditions of appropriation. The proletarians cannot become masters of the productive forces of society except by abolishing their own previous mode of appropriation, and thereby also every other previous mode of appropriation. They have nothing of their own to secure and to fortify. Their mission is to destroy all previous securities for, and insurances of, individual property. 21. This fact is of enormous moment not simply for the aims of the revolution but for its accomplishment. For one thing, as we have seen, the bourgeois revolution had the advantage of offering the deposed ruling class a new lease on property-holding life, even if on less advantageous terms. 22. This was a factor in blunting the bitterness of defeat as well as in infiltrating the enemy. The proletariat has nothing of this sort to offer. 2. The proletarian revolution differs from the bourgeois in that it proposes to put political power in the hands, not of another minority class to exploit the producers in a new way, but of a class representing the exploited majority. This was strongly stated in the manifesto as part of the upheaval from below aspect stressed in the preceding section. All previous historical movements were movements of minorities, or in the interest of minorities. The proletarian movement is the self-conscious independent movement of the immense majority, in the interest of the immense majority. The proletariat, the lowest stratum of our present society, cannot stir, cannot raise itself up, without the whole superincumbent strata of official society being sprung into the air. 24. These two differences will also be important in connection with the perspective of abolishing classes and the state. 3. The third difference is partly an outgrowth of the first. The bourgeoisie, a property-owning class, was able to build up its social relations gradually within the womb of feudal society and to attain effective control of economic power within the framework of the old society, before it was able to take political power and change the class nature of the state. Its economic power developed with the inevitability of gradualness. This is where the phrase applies, even with the aid of the still feudal or absolutist state. The latter not only could not resist this process but was compelled to desire it. Secure in their economic power, the bourgeois could use this position of strength as a fortress from which to press further toward the acquisition of decisive political power. If any class was ever in a position to bring about its transformation of society gradually and without upheavals, it was certainly the bourgeoisie. But history shows us that this process had its limits in the sphere of political power. Within the old state, the bourgeoisie was certainly able to achieve considerable quantitative increase in political weight, political power in the colloquial sense of influence, but the state continued to be basically controlled by an alien, pre-bourgeois, class force which merely bent to the new pressure. The old ruling classes did not release their death clutch on the state levers except after a definite period of political revolutionary action, which unblocked the development of the bourgeois social transformation. The proletariat cannot emulate this pattern, because it differs basically from previous ruling classes in that it is not a property-owning class. In fact, it develops as a class insofar as the producers are separated from ownership of means of production. The proletariat cannot build up a class economic power within the shell of capitalist society, as a prelude to overwhelming that society by its economic strength, in some fashion comparable to the pattern of bourgeois revolution. Some contrary conceptions, looking to the rise of a proletarian economic power of some sort within the womb of bourgeois society, will concern us in Volume 3 in connection with socialist reformism. Here let us mention three aspects of the problem in order to highlight it. 1. Individual workers may own property, a home, for example, not to speak of clothes and toothbrush, but these are items of personal property of which they are the direct consumers. These things are not the private property which functions as means of production in the economic power structure. All the worker-owned homes in the country give the proletariat no economic leverage in the system and no political leverage of social significance. 2. It was once believed in some reform circles that the organization of cooperatives provided a proletarian analog to the bourgeois experience, and Marx had to argue against this as an illusion. 25 This tendency has almost disappeared today even as a type of socialist reformism. For one thing, producers' cooperatives have failed to develop in the fashion predicted. 3. Another sense in which a sort of proletarian economic power has been seen as growing up within the womb of capitalism, to eventually take it over, is the view that trade unionism has this historic role. This often plays on the colloquial use of economic power that has been mentioned. It is influence or pressure that is meant, the need to be reckoned with, not the institutionalized power of property. Trade unionism is a modern form of the same economic power that every exploited class has had in history, the power to threaten by its struggle the revenues and perquisites of the possessing classes and thereby to obtain concessions. The view that sees trade unionism literally as the womb form of socialism is classical syndicalism, which will be touched on in the last section of chapter 5 below. In sum, for Marx, the working class, unlike the bourgeoisie, cannot inseminate its own system of economic power within the old one, thereby establishing a plateau of power from which to gain the political heights. The order necessarily is the reverse. The proletariat, through the organization of its political movement, like every other aspiring class, must first conquer political power and then begin the process of socio-economic transformation. For the bourgeoisie, political power was finally plucked as the ripe or overripe fruit of its socio-economic power, its power as a possessing class. For the proletariat, political power is needed as the engine with which to bring a new social order into existence. As a consequence of the comparison between bourgeois and proletarian revolution, the question has been mooted: which one is easier? Marx has made remarks on both sides of this question, with dubious applicability. In the 18th Brumaire he has an explicit comparison, although by bourgeois revolutions he really has 1789 in mind, and by proletarian revolutions, or the revolution of the 19th century, he has the June 1848 uprising in Paris before him. The social revolution of the 19th century cannot draw its poetry from the past, but only from the future. It cannot begin with itself before it has stripped off all superstition in regard to the past. Earlier revolutions required recollections of past world history in order to drug themselves concerning their own content. In order to arrive at its own content, the revolution of the 19th century must let the dead bury their dead. There the phrase went beyond the content, here the content goes beyond the phrase. 26. This may be taken as a warning against imitation of past patterns on the ground of sheer analogy or in sheer parroting of watchwords and formulas. Marx goes on to this. Bourgeois revolutions, like those of the 18th century, storm swiftly from success to success, their dramatic effects outdo each other, men and things seem set in sparkling brilliance, ecstasy is the everyday spirit, but they are short-lived, soon they have attained their zenith, and a long crapulent depression lays hold of society before it learns soberly to assimilate the results of its storm and stress period. On the other hand, proletarian revolutions, like those of the 19th century, criticize themselves constantly, interrupt themselves continually in their own course, come back to the apparently accomplished in order to begin it afresh, deride with unmerciful thoroughness the inadequacies, weaknesses, and paltrinesses of their first attempts, seem to throw down their adversary only in order that he may draw new strength from the earth and rise again, more gigantic, before them, recoil ever and anon from the indefinite prodigiousness of their own aims, until a situation has been created which makes all turning back impossible, and the conditions themselves cry out, hic rhodus, hic salta. Here is the rose, here dance. 27. This is an interesting resume of revolutionary patterns, but the flat counterposition of bourgeois and proletarian revolutions with respect to these patterns is not as historically general as the language implies. In Capital, Marx emphasizes an advantageous aspect of the change to socialism. The transformation of scattered private property, arising from individual labor, into capitalist private property is, naturally, a process incomparably more protracted, violent, and difficult than the transformation of capitalistic private property, already practically resting on socialized production, into socialized property. In the former case, we had the expropriation of the mass of the people by a few usurpers; in the latter, we have the expropriation of a few usurpers by the mass of people. 28. There are obviously things to be said on both sides of the calculus of difficulty, if that rather unprofitable enterprise is undertaken. The important point for present purposes is simply the fact of difference itself. The luring analogies between bourgeois and proletarian revolutions, or among all revolutions for that matter, are not without interest, but in the last analysis the patterns of proletarian revolution are as unique as the class it reflects. 2. The special class. A discussion of the political problems of proletarian revolution requires some clarification on a number of points in Marx's social theory. The following summary covers a number of controversial questions by stating Marx's view. We have used proletariat so far with the broad meaning of wage workers, especially in order to differentiate it from the early history of the word. 1. It is necessary now to be more exact, not so much for the sake of scientific accuracy as in order to dispense with some common misunderstandings of the political import of proletarian revolution. Marx's attitude toward precise definition in political terminology was typical of his day in being relatively permissive as compared with contemporary standards, but he grew more inclined to precision, at least in the field of economic science. We saw this reflected in his increased care to distinguish between proletariat and working class on at least one occasion. 2. Part of the problem was that, although proletarian was already in use as a term broader than worker, 3. Marx came to assign a narrower scope to it by a terminological outcome of his economic theory. Over the span of Marx's life, socialist literature attached a whole spectrum of meaning to the word. A good example of the broad end of the spectrum was in a programmatic statement of the Communist League, probably written by Schapper, shortly before the Communist Manifesto. In present-day society, proletarians are all those who cannot live on their capital, the worker as well as the men of learning, the artist as well as the petty bourgeois, for behind this unworkably broad usage, as also the usage by others, 5, was the strong honorific coloration that the word was intended to convey in these circles. Actually, the real sense was a negative: all who were not idlers. Terminologically, it raised the banner of a united front by disparate social elements against the ruling minority. Although the origins of this kind of honorific aura around proletarian are pre-Marxist and non-Marxist, its effects linger on in Marxist literature. 1. Economic definition. In Marx's theory, the proletariat is the working class peculiar to capitalist relations of production. It does not comprise all who work for a living, or who do useful or necessary work. It consists of workers whose livelihood depends on a wage relationship with employers of labor power, and who therefore produce surplus value in the process of commodity production. Thus the term proletariat is not coterminous with a number of other expressions that are often used synonymously. The proletariat does not include all wage workers. For example, it does not include wage workers employed by government road building workers, in one example by Marx 6, since strictly speaking they do not produce surplus value in the course of commodity production. The proletariat does not consist only of industrial workers, whatever that descriptive term is taken to comprise. Surplus value is produced in the course of other types of commodity production. The proletariat does not consist only of manual workers. There is a whole sphere of intellectual or mental labor which is as proletarian as any other. We will return to this in chapter 16. The proletariat does not consist only of workers at the point of production, again, however that phrase is interpreted. For example, transportation may contribute to the surplus value of the transported commodity, and a truck driver may be as proletarian as an assembly line hand. The proletariat does not consist only of workers engaged in producing tangible commodities. Producers of services, non-material commodities, may also be producing surplus value. To take an example which combines this and a previous point, a salaried teacher in a privately owned school that is run as a profit-making enterprise is producing surplus value for the employer. Some of the above points restrict the technical coverage of the term more than is commonly realized. There is a final point to be made which expands it significantly. The basic unit of the proletariat in capitalist production, considered structurally, is not any individual but the collective laborer. This term of Marx's refers to the ensemble of workers whose labor taken together is necessary to produce a given commodity. It may be a small number, rarely one, or a very large collectivity, but, more important, it commonly unites both manual and intellectual, mental, labor specialties, both labor at the point of production and away from the factory, both labor expended directly on the product and labor indirectly associated with the necessities of production, like floor sweeping. It also includes supervisory labor of any type necessary to the production of the commodity. No one of this collectivity is responsible for the value embodied in the commodity, all of them are collectively. There is no basis for distinguishing between proletarian and non-proletarian constituents of the collective laborer, all of them are members of the proletariat. The bourgeois-proletarian antagonism on which Marx bases the modern class struggle is, then, not represented by the dichotomy between dirt-splattered, horny-handed, blue-collared toilers and clean-shirted, chair-warming paper manipulators. The latter is a bourgeois conception, that is, it arises from class conceptions of social antagonisms that are cherished by the ruling class as a self-serving stereotype or caricature of the real world. This remains true even when it is inverted, that is, when the horny-handed lower-class image is idealized by alienated bourgeois who wish to break with their class. 2 working-class circles. One present importance of emphasizing the narrow economic meaning of proletariat to Marx is to shake up common misunderstandings. Thus, it is true that, technically, an editorial supervisor of the Encyclopaedia Britannica may be a proletarian while a Navy Yard ship fitter is not. But marginal consequences of this extreme sort are not typical of the socio-political role played by proletarian elements as against non-proletarian strata. The example calls attention to the need for the next step, a concrete examination of the relationship between an economic stratum as such and its social role, and hence the tendency of its relationship to the political class struggle. Obviously the encyclopedia editor, even if technically a proletarian, will tend to react socially and politically quite differently from a factory hand. Marx's conception of revolution simply puts forward the following proposition. Objective class status is the most important single determinant of socio-political role in the long run, and of the various class situations, that of the proletariat tends to drive most consistently toward a break with bourgeois relations. Not in vain does the proletariat go through the stern but steeling school of labor. It is not a question of what this or that proletarian, or even the whole proletariat, at the moment regards as its aim. It is a question of what the proletariat is, and what, in accordance with this being, it will historically be compelled to do. Its aim and historical action is visibly and irrevocably foreshadowed in its life situation as well as in the whole organization of bourgeois society today. 7. This was written before the young Marx had got very far with his economic investigation of the whole organization of bourgeois society. But it already roots the revolutionary role of the proletariat in its life situation, the objective relations that condition its social existence. Engels said no more when, much later, he described the proletariat as a class whose conditions of life necessarily drive it to social revolution. 8. A social analysis of the relation between classes and politics will, however, not normally show a simple dual situation. The dual pattern implies a highly polarized conjuncture such as commonly occurs at the end of a development, not at its beginning. For a better schema, let us resort to the metaphor implied by the phrase social circles. You are invited to think of a system of concentric circles, with surrounding areas. Here the main body of the proletariat is to be seen as a core group, occupying a central position with relation to the revolutionary drives within society. In the accompanying schematic diagram, one aim is to illustrate the fact that revolution entails the setting into motion of ever-expanding circles of society. The strategic position to set these circles into motion is occupied by the proletariat. Such is Marx's view. The proletarians created by large-scale industry assume leadership of this movement and carry the whole mass along with them. 9. In this bare schema, the whole circular area in the center represents the working classes. Proletariat, the two central circles, the solid black core and its penumbra. The core represents the industrial proletariat, the penumbra, all other proletarian workers. Other wage workers, represented by the dotted area circle. Working petty bourgeoisie, traditional petty bourgeoisie represented by the last, all-white circle. It comprises artisans, shopkeepers, etc., in the towns, peasantry in the countryside, depending on self-employed labor and small property ownership. The significance of including these strata among the working classes is discussed in Chapter 11. The bourgeoisie is represented by the outer strips running in a square. The three differently shaded strips suggest the small, middle, and big bourgeoisies. No significance is to be attached to other features of the schematic sketch. The middle classes, in the residual sense, are suggested by the irregular white area lying vaguely between the working class circles and the bourgeoisie's square. For the use of the term middle classes, see Chapter 11. The relations among classes, class strata, and class elements in revolution involve, of course, far more than the bare bones of class definition. The underlying demarcations of class merely provide a framework for their social interactions. From this standpoint, our emphasis will be on the main body of the proletariat plus those sections of the population whose life situations in society tend to be similar. This consideration will be concretized in subsequent chapters. It is this combination which tends to be called the working classes, or even the working class, in Marx's writings, a term, therefore, which is best regarded as not narrowly technical economic but as a socially extended penumbra around the proletariat. Let us specify now that when Marx leaves the specific ground of economic science in his discussions, and especially when the context is political affairs, the terms proletariat, workers, or working class tend to denote this same combination. 3. Vanguard and allies. When Marx wrote in the Communist Manifesto that the proletarian revolution, unlike the bourgeois, was the movement of the immense majority, it was an anticipative formula. In almost all countries, insofar as the proletarian revolution was the movement of a majority, it could not be the movement of the proletariat only but of the proletariat and its allies, namely, those social circles it could set in motion. The class exclusively dependent on wages all its life is still far from being a majority of the German people, wrote Engels in 1870. It is, therefore, also compelled to seek allies. 10. And he proceeded to weigh the worth of various class elements as allies. We shall do so in Part 2. In 1848 to 1849 the gravamen of Marx and Engels' policies in the revolution was the problem of allies, as we shall see. The revolutionary movement collapsed over this problem, over the incoherence, incongruence and apparent contradiction which prevailed in that movement as a consequence of the crisscrossing pulls of the various social sectors. Degree when interests so varied, so conflicting, so strangely crossing each other, are brought into violent collision, when these contending interests in every district, every province, are mixed in different proportions, when, above all, there is no great center in the country. What else is to be expected but that the contest will dissolve itself into a mass of unconnected struggles, in which an enormous quantity of blood, energy, and capital is spent, but which for all that remain without any decisive results. 11. What was lacking in this failed revolution was precisely the pattern of a vanguard class successfully drawing all its allies after it. This standpoint provides a very important qualification to the bird's-eye view embodied in the Communist Manifesto's vivid picture that society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat. 12. This picture emphasizes the long-term trend toward increasing polarization. But in shorter-range terms, a decisive problem of each polar class is to attract and hold class allies and to neutralize others. The proletarian revolution depends not on the proletariat alone, but on the hegemony of the proletariat among the revolutionary forces. A one-sided dogmatization of this manifesto aphorism was turned by the Lassaline movement into the watchword that, relative to the working class, all other classes are only one reactionary mess. Both Marx and Engels ridiculed this apparently radical assertion and denounced it as politically reactionary. It meant the defeat of revolution by excluding allies. This issue will be discussed at large in Chapter 11. The social revolution would not be made by the proletariat solus, and there was no need to wait until the development of society had made the proletariat a majority by itself, nor even to expect that such an extreme point might be reached. To be sure, the social revolution was possible only where the proletariat had come to occupy at least an important position among the mass of people, Marx wrote 13. But this was so because only such a proletariat could hope to head a revolutionary class alliance. It was the proletarian-dominated alliance which he expected to be the mass basis of the social transformation. For why the proletariat? What is there in the life situation of the working class that causes Marx to regard it as the historically nominated hardcore of modern revolution? The answer has nothing to do with idealizing workers as such. It does not depend on regarding workers as somehow better, or more clever, courageous, or humanitarian than other people. Nor is it relevant to prove, as can be done with ease, that workers often follow reactionary courses and leaders and by no means show an invariable affinity for progressive causes. They are at least as capable of being misled and deceived as any other section of society, including intellectuals. They are filled with selfish aspirations and unworthy prejudices like everyone else. If this were the sort of thing involved, the case would not only be closed, it could never have been opened. Taking workers person for person as individuals, the question whether they are better than others because they belong to an anointed class is quite alien to Marx's method of inquiry. In general, Marx does not view social conflicts as contests between good people and bad people. The capitalists pilloried in capital for their callous disregard of the suffering caused by brutal exploitation were just as likely to be kind parents and generous friends as the next person, and not given to trampling down children in the street. People act one way as individual atoms in the social fabric, they often act quite differently as part of a class collectivity. The bourgeois explanation is business, which means that one must make a sharp distinction between an individual human role and a class-constrained role. The life situation of capitalists also determines a class role, with class characteristics that cannot be deduced simply from the sum total of individual psychologies. Like every other class and organic social group, the proletariat is more than the sum of its individual atoms. The working class is atomized when it is unorganized. Class organization brings class characteristics to the fore, and, as a function of organization, class characteristics increasingly take precedence over merely individual reactions, the greater the scale of class involvement. Then, in a feedback effect, class reactions can also reshape and re-educate individual reactions. Thus class consciousness develops. When Marx was in a mind for Hegelian phraseology, the atomized class was a class in itself, and sich, but became a class for itself, für sich, insofar as it organized into a social entity and achieved consciousness of its social and political role in the course of struggle. All this, for Marx, is a historical process, not a static mystique. Revolutionariness does not reside in the substance of the proletariat like sanctity in the Holy Ghost. The notion that every proletarian is imminently more revolutionary than the unanointed at any given time or place has no more to do with Marx than muttering a paternoster. The conditions of existence of the working class provide the connection between the economic position of the class and its political tendencies. The proletariat is revolutionary in accordance with its whole social position. 15. The historical advantages possessed by the working class for the role of revolutionary vanguard may be summarized as follows. 1. The conditions of life of the working class lead it to organize, to produce a more and more homogeneous movement. Its class propensity to organize is outstanding. The model and pioneer in this respect is the capitalist class itself, whose own class consciousness and sense of class solidarity have often been inspirations to its workers. But then, the capitalists are the other urban class organized by modern industry. Agrarian populations are unable to rival the achievements of the urban classes, by reason of their own conditions of existence. The dispersion of the rural laborers over larger areas breaks their power of resistance while concentration increases that of the town operatives, observes Marx in Capital. 16. A similar contrast obtains for the landed possessing classes. Workers are taught organization not by their superior intelligence or by outside agitators, but by the capitalists. Concentrated geographically in urban areas, workers are further organized in factory gangs, assembly lines, work shifts, labor teams, and so on, that is, by the organization of the division of labor, to which capitalism has contributed so mightily. Capitalism has no choice about teaching its workers the wonders of organization and labor solidarity, because without these the system cannot operate. Capital assembles the bourgeois and the proletarians in large cities, in which industry can be carried on most profitably, and by this herding together of great masses in one spot makes the proletarians conscious of their power. 17. It expounds the need for discipline, and at the same time involuntarily demonstrates the defects of bureaucratic discipline. It enforces centralization of effort, and glorifies the advantages of combined labor and the subordination of individual self-interest to group needs. It socializes masses of workers in one place and subjects them to simultaneous resentments. The working class can say, "The organization you teach me I will execute, and it shall go hard, but I will better the instruction." It is evident that these lessons are not taught equally to all workers, even apart from the usual individual differences. There are differences in working class life situations, too. For example, the lessons are plainer to assembly line workers than to an office secretary who works with a boss rather than with fellow workers. We will touch on other reasons later. 2. The interests of workers, as a group organized by capital, lead them to struggle. To engage in class struggle, it is not necessary to believe in the class struggle any more than it is necessary to believe in Newton in order to fall from an airplane. In the latter eventuality, however, it is advisable to believe in parachutes. The working class moves toward class struggle insofar as capitalism fails to satisfy its economic and social needs and aspirations, not insofar as it is told about struggle by Marxists. There is no evidence that workers like to struggle any more than anyone else. The evidence is that capitalism compels and accustoms them to do so. Not only their leaders but workers as a whole begin by preferring class peace and social tranquility, for excellent reasons. But if that ended the matter, it would be impossible to account for the fact of class organization. The basic function of class organization is struggle, present or potential, reality or threat. The very notion of an organization, like a trade union, which is inherently hospitable to members of one class only, and which is inherently weakened until it achieves the organization of the entire class as such, is a notion that fits no bourgeois ideology. 3. The thrust of the proletariat's organized struggle persistently tends to go outside the framework of bourgeois institutions and ideas. The operative contradiction is between the rights of private property, capitalism's juridical idol, and the organized proletariat's inevitable insistence on social responsibility for all vital aspects of life, including the economic. The inherent claim of capitalist private property relations is that the whole area of economic life, in which one has to earn a living, is withdrawn from the hegemony of society and handed over to the unilateral power of capital as its birthright. The inherent claim of an organized proletariat is that it must have a say in this. This contradiction reflects Marx's proposition that the basic contradiction of capitalism is that between social production and private appropriation. In the course of working out the contradiction, capitalism accepts many compromises. For example, it yields to state intervention in the name of social responsibility, and even demands intervention, especially for subsidies, strike breaking, and so on. But it is in the nature of the organized working class that it can never win enough of the substitution of social responsibility for private corporative control, and it is in the nature of capital that it always seeks to subordinate partial and distorted forms of social responsibility to the continued reality of capital's claim to social hegemony. This opposition is a basic one. There is a spectrum in demands for social responsibility too. More or less radicalized workers may raise demands for price and profit controls, regulation, even nationalization. In intense class struggles, sit-in strikers have taken over factories without a qualm about the rights of private property. But even conservative workers and their unions, taking class collaboration for granted, tend to support social control proposals which do not impress them with having immediate anti-capitalist implications. Controls over prices, health insurance, offshore oil, and many other citadels of property. Capital is usually more class-conscious than that, hence it denounces the insistence on social responsibility versus private property rights as creeping socialism. This charge reflects a reality. Samuel Gompers used to argue that his simple slogan for the labor movement was more revolutionary than the socialist program. The answer need not deny the real revolutionary implications of his slogan, which Gompers had no intention of carrying through. More is an implicitly revolutionary program if one obvious condition is added, that labor consistently and unremittingly press for it regardless of all capitalist considerations, that is, even when more is incompatible with capitalist needs and interests. Obviously, more is not revolutionary if it is raised only when it does not incommode capital. Gompers did not confess to this limitation, which was his actual regulating principle. His appeal was a class appeal, to be sure, therefore inherently discommoding to capital. It need only be applied unremittingly. As labor presses for more, including more social responsibility, more control over its conditions of existence, the class drives the logic of its own life situation outside the bounds of the capitalist framework and tends to create the conditions for exploding that framework. None of this happens automatically, hence the complications discussed in many chapters. A potentiality is set up. But this potentiality does not obtain equally for other classes and social strata. The working class is not the only class or group alienated, at one time or another, by the operations and depredations of capitalism. The capitalist class has despoiled middle-class strata, bankrupted petty bourgeois property owners, embittered an intelligentsia, plundered a peasantry, and so on. Radicalized movements and parties based on these social resentments have not been rare. But the political programs they tend to adopt as they move into opposition to the status quo are likely to remain within the bounds of the capitalist system. Hence they tend to concentrate on mere political reform, on economic nostrums like money manipulation, on demagogic attacks on the bank octopus or interest slavery or some other excrescence of the system. They do not tend to come out for abolition of the capitalist system. Historically and on a worldwide scale, the latter conclusion is associated with the working class, when it moves left. This is the content of Engels' much compressed aphorism, who says proletariat, says socialism 18. For the proletariat's conditions of existence not only impel it toward organized anti-bourgeois struggle, but push it into a persistent boldness and militancy which is well nigh unique to this class at critical stages of struggle. This points to the largely unexplored terrain of the social psychology of classes. For we are concerned with this as a class phenomenon, not as individual characteristics. This difference is important. For example, One of the best-known stereotypes of timidity is that of the timid professor, the Hollywood caricature of the pince-nez, harumphin', mousy scholar who blends out of sight among the library books. When the individual faculty members of a large American university are examined nowadays, this stereotype hardly seems to exist, and maybe it never did. In fact, more and more professors are achieving the personalities of vacuum cleaner salesmen. Yet the organized picture is altogether different. Put these aggressive personages together in the collective form of an academic senate and the result is a peak of pusillanimity that would blow the fuse on a sociological computer, even at times when indignation and resentment at trustees or regents are sweeping their stout hearts. In many sociological surveys, as has been set forth to the nearest sigma, well-paid workers, who may live in $40,000 houses and send their children to college, register answers to questionnaires that stamp them as indistinguishable from middle-class mentalities. So also librarians, to take another occupation I know something about. Yet striking labor aristocrats say, printers can if necessary break company windows, rampage on picket lines, beat up scabs, and outrage other forms of gentility, without arousing enough surprise to generate the size of headlines reserved for three-person student riots. On the other hand, underpaid librarians tend to be uneasy about actually accepting a leaflet about the idea of organizing. If workers on a picket line have to be restrained from bashing a strikebreaker in an access of indignation, this does not necessarily gainsay the fact that their thinking is middle class and respectable in some sense, but obviously they are less constrained by the norms of bourgeois respectability. Their militancy reflects not an immediate state of consciousness, but the fact that they are more alienated from bourgeois society than the questionnaires show. It reflects an objective class position that may sooner or later tend to mold their behavior in class-patterned situations more decisively than do their consciously held social views, especially in the context of organization and struggle. In turn, and in time, class struggle action tends to remold consciousness, it re-educates. Militancy, taken as a collective and not merely as an individual phenomenon, is in principle an index to the degree of alienation characteristic of a social group, corresponding to its life situation, its objective relationship to the productive process and to the resulting social hierarchy and pressures. This principle is not confined to class questions. Oppressed national or ethnic minorities tend to be more militant than their counterparts in the dominant society, likewise because they are more alienated from the ruling ideas of the ruling class which define the respectable limits of oppositional postures. In the case of the proletariat, the roots of this alienation lie in the capitalist mode of production. It is quite true that the peasantry and, say, the petty bourgeoisie are entirely capable of explosions of violent rage when driven to desperation. In fact, it is precisely these classes that offer the best, or worst, cases of spasms of mindless destructiveness. Few episodes can rival the peasant jacqueries or the ravages of a petty bourgeoisie in a frenzy for brutal ferocity, with or without the instigation of cooler reactionary heads. This is the typical paroxysm of blind alley desperation, it is a confession of impotence, not an assertion of strength. There is a great historical difference between bold militancy and going berserk. It was to the former that Engels referred when he contrasted the behavior of the still undeveloped working class forces in the 1848 revolution with the petty bourgeois. The workers, he asserted, distinguished themselves from the middle class in showing upon every occasion, that revolutionary boldness and readiness for action, in which any party, headed by and composed principally of petty tradesmen, will always be deficient. 5. The proletariat is the only class that has the social weight and power to carry through the abolition of the old order and to build a new society. Contributing to this claim are the four characteristics of the proletariat already considered. But this point is primarily concerned with another factor, which also goes beyond the arithmetic of mere numbers. This is the strategic role of the indispensable services performed by the proletariat in keeping society going. Of all the instruments of production, the greatest productive power is the revolutionary class itself, wrote Marx. 21. By the same token, This class is at the levers of economic power not by conscious decision but by its objective conditions of existence. The conscious decision concerns its willingness to put its hands on the levers. This is indisputably a question of great moment, but it arises because no other class has the choice. A qualification to this claim is the situation of the technological scientific employees of a sector of the economy, insofar as they are considered to be outside the working classes, untrue for most of them, from Marx's standpoint, or insofar as they are taken as a separate class by themselves, a view even harder to justify. In any case, the type of argument that can be made for the stratum and its potentiality only underlines the case for the working class as a whole. Experience shows that the whole of society quivers when the working class stirs. When a substantial sector of it undertakes a large-scale battle, the authorities react as to civil war, and this is true even on terrain far from revolution. It is true in spite of all the theses broadcast about the alleged fading away of the working class. So far the periodic announcements that the working class is obsolete, having been displaced by technology, automation, and so on, have not been reflected in the realities of social struggle. Behind all of the foregoing considerations is a generalized formulation which needs to be stated. It is perhaps most closely related to the third point. Marx's theory asserts that only the proletariat, by the conditions of its existence, embodies a social program pointing to an alternative to capitalism. However desperate a peasantry or a petty bourgeoisie may become, these classes cannot give society a lead in a new direction, not simply because of social psychological constraints, but because there is no social solution that effectively corresponds to these classes' interests while at the same time corresponding to the interests of society in general, including the preservation of the social fabric in time of dissolution and crisis. In contrast, the working class, as the bottom layer of the class system, cannot stir without objectively pointing to a program, even when it consciously rejects it, namely, the assumption of social responsibility by a democratically organized people, regardless of private interest, a program which, concretized, means the abolition of capitalism. In his letter to the Labour Parliament meeting in Manchester in 1854, Marx summarized in a sentence why the working classes of Great Britain, before all others, are competent and called for to act as leaders in the movement to emancipate labor. Such they are from the conscious clearness of their position, the vast superiority of their numbers, the disastrous struggles of their past, and the moral strength of their present. 22. By the same token, these and other characteristics are preconditions for the role of class leadership. As long as they are not present, the class is not fit to rule, as we shall see in the next chapter. In this light, it is not a question of how the proletariat can be deceived, betrayed, seduced, bought, brainwashed, or manipulated by the ruling powers of society, like every other class. The basic point is that it is the proletariat that it is crucial to deceive, seduce, and so on. In the same light, it is not a question of guarantees of victory, assurances of optimism, and other irrelevancies. Marx points, here, not there, is the arena of decision, the direction of hope. 3. Anatomy of the proletariat. The question just discussed, the ground for Marx's orientation toward the proletariat, has a negative counterpart. There were popular views about the proletariat that Marx rejected, including certain grounds for pro-working class sympathies. To begin with, Marx had to reject the pervasive philanthropism of the early socialists, who, as the Communist Manifesto eventually explained, are conscious of caring chiefly for the interests of the working class, as being the most suffering class. Only from the point of view of being the most suffering class does the proletariat exist for them. This was not primarily a sociological observation. In the case of the early socialists, the proletariat offers to them the spectacle of a class without any historical initiative or any independent political movement. 1. Pity and do-goodism, excellent attributes for charitably inclined ladies and gentlemen, stand in antithesis to the perspective of revolution. The desire to do good for the people is counterposed against the need for the people to do it themselves. 1. The rejection of illusions. Equally important was the fact that the revolutionaries' historical analysis relieved them of the natural impulse to harbor comforting illusions about the individuals or strata making up the chosen class, as if the latter was truly a chosen people. During Marx's youth, the propagandistic elocution about the people that emanated from the bourgeois revolutionary tradition of 89 and 93 had been transmogrified in the early socialist movement into philanthropic humanitarian rhetoric about the suffering proletariat. It can be read in great quantity, in perhaps its most attractive guise, in English Chartist literature. It can be seen in its most repulsive form in Eugene Sue's socialistic romances like The Mysteries of Paris. Idealization of proletarians, really artisanal workers for the most part, in the French communist clubs was reflected in the roseate glow of Marx's first reaction to meeting circles of genuine workers in Paris too. It was the development of his historical and theoretical analysis that freed him to be as tough-minded as necessary about the ignorance, backwardness, or venality of sections of the working class as it is, along with seeing their capacity for militancy, sacrifice, heroism, and other laudable qualities. This analysis, with the help of educational experience, also gave him another context, the capacity of the bourgeoisie and its intelligentsia to be outdone by no one in ignorance, backwardness, and venality, with less excuse. In fact, in another year Marx had disposed of this traditional approach. In The Holy Family he answered Bruno Bauer's diatribes against the masses in this way. When socialist writers ascribe this revolutionary world historic role to the proletariat, it is not at all, as critical criticism Bauer pretends to believe, because they regard the proletariat as gods. Rather the contrary. 3. The contrary was a great deal of overemphasis on the dehumanization of the proletariat, serving to underline the factors of objective necessity. The proletariat cannot emancipate itself without abolishing the conditions of its own life. It cannot abolish the conditions of its own life without abolishing all the inhuman conditions of life of society today which are summed up in its own situation. 4. The mythology that makes white knights out of horny-handed workers or Galahads out of certified proletarians was later elaborated by radical literati outslumming, but it has nothing to do with Marx. His correspondence, particularly with Engels, can yield a thick anthology of uninhibited damnations against workers and workers' groups, as well as against all other known classes, groups, and creeds, for behaving like asses, sheep, knaves, traitors, clowns, reactionaries, and renegades, all of which proves his impartial cantankerousness. During the American Civil War, Marx could offhandedly write Engels that England has disgraced herself more than any other country, the workers by their Christian slave nature, the bourgeois and aristocrats by their enthusiasm for slavery. 5. And later rebound to enthusiasm for English workers' support to the North. In a letter to Marx, Engels commented on the education of the Chartist leftist Ernest Jones. Without our doctrine he would never have found out how on the one hand the instinctive class hatred of the workers against the industrial bourgeoisie, the sole possible basis for the reorganization of the Chartist party, can not only be retained but even widened, developed, and made to serve as the foundation of enlightening propaganda, and how on the other hand one can be progressive all the same and oppose the reactionary cravings of the workers and their prejudices. 6. To call the proletariat a revolutionary class is a condensation. It means a class with the historical potential of making a revolution. It is a label for a social drive. It is not a description of current events. This revolutionary class begins, like everybody else, by being filled with reactionary cravings and prejudices, otherwise the proletarian revolution would always be around the corner. Marx's theory looks on the proletariat as an objective agency of social revolution in the process of becoming. In this respect his conception of the proletariat as the historically revolutionary class is similar to his reiterated view that the bourgeoisie was such a revolutionary class in a previous era, in spite of its well-known timidity and narrow-mindedness. One of the illusions, therefore, that Marx combats is the illusion of the instant revolution. Put crudely it goes, if the proletariat is by nature revolutionary, then why doesn't it go and make a revolution? This unhistorical ultimatism crops up frequently in socialist history, but not as an outcome of Marx's theory. It typically reflects the impatience of bourgeois intellectuals who cannot afford to wait. Such was the case with the ultra-leftists in the Communist League after the failure of the revolution to sweep Europe in 1849. One of them wrote Marx in 1851, "Your warning that one should not harbor any illusions about the proletariat was really very well taken by me." Thereupon this fire-eater, who had been impatient for a good insurrection the year before, repudiated socialism in another year and wound up life as a minister of the Kaiser. 7. The proletariat is a part of bourgeois society, it is born and raised in the same slough. The problem of revolution begins there, it does not end. As Laura Marx once put it, in a letter to Engels, the rottenness of our society breaks out, there is no denying it, as well among the workmen as the Wilsons, referring to a French deputy symbolizing corruption, and a revolution is badly needed to sweep the world clean. 8. Over a long life Engels observed the corruption of workers, including revolutionary workers, by bourgeois society under various pressures. Commenting on the rife corruption of the social democracy's bourgeois intellectual parliamentarians in the 1880s, he thought back to a comparison with an old practical problem. The necessarily more or less bourgeois parliamentarians of the Social Democratic Party are an inevitable evil, just like the case of workers who are blacklisted by the bourgeoisie, hence left jobless, and who are saddled on the party as professional propagandists. The latter case was already rife in 1839 to 1848 among the Chartists, and I was able to observe it at that time. Give them a per diem allowance and they will go over to the dominant bourgeois and petty bourgeois or educated deputies. But all that will be overcome. My confidence in our proletariat is just as unqualified as my mistrust of the wholly rotten German Philistinetum is unbounded. 9. How will it be overcome? To the proletariat as process, maturation. So far we have often referred to the proletariat as if it constituted a homogeneous whole. All such global statements are approximations at best. Most of the problems of proletarian revolution stem from the massive role of divisions, disproportions, and disparities within the working classes, among its different sectors, and among its individuals. The process of overcoming these diversities and discords is a key part of the road to proletarian revolution. One can view this process as one of maturation. Maturation has several sides: physical, intellectual, emotional, and so on. Even in the simple case of an individual, so also in the case of a class, which is a more complex phenomenon. To mention a few prominent aspects. 1. There is the process of maturation of the objective conditions under which the proletariat develops, that is, the maturation of the economic system itself. 2. This is closely connected with the process of homogenization in the conditions of existence of different sectors of the working class, though this process is never complete. There are innumerable subdivisions of this problem, from the effect of labor aristocracies to the radicalizing, or alienating, effect of different occupations. We will have occasion to mention some in the course of illustrations. 3. In explaining Marx's theory of the state and social evolution, there is inevitable emphasis on the ruling ideas of the ruling class, the decisive effect of bourgeois domination on social outlooks. The working class, of course, is as subject to this effect as the rest of society. In fact, it is the chief target. The process of maturation is, in these terms, the process in which the working class frees itself from the impact of bourgeois power, propaganda, and socio-economic pressures. But all other differences aside, that part of the working class which is always under the strongest pressure from the bourgeois world is its leadership. As the interface between the proletariat and its dominators, working class leaders take the brunt of this pressure, and, like earth strata suffering from slippage, it is this layer that is most easily deformed by the resulting stresses and strains. The process of maturation demands an eye on the relation between the class and its leadership or representatives. 4. Finally, maturation is closely associated with the self-organization of the class. In fact, the latter can be viewed as the measuring rod of the former. Insofar as organization is the barometer of maturation, some of the problems of maturation will come up concretely below in chapters 4 and 5 on trade unionism. We begin here with the first and basic aspect of the question. The maturation of the proletariat goes hand in hand, if not step by step, with the level of development of the capitalist economy itself. There cannot be a strong proletariat without widespread or intensive industrialization. Contrariwise, weak development of industry and commerce implies an underdeveloped proletariat. In addition, disparities will arise in the stage of social development of the working class within a country and between countries. When the 1848 revolution broke out, Engels noted, both the bourgeoisie and the proletariat of Germany were more backward than the French and English. Like master, like man. The different stages of development induce different reactions to the revolutionary wave. Degree the working class movement itself never is independent, never is of an exclusively proletarian character until all the different factions of the middle class, that is, the bourgeoisie and particularly its most progressive faction, the large manufacturers, have conquered political power. 10. The big bourgeoisie, the large manufacturers, are more progressive in the basic economic sense that, by developing industry on a large scale, they also develop the social conditions for the growth, organization, and education of a modern proletariat, that is, they produce their own grave diggers. Now, in Germany the mass of the working class were employed, not by those modern manufacturing lords of which Great Britain furnishes such splendid specimens, but by small tradesmen, whose entire manufacturing system is a mere relic of the Middle Ages. And as there is an enormous difference between the great cotton lord and the petty cobbler or master tailor, so there is a corresponding distance from the wide-awake factory operative of modern manufacturing Babylons to the bashful journeyman tailor or cabinet maker of a small country town, who lives in circumstances and works after a plan very little different from those of the like sort of men some 500 years ago. 11. The lack of modern economic conditions, continues Engels, means a pretty equally general absence of modern ideas. In the Germany of 1848 a large part of the working class actually raised the cry for a return to the medieval guild system. Only a mere minority were even capable as yet of thinking in terms of their emancipation as a class. But after all, it was only 4 years before, with the uprisings of the Silesian and Bohemian textile workers, that a working class movement had come into existence in Germany at all. 12. Some 30 years later, by the 1880s, the picture in Germany was vastly different, and still changing. In letters Engels used to give the German party's editor, E. Bernstein, a sort of correspondence course in this question. In the immediate background was the problem of disparities within the working class movement, in the first place of opportunistic currents in the party, and of the relationship between radicalization and impoverishment in the mass. In one such letter Engels began by expressing his joy that the center of gravity of the movement has shifted from the semi-rural districts of Saxony into the big industrial cities. The mass of our people in Saxony consists of hand-weavers, who are doomed to extinction by the steam loom, and only drag out an existence on starvation wages through side jobs, gardening, toy carving, etc. These people are in an economically reactionary situation and represent a declining stage of production. Therefore they are, to say the least, not the natural-born representatives of revolutionary socialism to the same extent as the workers in large-scale industry. They are not on that account reactionary by nature, as, for instance, the remnants of the hand-weavers here in England finally became the hardcore of the conservative working men, but they are unreliable in the long run. Especially also because of their terribly miserable condition, which makes them far less capable of resistance than the urban workers, and because of their dispersion, which makes it easier to enslave them than the people of the big towns. In view of the facts given in the Social Democrat, the heroism with which these poor devils have still held out in such numbers is indeed to be admired. But misery and militancy do not add up to the historic mission of the proletariat. But they are not the right kind of nucleus for a great national movement. Under certain circumstances, as from 1865 to 1870, their misery makes them more immediately responsive to socialist views than the big city people. But the same misery also makes them unreliable. A drowning man grasps at every straw, and cannot wait for the rescuing boat to cast off from shore. The boat is the socialist revolution, the straw is the protective tariff and Bismarckian state socialism. It is indicative that in our old districts it is almost only the conservatives that have any chance against us. And if Kaiser opportunist social democratic deputy could perpetuate such an absurdity as the protective tariff business, without the others daring to come right out against it, the trouble lies, as Babel himself wrote me, nowhere else than among the voters, especially Kaisers. Now everything is different. Berlin, Hamburg, Breslau, Leipzig, Dresden, Mainz, Offenbach, Barmen, Elberfeld, Solingen, Nuremberg, Frankfurt, Hanau, plus Chemnitz, and the Erzgebirge districts that provides an entirely different foothold. The class which is revolutionary because of its economic position has become the nucleus of the movement. Point 13. The last sentence emphasizes that objective social situation is the basic factor conditioning the revolutionary maturation of the proletariat, though other elements may bring about conjunctural radicalization, misery, for example. The unstable radicalism of the old declining crafts was also one of the chief weaknesses of the First International in Britain, since the International's base lay more among these crafts than in heavy industry. Point 14. Engels was often more interested in the political consequences of these patterns than in the theory of development. It should not be thought that the problem was simply abstract. We cannot draw the mass of the nation over to us without this mass gradually developing itself. Frankfurt, Munich, Königsberg cannot suddenly become as pronouncedly proletarian as Saxony, Berlin, the mining industry districts. The petty bourgeois elements among the leaders will temporarily find in the masses, here and there, the background they lacked hitherto. What has hitherto been a reactionary current among individuals can now reproduce itself as a necessary element of development locally among the masses. This would make change in tactics necessary, in order to lead the masses farther along without thereupon leaving the bad leaders on top. Point 15. All this emphasizes the objective side of the development. But the social historic process is naturally accompanied by changes in consciousness, social psychology. Another way of looking at both aspects is suggested by the concept of bourgeoisification. 3. Bourgeoisification, modernizing aspect. The term bourgeoisification may suggest the image of a virginally uncorrupted proletariat being debauched by a pathological process. The historical reality is not that simple-minded. The proletariat comes into the world in an already bourgeoisified milieu, and outside this milieu the main alternatives are simply more reactionary pre-bourgeois conditions and ideas. But the proletariat does not arrive panoplied in full modernity any more than does the bourgeoisie. It evolves over a historical era from more backward conditions, trailing the old consciousness as well. As society itself is bourgeoisified, so too is the proletariat, that is, developed into the modern working class typical of bourgeois society. At this stage, bourgeoisification also means progress and maturation. For a whole transitional era, complained Marx and Engels, German society all classes, hence also the proletariat, remained under the sign of the pigtail, symbol of pre-bourgeois backwardness. As Engels explained, degree a country cannot pass through 200 years like what 1648-1848 were for Germany without leaving a small impression of the Philistine even on the working class. Our revolution of 48-49 was too short and too incomplete to wipe that out altogether. 16. As the proletariat, pushed forward by its social situation, emerges from this miasma, elements still bound to the past stand in the way, even inside the movement, says Engels. From the outset we have fought to the utmost against the petty bourgeois Philistine mentality within the party, because this mentality, developed since the 30 Years' War, has taken hold of all classes in Germany, and become a hereditary German evil, sister of servility, of the spirit of subservience and of all hereditary German vices. This is what has made us Germans ridiculous and contemptible abroad. It is the main cause of the flabbiness and weak character predominating among us. It reigns on the throne as often as in the cobbler's lodge. Only since a modern proletariat has been formed in Germany, only since then has a class developed there that is hardly at all affected by this hereditary German plague, and that has shown a free outlook, energy, humor, tenacity in struggle. And shouldn't we fight against every attempt to artificially inoculate this healthy class, the only healthy class in Germany, with the old hereditary poison of Philistine narrow-mindedness and Philistine slackness? 17. It happens that Engels' target here is the reformist leadership of the Social Democratic Party itself, but he is not describing them as merely bearers of bourgeoisification, for the bourgeois intelligentsia, like the bourgeoisie, was also infected with the hereditary German plague. Under German conditions, the debilitating consciousness they promoted derived also from earlier influences, as did the flabbiness of the German bourgeoisie itself in face of the Bismarckian state. A distinction must be made therefore. A modernized proletariat develops along with the bourgeoisification of society, but whether this means a bourgeoisified proletariat, in the pejorative sense, is another matter, for this modern proletariat arrives in struggle with the bourgeoisie. In another letter directed against the reformist leadership, Engels likewise counterposed the influence of modernizing forces on the proletariat against the narrow backwardness of social relations in the country. I never concealed the fact that in my opinion the masses in Germany are much better than the gentlemen who are their leaders. Germany is an atrocious country for people who have little willpower. The narrowness and pettiness of civil as well as political conditions, the small town character of even the big cities, the small but constantly increasing pettifoggeries in the struggle with police and bureaucracy, all this enervates instead of spurring on to resistance, and so in this big children's nursery, as Heine put it, many become childish themselves. Petty conditions beget petty outlooks, so that it takes great understanding and energy for anyone living in Germany to see beyond the immediate, to keep one's eye on the large-scale interconnection of world events, and not to fall into that self-complacent objectivity which sees no further than its nose, and precisely for that reason is the most narrow-minded subjectivity even when it is shared by thousands of such subjects. This trend must be fought resolutely. And here the mass of workers themselves furnish the best point of support. They alone live in Germany under approximately modern conditions. All their afflictions, big and small, are centered on oppression by capital, and whereas all other struggles in Germany, both social and political, are petty and trivial and revolve around trivialities which elsewhere have long been settled, their struggle is the only one with grandeur, the only one that is up to the mark of the times, the only one that does not enervate the fighters but supplies them with ever new energy. 18. The same pattern could be seen in France, though it was more modernized than Germany. There the mass legacy from the pre-bourgeois past was the peasantry, and sectors of the proletariat were continuously being recruited from this source. A worker did not become a modern proletarian the day after he left the farm in the Franche-Comté and got a job in a Paris workshop. This could be seen on a big scale, especially when Bonaparte's prefect for Paris, Haussmann, carried through an urban renewal project in Paris involving much building and boulevard construction, work that gave new employment to building trades workers, thus buying them off as supporters of the Second Empire. This was the source of the imperialistic Bonapartist, Haussmannist building trade proletariat stemming from the peasants, which Bonaparte created in the big towns, wrote Engels. 19. These new minted proletarians were yesterday's peasants, therefore peasants still in consciousness, and a more easily manipulated base than an experienced working class. England, the most modern society in Europe, was also notoriously encrusted with traditionalism in thought as well as customs. In any case, the process of organizing the proletariat, reaching full maturation, was also a process of eliminating traditional prejudices. This workers' party is only just being formed in England. Its elements are still occupied with casting off traditional prejudices of every sort, bourgeois, old trade unionist, and even doctrinaire socialists, so that they may finally be able to get together on a basis common to all of them. 20. There is still another complication, a countervailing factor arising from pre-bourgeois conditions. While big industry is still developing, therefore still dislocating the status quo, and bringing unaccustomed problems and evils, there is a special impetus given to struggle by the newly proletarianized masses. The class struggles here in England, too, wrote Engels to an American, were more turbulent during the period of development of large-scale industry and died down just in the period of England's undisputed industrial domination of the world. In Germany, too, the development of large-scale industry since 1850 coincides with the rise of the socialist movement, and it will be no different, probably, in America. It is the revolutionizing of all traditional relations by industry as it develops that also revolutionizes people's minds. Point 21. It is the flux, the climate, of instability, the feeling that if so much can change, anything else can, that provides this factor. Our great advantage is that with us in Germany the industrial revolution is only now in full swing, whereas in France and England it is settled in the main. The great mass of the people grow up in the conditions in which they have later to live, they are accustomed to them, even the fluctuations and crises have become something they take almost for granted. Then there is the remembrance of the unsuccessful attempts of previous movements. With us, on the other hand, everything is still in full flow. Point 22. This thought appeared in another letter to Germany, but in a wider context. In England and France the transition to large-scale industry is thus pretty much completed. The conditions under which the proletariat exists have already become stable. For a new revolt against capitalist production a new and more powerful impulse is required, say, the dethronement of England from its present dominance in the world market, or a particular revolutionary situation in France. Point 23. In this passage one gets a view of the three stages involved: the stage of transition, to full bourgeoisification of society, which we have been discussing in this section, the stage of relative stability of the system, and the stage of downturn, which, for England, was to be marked especially by its loss of hegemony in the world market. For bourgeoisification, sharing the feast. It was in the middle stage of bourgeois society that a proletariat could most easily be bourgeoisified. It is an expensive business, the capitalist class must first be able to afford it. From a short-term view, periods of prosperity are most conducive, since there is more to trickle down. The upswing of the Bonapartist regime was an example for Engels. With the temporary prosperity and the prospect for the gloire de l'Empire, the French workers seem to be clean bourgeoisified after all. It will take a harsh chastisement by crises if they are soon to become capable of anything again. Point 24. The effects of the Second Empire's economic changes far outlasted the emperor. Degree the transformation of Paris into a Luxusstadt luxury city under the Second Empire could not help taking effect on the working class too. But any serious movement will shake off a good deal of that. The effect upon the intellect of the masses, I am afraid, will be more lasting. Point 25. In England, during the doldrums of the 1850s, the liberal bourgeois are making use of the prosperity or semi-prosperity to buy the proletariat, with an ex-socialist acting as broker. Point 26. We often find that such comments by Engels on the bourgeoisification of proletarian consciousness have to do with parliamentary politics. The workers follow the bourgeois parties. In the 1860s, everywhere the proletariat is the degree tag, rag, and bobtail degree of the official parties, and it is the Tories rather than the Liberals who have gained from the increase in the urban workers' vote. This has its good side. But it remains a desperate certificate of poverty for the English proletariat all the same. The parson has shown unexpected power, and so has cringing before degree respectability degree. Not a single working class candidate had a ghost of a chance, but degree my Lord Tom not a degree or any parvenu snob could have the workers' votes with pleasure. 27. Even in the 1890s, when this sad state of affairs was changing rapidly, Engels was as ready to express his impatience at the English workers with their sense of fancied national superiority, with their essentially bourgeois ideas and views, with the narrow-mindedness of their practical outlook, with their leaders who are strongly infected with parliamentary corruption, though he immediately added, but things are moving forward for all that. 28. For the old-line trade unionists were now being overshadowed by the militant new unionism, and when Engels rejoiced over the defeat of the bourgeois Labour Party, this term means the bourgeois-minded tendency in the trade union movement, not a political party. Point 29. In America, the relative absence of a feudal past is part of the reason why the pressure to think like a bourgeois is so strong. There are the special American conditions, the ease with which the surplus population is drained off to the farms, the necessarily rapid and rapidly growing prosperity of the country, which makes bourgeois conditions look like a beau ideal to them, and so forth. Point 30. Especially with regard to England, there was a long-term factor that overshadowed the short-term pattern of boom and bust. This, as Engels emphasized many times over several decades, was England's economic monopoly position on the world market, the profits of which trickled down to its working class and muted its struggle. As early as 1856 Engels had noted this effect in the specific case of Ireland. Ireland may be regarded as the first English colony, and one can already notice here that the so-called liberty of English citizens is based on the oppression of the colonies. 31. As he and Marx were to reiterate later, the loss of Ireland could be decisive for precipitating the whole of English society into crisis. Colonies were a special form of super-exploitation, but economically England's industrial superiority levied an exploitive toll on the whole world. As England headed into a new upswing, Engels recognized this as a long-term factor of bourgeoisification. The English proletariat is actually becoming more and more bourgeois, so that this most bourgeois of all nations is apparently aiming ultimately at the possession of a bourgeois aristocracy and a bourgeois proletariat alongside the bourgeoisie. For a nation which exploits the whole world, this is of course to a certain extent justifiable. 32. In this letter to Marx, Engels was adding a certain heightened color to the formulation, but he was going to repeat the essential ideas both in articles and letters. 33. The absence of a separate working-class political party in England, he wrote in 1874, is understandable in a country in which the working class has shared more than anywhere else in the advantages of the immense expansion of its large-scale industry. Nor could it have been otherwise in an England that ruled the world market. 34. He looked forward to America's encroachment on English-dominated trade. Degree the fact cannot be longer shirked that England's industrial monopoly is fast on the wane. But what is to become of the hands when England's immense export trade begins to shrink down every year instead of expanding? It will do one great thing: it will break the last link which still binds the English working class to the English middle class. This link was their common working of a national monopoly. That monopoly once destroyed, the British working class will be compelled to take in hand its own interests, its own salvation, and to make an end of the wages system. Let us hope it will not wait until then. 35. We see it was not a question of fatalistic resignation but of looking facts in the face, as he stressed in the same article. It was also a question of accounting for reality as well as facing it. In the midst of a report on the antics of the English socialist sects, he explained that apart from the unexpected, a really general workers' movement will come into existence here in England only when the workers feel that England's world monopoly is broken. Participation in the domination of the world market was and is the economic basis of the political nullity of the English workers. 36. And this reality shows up ideologically as bourgeoisification. You ask me what the English workers think about colonial policy. Well, exactly the same as they think about politics in general, the same as the bourgeois think. There is no workers' party here, you see. There are only conservatives and liberal radicals, and the workers gaily share the feast of England's monopoly of the world market and the colonies. 37. Sharing the feast is a key idea. Insofar as the proletariat does get a sufficient share of the feast, the class struggle will be muted, Marx expected. But it is not only a question of the class as a whole. We have already mentioned that the proletariat's interface with the bourgeoisie, its leadership, is inevitably under the greatest social pressure. On a somewhat less ideological level, it must also be stressed that it is much easier for the bourgeoisie to share the feast with a restricted sector of the working class than with the whole. This understandable strategy applies to several such sectors, especially the labor aristocracy, as we shall see, but it applies most forcibly to that thin section of the proletariat which is both indispensable and specially exposed, leaders. It would be a mistake to see this solely in cash terms, a worse mistake to see the problem as simple bribery. Such cases, while frequent enough, are least interesting. Even where money is directly involved, its power can be exerted publicly or semi-publicly. When Engels wrote that the leaders of the English movement are almost all petty unreliable fellows, while the two big bourgeois parties stand there, purse in hand, on the lookout for someone they can buy, 38, he was referring to the purchase of labor leaders by financing their candidacy for parliament. If elsewhere he describes trade union leaders as venal, verkauflich, 39, the word is more social than moral, it means ready to be bought off. But the more profound respect in which a labor leadership is bought off is not by money at all, but by social cooptation, which naturally may be accompanied by perquisites. Marx called the turn on two trade union leaders who were still active in the General Council of the International when he observed, to Engels, that they are both possessed with a mania for compromise and a thirst for respectability. 40, when both openly embraced bourgeois respectability, after the to-do of the respectables over the Paris Commune, it was not because they were being paid in money. The trade union candidates co-opted by the liberals, wrote Engels, are so-called workers' representatives, that is, those people who are forgiven their being members of the working class because they themselves would like to drown their quality of being workers in the ocean of their liberalism. 41. Even where Engels refers broadly to the working class, he often has the leadership more specifically in mind. The most repulsive thing here in England is the bourgeois respectability which has grown deep into the bones of the workers. The division of society into innumerable strata, each recognized without question, each with its own pride but also its inborn respect for its betters and superiors, is so old and firmly established that the bourgeois still find it fairly easy to get their bait accepted. I am not at all sure, for instance, that John Burns is not secretly prouder of his popularity with Cardinal Manning, the Lord Mayor, and the bourgeoisie in general than of his popularity with his own class. And even Tom Mann, whom I regard as the best of the lot, is fond of mentioning that he will be lunching with the Lord Mayor. If one compares this with the French, one realizes what a revolution is good for after all. 42. This sort of thing does not happen because a John Burns is more corruptible than any other John, for it is only workers' leaders who get invited to lunch with Lord Mayors, they are in the exposed positions. As it happened, a few years later Burns broke with socialism and rose rapidly to become a liberal nonentity, today footnoted in history only because of the past he repudiated. On the other hand, Tom Mann later got better acquainted with his lordship's jails than with his cuisine. As Engels had remarked in another connection, unfortunately it seems to be a law of the proletarian movement that everywhere a section of the workers' leaders necessarily goes bad. 44. In the last analysis, it is misleading to consider something called bourgeoisification as an independent phenomenon. It is a useful term especially for the more extreme manifestations of a bourgeois mentality and of co-optation to a bourgeois lifestyle, but at bottom the characteristics and pressures it denotes are mainly the negative side of the proletariat's maturation toward class consciousness. In a bourgeois society, everything is more or less bourgeoisified. Debourgeoisification is the negative way of saying revolutionization. Marx's comment on that subject in 1863 was pitched in terms that he also applied to revolution as the locomotive of history. How soon the English workers will free themselves from their apparent bourgeois infection one must wait and see. Only the small German petty bourgeois would imagine that in developments of such magnitude 20 years are more than a day, though later on days may come again in which 20 years are embodied. 46. 5. Internal division. The splitting up of the working class into antagonistic fractions, and the overcoming of this split, are crucial to the process leading to proletarian revolution. A survey of differences inside the working class would show a very long list of important points of short-term and long-term conflict inside the class, about as much as beset the capitalist class. 47. All of them are rooted in, and some concern only, intra-class competition for livelihood. Marx stated this pattern very early, as the basis for a long-range view of proletarian development. Competition separates individuals from one another, not only the bourgeois but still more the workers, in spite of the fact that it brings them together. Hence it is a long time before these individuals can unite, apart from the fact that for the purpose of this union, if it is not to be merely local, the necessary means, the big industrial cities and cheap and quick communications, have first to be produced by large-scale industry. Hence every organized power standing over against these isolated individuals, who live in conditions daily reproducing this isolation, can only be overcome after long struggles. To demand the opposite would be tantamount to demanding that competition should not exist in this definite epoch of history, or that the individuals should banish from their minds conditions over which in their isolation they have no control. 48. Many of these areas of competition are more important as trade union problems than for present purposes, but the type of internal conflict which we take for illustration here is also one that traditionally has racking political effects. This is the antagonisms among different groups, taken by ethnic or national origin, color, creed, or other division, within the proletariat of a single country. This question has a long dark history. We will give a couple of brief illustrations. 1. Irish workers in England. Marx saw this problem as intimately linked to the need for Ireland's liberation from English rule, which, by draining Ireland economically, forced its surplus labor into the English market, and thus forces down wages and lowers the moral and material condition of the English working class. And most important of all, every industrial and commercial centre in England now possesses a working class divided into two hostile camps, English proletarians and Irish proletarians. The ordinary English worker hates the Irish worker as a competitor who lowers his standard of life. In relation to the Irish worker, he feels himself a member of the ruling nation and so turns himself into a tool of the aristocrats and capitalists of his country against Ireland, thus strengthening their domination over himself. 49. From these economic sources bloom the poison flowers of national hatreds. The English workers' attitude toward the Irish is much the same as that of the poor whites to the niggers in the former slave states of the USA. The Irishman pays him back with interest in his own money. He sees in the English worker at once the accomplice and the stupid tool of the English rule in Ireland. From these national hatreds, the bourgeoisie gains a comfortable position for exploiting both of them. This antagonism is artificially kept alive and intensified by the press, the pulpit, the comic papers, in short, by all the means at the disposal of the ruling classes. This antagonism is the secret of the impotence of the English working class, despite its organization. It is the secret by which the capitalist class maintains its power. And that class is fully aware of it. 50. As a consequence of this analysis, one of the main fields of activity of the International in England, under Marx's leadership, was the struggle of the Irish workers, who were well represented in the General Council. There were successes, reporting an important demonstration, held in spite of a police ban, Engels related. This is the first time an Irish demonstration has been held in Hyde Park. It was very successful. It is also the first time the English and Irish sections of our population have united in friendship. These two elements of the working class, whose enmity towards each other was so much in the interests of the government and wealthy classes, are now offering one another the hand of friendship. This gratifying fact is due principally to the influence of the last General Council of the International, which has always directed all its efforts to unite the workers of both peoples on a basis of complete equality. 51. The ethnic antagonism, rooted in economic competition, could be dissolved only by joint struggle, which was the road to maturation. 2. Black workers in the United States. Irish workers were the niggers of England, as we have seen Marx mention above, but it was the American case that provided the biggest arena for this pattern of exploitation. It is in the U.S. melting pot that the widest variety of racial and national conflicts have been kept boiling. The effect was to split the proletariat and corrupt the socialist movement, which was also shot through with anti-Chinese racism as the importation of Chinese cheap labor undercut working conditions. Our concern here is not with justice for the oppressed, but something else. Just as the liberation of Ireland was a necessity for English freedom from capitalist rule, So also Marx saw the special oppression of black labor in the United States as a life and death problem of the class struggle of the entire working class. In the United States of North America, every independent movement of the workers was paralyzed so long as slavery disfigured a part of the republic. Labor with a white skin cannot emancipate itself where labor with a black skin is branded. But out of the death of slavery a new life at once arose. The first fruit of the Civil War was the 8 Hours Agitation, 52. During the Civil War, one of the bases for Marx's support to Northern victory was the thesis that the enslavement of blacks also meant the super-exploitation of white workers. If slavery spread to new states, argued Marx in 1861, then the slave system would infect the whole Union. In the northern states, where Negro slavery is in practice unworkable, the white working class would gradually be forced down to the level of helotry. This would accord with the loudly proclaimed principle that only certain races are capable of freedom, and as the actual labor is the lot of the Negro in the South, so in the North it is the lot of the German and the Irishman, or their direct descendants. 53. In the United States, the English-Irish antagonism became intertwined with native immigrant and black-white antagonisms in one cluster of internecine hatreds that was the bulwark of the Democratic Party, to which Marx referred as this conservative and degree black-like degree element. 54. In the first place, Marx linked transatlantic tension between England and America with the latter's growing Irish population. The English and American governments, or the classes they represent, play on these feelings in order to perpetuate the covert struggle between the United States and England. This tension also provides England with a pretext for maintaining a big standing army, which, if need be, as has happened before, can be used against the English workers after having done its military training in Ireland. 55. In the United States, the Irish made their way up over the backs of the blacks. When, in the 1862 elections, after the Republicans had finally come out for the abolition of slavery, the Democrats made gains in New York and elsewhere, Marx pointed to some elements in the ethnic pattern. The city of New York, mightily torn apart by the Irish mob, actively involved in the slave trade up to recent times, the seat of the American money market, and full of owners of mortgages on southern plantations, was from time immemorial decisively Democratic, just as Liverpool is still pro-Tory today. The Irishman sees in the Negro a dangerous competitor. The sturdy farmers of Indiana and Ohio hate the Negro in second place after the slaveholder. To them he is a symbol of slavery and the debasement of the working class, and the Democratic press daily threatens them with an inundation of their territories by the nigger. 56. The Democratic Party, the bulwark of black oppression in this period, flourished especially on the basis of pullulating ethnic antagonism splitting the working class. The German and Irish workers whom Marx had referred to in 1861 were succeeded by immigrant waves of Italians, East Europeans, Chinese, and others, and the melting pot became a steaming cauldron of ethnic hostilities as each stratum was educated to trample on the lower in accordance with the American way of life. Engels offered a summary view in 1892. Your great obstacle in America, it seems to me, lies in the exceptional position of the native workers. Up to 1848 one could only speak of the permanent working class as an exception. The small beginnings of it in the cities in the East always had still the hope of becoming farmers or bourgeois. Now a working class has developed and has also to a great extent organized itself on trade union lines. But it still takes up an aristocratic attitude and wherever possible leaves the ordinary badly paid occupations to the immigrants, of whom only a small section enter the aristocratic trades. But these immigrants are divided into different nationalities and understand neither one another nor, for the most part, the language of the country. And your US bourgeoisie knows much better even than the Austrian government how to play off one nationality against the other, Jews, Italians, Bohemians, etc., against Germans and Irish, and each one against the other, so that differences in the standard of life of different workers exist, I believe, in New York to an extent unheard of elsewhere. And added to this is the total indifference of a society which has grown up on a purely capitalist basis, without any comfortable feudal background, towards the human beings who succumb in the competitive struggle, there will be plenty more, and more than we want, of these damned Dutchmen, Irishmen, Italians, Jews, and Hungarians, and, to cap it all, John Chinaman stands in the background who far surpasses them all in his ability to live on next to nothing. In such a country, continually renewed waves of advance, followed by equally certain setbacks, are inevitable. 57. A year later Engels made the same point in the course of explaining to a correspondent why the American movement was still so backward. Besides the two-party system and the influence of economic prosperity. Then, and more especially, immigration, which divides the workers into two groups, the native-born and the foreigners, and the latter in turn into, 1. The Irish, 2. The Germans, 3. The many small groups, each of which understands only itself, Czechs, Poles, Italians, Scandinavians, etc. And then the Negroes. To form a single party out of these requires quite unusually powerful incentives. Often there is a sudden violent élan, but the bourgeoisie need only wait passively, and the dissimilar elements of the working class fall apart again. 58. There is an especially big gap in this area between the relative simplicity of theory and the difficulties of practice. Marx's theory points to vitally important problems and choices for a proletarian movement, but the theoretical role of ethnic antagonisms is the least mystery of all. 6. A class for all classes. We saw that in the course of the young Marx's development, the adoption of an orientation toward the proletariat as the revolutionary class first had to solve the problem posed by Hegel's position, which counterposed classes with particular, selfish, interests against a universal class which stood for the general interests of society against all particularism. Marx not only rejected the notion that the state bureaucracy was such a universal class, but also the idea that any class embodied society's universal interest in some eternal way. The universal class, in a given historical context, was one whose own interests were such as to coincide with the transformation needed by society as a whole. In this sense, he nominated the proletariat as the universal class of the coming era, hence the class agent of revolution. 59. Although the formulation later became less Hegelian, the basic idea did not change for Marx in subsequent writings, and reappeared in virtually every stage of his theoretical formation. In the period leading up to the Communist Manifesto it is restated several times. In the Paris manuscripts, the aim is the emancipation of the workers, not that their emancipation alone is at stake, but because the emancipation of the workers contains universal human emancipation, and it contains this, because the whole of human servitude is involved in the relation of the worker to production. 60. Likewise in the Holy Family and the German ideology. When the proletariat is victorious, by no means does it thereby become the absolute side of society, for it is victorious only by abolishing transcending itself and its opposite. 61. If self-interest properly understood is the principle of all morality, then the point is for men's private interest to coincide with the interest of humanity. 62. Class divisions cannot be abolished until a class has formed which no longer has any particular class interest to assert against the ruling class. 63. A revolutionary class must present its interest as the communal interest of all members of society, it must give its ideas the form of universality. It comes forward from the outset, not as a class but as the representative of the whole society, it makes its appearance as the whole mass of society confronting the one ruling class. 64. The Communist Manifesto put it that, in conquering political power, the proletariat must raise itself to the position of the national class, changed in the more Engels English version to the leading class of the nation. To avoid misunderstanding, it must constitute itself as the nation, thus it is itself still national, though not in the sense of the bourgeoisie. 65. 2 years later, the proletariat is a class in which the revolutionary interests of society are concentrated. 66. Formulations of this idea keep cropping up. 67. And merge into the well-known conception about the eventual abolition of all class distinctions in the new society ushered in by proletarian victory. In all this Marx and Engels were emphasizing that they did not become partisans of the proletarian revolution because they had become partisans of the proletariat as a particular class, or of the class interests narrowly peculiar to it. This is a distinction which has to be understood with some precision. It will help to counterpose Marx's approach to two others which he rejected. 1. Marx rejected the kind of pro-worker sympathy which limits its horizon to the narrow, class-bound, corporative interests of the proletariat as it exists today under capitalism. The latter approach may lead to pure and simple trade unionism or bread and butter reform, on the one hand, or on the other, to the kind of professional proletarian, Oevrierisme, which became prominent in the syndicalist movement, counterposing proletarian interests to universal social concerns. 68. 2. Equally alien to Marx is the apparently opposite approach, which sees only the ideal goal of universal human emancipation, divorced from the actual class struggle, and held by high-minded men of goodwill untainted by class considerations. In short, Marx's theory aims to integrate proletarian class interests and universal social interests. This integration is possible only for the revolutionary class of the era. It is necessary in order to broaden the social base of proletarian revolution. 7. Revolutionizing the revolutionary class. There is a final problem Marx had to solve, the solution to which is the capstone of his theory of revolution. The young Marx began, like all other socialists of the time, with the proletarian seen as victim. Emphasizing, and at first exaggerating, the proletariat's total estrangement from the rest of society, he rang changes on its dehumanization as part of a Hegelian pattern whereby only complete dehumanization can negate itself into complete realization of humanity, and so forth. 69. This was suitable for philosophic theses, but the Hegelian dialectic had no solution for the political difficulty this talk creates. It makes a workable argument for intellectuals denouncing the system for brutifying the people, but can one expect these poor brutes to make a revolution, let alone build a new society? Even if the exaggerated language is dropped, it is still true, not only of the proletariat but of the upper classes and scornful intellectuals, that all strata of the population under a stultifying system are mentally crippled by the ruling ideas they absorb, are cramped by tradition and habit into patterns of acquiescence. You expect these wretches to make a revolution? Marx's answer is, no. These people as they are cannot make a revolution or build a new world. They will have to be changed and transformed before they are fit to take power or wield it. But they will not be changed by preachments, books, leaders, or commands. They will become fit to rule only through their own struggle, a course of struggles against intolerable conditions, to change the conditions and thus change themselves. On the one hand, then, it is important for Marx to point to the goal of proletarian revolution now, not waiting until a new and fit generation has arisen, since no such happy result will ever eventuate if the struggle is not begun before it has a possibility of being consummated. On the other hand, the same principle shows how a revolutionary can maintain an objective and cold-eyed view of the defects and inadequacies of the class, without illusions, since only such an attitude comprises the need for change. The principle is so basic that even before he was a socialist, Marx knew that if a child is told not to walk until it is able to walk, it will never be able to walk 70. As in so many other questions, the first suggestions of this view appear dimly in the Holy Family and then come out full-blown in the German ideology. The former made tentative efforts to get out of the dilemma without quite hitting the point dead center. Thus, to use an expression of Hegel's, the proletariat is, in its abasement, the revolt against this very abasement, a revolt to which it is necessarily driven by the contradiction between its human nature and its life situation, which is the open, decisive, and comprehensive negation of that nature. 71. It does a little better later, by noting the relation between self-change and organization against opposition. In the German ideology, the new principle is present in clear statements. We have already quoted one such passage in chapter 1.74, then even more forcefully. Both for the production on a mass scale of this communist consciousness, and for the success of the cause itself, the alteration of men on a mass scale is necessary, an alteration which can only take place in a practical movement, a revolution. The revolution is necessary, therefore, not only because the ruling class cannot be overthrown in any other way, but also because the class overthrowing it can only in a revolution succeed in ridding itself of all the old crap and become fitted to found society anew. 75. The point is made yet again, this time against a challenge by Max Stirner. A society cannot be made new, said Stirner, so long as those of whom it consists and who constitute it remain as of old. This is the old static dilemma. Marx replies that the communist proletarians do not remain as of old. The tireless propaganda work carried on by these proletarians, their daily discussions among themselves in the communist clubs, sufficiently prove how little they themselves want to remain as of old and how little they in general want people to remain as of old. They know too well that only under changed circumstances will they cease to be as of old, and therefore they are determined to change these circumstances at the first opportunity. In revolutionary activity the changing of oneself coincides with the changing of circumstances. 76. Marx then calls it this great dictum: revolutionary activity changes you as you change conditions. Marx and Engels held it up as a measuring rod in the first days after the outbreak of the Revolution of 1848. In Berlin the people who made the March 18th revolution were soon quieted by the king's promises. This, wrote Engels, is the clearest proof that revolutionary struggle was needed, to educate people so easily duped. Not only the state, its citizens too had to be revolutionized. Their submissiveness could only be shed in a sanguinary liberation struggle. 77. The revolution gave the people new liberties and arms, but that, however, is not yet the main result. The people that fought and won on the barricades is an altogether different people from the one that assembled before the castle on March 18 to be enlightened about the meaning of the concessions obtained, by the attacks of the dragoons. It is capable of altogether different things, it has an altogether different stance with relation to the government. The most important conquest of the revolution is the revolution itself. 78. Engels shortly found that the Berliners had not changed so drastically so quickly. The principle was still the measuring rod of the limitations of the March Revolution. Its greatest shortcoming is that it has not revolutionized the Berliners. 79. This, it turned out, was the epitaph of the revolution in Germany. Summing up the events in France, in 1850, Marx buried illusions with the statement that the workers were still incapable of accomplishing their tasks. Conditions would become ripe only when the proletariat was pushed to the van in England, which dominated the world market. The revolution, which finds here not its end but its organizational beginning, is no short-winded revolution. The present generation is like the Jews whom Moses led through the wilderness. It has not only a new world to conquer, it must go under in order to make room for the men who are equal to coping with a new world. 80. Praising an economic study by a working tailor, Marx made the point: before the proletariat wins its victory on the barricades and battle lines, it announces the coming of its rule by a series of intellectual victories. 81. Among the conquests on the road to revolution is the development of working-class intellectuals, to use a later phrase. Later that year Engels echoed the view at a Chartist banquet where the continental émigrés were urged to unite. Engels, in replying to this speech, writes, Skoyen, made plain his and Marx's view that revolution would come only as the result of a long struggle, consummated by a new generation of men, a belief which smacked of apostasy to the majority of the emigration, still desperately dreaming of imminent action. 82. 2 decades later, Engels had a similar point to make about the still backward Spanish working class, leading, however, to an affirmative perspective in politics. The new Republican government in Madrid called for elections to a constituent. What position was the International to take? Spain is so backward a country industrially that immediate complete emancipation of the working class is still entirely out of the question. Before it gets that far, Spain must pass through various preliminary stages of development and clear away quite a number of obstacles. The Republic offered an opportunity to compress the course of these preliminary stages into the shortest possible period of time, and to rapidly eliminate these obstacles. But this opportunity could be made use of only through the active political intervention of the Spanish working class. The mass of workers felt this, everywhere they pressed for participation in the event, insisting that the opportunity be utilized to take action, instead of leaving the field free to the action and intrigues of the possessing classes, as heretofore. 83. The maturation of the proletariat was not a detached process, like the training of plants in a greenhouse before being exposed to the rigors of weather. This maturation took place only by getting into struggle, it was hastened by political storms. But it could not be simply skipped. The anarchist policy of abstention from politics, immediate revolution or nothing, assured disaster. One of the schools of revolution was class politics independent of the ruling classes and parties. 8. To become fit to rule. The great dictum that revolutionary struggle changes the revolutionary was Marx's solution to the old static dilemma. In 1848 to 1849 the revolution had proved that the working class was not yet ready to cope, but it had also shown the difference between revolutionary and pre-revolutionary days. Struggle was the school in which the education took place, revolution speeded up the curriculum and enriched the course. In this vortex of movement in the revolution, in this torment of historical unrest, in this dramatic ebb and flow of revolutionary passions, hopes, and disappointments, the different classes of French society had to count their epochs of development in weeks where they had previously counted them in half-centuries. A considerable part of the peasants and of the provinces was revolutionized. 84. The peasants were revolutionized as disillusionments overwhelmed them with revolutionary speed. At this point Marx adds another great dictum, italicized, revolutions are the locomotives of history. 85. From this standpoint the failed revolution was not simply a negative fact. Defeats, the disastrous struggles of their past. 86 were a precondition for class leadership. The revolution of 1848 was a landmark in the process of self-changing and self-education that was equivalent to the production of a proletariat fit to rule. But only socialists with such a theory of revolution could look on it that way. Most of the 48ers faded away as the ground cooled, with more or less bluster. More rather than less bluster characterized the group in the Communist League, which broke with Marx at this time on the ground that one either made a revolution right away or went to sleep. Either way there was no question of a long-term perspective in which a class was fitted to cope. Well before this split, Marx had stated more than once that the time dimension of the revolutionary development had to be a lengthy one. Even in his address to the Communist League of March 1850, written while he still thought that the international revolutionary situation was continuing, he had warned that the German workers are not able to attain power and achieve their class interests without completely going through a lengthy revolutionary development, in the course of which they had the task of clarifying their minds as to what their class interests are. 87. We have also seen what he had written in his series of articles, The Class Struggles in France. But a minority group in the Central Committee of the League led by Schapper and Willich, supported by a majority of the London membership, had absorbed little of Marx's conception of revolution. For them, power boiled down to an act of will. There was nothing unexpected about this, since this was the traditional mindset of the old Jacobin-style revolutionism, sometimes called Blanquism after its best-known representative. It was the pre-Marx revolutionism of the European movement. These revolutionaries had no need for a lengthy period of self-change in the movement, since they did not really expect the class as such to move at all. The rule of the revolutionary band would be imposed by a coup de main, and a period of educational dictatorship would follow. This trend was brought out virulently by the stresses of émigré disappointments after a failed revolution. The concluding debate took place at a meeting of the League's Central Committee on September 15, 1850. In a speech Marx formulated the issue around a great dictum. In place of the critical outlook the minority substitutes a dogmatic one, in place of the materialist, an idealist one. Instead of the actual conditions, pure will becomes the drive wheel of the revolution for them. Whereas we tell the workers, you have 15, 20, 50 years of civil wars and people's struggles to go through, not only to change the conditions but in order to change yourselves and make yourselves fit for political rule, You say on the contrary, we must come to power right away, or else we might as well go to sleep. On the practical side, this principle on how the proletariat becomes fit for political rule also makes the revolutionary fit for waiting out and working through periods of non-revolutionary struggles. Marx had to refer to it again in writing on two subsequent defeats of the French working class, each of which ushered in a difficult period for the socialists. In his study of Bonaparte's accession to power, reviewing the 1848 period, Marx dwelt on the gap between the limited bourgeois democratic aims of the February Revolution and the advanced social stamp which the fighting ability of the proletariat had put on it. There was thus indicated the general content of the modern revolution, a content which was in most singular contradiction to everything that, with the material available, with the degree of education attained by the masses, under the given circumstances and relations, could be immediately realized in practice. 90. A week after Bonaparte's coup d'état, Engels had written Marx with his thoughts on why the proletariat had not intervened to fight, a subject on which he later wrote an extensive article. He was very sure that the working class would not be ready for a new revolution until it gathers new strength by spending a few years of wretchedness under the rule of maximum order. It cannot be denied in the least that when the revolutionary party tendency, not organization in a revolutionary development, allows affairs to take decisive turns without any say of its own, or, if it does interfere, without emerging victorious, one may be fairly certain that for some time it is to be considered as done for. 91. The new revolution did come eventually, and new strata were indeed revolutionized, but in 1871 Marx had to write with the great dictum in mind as before. Degree the working class did not expect miracles from the Commune. They know that in order to work out their own emancipation, and along with it that higher form to which present society is irresistibly tending by its own economical agencies, they will have to pass through long struggles, through a series of historic processes, transforming circumstances and men. 92. The mere overthrow of an oppressive rulership by its, untransformed, victims does not necessarily transform circumstances at all. On the contrary, a common historical pattern has been that of the servant become master, who may be even more obnoxious than a more traditional ruler, as Marx noted in another connection. 93. Others before Marx had called it the slave on the throne. On the theoretical side, the great dictum emphasized that not only the proletarian revolution but the proletariat itself is a historic process. This begins as a process of maturation, first of all in terms of the social system. It ends as an educational and transforming process. Marx's theory is about the proletariat as a revolutionary class in posse. Revolution makes it a revolutionary class in esse. 4. Trade unions and class. A key to the nature of Marx's conception of proletarian socialism is a seldom noted fact. Marx was the first leading figure in the history of socialism to adopt a position of support to trade unions and trade unionism, on principle. This position was not difficult to take in later decades. After the trade union movement had entrenched itself, its success was not hard to recognize by that time. What Marx recognized in advance was the basic relationship of trade unions as an institution to the proletariat as a class and to the social revolution as a goal. 1. The litmus test. Before Marx, there were some individual socialists, at least in England, who took a positive and favorable view of these newfangled workers' combinations, and they too have received insufficient attention. In fact, their point of view now has to be exhumed from history, precisely because they did not make a lasting impress on the ongoing movement, unfortunately. But of the recognized socialistic tendencies proliferating in the 1840s as well as in the preceding quarter of a century, all were hostile to the beginnings of trade unions to one degree or another, and from varying standpoints. The extreme form of one line was represented by P.J. Proudhon, the father of anarchism. He not only condemned trade unions and strikes on principle but vigorously approved gendarmes shooting down strikers as enemies of society, that is, enemies of small property. Quite different but also hostile was the standpoint of Chartist left-wingers like Ernest Jones, who rejected trade unionism as a fallacy, not only useless but positively an evil. since it distracted workers from really revolutionary struggle. 5 This was an authentic expression of that leftist type of sectarianism which would long remain a powerful trend even in movements that were nominally Marxist. Typically, Jones's attitude toward trade unions softened into support as he himself became more and more favorable to reform politics. In general, the future division between reformist rightism and sectarian leftism, both equally alien to Marx's approach, was most clearly prefigured on the issue of the socialist attitude to this class organization. Marx had occasion to assert his claim to historical priority in a letter in 1869, in connection with his book Against Proudhon, in 1847, when all the political economists and all the socialists concurred on one single point: the condemnation of trade unions. I demonstrated their historical necessity. 6 Less than 3 decades later, so far forgotten was this earlier period that Engels had to explain to Babel. Marx's assertion is true of all socialists who made their appearance up to that time, with the exception of us two, who were unknown in France, insofar as they had occasion to deal with combinations with Robert Owen leading the procession. The same applies to the Owenists and among the French to Cabet. As there was no right of combination in France, this question was little touched upon there. But since before Marx there existed only feudal, bourgeois, petty bourgeois, and utopian socialism, and socialism blended from various of these elements, it was clear that all of these socialists, each of whom claimed to possess a definite panacea and stood outside the real working class movement, portrayed every form of the real movement, hence also combinations and strikes, as a false path which diverted the masses from the only way that leads to salvation, the way of the true faith. 9. Why was Marx the first leading thinker to embrace trade unionism, even in its first elementary forms, in his conception of the process leading to social revolution? The short answer is, because only Marx developed a socialist theory about the primary role of class organization as such. All other kinds of socialism look to a much broader or much narrower constituency, in one case, all of the people, if not all of humanity, or at least all of the people who were not idlers, in the other, an elite band of revolutionists, or a somewhat less elite party of the enlightened. These other socialisms might seek or claim a special orientation toward the proletariat as a recruiting ground or other convenience tend, but in no case was the class line in organization the basic road to their revolution. This indeed is another way of explaining how Marxism defines itself as proletarian socialism, as the socialism of a class, and not a socialism derived from a predilection for or a vision of a future social order. It also explains why the trade union question has been one of the most reliable litmus tests of the real nature of a given socialist tendency, that is, of its view of the relationship between socialism and the proletariat. 2 Early considerations. Marx's ideas on trade unionism, because of the nature of the subject, go through a steady course of development over the decades, not because of changes in underlying conceptions but because concrete experience was necessary to flesh out generalities. There are 2 kinds of experience involved here, Marx's own, and the developing reality of trade unions themselves. There was no trade union movement in the Rhineland for the young Marx to encounter. In the Paris to which he moved next, it was only a nascent phenomenon. Even in England, where Engels first found that trade unions were already a power, they had been flourishing for only 2 decades when the young German visitor was writing his book on the condition of the working class. In the 1850s, especially in dispatches to the New York Tribune, Marx followed trade union struggles and strike movements closely. In 1853 his articles were filled with strike news, but it was all necessarily observed from the outside. It was with the organization of the International that Marx began to work closely with a number of trade unionists in England, and then, as unions were established in Germany and elsewhere, widened his experience. Finally, it was after his death that English trade unionism took the heartening turn he had been anticipating, and so it was Engels alone who had the opportunity to learn from the new unionism, as well as to follow the movement on the continent. It was the young Engels who undoubtedly played the initiatory role in this field, as also in turning Marx's attention to political economy. Certainly, Engels' condition of the working class in England, which he began writing toward the end of 1844, is already quite clear in its attitude toward TH's different sections of workingmen, often united, often separated, trade unionists, Chartists, and Owenite socialists. 11 When we today read his chapter on labor movements, the first half of which is devoted to a sympathetic account of the then trade union movement, its friendly tone is so familiar to us that it is hard to grasp how extraordinary it was for the socialism of the day. Engels, wrote Ryazanov, was the first who endeavored to give a theoretical exposition of the course of trade union development among the workers. 12 But, more than that, his book was the first important attempt to do this within the framework of a revolutionary socialist standpoint. It was the first influential product of socialist thought that rejected the two prevalent attitudes: the opinion that trade unionism was useless or harmful to socialism, and the belief that it was all sufficient for workers' interests, in short, sectarianism and reformism, in order to assume the integration of trade unionism into the socialist perspective of revolution. As we have seen, 13 Engels' theoretical outlook is here far from generalized as yet, but it is quite clear that what is important to him about trade unions is their character as the movement of a class. Shortly after publication of the book, and after moving to Brussels to live near Marx, Engels explained to readers that I was chiefly concerned to describe the position of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat in relation to each other and the necessity of struggle between these two classes, and that I attached a special importance to proving how completely justified the proletariat was in waging this struggle. 14. Up to this point, Marx's writings had paid little or no attention to trade unions. In the Paris manuscripts of 1844 there is a passing reference at the beginning that merely echoes Adam Smith. 15 In the Holy Family, a reference to English and French workers' associations is buried in philosophic fuzz. 16 In the German ideology, the first work of close collaboration with Engels, a generally favorable attitude toward trade unions shines weakly through two passages of polemic against Stirner. The references are incidental, but suggestive. Stirner, the proto-anarchist, has announced that the workers need only cease work to win all power. The illusion of the victorious general strike with folded arms arose as one of the infantile notions of radicalism. Marx and Engels reply that even a minority of workers who combine and go on strike very soon find themselves compelled to act in a revolutionary way, a fact he could have learned from the 1842 uprising general strike in England and from the earlier Welsh uprising of 1839, in which year the revolutionary excitement among the workers first found comprehensive expression in the Sacred Month, which was proclaimed simultaneously with the general arming of the people. 17. Engels' condition of the working class had already expressed a similar sense of the limitations of trade union action. In the German ideology, however, the positive side of trade unionism gets emphasized in another sally against Stirner many pages away. Stirner sees the workers only in connection with his talk about seizing employers by the throat and similar fustian, while he thinks that workers who demand higher wages are treated as criminals. Marx and Engels point out that, unlike Stirner's universe, Prussia, in England, America, and Belgium, workers who act for higher wages are by no means necessarily treated as criminals, but on the contrary quite often actually succeed in obtaining higher wages. They ridicule the tall talk about seizing by the throat, as if this had any meaning short of revolution. The workers would gain nothing, or at any rate much less than through associations and strikes. 18. The first fruits of Marx's economic studies do not appear until his Poverty of Philosophy in 1847, the closing chapter is on strikes and combinations of workers. Here we get the first clear statement of his view of trade unions in the context of his theory on the relationship of socialism and class. Workers' unions grow along with modern industry. The degree of unionization is indexed to a country's rank on the world market. Thus England has the biggest and best organized combinations. Not only partial and temporary combinations formed ad hoc for a strike, permanent combinations have been formed, degree trades unions which serve as bulwarks for the workers in their struggles with the employers. This goes on simultaneously with the organization of a workers' political movement by the Chartists. The first attempts of workers to associate among themselves always takes place in the form of combinations. Large-scale industry concentrates in one place a crowd of people unknown to one another. Competition divides their interests. But the maintenance of wages, this common interest which they have against their boss, unites them in a common thought of resistance. Combination. Point 19. It acquires a double aim, not only to stop competition among the workers, but to carry on general competition with the capitalist. If the first aim of resistance was merely the maintenance of wages, combinations, at first isolated, constitute themselves into groups as the capitalists in their turn unite for the purpose of repression, and in face of always united capital, the maintenance of the association becomes more necessary to them than that of wages. This is so true that English economists are amazed to see the workers sacrifice a good part of their wages in favor of associations, which, in the eyes of these economists, are established solely in favor of wages. In this struggle, a veritable civil war, all the elements necessary for a coming battle unite and develop. Once it has reached this point, association takes on a political character. Point 20. Marx then summarizes the class meaning of this development. Economic conditions had first transformed the mass of the people of the country into workers. The domination of capital has created for this mass a common situation, common interests. This mass is thus already a class as against capital, but not yet for itself. In the struggle, of which we have pointed out only a few phases, this mass becomes united, and constitutes itself as a class for itself. The interests it defends become class interests. But the struggle of class against class is a political struggle. Point 21. We have already explained the Hegelian term class for itself. 22. By organizing, in the course of struggle, an atomized class becomes a self-conscious class, and the interests of proletarian individuals are generalized into class interests. Why the struggle of class against class is a political struggle will be touched on in Chapter 5. 3. The real class organization. The same line of thought is summarized in the Communist Manifesto, more neatly but less vividly. Due to the growth of industry, the increase in the proletarian mass, and their increasing insecurity, the collisions between individual workmen and individual bourgeois take more and more the character of collisions between two classes. Thereupon the workers begin to form combinations, trades unions, against the bourgeois. They club together in order to keep up the rate of wages. They found permanent associations in order to make provision beforehand for these occasional revolts. Victories are only temporary. The real fruit of their battle lies, not in the immediate result, but in the ever-expanding unification of the workers. The development of communication technology serves also to centralize the local struggles that break out into one national struggle between classes. The authors then add, but every class struggle is a political struggle. 23. This organization of the proletarians into a class, and consequently into a political party. 24 is for Marx the basic fact of the road to social revolution. Special emphasis must be placed on two words. First, it is the organization of workers on a class-wide scale that tends to politicize the struggle. The working class needs organization only in order to carry on its struggle. In order to submit it needs no organization at all. The special function of class organization is class struggle, present or potential, reality or threat. This is not gainsaid by the fact that the established powers try to persuade the class organization to think in terms of class collaboration. If trade unions are not made to fight against the encroachments of capital, what are they made for? Challenged Engels. Point 25. Second, class. It is the role of trade unions in the beginnings of this process that makes them the class organizations of the proletariat par excellence. This view has always put Marx's theory at loggerheads with those socialists who considered themselves too revolutionary to bother with such unenlightened organizations as trade unions. The point was sharpened in Germany, where a trade union movement started developing only after a socialist group was already in existence and desirous of heading off a rival. This was the attitude of the Lassaline organization, headed by J. B. von Schweitzer. Marx condemned it as soon as it showed itself. Schweitzer realizes, wrote Marx, that with the development of a real workers' organization in Germany based on trade unions, his artificial League of Sectarians degree would soon be nowhere. Engels agreed, in the same terms. 26. The growth of the real class organizations did in fact undermine the League of Sectarians, so much so that the Lassalleans were forced in a few years to accept unity with the pro-trade union socialists led by Bebel and Liebknecht. When this unity took place at the Gotha Congress in 1875, among the many defects of the proposed party program which Marx and Engels attacked was its remnant of a Lassallean attitude toward the trade unions. Engels stormed, "There is not a word in the program about the organization of the working class as a class by means of the trade unions. And that is a very essential point, for this is the real class organization of the proletariat, in which it carries on its daily struggles with capital, in which it trains itself." 27. Since the trade union is the real class organization of the proletariat, Marx liked to show that bourgeois fears of trade unionism corresponded to this basic class character. He did this in some detail in his reports on English strike movements for the New York Tribune. It is also piquant to see how he did this with respect to a very early stage in the story. A chapter in Capital on the history of anti-working class legislation ends with the episode of the Le Chapelier Law of 1791, passed by the French Revolutionary Assembly to ban trade unionism in the name of liberty, equality, and fraternity. This law, by means of state compulsion, confined the struggle between capital and labor within limits comfortable for capital. Marx writes with indignation. "Granting," says Le Chapelier, the reporter of the Select Committee on this law, "that wages ought to be a little higher than they are, yet the workers must not be allowed to come to any understanding about their own interests, nor to act in common and thereby lessen their absolute dependence, which is almost that of slavery, because, forsooth, in doing this they injure the freedom of their ci-devant masters, the present entrepreneurs." 28. This early bourgeois fear of trade unions was not simply a characteristic of the Third Estate deputy Le Chapelier. Marx points also at Robespierre himself. In 1865, when there was talk in Prussia of abolishing the anti-trade union law, Marx commented, "En passant, the Prussian anti-trade union law, like all the continental laws of the kind, stems from the decree of the Assembly Constituent of June 14, 1791, the Le Chapelier law, in which the French bourgeois very severely punished anything of the sort, including workers' associations of every kind, for example, by loss of civil rights for a year under the pretext that this was restoration of the guilds and in contradiction with constitutional liberty and the rights of man." It is very characteristic of Robespierre that, at a time when it was a crime punished by the guillotine to be constitutional in the sense of the Assembly of 1789, he kept in force all of its laws against the workers. 29. Yet in 1791 the number of modern wage workers to be repressed was small. The proletariat as a class was in the egg, and so was class organization. But the class's built-in drive to organize was enough to draw the lightning. From 1791 through the 19th century, the fears of the bourgeoisie were an index to the class character of even far from class-conscious trade unions. In 1853 Marx informed his Tribune readers of the meaning of the strike wave by quoting the English bourgeois press. "The agitation at present," wrote the Weekly Times, "is limited to a series of independent skirmishes, but there are indications that the period is not very distant when this desultory warfare will be turned into a systematic and universal combination against capital." 30. For Engels lays the basis. The workers' propensity for trade union organization was something of an economic mystery, during most of the 19th century, for the bourgeois economists and also for most of the socialists. Both proved very handily, over and over, that the workers could never gain anything by strikes and trade union struggles, therefore it all made no sense. The economists concluded that the workers should rely on sweet harmony with their employers, the socialists concluded that only their own favorite political sect had anything to offer. Despite these near-unanimous assurances, the working class of England, followed in time by the continental workers, organized unions more and more solidly, and engaged in strike movements in waves, at considerable sacrifice. Marx did not fully work out his economic theory on this subject until shortly before the publication of Capital. A key component was clarified only about 1865. Yet, as we have seen, Marx took a positive view of trade unionism long before this, and Engels even before him. On what ground? The answer appears most clearly from Engels' early work, which accepts the prevalent view that trade unions cannot improve workers' economic conditions for the class as a whole, because of the economic law according to which wages are determined by the relation between supply and demand in the labor market. Hence the unions remain powerless against all great forces which influence this relation. This echoes the position of the left Chartists and Owenites as well as of the bourgeois world. But Engels urges a significant qualification: unions do have power when dealing with minor, single influences, presumably meaning capitalists who are out of line, and unless resisted, capitalists would gradually reduce wages to a lower and lower point, and wages would soon reach the minimum. This tendency is, under average conditions, somewhat restricted by the opposition of the workingmen. 31. Still, Engels concedes here to the consensus of the authorities that unions are powerless to affect the overall forces and patterns of the labor market, and that time and again their struggles end in disastrous sacrifices. He then asks the question that people like Ernest Jones failed to ask. It will be asked, why, then, do the workers strike in such cases, when the uselessness of such measures is so evident? Simply because they must protest against every reduction, even if dictated by necessity, because they feel bound to proclaim that they, as human beings, shall not be made to bow to social circumstances, but social conditions ought to yield to them as human beings, because silence on their part would be a recognition of these social conditions, an admission of the right of the bourgeoisie to exploit the workers in good times and let them starve in bad ones. Against this the workingmen must rebel so long as they have not lost all human feeling, and that they protest in this way and no other, comes of their being practical English people, who express themselves in action, and do not, like German theorists, go to sleep as soon as their protest is properly registered. 33. So goes the humanistic motivation. Then there is a passing reference to economic motive which does not outlast the sentence, followed once more by subjective considerations of class consciousness. The active resistance of the English workingmen has its effect in holding the money greed of the bourgeoisie within certain limits, and keeping alive the opposition of the workers to the social and political omnipotence of the bourgeoisie, while it compels the admission that something more is needed than trades unions and strikes to break the power of the ruling class. But what gives these unions and the strikes arising from them their real importance is this, that they are the first attempt of the workers to abolish competition. 34. Unions try first to abolish competition among workers, that is, one-sidedly, but competition is the vital nerve of the present social order, therefore workers are led to abolish not only one kind of competition, but competition itself altogether, and that they will do. 35. Finally, trade union struggle is a training for the class war. The incredible frequency of these strikes proves best of all to what extent the social war has broken out all over England. The strikes are skirmishes. They are the military school of the workingmen in which they prepare themselves for the great struggle which cannot be avoided. And as schools of war, the unions are unexcelled. 36. The weak side of this explanation, once we are beyond the partial economic motivation suggested, is that it explains why socialists should support these trade union struggles from their own standpoint, and this is uppermost for Engels, to be sure, but it does not really explain why the mass of non-socialist and non-class conscious workers persist in their allegedly irrational course. But this problem, which could be answered only by a more sophisticated theory of capitalist economy, is not in the center of Engels' thinking. The strong side of his approach, and its important contribution, is that it clearly projects trade unions as the organizations of elementary resistance of the class, pointing from elementary resistance on to final class power. 5. The role of trade unionism in Marx's theory. Let us now summarize what the trade union movement means in terms of Marx's mature theory. Much of the foregoing, of course, still holds. 1. Elementary resistance. The formulation by Engels in the preceding section is still the most compact, and should not be neglected simply because it is rarely converted into a theoretical statement. Workers are human beings before they are proletarians. Some critics have called capital a Jeremiad against the bourgeoisie, in derogation of its scientific objectivity, confusing objectivity with nonpartisanship. The kernel of truth is that Marx did not conceal the fact that the socialist animus against capitalist society is not solely based on the cold truths of political economy, which demonstrate that the animus is historically meaningful. In fact, Marx cut loose along these lines even more in his reportage on England for the New York Tribune and the German socialist press. The point can be illustrated from the negative side by contrasting the anti-trade union viewpoint of Lassalle, who fossilized the economic derogation of trade unionism into a dogma based on an iron law of wages. Lassalle wrote, "The trade union struggle of the worker is the feudal struggle of the commodity labor to act as a human being." 37. Presumably because it was feudal, Lassalle condemned the struggle. But because it was a struggle for humanists, Marx and Engels sought to integrate it into the road to social revolution. 2. Defense of immediate economic interests. An important codicil to his original acceptance of the bourgeois economist's case against trade unions was suggested by Marx in 1853, as he explained the current strike wave in England. Under certain circumstances, there is for the workman no other means of ascertaining whether he is or is not paid to the actual market value of his labor, but to strike or to threaten to do so. 38. But it was not until the 1860s that Marx completed his theory of wages, and hence of the economic basis of trade unionism. He first wrote it up when he had to debate an Owenite member of the General Council of the International who maintained the old thesis that trade unions were positively harmful. 39. Marx's presentation of the question sought to establish that there was an area within which trade union struggle could determine the economic conditions of the workers involved, that is, to overturn the dogma held by virtually all socialists who considered themselves revolutionists and many who did not. It is true, Marx argued, that the general tendency of capitalistic production is, to push the value of labor more or less to its minimum limit, but is this saying that the working class ought to renounce their resistance against the encroachments of capital, and abandon their attempts at making the best of the occasional chances for their temporary improvement? If they did, they would be degraded to one level mass of broken wretches past salvation. I think I have shown that their struggles for the standard of wages are incidents inseparable from the whole wages system, that in 99 cases out of 100 their efforts at raising wages are only efforts at maintaining the given value of labor, and that the necessity of debating their price with the capitalist is inherent in their condition of having to sell themselves as commodities. By cowardly giving way in their everyday conflict with capital, they would certainly disqualify themselves for the initiating of any larger movement. 41. In notes for this lecture, he originally intended to summarize the positive side of trade unionism in the following succinct sentences. Trades unions work well as far as they counteract, if even temporarily, the tendency to a fall in the general rate of wages, and as far as they tend to shorten and regulate the time of labor, in other words, the extent of the working day. They work well as far as they are the means of organizing the working class as a class. 42. Marx did not return to the trade union question as such in What We Have of Capital, but in 1881 Engels dealt with it in a series of popular articles for English workers. This presented a compact summary of why trade unions are a necessity for the working classes in their struggle against capital, specifically, of the area within which trade union struggle can be effective. To cite only some essential sentences. The average rate of wages is equal to the sum of necessaries sufficient to keep up the race of workmen in a certain country according to the standard of life habitual in that country. That standard of life may be very different for different classes of workmen. The great merit of trades unions, in their struggle to keep up the rate of wages and to reduce working hours, is that they tend to keep up and to raise the standard of life. The law of wages, then, is not one which draws a hard and fast line. It is not inexorable with certain limits. There is at every time, Great Depression excepted, for every trade a certain latitude within which the rate of wages may be modified by the results of the struggle between the two contending parties. The law of wages is not upset by the struggles of the trades unions. On the contrary, it is enforced by them. 44. That is, as Engels goes on to say, the law of wages is elastic, and the problem is to define its limits of elasticity. 45. 3. Development of class consciousness and organization. We have seen that this was the motivation with which Marx and Engels started, apart from the economic problems just discussed. For example, in the aforementioned 1847 notes for a lecture on wages, after accepting the economist's strictures on trade unions, Marx replies that all this is correct only from their viewpoint. He counterposes a socialist viewpoint which amounts to this: but they trade unions are the means for the unification of the working class, the preparation for the overthrow of the whole old society together with its class antagonisms. And from this standpoint the workers rightly laugh at the clever bourgeois pedants who count up what these civil wars strikes cost them in dead and wounded and in financial sacrifices. He who would beat the opponent will not discuss the cost of the war with him. 46. This should be read, not as the reply of the workers laughing at the bourgeois pedants, but as Marx's reply to virtually all other socialist circles of the time, most particularly those who thought of themselves as revolutionaries. This fact comes close to the surface in what is perhaps Marx's most effective polemic along these lines. This is again from the year 1853, in the midst of the strike wave and after Marx had been in England long enough to grasp the full meaning of a modern trade union movement. It occurs in a Tribune article, much of which is given over to long excerpts from Ernest Jones's speech at a Chartist demonstration, exemplifying Jones's strongest side, the side that endeared him to Marx, his role as a tribune of the people. But, as we have mentioned, this same Jones was also writing strong denunciations of trade unionism in his press. And so in the first part of this Tribune article, Marx inserts a direct refutation of Jones's views on trade unions without mentioning his name in this connection, merely politely stating that it applies to some socialists. I suggest it should be read as a summary of what Marx was in fact telling Jones and his similars around the Chartist movement. Degree there exists a class of philanthropists, and even of socialists, who consider strikes as very mischievous to the interests of the working man himself. I am, on the very contrary, convinced that the alternative rise and fall of wages, and the continual conflict between masters and men resulting therefrom, are, in the present organization of industry, the indispensable means of holding up the spirit of the laboring classes, of combining them into one great association against the encroachments of the ruling class, and of preventing them from becoming apathetic, thoughtless, more or less well-fed instruments of production. In a state of society founded upon the antagonism of classes, if we want to prevent slavery in fact as well as in name, we must accept war. In order to rightly appreciate the value of strikes and combinations, we must not allow ourselves to be blinded by the apparent insignificance of their economical results, but hold, above all things, in view their moral and political consequences. Without the great alternative phases of dullness, prosperity, overexcitement, crisis, and distress, which modern industry traverses in periodically recurring cycles, with the up and down of wages resulting from them, as with the constant warfare between masters and men closely corresponding with those variations in wages and profits, the working classes of Great Britain, and of all Europe, would be a heartbroken, a weak-minded, a worn-out, unresisting mass, whose self-emancipation would prove as impossible as that of the slaves of ancient Greece and Rome. We must not forget that strikes and combinations among the serfs were the hotbeds of the medieval communes, and that those communes have been in their turn, the source of life of the now ruling bourgeoisie. 47. No doubt Marx was also telling Jones that the strike wave was in process of changing the working class. Writing in the Tribune, he leaped ahead as usual. In 1853, there have waned away the false pretenses on the part of the masters and the silly illusions on the part of the men. The war between these two classes has become unmitigated, undisguised, openly avowed, and plainly understood. 48. The adjectives, of course, were premature, there was a long zigzag road ahead. But, as Engels emphasized in connection with American labor, class consciousness could come only through practical experience. Hence it must begin with trade unions, etc., if it is to be a mass movement, and every step forward must be forced upon them by a defeat. 49. It is not only consciousness that must begin with trade unions, elementary organization too. Here, as in much else, it is the capitalists who show the way and then denounce their workers for following their example. In Manchester, an association of manufacturers, complete with a central committee, was organized to resist unionization, but they will not allow the machinery set up by and for themselves to be counterbalanced by a similar machinery set up by their men, reported Marx for Tribune readers. They intend fortifying the monopoly of capital by the monopoly of combination. They will dictate terms as an associated body. But the laborers shall only dispute them in their individual capacity. They will attack in ranged battle, but they will not be resisted, except in single fight. 50. But as the factory lords mounted their anti-labor league, reported Marx a little later, the workers found that the only way to resist this English capital league was by their own union. 51. For the training school. Already in the condition of the working class, Engels had twice described the trade unions as schools, the military school of the workingmen, schools of war. So also, a quarter century later, Marx praised the significance of the guerrilla fights between capital and labor, we mean the strikes which during the last year have perturbed the continent of Europe. This was in a report for the General Council to a Congress of the International. 52. The trade union movement is a school or training ground of the proletariat in a less warlike sense too, including that of preparing cadres of workers capable of administering society. Engels pointed out that the working people, in the management of their colossal trade societies, also prove themselves fit for administrative and political work. 53. This applies not only to the training of union officials who sometimes become fit only to administer a labor market, but, in a larger sense, to the growth in organizational and administrative know-how that permeates far down into the ranks of a union with an actively participating membership. There is still another consequence of trade unionism that goes beyond any of the above points. While we will consider the conscious participation of trade unions in politics in the next chapter, Marx had occasion to point out that the mere existence of a trade union movement had a meaning with relation to the state. This was particularly evident in the case of an authoritarian regime like Bismarck's, and Marx took care to point it out precisely to the Lassaline socialists, the representatives of Royal Prussian government socialism. When he publicly broke with this group, he lectured its chieftain Schweitzer that combinations, together with the degree trades unions degree growing out of them, are of the utmost importance not only as a means of organization of the working class for struggle against the bourgeoisie, this importance being shown by the fact, inter alia, that even the workers in the United States cannot do without them despite voting rights and the Republic, but in addition, in Prussia and Germany generally, the right to organize is a breach in police rule and bureaucratism. In short, it is a measure to make subjects come of age. 54. The reference to Bismarck's Prussia was a little fuller in another letter around the same time. The government would not concede the complete abolition of the anti-trade union laws because that would involve making a breach in the bureaucracy, would make the workers legally of age, and would weaken the Junkers' control over agricultural labor, which Bismarck could never allow and which was altogether incompatible with the Prussian bureaucratic state. 55. In liberalized states and under favorable economic conditions, the tension between trade union movement and state could be eased, as long as the system could afford it, but it always posed a problem. A quarter century later, Engels still found it necessary to lecture the German party that nowhere more than in Germany does the right of combination need to be made secure as against the state too, and not only as against the capitalist class. 56. 6. Limitations of trade unionism. The historical problem in the socialist movement was seeing the positive side of trade unionism, there was never any lack of denunciation of the limitations, deficiencies, and faults of trade unions. The socialist orthodoxy that Marx overturned leaned exclusively on the latter. This pressure ensured that Marx and Engels scarcely ever took up the question without adequate reminders that the trade union movement was not the end of the road for the working class. To reflect this side of their views, we select 3 passages of special interest. The first is a draft resolution on trade unions, their past, present, and future, which Marx drew up for the 1866 Congress of the International. At first blush it seems to be a very inclusive statement, for it contains the positive side too, but in fact Marx had to pull this punch. It was the first formal challenge in the International as a whole to the old anti-trade union prejudices that were still rife, especially in the French section controlled by the Proudhonists. When Marx had drafted the inaugural address of the International 2 years before, any mention of trade unions had been a touchy point. Progress had been made, but now mention of strikes was the sore point. This document is therefore not a statement that fully reflects where Marx's thinking was by 1866, it included only as much as Marx thought could be adopted at this juncture by the International Congress. With this reservation, it is worth citing almost complete, for it is the first international statement that effectively linked trade unionism with socialism as part of a revolutionary program. Degree trades unions, their past, present, and future, Marx's draft. A. Their past. Capital is concentrated social force, while the workman has only to dispose of his working force labor power. The contract between capital and labor can therefore never be struck on equitable terms, equitable even in the sense of a society which places the ownership of the material means of life and labor on one side and the vital productive energies on the opposite side. The only social power of the workmen is their number. The force of numbers, however, is broken by disunion. The disunion of the workmen is created and perpetuated by their unavoidable competition amongst themselves. Trades unions originally sprung up from the spontaneous attempts of workmen at removing or at least checking that competition, in order to conquer such terms of contract as might raise them at least above the condition of mere slaves. The immediate object of trades unions was therefore confined to everyday necessities, to expediencies for the obstruction of the incessant encroachments of capital, in one word, to questions of wages and time of labor. This activity of the trades unions is not only legitimate, it is necessary. It cannot be dispensed with so long as the present system of production lasts. On the contrary, it must be generalized by the formation and the combination of trades unions throughout all countries. On the other hand, unconsciously to themselves, the trades unions were forming centers of organization of the working class, as the medieval municipalities and communes did for the middle class. If the trades unions are required for the guerrilla fights between capital and labor, they are still more important as organized agencies for superseding the very system of wages, labor and capital rule. B. Their present. Too exclusively bent upon the local and immediate struggles with capital, the trades unions have not yet fully understood their power of acting against the system of wages slavery itself. They therefore kept too much aloof from general social and political movements. Of late, however, they seem to awaken to some sense of their great historical mission. English and U.S. examples are then cited. C. Their future. Apart from their original purposes, they must now learn to act deliberately as organizing centers of the working class in the broad interest of its complete emancipation. They must aid every social and political movement tending in that direction. Considering themselves and acting as the champions and representatives of the whole working class, they cannot fail to enlist the non-society men into their ranks. They must look carefully after the interests of the worst paid trades, such as the agricultural laborers, rendered powerless by exceptional circumstances. They must convince the world at large that their efforts, far from being narrow and selfish, aim at the emancipation of the downtrodden millions. 58. A year before this, Marx had included a stronger statement on the limitations of trade unions at the close of his presentation on wages, price, and profit. At the same time, and quite apart from the general servitude involved in the wages system, the working class ought not to exaggerate to themselves the ultimate working of these everyday struggles. They ought not to forget that they are fighting with effects, but not with the causes of those effects, that they are retarding the downward movement, but not changing its direction, that they are applying palliatives, not curing the malady. They ought, therefore, not to be exclusively absorbed in these unavoidable guerrilla fights incessantly springing up from the never-ceasing encroachments of capital or changes of the market. They ought to understand that, with all the miseries it imposes upon them, the present system simultaneously engenders the material conditions and the social forms necessary for an economical reconstruction of society. Instead of the conservative motto, "A fair day's wage for a fair day's work," they ought to inscribe on their banner the revolutionary watchword, "Abolition of the wages system." Trades unions work well as centers of resistance against the encroachments of capital. They fail generally from limiting themselves to a guerrilla war against the effects of the existing system, instead of simultaneously trying to change it, instead of using their organized forces as a lever for the final emancipation of the working class, that is to say, the ultimate abolition of the wages system. 59. Engels began his aforementioned series of popular articles for English Workers 60 with a critique of the fair day's wage watchword, and included discussion of trade unionism's limits. But a less known passage on the same subject may be of interest here. The question came up as a side issue in a polemic with the German economist Lucio Brentano in 1891, that is, after bourgeois economics had been convinced that there was a positive point to trade unionism after all. Since the workers had not heeded their wise counsel to eschew union organization as a waste of time and substance, the economists had now turned around to use the reform-minded unions as a dead cat with which to belabor the socialists' insistence on fundamental change. Whereas once socialists had had to explain that there was a point to workers' unionization, now Engels had to explain that trade unions could not solve all of the workers' problems. Herr Brentano's continually repeated statement that workers' protective legislation and trade union organization lend themselves to the improvement of the condition of the working class is not in the least his own discovery. From the condition of the working class in England and the poverty of philosophy to capital and to my most recent writings, Marx, and I have said this 100 times, but with very considerable qualifications. Firstly, the favorable effects especially of workers' resistance organizations are limited to times of average and brisk trade. In periods of stagnation and crisis they regularly bog down. Herr Brentano's assertion that they are able to paralyze the disastrous effects of the reserve army is ridiculous bombast. And secondly, aside from other, less important qualifications, neither the protection given by legislation nor the resistance of the unions abolishes the main thing that has to be eliminated, the capital-labor relationship, which the antagonism between the capitalist class and the wage-working class always generates anew. The mass of wage workers remain condemned to lifelong wage labor, the gulf between them and the capitalists becomes ever deeper and wider, the more modern large-scale industry takes over all branches of production. But since Herr Brentano would like to make the wage slaves into contented wage slaves, he has to enormously overstate the advantageous effects of labor protective laws, trade union resistance, social patchwork legislation, etc., and since we are so misguided as to confront this overstatement with simple facts, hence his wrath. 61. These and similar explanations are pitched in terms of any trade union, any resistance organization limited to economic issues, therefore even the best unions, even the best possible ones. But precisely because Marx took a positive stand for trade unionism, it became necessary to differentiate between better and worse, unlike the sectarians who needed only to damn them all. Marx had to concern himself with the issues of policy and program inside the trade union movement, like any other supporter. We shall be concerned here with the large-scale issues in this area, and in particular with the largest one, the kind of trade unionism that tends to a tunnel vision focused only on narrow and short-sighted goals, hence self-sterilizing in the long run, versus the kind of trade unionism that best facilitates the movement's contribution to the long-term advancement of the class. 7. Business unionism. The kind of trade unionism that Marx opposed had been strongly enough criticized in the International Resolution of 1866, the kind that systematically kept its efforts narrow and selfish in the interest of specially favored sectors and enclaves of the working class, the kind that remained too exclusively bent upon the local and immediate struggles with capital, and increasingly detested struggles of any sort, above all, the kind that rejected political involvement and repudiated any program of complete emancipation as being an interference with its own pursuit of narrow privileges. This kind of unionism has been given various labels, such as pure and simple unionism. Its central characteristic is that it regards the trade union as merely a haggler over the sale of labor power within the high walls of the capitalist system, a merchant of labor. From this point of view, business unionism is an apt description, though its use postdates Marx. Engels often called it simply conservative unionism, as we shall see, 62. By the mid-1870s, the international dead, the English trade unions were in full flight to the most philistine forms of business unionism. For a number of years past, Engels wrote to his German comrades in 1879, the English working class movement has been hopelessly describing a narrow circle of strikes for higher wages and shorter hours, not, however, as an expedient or means of propaganda and organization but as the ultimate aim. It is divided into Tories and Liberals. One can speak here of a labor movement only insofar as strikes take place here which, whether they are won or not, do not get the movement one step further. He advised the party press, no attempt should be made to conceal the fact that at present no real labor movement in the continental sense exists here. 63. A labor movement in the continental sense meant a movement that took itself seriously as a representative of the organized class, not a mere job trust or corporative guild. Engels linked this difference to the sense of theory traditional to German workers. What an incalculable advantage this is may be seen, from the indifference to theory which is one of the main reasons why the English working class movement crawls along so slowly in spite of the splendid organization of the individual trades. 64. Business unionism needed little theory, bourgeois political economy provided more than enough for its purposes. It existed entirely within the confine of the ruling ideas of the ruling class. As a bourgeois enterprise, it took on the same short-sighted, blinkered concentration on considerations of immediate advantage that historically distinguished its masters. 65. One of the self-defeating forms of business unionism was the guild-like job trust. Many unions were shackled not only by bourgeois traditions but also by W. Workingmen's traditions, inherited from their first tentative efforts at independent action, such as the exclusion, from ever so many old trade unions, of all applicants who have not gone through a regular apprenticeship, which means the breeding, by every such union, of its own blackleg scabs. 66. The London dockers bred their own blacklegs by closing their lists to all new members. In addition, they refused essential cooperation with another union, and then the dockers are raising an outcry against the immigration of foreign paupers, Russian Jews. 67. The result of these reactionary policies was that another old line union rapidly lost its base. In Manchester, another striking union was handcuffing itself by restrictive guild practices. They still plainly have some old trade union traditions in their heads, that they will work only on this or that machine and only in a certain customary way, but they will soon drop the scrap. 68. In a country with such an old political and labor movement there is always a colossal heap of traditionally transmitted rubbish which has to be got rid of by degrees. There are the prejudices of the skilled unions, the petty jealousies of the various trades, which become accentuated in the hands and heads of leaders into outright hostility and battles behind the scenes. There are the clashing ambitions and intrigues of the leaders and so on. 69. In the 1880s Engels trusted that the coming depression would make an end of the old trade unions here, let us hope, for the craft character which stuck to them from the first, is becoming more unbearable every day. The fools want to reform society to suit themselves but not to reform themselves to suit the development of society. They cling to their traditional superstition, which does them nothing but harm, instead of getting quit of the rubbish and thus doubling their numbers and their power and really becoming again what at present they daily become, less associations of all the workers in a trade against the capitalists. This, I think, will explain many things to you in the behavior of these privileged workers. Point 70. 8. The labor aristocracy. Engels' reference to privileged workers reflects a long-standing problem occupying the attention of socialists concerned with the trade union movement. The guild-like and job trust aspects and forms of conservative trade unionism did indeed suggest the pattern of privileged enclaves of better-off workers inside the bourgeois order, and this had fed the lively suspicion of the early socialists that trade unionism was an evil to be fought. Among the many internal divisions of the working class, one of the most visible touched on in Chapter 3 above 71 was the stratification of low-paid and high-paid workers in whole trades and sectors of the class. This gave rise to terms like aristocracy of labor, no doubt first as a metaphor. Point 72. There was a mutually reinforcing tendency for the skilled trades to be more easily organized, and for the unionized trades to enforce higher wages. Therefore there was a tendency for trade unionist narrowness and trade union successes to be linked by critics of the movement, themselves taking a narrow view. Thus, in a key article opposing trade unions per se, Ernest Jones, in the name of the revolutionary wing of Chartism, also denounced the aristocracy of labor. It is said, I am setting the laborers against the skilled mechanics, the low-paid trades against the high-paid. Do we fight against class government? Well, then. There is class government in our own ranks, and we ought to fight against it too. Do we fight against aristocratic privilege? Well then, there is aristocratic privilege of the vilest dye among the high-paid trades, and we ought to fight against it too. Truth is the best policy. The aristocracy of labor must be broken down, the same as any other aristocracies. If you don't, when you have established democracy, these men will carry the reaction. Point 73. In the Continental movement, similar reproaches and fears were directed at the cooperatives, the trade unions being still underdeveloped. In England, Jones also directed his shafts at the cooperatives, which increased the numbers of the most dangerous class, the aristocrats among their own body. 75. While Marx disagreed with Jones's blanket opposition to trade unionism, it was in this period of the early 1850s that he regarded Jones, for all his defects, as the best representative of left Chartism. Marx's first use of the aristocracy figure comes along in 1850 in the context of a passage on Chartism. Reviewing the past period, he notes that the Chartist organization is declining. The petty bourgeois who still belong to the party, allied with the aristocracy of the workers, form a purely democratic wing whose program is limited to the People's Charter and some other petty bourgeois reforms. The mass of workers living under really proletarian conditions belong to the revolutionary wing of the Chartists. Point 76. The term is used here much as the left Chartists were using it, as a descriptive analogue. It occurs in the same way in Capital. There the passing reference is simply to the effects of crises on the best paid part of the working class, its aristocracy, without coloration. Point 77. But as the higher paid and trade unionized sectors of the English working class fossilized into business unionism and adopted the self-protective devices of the job trust, deepening the gulf between themselves and underpaid unskilled labor, the descriptive figure took on more importance. From the early 1870s on, the conception plays a more important role, in historical fact and in Marx's and Engels' writings about the fact. At the London Conference of the International in 1871, in the course of a discussion to which we will return 78, the minutes report Marx's opinion on the state of the trade unions. In England, the trade unions have existed for a half-century, and the great majority of the workers are outside of the trade unions, which are an aristocratic minority. The poorest workers do not belong to them. The great mass of workers whom economic development daily drives out of the countryside into the cities remain outside the trade unions for a long time, and the wretchedest part of the mass never gets into them. The same goes for the workers born in the East End of London. 1 out of 10 belongs to the trade unions. Peasants and day laborers never join these trade union societies. Point 79. During the preparations for the conference, Engels had written to an Italian comrade along the same lines. In England, the trade union movement, among all the big, strong, and rich trade unions, has become more an obstacle to the general movement than an instrument of its progress, and outside of the trade unions there are an immense mass of workers in London who have kept quite a distance away from the political movement for several years, and as a result are very ignorant. But on the other hand they are also free of the many traditional prejudices of the trade unions and the other old sects, and therefore form excellent material with which one can work. 80. There soon followed a public falling out with the trade union leaders collaborating with Marx in the International, as we shall see. For the next 2 decades Marx and Engels repeatedly pointed to aristocratic stratification inside the proletariat as part of the explanation for the fossilization of the trade union structure, until the new unionism shook that structure. In the middle of the 1880s Engels stressed that there had been a permanent improvement in conditions for 2 protected sections only of the working class. One was the factory hands, the other was the great trades unions organizing male adults only or mainly. They form an aristocracy among the working class, they have succeeded in enforcing for themselves a relatively comfortable position, and they accept it as final. They are the model working men of Messrs. Leone Levi and Giffen bourgeois economists, and they are very nice people indeed nowadays to deal with, for any sensible capitalist in particular and for the whole capitalist class in general. 81. But, added Engels, the great mass of the working people are as poor as ever and the East End is still a pool of misery. Visiting America in 1888, Engels replied to an interview question about English socialism in the same spirit, emphasizing the contrast between the proletarian consciousness of the masses and the workers' organizations which, like the aristocracy of the workers in general, go along with Gladstone and the liberal bourgeoisie. He added that the official workers' organizations, the degree trade unions which here and there are threatening to become reactionary, are hobbling behind in the rearguard. 82. When the new unionism erupted not long afterwards, the contrast which Engels had steadfastly pointed to amidst the apparent wasteland turned out to be the key to the new development. And Engels continued to use the labor aristocracy concept in the new period. 9. Co-optation of trade unionism. Another development accompanied the growing importance of the labor aristocracy, and reinforced its influence. It is the pattern in all countries that, as soon as the bourgeoisie reconciles itself to the fact that trade unionism is here to stay, it ceases to denounce the institution as a subversive evil that has to be rooted out with fire and sword in order to defend God, country, and motherhood, and turns instead to the next line of defense, domesticating the unions, housebreaking them, and fitting them into the national family as one of the tame cats. In an essay comparing conditions in 1885 with the old days of 1845, Engels pointed to this change. The manufacturers were maturer and wiser about unions, and also aware of how badly their great Liberal Party needed workingmen's votes. Trades unions, lately considered inventions of the devil himself, were now petted and patronized as perfectly legitimate institutions and as useful means of spreading sound economical doctrines amongst the workers. Even strikes, than which nothing had been more nefarious up to 1848, were now gradually found out to be occasionally very useful, especially when provoked by the masters themselves, at their own time. 83. In fact, by this time the manufacturers had virtually taken over the program of the Chartists. What, in a different social context, had been the program of revolutionaries was now not only respectable but a necessity for bourgeois advance. A factor making this possible, as Engels pointed out in an 1892 preface to his old book of 1845, was the great advance in industrial development and profits. The scale of profits had changed. The really big capitalists no longer found it worthwhile to practice petty thefts upon the workpeople in order to eke out their takings, and so became apparently moralized. It was only the petty tradesmen who had to pick up a penny here and there in that way. Thus a number of reforms became possible, including the 10 hours bill. But these very reforms which seemed to be concessions to the working class, and were so in part were tied to another process taking place in the capitalist structure. Their effect operated in favor of the giant capitalist in his competition with his less favored brother. The big capitalists even began to discover in strikes at opportune times a powerful means to serve their own ends. The largest manufacturers, formerly the leaders of the war against the working class, were now the foremost to preach peace and harmony. And for a very good reason. The fact is that all these concessions to justice and philanthropy were nothing else but means to accelerate the concentration of capital in the hands of the few, for whom the niggardly extra extortions of former years had lost all importance and had become actual nuisances, and to crush all the quicker and all the safer their smaller competitors, who could not make both ends meet without such perquisites. 84. The bigger the enterprise, the greater was the loss and inconvenience of labor conflicts, hence the greater the desire to avoid unnecessary squabbles. All this explains why a huge corporation can often exhibit an apparently more enlightened labor policy than it took penny capitalists scrabbling for a living in a sweatshop, but the other side of this meant that, when conflict does break out, it tends more rapidly to assume the proportions of civil war. This relationship could go on most smoothly when big capital was dealing with relatively limited sections of privileged workers, and so the pattern reinforced tendencies toward aristocratic stratification in the proletariat as long as capital could afford it. 10. Breakthrough, the new unionism. By the 1880s the English union movement was covered over with a bureaucratic crust that looked invincible, even though or because only some 10% of the working class were organized. Engels' interest lay in looking beyond this incrustation, toward the forces that would break through it. Above all, he did not identify the crust with the class, nor the leaders with the labor movement as such, nor its bourgeoisified bureaucrats with the proletariat. He had long been pointing to the potentialities of the unorganized mass, who form excellent material precisely because they are free of the prejudices that had grown on the established movement like fungi. 85. On the eve of the first breakthrough, he was writing to a comrade that here in England an instinctive socialism, which fortunately resists any definite formulation according to the dogma of one or another socialist organization and hence will accept it all the more easily from a decisive event, is getting more and more of a hold on the masses. It need only start somewhere or other and the bourgeois will marvel at the latent socialism that will break out and be manifest then. 86. In another letter written the same day, he thought he saw the working class being ever more penetrated by the socialist leaven. 87. The point is not to exhibit Engels' prescience he was ever sanguine but rather to stress the direction in which he kept looking. In particular, he kept reminding that, in all periods of incrustation, a molecular movement went on underneath, eventually precipitating the outburst which others would greet as sudden and startling, precisely because it came from the invisible lower depths. In this case, the light jostle needed for the entire avalanche to move. 88 came in July 1888 from the working women of a match factory, stimulated to organization by socialists. Then the gas workers, another sector of presumably unorganizable underpaid workers, were organized by socialists, including Eleanor Marx, and won a resounding victory. Eleanor Marx became one of the leaders of the resultant Gas Workers and General Laborers Union, which was in the vanguard of the new unionism. The Dock Workers Union was the next and decisive step, and a new era of unionism opened up. It may be compared to the later rise of the CIO in the United States. In short, anyone who sees only the surface would say it was all confusion and personal squabbles. But under the surface the movement is going on, it is seizing ever broader strata, and for the most part precisely among the hitherto stagnant lowest masses, and the day is no longer far off when this mass will suddenly find itself, when it dawns upon it that it is this colossal self-moving mass, and when that day comes short work will be made of all the rascality and squabbling. 89. The new movement was utterly different from that of the old trade unions, the skilled laborers, the labor aristocracy. The new people are drawing far greater masses into the struggle, shaking up society far more profoundly, and putting forward much more far-reaching demands. 90. Degree these new trades unions of unskilled men and women are totally different from the old organizations of the working class aristocracy and cannot fall into the same conservative ways. They are too poor, too shaky, and too much composed of unstable elements, for any one of these unskilled people may change his trade any day. And they are organized under quite different circumstances. All the leading men and women are socialists, and socialist agitators too. In them I see the real beginning of the movement here. Point 91. The new impulse came out of London's stagnant pool of misery, the East End, mostly small, unskilled unions, and therefore despised by the haughty Trades Council of the aristocracy of labor. It is the East End which now commands the movement, and these fresh elements, unspoiled by the great Liberal Party, show an intelligence similar to that of the equally unspoiled German workmen. They insist on socialists as their leaders. Point 92. The movement spreads and seizes one layer of the workers after another. It has now shaken out of their torpor the unskilled laborers of the East End of London, and we all know what a splendid impulse these fresh forces have given it in return. Point 93. The East End, shaking off misery and despair, has returned to life, and has become the home of what is called the New Unionism, that is to say, of the organization of the great mass of unskilled workers. This unionism is essentially different, for it does not take the wage system as fixed and given, and its leaders are socialists. The masses, whose adhesion gave them strength, were rough, neglected, looked down upon by the working class aristocracy, but they had this immense advantage, that their minds were virgin soil, entirely free from the inherited respectable bourgeois prejudices which hampered the brains of the better situated old unionists. And thus we see now these new unions taking the lead of the working class movement generally, and more taking in tow the rich and proud old unions. Point 94. This upheaval was important to Engels not because it meant that the revolution was around the corner, he was not that sanguine, but because it showed the irrepressible class forces at work. In fact, the modern labor and socialist movement dates from this development. It was a question of the direction of the movement. The masses are on the move, and there is no holding them back anymore. The longer the stream is dammed up, the more powerful will be the breakthrough when it comes. And these unskilled are very different chaps from the fossilized brothers of the old trade unions, not a trace of the old pettifogging spirit, of the craft exclusiveness of the engineers, for instance. On the contrary, a general cry for the organization of all trade unions into one brotherhood and for direct struggle against capital. Point 95. In an article for the German press on the 1890 May Day celebration in London, Engels went over many of the ideas we have been quoting from his correspondence. In addition, there was special emphasis on the new unions' rejection of the old guild attitudes. The old ones, trade unions, which admit none but skilled workers, are exclusive. They bar all workers who have not been trained according to the statutes of the guild concerned, and thereby even expose themselves to competition from those not in the guild. They are rich, but the richer they become, the more they degenerate into mere sick funds and burial clubs. They are conservative, and they steer clear above all of that, socialism, as far and as long as they can. The new unskilled unions, on the other hand, admit every fellow worker. They are essentially, and the gas workers even exclusively, strike unions and strike funds. Point 96. All layers of the working class would be affected, up to the old labor aristocracy and down to the borders of the lumpenproletariat. I am happy I have lived to see this day. If this stratum can be organized, that is a big fact. The lowest stratum of East End workers enters the movement, and then the upper strata must follow their example. Furthermore, for lack of organization and because of the passive vegetative existence of the real workers in the East End, the lumpenproletariat has had the main say there so far. It behaved like and was considered the very type and representative of the million of starving East Enders. That will now cease. The peddler and those like him will be forced into the background. The East End worker will be able to develop his own type and make it count by means of organization, and this is of enormous value for the movement. A new section enters the movement, new troops. Hurrah, 98. The upheaval had a stunning effect on the bourgeoisie and the general public, commented Engels in the same letter. No doubt it especially stunned authorities on the labor movement. It was not only the socialist sectarians who were incapable of grasping the main feature of the trade union movement, namely, the fact that here in the elementary class organization of the proletariat was an irrepressible reservoir of elemental class struggle. 5. Trade unions and politics. While it became common to speak of the trade unions as the elementary organization of class struggle, this did not mean that its struggle had to remain on a primitive and rock-bottom level of consciousness. On the contrary, Marx emphasized the need to urge the trade unions onto higher levels of activity and struggle, in a line of progress culminating in commitment to independent political action. A socialist trade unionist who considered himself advanced beyond bread and butter unionism had internal responsibilities. Political revolutionists outside the union structure had proposals to urge. In any case, Marx had definite ideas on what made a trade union better or worse, effective or weak, from the standpoint of its basic class role. 1. Progressive unionism. These proposals for effective trade unionism can be summarized from the material in the preceding chapter, for they all stem from Marx's view of the relationship between trade unions as an organizational form and the proletariat as a potentially revolutionary class. We list 5 main points. 1. Class struggle policy and militancy. In one of his popular articles for trade unionists in 1881, Engels wrote, "The struggle of the laborer against capital, we said. That struggle does exist, whatever the apologists of capital may say to the contrary. It will exist so long as a reduction of wages remains the safest and readiest means of raising profits, nay, so long as the wages system itself shall exist. The very existence of trades unions is proof sufficient of the fact, if they are not made to fight against the encroachments of capital, what are they made for? There is no use in mincing matters. No milksop words can hide the ugly fact that present society is mainly divided into 2 great antagonistic classes. 1. The objective role of trade unions in the class struggle is one thing, the conscious policy of a given union leadership is another. We will be concerned here not with the problems of generalship, but only with the conceptions held by the leadership and membership. A class struggle policy by a union does not mean one consciously embracing a revolutionary goal or ideology, whatever that may be taken to mean, or one that adopts a socialist program, whether or not the union is in fact led by socialists. A class struggle policy may be defined as one that defends the interests of the workers as such, against the employers as such, regardless of the consequences of this struggle for the capitalists, for their system, or for the government, without drawing back out of consideration for any interests other than those of the embattled class. A great number of class struggles, even large-scale strikes, have been fought by workers and directed by leaders who held nothing but immediate bread and butter aims, yet maintained consistent loyalty to class interests in the face of considerable pressure. They may even have held views approving of the capitalist system and rejecting socialism. This bespeaks their level of consciousness, but what matters is whether these views were subordinated to the needs of the class struggle, or whether they came to supersede the latter. Contrariwise, a class collaboration policy takes the widely heralded harmony of interests of labor and capital not simply as a consciously held opinion or wish but as the determinant of trade union policy in action. The crux is, again, not whether specific trade unionists believe in this harmony, any more than whether they believe in capitalism. The crux is whether in fact they derive trade union policy from these ideas, instead of from their response to the felt needs of their class. Thus a trade unionist may be altogether non-revolutionary in subjective opinion, yet capable of following a class struggle policy in action. Indeed, a worker who is advancing in class consciousness normally goes through such a transitional phase. The worker's version of a belief in capitalism contains vital elements that are operationally hostile to the capitalist's version of a belief in capitalism. The difference between these 2 modes of pro-capitalism is itself a reflection of the class struggle reality, and it is brought to the surface, to consciousness, in the course of struggle. In this sense, a class struggle policy tends to produce a socialist consciousness, through experience, even though it does not start with it. So much for generalization. In practice, an activist translation of a theoretical statement about class struggle policy may appear as militancy. More concrete discussion of trade union policies is outside our purview, but it may be useful to point to some specific cases in which Engels reacted to special problems of class struggle policy. We cite Engels, rather than Marx, because it was he who lived on into the period when problems of socialist policy in trade unions began to loom large. In 1891 20,000 Ruhr miners exploded in a strike for higher wages and 8-hour shifts. The government broke the strike with soldiery, but the fight marked a stage in the organization and radicalization of the miners. The German Social Democratic leadership had believed the moment unfavorable for battle and had warned the miners against premature action, probably correctly. The party leaders also feared that the government wanted an outbreak that could be put down by force and turned to political capital against the socialists again, probably correctly. There was an acute problem of generalship involved. Yet the way in which the party press dealt with the strike provoked one of the few occasions when Engels intervened on a matter of internal policy. He wrote to both Babel and Koskai with obvious disquiet. Engels did not question that it would have been wiser tactics for the miners to have held back. But how should socialists react when the proletariat goes into battle against their better judgment? He wrote first to Koskai. Our people in Berlin party leaders see everything only from their standpoint. So too they often forget that they cannot assume the miners have the kind of discipline that was drilled into the old soldiers of the party by the anti-socialist law, and that every new group of workers will be driven toward us in the course of unwise, necessarily unsuccessful but, under the circumstances, inevitable strikes of angry passion. One cannot have only the pleasant sides of the movement, one must also accept the momentarily disagreeable things. Besides, the rigid discipline of a sect cannot continue to exist in a big party, and that also has its good side. Point 2. To Babel. The ill-advised strike of angry passion is, as matters stand, the usual way that large new strata of workers are brought in our direction. These facts seem to me to have been given too little consideration in the treatment by Vorwärts. Liebknecht, its editor, knows no shadings, he is either all black or all white, and if he thought he was duty-bound to prove to the world that our party did not egg on this strike, and even calmed it down, then God have mercy on the poor strikers, for them less than a desirable amount of concern has been shown, to see that they come to us soon. Point 3. The underlying issue was loyalty to the class movement, regardless of the immediate consequences for the narrower interests of the party. If the German leadership was perturbed when the class struggle did not flow through party channels in a properly disciplined way, the problem with the French movement was just the opposite. There the trade unions remained weak and impotent, there was not enough proletarian discipline to win a strike or build an organization even under favorable conditions. It was much easier to indulge in the favorite game of RR revolutionary windbagging. Writing to his Paris contact, Marx's daughter Laura, Engels advised, apropos of a situation in 1886. Strike discipline is very useful for the French workers. The first condition for the success of such a struggle is scrupulous regard for legality, and all revolutionary bragging and outbursts of passion lead inevitably to defeat. This discipline, which is the first condition for a successful and firm organization, is what the bourgeoisie fears most. Point 4. The immediate trade union objective in France, Engels explained, was to force the government to treat strikes as legal acts. Where in Germany the party leadership had an over-bureaucratic conception of how to react to spontaneous militancy, in France the leaders still had to learn that the workers' movement does not live by spontaneous spasms alone. Scrupulous regard for legality, so Engels had cautioned the French in this juncture, as a matter of generalship. The relativity of militancy will be illuminated from another direction if we turn to a problem involving the most law-abiding people on earth, the English. After a tense confrontation in London, Marx reported to Engels. Here the government has nearly produced a revolt. The Englishman first needs a revolutionary education, of course, and 2 weeks would be enough for that if Police Commissioner Sir Richard Mayne had absolute control. One thing is certain, these thick-headed John Bulls, whose brainpans seem to have been specially manufactured for the constable's bludgeons, will never get anywhere without a really bloody encounter with the ruling powers. 5. Marx had reacted similarly when the Sunday Times once admonished the strike movement that the demands of the working people may be submitted to when urged in a respectful manner. He retorted in an article, Has anyone ever heard of the price of coffee rising at Mincing Lane when urged in a respectful manner? The trade in human flesh and blood, being carried on in the same manner as that of any other commodity, give it at least the chances of any other. 6. 2. Against sectism. We saw that Engels, writing to Koski, implied that the German party was mistakenly taking the narrow view of the sect, with its rigid discipline, instead of the attitude of a class party. A sect counterposed its special views, which might be very good in themselves, to the interests of class development as a whole. What seemed like a momentary failing of the German party was, however, the systematic character of other groups, in particular, the Marxist group in England, repudiated by Marx, called the Social Democratic Federation and led by H. M. Hyndman, as well as another group called the Socialist League, associated with William Morris. The silly standoffishness of these two repositories of an alleged revolutionary socialism was a continual affliction to Engels, especially as the explosive development of the new unionism opened up new possibilities for socialism. The case was similar with the American group, the Socialist Labor Party. Writing to an American correspondent, Engels expressed his hope that the SLP would kindly liquidate itself in the interest of socialist progress, and turn to the English example. Over here it is being proved that a great nation simply cannot be tutored in a doctrinaire and dogmatic fashion, even if one has the best of theories. The movement is underway now at last and, I believe, for good. But not directly socialist, and those among the English who have understood our theory best remain outside it, Hyndman because he is incurably jealous and intriguing, E. Balfour Bax because he is a bookworm. 7. These personal characterizations were justified, but not sufficient to explain the self-defeating policies of the sectists. Experience showed that what was involved was a conceptualized dogma about the relationship between the enlightened elite of the vanguard and the benighted body of the class. In a letter a few months later, Engels generalized a little more, but still focused on style of operation. He raged at the bad attitude of the Socialist League, which looks down on everything that is not directly revolutionary, which means here in England as in your country, all who do not limit themselves to making phrases and otherwise doing nothing, and the Social Democratic Federation, which still behaves as if all except themselves were asses and bunglers, although it is precisely owing to the new impetus lent to the movement that they have succeeded in getting some following again. 8. Indeed, some of the best organizers of the new unions began as SDF members but had to break with the sect in order to do effective work as trade union militants. Engels generally supported such organizers against the sect. In a published interview he repudiated the SDF on the ground of its sectism, and gave an example. It is an exclusive body. It has not understood how to take the lead of the working class movement generally, and to direct it towards socialism. It has turned Marxism into an orthodoxy. Thus it insisted upon Dockers leader John Burns unfurling the red flag at the dock strike, where such an act would have ruined the whole movement, and, instead of gaining over the Dockers, would have driven them back into the arms of the capitalists. 9. The sectism of the Hyndman group, like its similars, suggested a fossilized sort of ultimatism, as if it were saying to the class it purported to represent, either you obey my certified correct revolutionary program, or else I will punish you by withdrawing my benediction on your existence and will refuse to be contaminated by further association with your unsanctified activities. Marx implemented a basically different conception of the relation of socialists to trade unions. Socialists should act as a loyal left wing of the class movement, not an alternative counterpose to it. They should start with the working class as it is and where it is. In order to change it, they should be a part of its real class organizations no matter how backward the mass might be from their standpoint, and they should become the best militants for the limited aims of the movement as is. But at the same time, and through this association, They seek to push the whole movement upward to higher levels of class struggle commitment and consciousness by means of the lessons of experience, all without giving up or hushing their own full views or ceasing to criticize mistaken and ineffective policies. We have just paraphrased the Communist Manifesto, whose words apply fully to the trade union arm of the proletariat, in the various stages of development which the struggle of the working class has to pass through. They, the communists, always and everywhere represent the interests of the movement as a whole, and the communists fight for the attainment of the immediate aims, for the enforcement of the momentary interests of the working class, but in the movement of the present, they also represent and take care of the future of that movement. It is in this sense that the manifesto explains that the communists do not form a separate party opposed to other working class parties, read, other arms of the working class, that they have no interests separate and apart from those of the proletariat as a whole, and that, finally, they do not set up any sectarian principles of their own, by which to shape and mold the proletarian movement. 10. The operative word in the last sentence is sectarian. 3. Organizing the unorganized. This requires no special discussion here. We have seen that this task was one of the great differences between the new unionism and the old, and one of the features of the former that excited Engels' enthusiasm. An allied question is the organization by the trade union movement of the unemployed, especially in depression periods. No policy question is more closely related to the basic class character of the movement, indicating whether a trade union operates as an exclusive guild or job trust rather than an arm of the class. 4. Trade union democracy. Programmatic insistence on the democratic control of a union by its membership does not stem simply from abstract concern with the values of democracy in general. It is, rather, an important antidote to the pressures of bourgeoisification and co-optation that we have discussed. Assuming that leaders as individuals are no more venal or corrupt than rank-and-file members, it is still true that leadership and official position puts an individual under the pressure of employers in particular and bourgeois society in general. These pressures come from two directions. One is the obvious allurement of rewards and blandishments from above, whether these are direct or indirect bribes or merely the enticements of social co-optation. Another is the fact that trade union officials become ex-workers. They cease to live the same life as their fellow workers, even with the best of intentions. To a small or great degree, the conditions of existence change, and a change of consciousness may follow. Trade union democracy maximizes the counter-pressure of the working class ranks on them. The institutions of proletarian democracy are also an indispensable school for training working class cadres in the administration and surveillance of society itself, for making the class fit to rule, as we have discussed. Point 11. Nor do these considerations exhaust the case for trade union democracy as a vital part of Marx's program. Marx had occasion to raise the issue of trade union democracy directly when the German Lassaline organization was setting up its party-controlled trade unions in 1868, on which, more later. In a letter to its leader, J.B. von Schweitzer, Marx, writing as the German secretary of the International, objected to the system of internal dictatorship being established. As for the draft rules, I consider them erroneous in principle, and I believe I have had as much experience in the trade union field as any of my contemporaries. Without going further into details, I only want to remark that centralist organization, although very useful for secret societies and sectarian movements, goes against the nature of trade unions. Even if it were desirable, I state outright that it is impossible. It would not be possible, and least of all in Germany. Here, where the worker's life is regulated from childhood on by bureaucracy and he himself believes in the authorities, in the bodies appointed over him, he must be taught before all else to walk by himself. Point 12. In this letter Marx pointed specifically to that part of the rules which placed the office of the president, Schweitzer himself, above the membership. And to have this now in a trade union movement. The latter revolves largely around money questions, and you will soon discover that here all dictatorship comes to an end. This prediction was true in Schweitzer's case. 5. Independent political action. Finally, Marx considered it essential that the trade union movement progress from a narrow preoccupation with economic, or bread and butter, issues alone, to the larger issues of society, in short, the field of politics in the broadest sense. In Marx's view, this was a necessity from the standpoint of the trade union's own practical considerations in the long run, for the effectiveness of pure and simple unionism begins to dwindle as it develops and as it encounters more complicated problems. Marx thought that one of the single biggest accomplishments of the International was that we have succeeded in drawing into the movement the one really big workers' organization, the English trades unions, which formerly concerned themselves exclusively with wage questions. 13. The orientation toward politicalization followed in part from his analysis of the limitations of trade unionism, in particular the limits of economic gains. He remarked in the New York Tribune during the 1853 strike wave, when he expected the unions to learn from their failures. Should, as I suppose, the depression prove lasting, the work people will soon get the worst of it, and have to struggle very unsuccessfully against reduction of wages. But then their activity will soon be carried over to the political field, and the new organization of trades, gained in the strikes, will be of immense value to them. 14. The strikes would not be able to gain their immediate economic objectives, he thought, because of the economic circumstances under which they had been launched. But they have done their work. They have revolutionized the industrial proletariat, and, stirred up by dear food and cheap labor, the consequences will show themselves in due time. Already the idea of a parliament of labor, which, in fact, means nothing but a general reassembling of the workingmen under the banners of Chartism, evokes the fears of the middle-class press. 15. In due time the unions did turn to political action, though not on Marx's schedule. It was a question of establishing the direction. A quarter-century later, Engels' series of popular articles for workers still had to point the direction, for it was to be another decade before English labor moved definitively into politics. His articles were peppered with arguments for independent political action. The central passage, in an article entitled "The Working Men's Party," makes a point we have not yet mentioned. Engels begins by recalling that the working class has interests of its own, political as well as social, but English workers leave their political interests in the hands of the capitalist classes' parties. Many continental countries are ahead of them in this respect. But there is a widespread feeling that this course is now obsolete and impractical. Thinking men of all classes begin to see that a new line must be struck out, and that this line can only be in the direction of democracy. But in England, where the industrial and agricultural working class forms the immense majority of the people, democracy means the dominion of the working class, neither more nor less. 16. Then let that working class prepare itself for its ruling responsibilities. The best way is to use the power already in their hands, the actual majority they possess in every large town, and thereby send workers into Parliament. Moreover, in England a real democratic party is impossible unless it be a working men's party. Enlightened men of other classes, where they are not so plentiful as people would make us believe, might join that party and even represent it in Parliament after having given pledges of their sincerity. But no democratic party in England, as well as elsewhere, will be effectively successful unless it has a distinct working class character. Abandon that, and you have nothing but sex and shams. 17. His series of articles had already argued that the trade unions must orient toward achieving a new socialist society. Now he is pointing out that even within the cadre of the old society, it is only a working class party that can move society in the direction of democracy, the direction whose final station lies beyond the borders of the present system. While urging a socialist perspective, neither Engels nor Marx confronted the trade unions with the ultimatistic demand that they must adopt socialism as their political banner or else suffer the slings and arrows of sect denunciation. The 5 points listed would fit the unions for broader societal tasks. They point a direction to be urged, beginning with the most elementary activities of economic defense, and ending, in due time, with the trade unionists' conscious adoption of a workers' state as their programmatic aim. This defines a spectrum of trade union consciousness, and it provides the framework for helping to move the trade unions along the road to political awareness. For Marx, This is the trade unionism of the revolutionary, but it is not the revolutionary unionism that arose out of the sects outside the Marxist movement. 2. Class struggle and politics. In the language of the movement, it became standard to speak of the trade unions as the economic arm of the working class, the proletarian party as the political arm, and we have already used this two-armed metaphor in the preceding section. It is, however, misleading in suggesting that the two arms are merely coordinate, of equal standing. In Marx's view, this is not so, as we will see in section 6 below. There is another possible misunderstanding to be cleared up as well. In a couple of statements we have quoted, Marx seems to be blurring the difference between economic and political action. The Communist Manifesto said that every class struggle is a political struggle, repeating a formulation that had appeared the year before in Marx's polemic against Proudhon. 18. What does this mean? Is every trade union struggle, say, won over wages, a political struggle? There are two parts to the answer. In the first place, this aphoristic formula of 1847 to 1848 is still tinged with Marx's early views. Marx always looked on the trade union movement as a process in the class struggle, on various levels. In the course of maturation, the working class moved nearer the goals set by society's evolution. On the highest level, the working class confronted society-wide responsibility. In the politico-philosophic language of the milieu in which Marx's thinking first developed, it was society-wide, or human community-wide, tasks that define the word political. This broad usage, much broader than the political we are used to, still conditions the language we have quoted. Secondly, the statement takes on the air of an aphorism by dint of drastic condensation, which is one of the characteristics of the manifesto in general. It is not simply making the point that a class-wide struggle tends to turn to overtly political action, though this is true. The struggle is implicitly political, impinging on political power, even before the proletariat may actually go over to open political activity. When a class war reaches a high level, it is already a political struggle insofar as such a struggle no longer merely involves concessions by a ruling class to a subject class but, rather, objectively raises the question of which class will rule society. At this level, the stakes are state power, whether the combatants know it or not. As it happens, a quarter-century later Marx had occasion to go over this ground again, in a letter to a German socialist in America. Here he emphasizes the class-wide and generalized nature of the struggle. The political movement of the working class has as its ultimate object, of course, the conquest of political power for this class, and this naturally requires a previous organization degree of the working class developed up to a certain point and arising precisely from its economic struggles. On the other hand, however, every movement in which the working class comes out as a class against the ruling classes and tries to coerce them by pressure from without is a political movement. For instance, the attempt in a particular factory or even in a particular trade to force a shorter working day out of individual capitalists by strikes, etc., is a purely economic movement. On the other hand, the movement to force through an 8-hour, etc. law is a political movement. And in this way, out of the separate economic movements of the workers there grows up everywhere a political movement, that is to say, a movement of the class, with the object of enforcing its interests in a general form, in a form possessing general, socially coercive force. While these movements presuppose a certain degree of previous organization, they are in turn equally a means of developing this organization. 20. This explanation was written under the pressure of the Bakuninist campaign to prohibit the International from engaging in political activity. Marx has to explain that politics has a broader social horizon than electoral politics. At about the same time Marx was still putting the same thought with the former conciseness, by writing that Bakunin has not even seen that every class movement as a class movement, is necessarily and was always a political movement. 21. Just as economy that is studied on a society-wide scale, not microeconomics, cannot but be political economy, so economic struggle on a class-wide scale merges into political struggle. A struggle between two great classes of society, wrote Engels in 1881, necessarily becomes a political struggle. So did the long battle between the middle or capitalist class and the landed aristocracy, so also does the fight between the working class and these same capitalists. In every struggle of class against class, the next end fought for is political power. 22. The original flat equation, class struggle equals political struggle, has now been restated more carefully in terms of a tendency. 3. The experiment in the international. As trade unions move toward independent political action, problems are raised about the relationship of two currents: trade unionists who are reaching out toward the broader realm of social and political issues in order to implement their economic aspirations, and political revolutionists who look to the trade union movement as a means of effectuating their aims. These two currents may overlap in personnel, or merge in the case of individuals, but they tend to exist separately as movements, that is, as autonomous arms of the working class movement. The International, however, was an early experiment in hybrid organization, combining trade union organizations with political, and other, organizations under one structural roof. This experiment had not been so planned, it happened that way, out of the first coming together of the French Proudhonists and the English trade unionists in the St. Martin's Hall mass meeting that launched the International in 1864. The statutes, rules, as well as the inaugural address, and the structure that developed, were all tailored to that reality. But in the long run the combination proved to be unviable, it necessarily led to intolerable strains, and after this experience the working class movement had to proceed with the two-arm pattern. The situation was helped by the fact that, fortunately, Proudhonism as a theory and a movement was declining by this time, but time was still needed to bring its representatives toward tolerance of union organization and strikes. Symbol of the initial situation was the fact that Marx had to leave the very mention of trade unions out of the inaugural address. For this and other reasons, the International did not provide a model for a solution of the two-current problem, it only made a beginning, and this limitation must be kept in mind. Marx's essential role in the General Council of the International was working out the framework of collaboration between the mixture of continental revolutionaries and semi-revolutionaries on the one hand, and, on the other, a heterogeneous group of English trade unionists, including many who were essentially reform-minded, others averse to politics of any kind, and some averse to independent politics and inclined to immersion in liberalism. From the beginning he had to guide the strained alliance through a series of whirlpools and dangerous rapids. This task could have been accomplished only by someone who stood outside and above the various narrow viewpoints, and saw a farther goal. It should be clear from the preceding chapter why Marx had no compunction whatsoever about collaborating in this way. The pejorative term is hobnobbing with that section of the trade union officialdom which in the conditions of the time was playing a progressive role. There would be a reason to devote a section of this chapter to a detailed presentation of Marx's amazingly successful and fruitful work with these trade union leaders over a number of years. Without this material the emphasis in this section is skewed, for we will put the spotlight on the eventual negative outcome rather than on the positive practical work, which was of considerable value to the British working class movement. Fortunately, this job is done in an excellent book, Karl Marx and the British Labour Movement, by Collins and Abramsky. Reading it is the equivalent of a very long special note appended to this volume. The alliance broke up when its trade union wing ceased to move in a progressive direction. To be sure, it was rocked by the Paris Commune and the daring position which the International was led by Marx to take on this heinous subversion of civilization, so described by the bourgeois press. But, more decisively, it began falling apart as the British trade unionists moved into another kind of politics, bourgeois politics. It was not Marx but the trade unionist wing that became restless and finally fractious because of the direction in which the International was steadily developing. The question of support to the Paris Commune did not at first enter as a divisive issue. When Marx read his address on the Civil War in France to the General Council, it was adopted unanimously and without a murmur of dissent. 23 To be sure, the subsequent blast of horror-stricken denunciation in the press made weak knees tremble and reinforced pre-existing tendencies, but for some time after, the most schismatic of the reformists, John Hales in particular, put on a left face by ganging up with the Bakuninists against Marx. In short, the split between Marx and the British trade unionists was not brought about because Marx insisted on lining the International up on the side of an unpopular radical issue in France. While it was not Marx who decided that the progressive alliance called the International had to be broken, he had to recognize when the strain of rightward drift became intolerable. 24. Marx had seen the signs even before the Commune crisis. Less than a year before, soon after the Franco-Prussian War had started, he wrote his French friends that the English workers were right in saying a plague on both their houses and in opposing designs by the English oligarchy to support war against France, and he added, degree for my own part, I do everything in my power, through the means of the International, to stimulate this neutrality spirit and to baffle the paid by the respectables, leaders of the English working class who strain every nerve to mislead them. 25. 2 years later, a letter by Engels indicated that he, and Marx, of course, realized how the General Council was breaking down. The letter spoke of a key figure's demoralization by his dealings with English agitators and trading politicians and trades unions paid secretaries who here nowadays are all bought up, or begging to be bought up, by the middle class. 26. Marx brought the breakout into the open a few months later, at the Hague Congress of the International. It was apparently precipitated semi-accidentally, on a side issue. Two of the British Labour leaders who were in process of going over to liberal politics, Hales and Mothershead, questioned the credentials of one Maltman Berry, who was expected to vote with Marx, on no stated ground whatever. Instead of giving reasons, Mothershead made the sniping remark that Berry was not a workers' leader in England. This fired Marx. According to the minutes, Marx says that whom a section elects is no one else's concern. Moreover, it redounds to Berry's honor that he does not belong among the so-called leaders of the English workers, since these people are more or less bought up by the bourgeoisie and the government. Berry was attacked only because he would not serve as Hales's tool. Marx's outspoken denunciation formalized the end of the two current alliance for a whole period, as the trade union leaders shifted their alliance to an entirely different current. The labor movement was entering into an era of bureaucratic incrustation which lasted until the new unionism. Marx and Engels later referred back to this break only with satisfaction at having done their duty. Shortly after the Hague Congress, Hales tried to stir up the General Council against Marx because of the latter's disrespectful remarks about labor leaders, but his efforts only boomeranged against him. 32 At the end of the year, Engels noted that there were various parliamentary exercises being undertaken by some people, and what people? With a few exceptions, they consist of the labor leaders whom Marx branded as corrupt at The Hague. 33 2 years later, the issue was a retrospective one for Marx. In England, the industrial workers must above all get rid of their present leaders. When I denounced these fellows at the Hague Congress, I knew that I would thereby let myself in for unpopularity, slander, etc., but such consequences have always been immaterial to me. Here and there it is beginning to be realized that in making that denunciation I was only fulfilling a duty. 34. Writing to a communard in 1876, Marx mentioned that the rascals, so-called workers' leaders, Englishmen, whom I exposed at the Hague Congress were still getting money from the liberal politicians. These workers' leaders, Mothershead, etc., are the same curs with whom it was impossible to organize a meeting against the executioners of the Commune. 35 The English labour movement has decayed into petty-minded trade union stuff, and the so-called leaders, including Ecarius, dangle after the liberal bourgeoisie, reported Engels. 36 Marx's wife Jenny was no doubt reflecting the family consensus when she wrote a friend about English workers a la Mothershead, Ecarius, Hales, Young, etc., let me say nothing. They are all arch rascals, up for sale and bought and sold, and chasing after an honest shilling by hook and by crook, a really pitiful crew. 37. Marx looked back in a letter of 1878 and summed up the past period. The English working class has been gradually becoming more and more deeply demoralized by the period of corruption since 1848 and had at last got to the point when it was nothing more than the tail of the great Liberal Party, i.e., of its oppressors, the capitalists. Its direction had passed completely into the hands of the venal trade union leaders and professional agitators. These fellows shouted and howled behind the Gladstones, Brights, Mundellis, Morleys, and the whole gang of factory owners, etc., in majorum gloriam to the greater glory of the Tsar as the emancipator of nations, while they never raised a finger for their own brothers in South Wales, condemned by the mine owners to die of starvation. Wretches, 38. In 1887, referring back to such labor leaders and their parliamentary aspirations, Engels wrote that we had to fight them since the founding of the International 39, but we had also had to work with them up to a point, and with certain preconditions. And so the organizational formula of the International proved itself to be an enlightening experiment by failing. At the International's 1871 conference, the resolution on political action had said that in the militant state of the working class, its economical movement and its political action are indissolubly united in one organization. This form of unity was very dissoluble indeed. And yet unity in some form was vital to the success of both arms of the movement. Separation into two autonomous arms raised its own problems. In England the trade union movement, before and after the International, and outside of it, grew up for decades without any workers' political movement in existence. In Germany the socialist movement came into existence first, and was instrumental in creating the economic organizations. From these different directions, there was always the problem of cohabitation. In the former type of case, trade unions without a political movement alongside it was a question of establishing the missing arm. This is what Engels told his trade union readers in his article series of 1881. This knowledge that the fundamental evil is the wages system itself once generally spread amongst the working class, the position of trades unions must change considerably. They will no longer enjoy the privilege of being the only organizations of the working class. At the side of, or above, the unions of special trades there must spring up a general union, a political organization of the working class as a whole. 41. There was a similar problem in the United States, which typically could not be grasped by the sectist minds of the Socialist Labor Party groups there. In 1891 the New York section of the SLP decided to affiliate to the Central Labor Federation of the city, as if the latter were the International, and the American Federation of Labor under Gompers refused to charter the city federation because of the socialist affiliation. Engels gave the opinion that the socialist sect was in the wrong for insisting. The AFL was an association of trade unions only, hence it had the formal right to reject non-trade union bodies. I cannot judge from here, of course, added Engels, whether it was propagandistically advisable to expose oneself to such a rejection. But it was beyond question that it had to come, and I, for one, cannot blame Gompers for it. 42. The two-arm pattern conformed to practical needs, and seemed to be fixed. But not before Marx had to deal with another attempt at fusing the two arms, this time in Germany. 4. Experiment in party-controlled trade unions. In Germany, where political organization had preempted the field, could the indissoluble unity of the two arms be ensured by simply making trade unionism an arm of the political party? The same sectist mentalities that had led the Socialist Labor Party of America in this direction also dominated the Lassaline organization in Germany. The first socialist group in Germany, founded by Lassalle, had arisen entirely within the tradition of hostility to trade unions that was characteristic of all pre-Marx socialism. But in the 1860s, trade unions started forming without the Lassaline's permission. By 1868, the Lassaline organization, now led by J.B. von Schweitzer, was faced with the threat of a Congress, called for Berlin, which was going to consider setting up a broad trade union movement. The majority of the Lassalines were in favor of a point-blank hostile attitude to the Trade Union Congress, as an enemy encroachment on their turf. Schweitzer, however, jammed through a more flexible tactic to achieve a similar end, his party organization would not kill but rather take over the rival movement, and then make sure it remained a creature of the political leadership without real autonomy. Its constituent trade unions would be controlled, by statute and in a formal manner, by the leadership of the party, that is, by Schweitzer. Thus his way of scotching the danger of an independent trade union movement was to make it an appendage to his political empire. Marx set his face strongly against this course. The trade unions must be built on the basis of organizational autonomy in order to perform their basic functions in a healthy manner. Then this autonomous movement would have to decide, soon or late, its own relationship to the political movement of the class, with the socialists within it pressing for their own position on this like everyone else. This, to Marx, meant the development of a real workers' organization in Germany based on trade unions. Schweitzer, wrote Marx to Engels, was afraid that in this case his artificial League of Sectarians degree would soon be nowhere. Degree 43. Engels agreed that the Berlin Congress must be a real workers' congress, not simply a duplicate of the Lassaline Congress with no one but Lassalines in its ranks. 44. Furthermore, wrote Engels, it appears from the Lassaline paper that Schweitzer would like to carry over the rigid structure of his party organization to the trade union movement, and this, Engels thought, was unlikely to succeed since the workers would not stand for dictatorship over their economic livelihood. 45. Once he lost his tight organization and was no longer able to play at dictator, the change would be fatal to him. 46. Marx was of the same opinion. Schweitzer thinks he can simply replace his dictatorship over the Lassaline GGWA with a dictatorship over the German working class. This is very naive. 47. As the issue came to a head, Marx prepared to state his views to Schweitzer in explicit terms. He told Engels in advance that he was going to attack Schweitzer's position that two organizations can only be harmful and that the trade union organization must give way to the political. Schweitzer wanted his own workers' movement, but Marx's letter would make clear to him that he must choose between the sect and the class. 48. This Marx did some days later, in an important letter from which we have already quoted his views on party democracy. 49. The main burden of the letter was insistence on the autonomy of the burgeoning trade unions from party dictatorship. As planned, this was cast in the form of insistence on the independence of the movement of the class, trade unions, from the sect, the Lassaline party. Lassalle, explained Marx, made the mistake of founding a sect, instead of looking among the genuine elements of the class movement for the real basis of his agitation. He wanted to prescribe the course to be followed by this movement according to a certain doctrinaire recipe. What defines a sect? In this letter Marx put it as follows: the sect sees the justification for its existence and its point of honor not in what it has in common with the class movement but in the particular shibboleth which distinguishes it from the movement. The rise of the trade unions as real workers' organizations, continued Marx, gave the Lassaline sect the opportunity to merge in the class movement and make an end of all sectarianism. Its political content would then be carried into the broader movement as an element enriching it. Instead, Schweitzer actually demanded of the class movement that it should subordinate itself to the movement of a particular section. Therefore the suspicion arises that whatever happens you want to preserve your own workers' movement. Instead of collaborating with other socialists in connection with the Berlin Trade Union Congress, Lassaline simply took over control. As for the others, you only left them the alternative of either joining you or opposing you, and gave the Congress the appearance of a mere enlarged edition of the preceding Lassaline Party Congress. 50. Such enlarged editions of a controlling party later became known as front organizations. This is what Engels had in mind in writing to Marx a few days later. The Lassaline sectarians intend that their political organization will play the same role in the new trades unions, only publicly, as our old secret league Communist League did in the public workers' associations. The trades unions will form only the exoteric section of the only true Lassaline church, but the latter remains the only true church. 51. In 1847 to 1848 the Communist League, in London and elsewhere, organized the German Workers' Educational Association as such an exoteric section, front organization, as a broader recruiting and agitational arena and as the legal front of a movement which might be outlawed. While no longer conspiratorially organized, the League still recognized the need for secrecy. This was one difference from the Lassalleans' situation. Secondly, a real trade union movement, as the elementary movement of the working class, could not be regarded in the same light as an ordinary club or a social fraternal educational society. The comparison showed what was wrong with the sectarian conception of the Lassalleans. 5. The primacy of the political movement. Insistence on the organizational autonomy of the trade unions, however, does not settle the problem of the relationship between the two arms of the class. It only makes a healthy solution possible. It could not be an end in itself for Marx, or for anyone who denied that the trade union struggle by itself could emancipate the proletariat, and who believed that the class struggle in its generalized form tended to become a political struggle. The general war had to be led by a general staff that was conscious of the general political tasks and organized around these tasks. For Marx, therefore, the political movement is primary, that is, it should assume the overall leadership of the class. In the light of Marx's controversy with Schweitzer among other enlightening episodes, this primacy of the political movement can be spelled out as follows: the political organization of revolutionists which aspires to be accepted as leader of the class in movement has the job of convincing the autonomous trade union movement to follow its counsels and policies. This is its essential trade union work. Moreover, we must now add that the picture has been considerably oversimplified by talking about only two arms of movements of labor. Already in Marx's and Engels' time there were other arms of the labor movement developing: cooperatives, cultural and educational organizations, an independent as well as a party press, special protective funds, and so on. If the needs of the struggle required that there be a certain amount of coordination and congruence among the lesser and greater arms of the labor movement, Marx and most others had no doubt that the political movement was in the best position to provide such leadership and guidance. This was not a very controversial question in most quarters. The problem was how this task of the political organization should be carried out, not to speak of by whom. For Marx, certain elementary considerations are dictated by his approach to the problem. By its nature, the trade union movement consists and should consist of workers at quite different stages and degrees of class consciousness, trade union consciousness, and political consciousness. Considered as a school, it has an infinite number of grades, or gradations, from primitive wage consciousness all the way to full agreement with the revolutionary socialist program. As they approach the latter end of the spectrum, workers will tend to join the political party of socialism, perhaps recruited by fellow workers who have gone before them. They in turn may seek to recruit their brothers and sisters in the unions. Thus the trade unions are in part a recruiting ground for the political movement. Where could it want a better one? Asked Engels. Writing of the desirability of getting a big AFL delegation from the United States to come to the International Socialist Congress at Brussels in 1891, he remarked, "They would see many things there that would disconcert them in their narrow-minded trade union standpoint, and besides, where do you want to find a recruiting ground if not in the trade unions?" 20 years before, in a letter offering general advice to the American section of the International, Marx spelled this out: "The trades union you must try to win degree at all costs." Degree 55. But the trade union movement is not merely a recruiting ground from Marx's standpoint, since it has its own elementary functions whether there is a political movement or not. Since it is also an arena of continuing struggle, the political party will not aim to graduate its trade union recruits out of their unions, in the usual meaning of recruitment, but rather will be interested in forming a consciously revolutionary cadre of socialist trade unionists inside this basic class movement, to fructify and leaven its work along the lines discussed in Section 1 of this chapter. In fact, recruitment does not chiefly mean gaining members but making adherents, short of that, bringing as many trade unionists as possible nearer political agreement. In a word, the ability of a political party to lead and guide the trade unions would be decided by its ability to develop a framework of socialist members and supporters inside the economic arm. Thus a type of unity between the two arms could be established which would be entirely different in operation and in consequences from Schweitzer's simple mechanism of party dictatorship. In 1878, after the Lassaline group had disappeared by merger into the German Social Democracy and after the Babel-Linecht policy of autonomous trade unions had triumphed, Engels praised the German movement for the symbiotic relationship of mutual reinforcement that had taken shape. A great advantage to the German movement is that the trades organization works hand in hand with the political organization. The immediate advantages offered by the trades organization draw many and otherwise indifferent mass into the political movement, while the community of political action holds together, and assures mutual support to the otherwise isolated trades unions. Point 56. In seeking to give political guidance to the trade unions, a proletarian political movement differs in no way formally from the bourgeois parties, particularly the bourgeois liberal parties which have traditionally sought to make the labor movement part of its own entourage and recruit its forces and energies for the liberals' political fortunes. Marx, as we have seen, was in a position to watch this working out, as his former trade unionist colleagues of the General Council went over to the Liberal Party and then seeing the world turned left to right in their new ideological mirrors bitterly accused socialists of meddling in their unions as outside agitators. Indeed, it became a tradition that the same trade union bureaucracy which systematically used its own apparatus inside the unions to subordinate them to bourgeois politics, indignantly denounced efforts by a workers' party to reach the membership as somehow illegitimate if not downright subversive. The view that the political struggle is primary was not in the least peculiar to Marx, nor to socialism. Inside the socialist movement, however, an alternative view that it is the trade union movement that should be regarded as sufficient for the road to socialism cropped up occasionally and crystallized as syndicalism. It will be discussed in the last section of this chapter. 6 Forms of labor political action. For Marx, the exact form of the relationship to be established between the trade unions and a workers' party was an open question, depending on the development of both movements in a particular country and time. It was neither necessary nor possible to establish prefabricated models or molds. Writing to Spanish workers on behalf of the General Council and hence also of Marx, Engels explained, "Experience has everywhere proved that the best means of liberating the workers from this domination of the old parties is to found in each country a proletarian party with its own policy, a policy clearly distinguished from that of other parties, since it has to express the conditions of emancipation of the working class. The details of this policy may vary according to the particular circumstances in each country." 58. Even more, the details of organizational form would be sure to vary. We have touched on the different pattern of development in Germany and England. Let us sketch Marx's reaction to events in these countries. In 1869, Wilhelm Liebknecht, after long prodding by Marx, was finally impelled by events to break with his long-standing policy of opportunist alliance with the bourgeois liberal party. He went along with the founding of a new socialist party that offered an alternative to the Lassaline sect. This party, founded at Eisenach, was based largely on trade unionists from the trade union wing of the Lassalines breaking with the Schweitzer dictatorship, and from independent trade unions that had been founded with Babel's help on an autonomous model. But the new Eisenacher party was not based on the trade unions in its organizational structure, in the way that the British Labour Party is today, nor did it aim at being so constituted. Such an organic relationship might have stunted the development of both arms. Marx greeted this step as a positive one, and supported the Eisenacher party. This did not lead him to believe that this German pattern was a model for England. In England, the politicalization of labor was going through painful stages. Far behind was the Chartist period, when voteless workers barged into the political process as a revolutionary force from the outside. As the workers received the ballot, it became worth the while of the bourgeois parties to take them in tow. The Reform Bill of 1867, by the same token, made it possible for labor leaders to think of rising to heights commensurate with their ambitions. 2 prerequisites were votes and money. The former could be traded for the latter. The votes were to come from workers, the money had to be begged from the liberal money bags, such as the industrialist Samuel Morley, a leading political broker. The labor leader George Howell, having left the General Council of the International in 1869, plaintively wrote to a bourgeois politician, "Cannot something be done to pave the way for a few working men to go into the House? Some of us have to stand in the character of obstructives inside the trade unions because we will not consent to the revival of the old Chartist practice, that of opposing all parties except those pledged to labor questions." 59. He pointed in alarm to the fact that proposals for direct representation of labor were cropping up in a most unpleasant manner. "Nobody holds it against the labor leaders that they would have liked to get into Parliament," wrote Engels in the German press after the 1874 elections. "The shortest way would have been to proceed at once to form anew a strong workers' party with a definite program, but instead, in order to get into Parliament the labor leaders had recourse, in the first place, to the votes and money of the bourgeoisie and only in the second place to the votes of the workers themselves. But by doing so they ceased to be workers' candidates and turned themselves into bourgeois candidates. They did not appeal to a working class party that still had to be formed but to the bourgeois great liberal party. To further their careers in bourgeois politics, they set up a labor representation league, and, under the guidance of the liberal industrialist, drew up a labor program to which any bourgeois could subscribe and which was to form the foundation of a mighty movement to chain the workers politically still more firmly to the bourgeoisie and, as these gentry thought, to get the founders into Parliament. 60. The case was better when unions went for direct representation. In the 1874 election, miners' unions got 2 union secretaries into Parliament. "At any rate," wrote Engels, "the ice has been broken and 2 workers now have seats in the most fashionable debating club of Europe. They would not be able to play a role in Parliament," he added, "but still the elections of 1874 have indisputably ushered in a new phase in English political development." 61. These were halting efforts and halfway forms as compared with the step that Marx advocated, an openly independent workers' party, and indeed he and Engels criticized publicly and privately the inadequacy of the ways in which the labor leaders were moving into politics. At the same time they exhibited the objectively progressive meaning of what was actually happening, for they were not victims of the later mystique according to which anything tagged progressive must be advocated and supported. It was by criticism, not approval, that they sought to move the advanced elements of the class beyond the bourgeoisified forms in which they were still imprisoned. One of the progressive consequences of the new steps taken by the labor leaders in pursuit of their political ambitions was these leaders' self-exposure. Such exposure as the outcome of experience was one of the most important processes in the education of a class. Just before the 1874 election Engels had written to a German comrade that he hoped the ambitious bureaucrats would get elected. Here the whole mass of labor leaders paid by the bourgeoisie, especially by Samuel Morley, put themselves forward with all their strength to be elected to Parliament as working men's candidates by the bourgeois. But they probably won't be successful, much as I would wish the whole gang to get in, on the same ground that I am glad of the election of Hasenclever and Hasselmann in Germany. 62. For these people would expose their real politics before their proletarian constituencies, just as, Engels continued, Schweitzer had ruined himself in the Reichstag. A decade later, Engels was still observing new steps forward in this process, always slower than his hopes. A new period will date from the next elections, even if this does not show itself with all speed. There will be workers in Parliament, in growing numbers, and each one will be worse than the other. But that is necessary here in England. All the scoundrels who played the role of bourgeois radical Philistines here in the International's day must show themselves in Parliament just as they are. Then the masses will become socialist here too. Industrial overproduction will do the rest. 63. In fact, it took more than 3 decades for events to approximate this rough scenario. But in another decade, things were at least on the move. The form of direct representation, trade union campaigns for trade union candidates, was putting more and more workers into Parliament. Engels hailed the fact that there was increasing support for direct representation from, for example, the textile workers. and a Manchester Labour newspaper calculated that the Lancashire textile workers might control 12 seats in Parliament in this county alone. As you see, it is the trade union that will enter Parliament. It is the branch of industry and not the class that as yet demands representation. Still, it is a step forward. Let us first smash the enslavement of the workers to the big bourgeois parties. Let us have textile workers in Parliament just as we already have miners there. As soon as a dozen branches of industry are represented, class consciousness will arise of itself. 64. Direct representation was a step forward to the establishment of a political party that carried this form to its logical conclusion, as the formation of the Labour Party did later. With this background, the organizational form of the Workers' Party in England became quite different from the German exemplar. The English model, a workers' party based on the organizational structure of the trade unions, was also probably expected by Marx in that other country where unionization had preceded a mass socialist organization, the United States. Interviewed by an American newspaperman, Marx was quoted as saying, "Upon trades unions, in many countries, have been built political organizations. In America the need of an independent workingmen's party has been made manifest. They can no longer trust politicians." 65. This statement is in line with other indications of Marx's views, as well as Engels. It is acknowledgement of a possibility, one that would be welcomed, but not prescribed. The road to a workers' party by structurally founding it on the organized trade union movement was one alternative, but only one, under given historical circumstances. That was as far as Marx was concerned to press the issue. 7. Revolutionary unionism and syndicalism. Marx's conception of the place of trade unions in the class struggle makes it clear that he gave short shrift to the notion of revolutionary trade unions as an ultimatistic demand. The subject requires some comment only because of later developments. This notion has already come up in two connections. Although we have emphasized the Lassalleans' taste for party-controlled unions, it will come as no surprise to learn that the Lassalleans themselves put the matter in other terms. They wanted to ensure the socialist character and ideological purity of the trade unions. Party domination was the means of enforcing this revolutionary requirement. The case of the Socialist Labor Party in the United States was similar, even though these American Lassalleans, often called Marxists, did not have as big a movement to operate on as their German congeners did. In both these cases, and in many others to come, Marx's view of the trade union as the elementary organ of class struggle was rejected in favor of the traditional ultimatum of the sect: if you workers do not adopt the only true faith, we hereby read you out of the proletariat. Such theories of revolutionary unionism leave no room for the existence of autonomous arms of the class. One must preempt the others. If the Lassalleans saw a role only for the political party, this exclusiveness suggested its own mirror image, which came to be called syndicalism. The trade union is substituted for the political party as the overall organizer of workers' power and the future society. The trade union, in effect, takes on all political roles, while rejecting the term political as inapplicable. The trade union, therefore, becomes the revolutionary vanguard, that is, an advanced portion of the class, and is no longer the elementary and broad organizer of workers as yet unclass conscious. From Marx's standpoint, when the trade union takes the place of political organization, nothing takes the place of the trade union, whose role in the class struggle is left a vacuum. This fatally narrowed conception of trade unionism existed only in embryonic form in Marx's time. It cropped up only sporadically in the International. Impetus to ideas of this sort came especially out of the Proudhonist antipathy to political action pers. Such anti-politicism lay behind some disputes in the movement. A primitive expression of this notion came up at the 1868 Brussels Congress of the International in connection with the war question on the agenda. The answer proposed was a general strike as the reply to a declaration of war. Since it would suffice for the working men to strike work to render war impossible, the resolution recommended that the workers cease work in case a war be declared in their country. This resolution, pushed by the Belgian delegates and supported by the French, was actually adopted. 66 Marx was apparently unaware of its adoption when he read about the proposal in Ecarius' Times report of the Congress. He wrote Engels that Ecarius ascribed to the Germans and English the Belgian nonsense, degree to strike against war. 67, the German delegates had proposed a different resolution, and it is not clear from the minutes how the Belgian version came to be adopted, since this seems to have taken place at an administrative session. 68. The proposal was nonsense to Marx because such a general strike could only precipitate an all-out confrontation with the state power for control over society, commonly called a revolution. The Belgian resolution, therefore, was not about a very big strike but was a modest proposal that a revolution should be proclaimed by resolution. In early 1869 the Belgian leader De Pepy reformulated his Prudenist conceptions into what we can now recognize to be a definitely syndicalist proposal. The future social order, he argued, must be based on the International's own institutions, especially trade unions. He put these ideas forward at the Basel Congress. They were echoed by the Swiss and Spanish Bakuninists, and in Geneva, even J.P. Becker, a friend of Marx's with congenitally unstable politics, began to repeat the talk about substituting trade unions for political organization. Engels wrote wonderingly to Marx, "Old Becker must have gone clean out of his head. How can he decree that the degree trades union degree has to be the real workers' association and basis of all organization, and that the other forms of organization have to remain only provisional alongside it, etc. All this in a country where proper trades unions degree still don't even exist. And what a complicated organization." 69. In fact, syndicalist notions often flourished where proper trade unions had not yet developed, that is, where the concept of the trade union was not yet that of a real class organization but mostly a theoretical construct. It is clear that Marx and Engels dismissed out of hand such ideas as Becker had started to develop. In 1870, assuming that these ideas were emanating from Bakuninist circles, Marx, writing to a friend, pointed to them as one example of the poverty of Bakunin's theoretical baggage. According to this view, he wrote, degree the working class must not occupy itself with politics. They must only organize themselves by trades unions. One fine day, by means of the Internationale they will supplant the place of all existing states. You see what a caricature he has made of my doctrines. 69. At this point Marx plainly did not think the notion needed refutation. At the International's London Conference of 1871, similar ideas came out of a murky discussion of the proposal by French delegate Delahaye to favor the formation of international federations of trade unions which would be, inter alia, models of the real commune of the future. 70. In the ensuing discussion Marx and Engels both summarized reasons why the trade unions are necessarily limited in their tasks and possibilities, and especially stressed that even in England the trade unions had not organized most workers. We have cited some of their remarks in another context. 71. On this question their purpose was to explain why it was not the trade unions that could be viewed as the structural basis of socialist society. In this connection the scant minutes record only the following. Marx denies that it is the commune of the future because this project rests on the division of labor, principal cause of the slavery of the workers. It may ameliorate the lot of the workers a little, but it cannot be offered as an ideal. 72. Objections from other delegates pointed out that the adoption of the Delahaye scheme would leave no reason for existence for the International itself, as for any political movement. The Delahaye resolution was defeated. The substance of the syndicalist idea was encountered from an unexpected source a few years later, Professor Düring, who wanted to found a school of socialism of his own, made it an accusation against socialists in general. In Anti-Düring Engels quotes Düring's statement that the conception of collective ownership is unclear because this conception of the future always gives the impression that it means nothing more than corporative ownership by groups of workers. Engels dismisses this as simply a baseless falsehood. 73. That Düring had plucked the notion out of the air at all showed that it was floating around. A caution is necessary. Because of the later association of syndicalism with anarchism, violence, revolutionary phrases, and so on, it has a literary aura of revolutionism about it, but this should not be antedated. During the years we are concerned with, radical views that sought to replace political action with trade union organization were more than likely to be reformist-oriented, a flight from the revolutionary task of directly confronting state power. In fact, this also conditions the later history of syndicalism, but that is another story. Thus, against various socialist alternatives, Marx had to make clear his own distinctive view of the relationship between the economic movement of the trade unions and the political movement of a party or party-like organization. Trade unions were training grounds of the class, as well as its first line of defense, but the goal of the training was still a political and social revolution. 6. The principle of class self-emancipation. We have emphasized in several ways that Marx's socialism was above all a class socialism, a theory about the social struggle of a class, embedded in a theory of societal dynamics, and that this is what was unique about it. The main difficulty with grasping this notion is that it appears to be so simple and transparent, when in fact it is neither, as the history of Marxist sects proved while Marx and Engels were still alive. The same is true of another famous phrase associated with their class socialism, the self-emancipation of the proletariat. 1. From Chartism to the International. Praise for the idea of self-emancipation is usually as obligatory as hatred of sin, respect for motherhood, and hopes for the good life. Only a certain British aristocratic household has dared to revel in the family motto, tout den haut, which describes the practical politics of the world. 1. Like all laudable aspirations, talk of self-emancipation goes back very far. It was probably already well known in old Gorge, especially under the label of self-help. The inculcation of self-help has always been popular among the people who would otherwise be obliged to provide the help, and who therefore easily recognize it as a virtue of the poor. In England the bourgeoisie made a contribution of this sort to legitimizing the idea of self-emancipation among the working classes. The literature of the Chartist movement fused self-emancipation with the idea of political struggle. The principle of self-emancipation, as an invocation to rely only on proletarian forces for proletarian goals, was a platitude in the Chartist movement, above all on the left, while Marx was still in school. It did not take a Marx to invent it, on the contrary, it probably arose spontaneously out of the facts of class mistrust, wherever the pattern of the class struggle enforced its lessons. It gave rise to attitudes repudiating the sanctity of charity, the Lord is my shepherd hosannas, fidelity to the master, and a host of other virtues beloved of ruling classes. To us there is nothing so hateful, so detestable, so offensive, as a patronizing, mendacious magnanimity, wrote an English workers' paper. 2. The idea of self-emancipation was so common in the Chartist left that it is easy to suppose that the German émigrés in its midst heard it as often as anyone, as well as knowing all the German self-help saws. A few months before the Communist Manifesto, Marx's associate Wilhelm Wolff wrote an article in the Communist League's paper in which he exhorted, "In truth no one will or can free us proletarians if we do not do it ourselves." Typically he introduced this with a German proverb, "Selbst ist der Mann," roughly, "Let George do it but you yourself are George," which breathes the old air of self-help. 3. So when Marx wrote the aphoristic formulation of the principle into the first clause of the International's rules, considering that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves, 4. It was the embodiment of a long-standing and widely used idea, though it is from this source that the formula became so famous that it was repeated by various elements who did not believe a word of it. This use also gave it sufficient prominence to come to the attention of academic historians of socialism who had no idea what it meant. Thus, the eminent Belgian historian Émile de Lavallee, one of those who, Engels rightly remarked, spread nothing but lies and legends about the history of the International 5, wrote in 1881, in a much republished book. The International also affirmed that the emancipation of the laborers must be the work of the laborers themselves. This idea seemed an application of the principle of self-help. It enlisted for the new association, even in France, the sympathies of many distinguished men who little suspected how it was to be interpreted later on. This affords a new proof of the fact, frequently observed, that revolutionary movements always go on increasing in violence. The originators of the movement are replaced by the more fanatical, who, in their turn, are pushed aside, until the final abyss is reached to which wild revolutionary logic inevitably leads. Point 6. In contrast to this learned liberal, the reactionary historian of the International, Villard, understood very quickly that the militants of the International were so wildly fanatical as to believe exactly what the principle of self-emancipation said. No idea, without excepting perhaps their hatred of capital, he charged, entered more passionately into their heads and hearts. He quotes a French militant of the International who expressed these heinous sentiments: "We have proclaimed, that we no longer wanted deliverers, that we no longer wished to serve as instruments." 7. The principle of self-emancipation figured not only in the rules of the International but also on the back of the individual's membership card, where it led off the brief statement of principles condensed from the rules. 8. Documents of the International not written by Marx or Engels freely appealed to the same concept. It must be remarked, however, that in two cases that come easily to hand the concept is seen emerging from the old self-help idea, like Michelangelo's Prisoners from the Rough Marble. Thus, an address calling for an independent labor press drafted by some members of the General Council started with Poor Richard himself. Benjamin Franklin is reported to have said, "If you want a thing done, and well done, do it yourself," and this is precisely what we must do. We must take the work of salvation into our own hands. 12. And the address of the Land and Labor League, which historian Royden Harrison thinks was partly written under the influence of Marx, exhorts, "There is one, and only one, remedy. Help yourselves." 13. Later on, Engels rightly predated the conception to the very beginning, before it had been adopted in the International. Our notion, from the very beginning, was that the emancipation of the working class must be the act of the working class itself. He wrote in a preface to the Communist Manifesto. 14. This varies slightly the canonical formulation, as did Marx in another work. 15. The very beginning has already been described in our volume 1,16, that is, the course of Marx's and Engels' development toward the conception before their own programmatic ideas had crystallized. The context indicates that Engels was thinking of the period around 1847 when the manifesto was in preparation. 2. The sin of charity. By 1847, as far as we can make out from published articles, the idea of self-emancipation merged in Marx's thinking with his view of the class struggle as the crux of socialist policy. The resultant fusion was expressed several times that year by both Marx and Engels. The immediate target was the bourgeoisie's best-known alternative to working-class struggle. To be sure, all alternatives offered by society were efforts to convince the people that they need not act for themselves, but the greatest of these is charity. Peter had explained it long ago, "For charity shall cover the multitude of sins." It had also been explained in the Old Testament, "For the poor shall never cease out of the land, therefore I command thee, saying, Thou shalt open thine hands wide." 17. The holy injunction is given a very practical reason, we see. This sociological strategy of Christianity has often been the butt of radicals' denunciation. Marx took his turn in 1847, in a burst of indignation at a pious Prussian who had sermonized that if only those whose calling it is to develop the social principles of Christianity do so, the communists will soon be put to silence. Marx replied with some passion, "The social principles of Christianity have now had 1800 years to develop and need no further development by Prussian consistorial councillors. The social principles of Christianity have justified the slavery of antiquity and glorified medieval serfdom, and in case of need likewise acquiesce in defending the oppression of the proletariat, even though putting a doleful face on it. The social principles of Christianity preach the necessity of a ruling and an oppressed class, and all they have for the latter is the pious wish the former will be charitable. The social principles of Christianity assign the consistorial compensation for all infamies to heaven and thereby justify the continuation of these infamies on earth. The social principles of Christianity declare all vile acts of oppressors against the oppressed to be either just punishment for original sin and other sins, or trials that the Lord in His infinite wisdom imposes on the redeemed. The social principles of Christianity preach cowardice, self-contempt, abasement, submissiveness, meekness, in short, all the qualities of Canaile, and the proletariat, which is not willing to be treated as Canaile, has need of its courage, its self-reliance, its pride and its sense of independence even more than of its bread. The social principles of Christianity are cringing, and the proletariat is revolutionary. So much for the social principles of Christianity. Point 18. The article had already made the point that the proletariat expects help from no one but itself. 19. This was not Marx's first sally against philanthropism. In an earlier article he had said one of his purposes was to refute the idea of the philanthropic bourgeois that it is only a question of providing a little bread and a little education for the proletarians, and that only the worker is stunted by the present state of society, but otherwise the existing world is the best of all possible worlds. Point 20. But Engels had so far outdone him in this line. In the condition of the working class in England, Engels had authentically reflected the English left's attack on the charity system: your self-complacent, Pharisaic philanthropy which gives the victims 100th part of what has been plundered from their labor. Charity which degrades him who gives more than him who takes, charity which treads the downtrodden still deeper in the dust, which demands that the degraded, the pariah cast out by society, shall first surrender the last that remains to him, his very claim to manhood, shall first beg for mercy before your mercy deigns to press, in the shape of an alms, the brand of degradation upon his brow. Point 21. By 1847 Engels was more inclined to put it politically, as when he attacked the French moderate Republicans for their program of restricted democracy which emphasized philanthropic charity instead, measures of pure charity, that is, measures to soften down the revolutionary energies of the proletarians. Welfare charity is far from being based upon fraternity, whilst at the same time it is an insolent and very impotent denial of equality. 22 Such sentiments were familiar in the Chartist organ that published this article, but less so in the German paper which, about the same time, published his long criticism of the literature of the then prominent true socialist tendency. This starts with a thrust at one Karl Beck's Songs of the Poor Man, which begins with a poem addressed to the House of Rothschild. It is not the destruction of Rothschild's real power or the social conditions on which it is based that the poet threatens, no, he wishes only it should be used in a humanitarian way. He laments that the bankers are not socialistic philanthropists, not sentimental visionaries, not benefactors of humanity, but just bankers. Beck sings the praises of this cowardly, petty bourgeois misère, of the poor man, the pauvre honteux, with his poor, pious, and contradictory desires, the little man in all his forms, not of the proud, menacing and revolutionary proletarian. Point 23. About the same time, in his Poverty of Philosophy, Marx included a pungent page devoted to the humanitarian school, which seeks, by way of easing its conscience, to palliate even if slightly the real contrasts. It sincerely deplores the distress of the proletariat, the unbridled competition of the bourgeois among themselves. It counsels the workers to be sober, to work hard and to have few children. It advises the bourgeois to put a judicious order into production. The philanthropic school is the humanitarian school carried to perfection. It denies the necessity of antagonism, it wants to turn all men into bourgeois. The philanthropists, then, want to retain the categories which express bourgeois relations, without the antagonism which constitutes them and is inseparable from them. They think they are seriously fighting bourgeois practice, and they are more bourgeois than the others. Point 24. The Communist Manifesto repeats this more concisely, under the head of bourgeois socialism, by which it means bourgeois social reform, for socialism was then a common label simply for reformatory concern with the social question. Besides Proudhon, to this section belong economists, philanthropists, humanitarians, improvers of the condition of the working class, organizers of charity, members of societies for the prevention of cruelty to animals, temperance fanatics, hole and corner reformers of every imaginable kind. 25. A little further the manifesto points out that utopian socialism, despite its positive critical content, tends to degenerate into this kind of socialism too. Only from the point of view of being the most suffering class does the proletariat exist for them. And the proletariat, as yet in its infancy, offers to them the spectacle of a class without any historical initiative or any independent political movement. In contrast, the manifesto's message is that the proletarian movement is the self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority, in the interests of the immense majority. 26. Only a movement of the immense majority, in its own interests, could be a movement of self-emancipation. This moves out of the sphere of charity versus self-help, to become a basic determinant of the nature of socialism. 3. Sheep and saviors. The principle of self-emancipation has this in common with the Golden Rule, that it is venerated as a maxim and violated to the maximum. Just as literal adherence to the Golden Rule would bring down present-day society, so conformity with the self-emancipation principle would dissolve most of the socialist sects that have existed. What self-emancipation meant to Marx and Engels is evident particularly in their criticisms of other socialisms of the time, as well as in their critique of ruling ideologies. One was as likely as the other to praise the vision of sheep following a good shepherd. In a polemic by Engels against the true socialist current, he gave an example of the sort of socialistic sentimental poetizing that deserved contempt. A true socialist versifier had burbled as follows, italics added by Engels. And yet at last will come the day. People shall sit together, hand in hand, like children in the great hall of the heavens. Once more a chalice shall pass around, love's chalice at the love feast of the nations. 27. The invocation of love, which should be capitalized to indicate it has little to do with love, was often associated with such schwärmerei. A political history of this imperial love as an instrument of mastery would be useful. Another celebrant of political mystical love whom Marx had to attack was Hermann Kriege, who departed European shores as a member of the Communist Correspondence Committee which Marx had fostered, and in America's greener pastures turned his communism into a petty bourgeois radicalism that was discrediting to his former associates. Marx and Engels collaborated on a circular explaining to their American friends why Kriege was not a communist. The first part of this statement is devoted to Kriege's transformation of communism into love-mongering. Other passages point to Kriege's pattern of treating political disciples as pious sheep. The point was not simply Kriege's religiosity, but how he put it to political use. According to Kriege, explained the circular, once the idol mammon is overthrown the reign of joy begins. And when this overthrow is accomplished, then come the prophets, the we, who teach the proletarians what remains to be done. These prophets teach their disciples who here appear to be singularly ignorant about their own interests how they should work and enjoy in common. 28. In the course of the 1848 to 1849 revolution, there was no lack of politicians who were anxious only to do the people good as long as the people refrained from doing it themselves. In one of his articles in the Neue Rheinische, Engels found a parable. Praising the resistance of the Poles to Prussian conquest, he related a touching anecdote about a practical philanthropist, picked up from a biography of the priest Joseph Benavida Blanc. The holy man was frequented by birds that hovered on and about him, and the people wondered mightily to see this new Saint Francis. No wonder, he had cut off the lower half of their beaks, so that they could get food only from his own charitable hands. Engels adds the moral. The birds, say his biographer, loved him as their benefactor. And the shackled, mangled, branded Poles refused to love their Prussian benefactors. 29. Or one could look to France for the same edifying pattern, where Bonaparte as emperor intended to turn the French people into a flock of sheep, only fit for the shears, or to be led to nibble in silence under the shade of an enervating security. 30. Or to England, where Marx commented on the doings of the House of Lords, the sentimental lords, who please themselves in treating the workingmen as their humble clients, feel exasperated whenever that rabble ask for rights instead of sympathies. 31. The socialist sects could for the most part be divided between those whose leaders posed as messiahs and saviors and those who were engaged in seeking a messiah-savior. Of the former, Marx had experience with Lassalle and Weitling. Of the latter, Engels, writing to Marx from Paris, reported on the Louis Blanc type of socialists there. Like the wagon driver in the fable, they seek the Hercules who is to pull the social cart out of the muck for them. But the Hercules resides in their own arms. 32. A few months before, when Engels had visited Louis Blanc himself, the little great man had made a better impression temporarily. He seems to have dropped the habit of taking a patronizing attitude with regard to the workers, Engels' letter reported. 33. Marx was especially sensitive to the German pattern that he labeled Obrigkeitlich Sinn, the mentality submissive to authority on high. We have in passing seen his reaction to this when it came up, as in his remark, cited in the preceding chapter, that here in Germany where the worker's life is regulated from childhood on by bureaucracy and he himself believes in the authorities, he must be taught before all else to walk by himself. 34. It was in the same connection the case of Schweitzer that Marx commented. For the German working class the most necessary thing of all is for it to cease conducting its agitation under the by your leave of higher authority. Such a bureaucratically schooled race must go through a complete course in self-help. 35. A year later, he ran across a passage in a Defoe novel that he had to share with Engels. Defoe, dealing with Gustavus Adolphus' 1630 intervention in the German Krapp, wrote that the German Protestant princes would have been very glad to have had the work done at another man's charge, but like true Germans they were more willing to be saved, than to save themselves, and therefore hung back. 36. Marx underlined these words for his friend's benefit, as if chortling at the characterization of true Germans. He might have recalled his first published article of 1842, in which he had deplored the fact that Germans are by nature very submissive, excessively obedient, and deferential. 37. This sheep and savior pattern was highly visible in Germany for historical reasons, but it was by no means confined to that country. Ruling classes fostered it everywhere. In a manifesto written for the International, Marx dealt with recent Belgian massacres of strikers. The Belgian capitalist, he observed, was so liberty-loving that he rejected factory laws encroaching on his liberty. He shudders at the very idea that a common workman should be wicked enough to claim any higher destiny than that of enriching his master and natural superior. He wants his workman not only to remain a miserable drudge, overworked and underpaid, but, like every other slave-holder, he wants him to be a cringing, servile, broken-hearted, morally prostrate, religiously humble drudge. Hence his frantic fury at strikes. With him, a strike is a blasphemy, a slave's revolt, the signal of a social cataclysm. 38. At a General Council meeting Marx put it sententiously, in a speech attacking English policy in Ireland, the Old English leaven of the conqueror comes out in the government's statement, we will grant but you must ask. 39. Old English leaven, German Obrigkeitlich Sinn, French bureaucratic rigidity. This was the pattern inculcated by every exploitive society. For 1,000 years or so, writers have repeated that the walls of Jericho fell before Joshua's trumpet, even though the Bible twice states that they fell when the people shouted with a great shout. 40. For emancipation from below. It is characteristic of a generality like the principle of self-emancipation that it can be understood concretely only through its application to problems of revolutionary policy which Marx dealt with under other heads, that is, through its relevance to other parts of this work. Still, it is useful to see how he, along with Engels, generalizes on this basic conception in various contexts. Let us look at some typical cases in which they insistently point to the movement of the people from below as the crux of revolution. One of the chief reasons why the interest of these generalities is severely limited is that invocations of the people rising like lions after slumber are so common in socialist literature, or even outside of it, dripping off the pens of ideologists who really expect the people to rise like tame circus lions and jump through their hoops. As Marx remarked, on the refusal of the English bourgeoisie to give the vote to all the people, thus they confess they are striving to replace the old aristocracy with a new one. To counter the existing oligarchy they would like to speak in the name of the people, but at the same time avoid having the people appear in their own person when their name is called. 41. Consider, for example, a passage in Marx's 1847 polemic against the same pious Prussian who had glorified the social principles of Christianity, seen in section 2 above. He had also appealed for a monarchy relying on the support of the people, and so Marx addressed himself to this early version of the social monarchy. We wish to make only a few kindly remarks to those gentlemen who would like to save the alarmed Prussian monarchy by a salto mortale daring leap into the people. Of all political elements the people is the most dangerous for a king. For the real people, the proletarians, small peasants, and populace, this is, as Hobbes says, pure robustus, sed maliciosus, a sturdy and ill-natured lad, and will not let either thin kings or fat ones make game of him. This people would, above all else, wrest from His Majesty a constitution together with universal suffrage, freedom of association, freedom of the press, and other unpleasant things. 42. As he wrote this, Marx was naturally unaware that 2 decades later the social monarchy would be the goal of the founder of the German social democracy in his pourparlers with Bismarck. But these kindly remarks would have been wasted on Lassalle, who was as ready as anyone to celebrate the pure robustus in order to make game of him himself. The case is somewhat different when the context of the generalities is a period when deeds speak, as during revolutions. In the revolution of 1848 to 1849 Marx's paper had no lack of occasions to make the point that victory depended on fully unleashing the people's struggle from below. Political freedom entailed self-emancipation. In Germany, wrote Engels, there are no longer any subjects, ever since the people became so free as to emancipate themselves on the barricades. 43. In an article on the crimes of the Hohenzollerns, Marx closed with a peroration. But there is still one power which the gentlemen in Sanssouci royal palace give little heed, to be sure, but which nevertheless will speak with a thunderous voice. The people who, in Paris as on the Rhine and in Silesia as in Austria, foaming with anger, await the moment of the uprising, and who knows how soon will give all the Hohenzollerns and all overlords and underlords what they deserve. 44. Behind this rhetorical generality, however, was more than simple elocution. In fact, over a year of dealing with day-to-day revolutionary problems, such as will be partially described in chapters 8 to 10 below. In his book on the 1848 Revolution in France, Marx recurs to a characteristic metaphor of the theater, as in theater of war in this case, not the contrast between above and below, but rather between the active participants on the stage of history and the passive onlookers in the pit or in the balconies. He writes, on the first phase of the revolution, instead of only a few factions of the bourgeoisie, all classes of French society were suddenly hurled into the orbit of political power, forced to leave the boxes, the stalls and the gallery and to act in person upon the revolutionary stage. 45. Similarly on the peasantry when they were momentarily set in motion, to give Bonaparte his election victory of December 10, 1848. For a moment active heroes of the revolutionary drama, they could no longer be forced back into the inactive and spineless rôle of the chorus. 46. It is, to be sure, only a metaphor, a useful way of thinking of the revolutionary process as drama. Less figuratively, in another passage of the same work, Marx explains why the French working class was still incapable of self-emancipation. As soon as it is risen up, a class in which the revolutionary interests of society are concentrated finds the content and the material for its revolutionary activity directly in its own situation, foes to be laid low, measures dictated by the needs of the struggle to be taken, the consequences of its own deeds drive it on. The French working class had not attained this level, it was still incapable of accomplishing its own revolution. 48. The French working class had not become fit to rule, no mere exhortations could overcome this lack of maturation. 5. Literature and revolution. Another approach to this question is provided by the image of the people in literature. A writer, to be sure, is not making a revolution, but is creating a literary work, which is certainly different, and all the more under the creator's own control. In the few cases where we see Marx or Engels making literary judgments on contemporaneous works, the present question figures prominently. Here are two cases in point. In response to Margaret Harkness' novel City Girl, Engels' letter to the author was very laudatory, but suggested a criticism. While he specifically refused to judge a novel by its social or political content, its tendency, he objected that Harkness' treatment of the mass of workers was simply untrue to life. In the City Girl, the working class figures as a passive mass, unable to help itself and not even making, any attempt at striving to help itself. All attempts to drag it out of its torpid misery come from without, from above. Now, if this was a correct description about 1800 or 1810, in the days of St. Simon and Robert Owen, it cannot appear so in 1887 to a man who for nearly 50 years has had the honor of sharing in most of the fights of the militant proletariat. The rebellious reaction of the working class against the oppressive medium which surrounds them, their attempts, convulsive, half-conscious, or conscious, at recovering their status as human beings, belong to history and must therefore lay claim to a place in the domain of realism. 49. Or perhaps, he added, the author was merely concentrating on the passive side of working class life, reserving the active side for another work. He was willing to admit that London's East End, the scene of the novel, showed this passive side, workers passively submitting to fate more than anywhere else. His objection had to be pitched in apparently general terms, based on the past, that is, on experience, but it was in the same East End, only 3 months after this letter, that the turbulent new unionism flamed up in a match factory, as we saw in Chapter 4. Our second case is provided by Ferdinand Lassalle's sortie into Bell's Lettre with his poetic drama Franz von Sickingen, on the alliance of the knights under Sickingen and Hutton with Luther in the wars of the German Reformation. Lassalle requested a critique from both Marx and Engels, and the exchange of correspondence is enlightening. Whereas in the Peasant War in Germany Engels had turned center stage over to Thomas Müntzer and his revolt from below, as well as to the Peasant Rebellion, Lassalle chose to focus on and idealize the obsolete figures of the knightly class who were defending a moribund social stratum. Even more significantly, throughout Lassalle's drama, Sickingen is spoken of literally as the savior, the people's shepherd, and in other similar terms, the masses are openly viewed by Sickingen in the same way as his creator Lassalle viewed his own flock of sheep. The masses are a child that must be first drilled, educated before their better sense can have free play. What else can we expect as the result of priestly oppression and besotment? 50. Marx's and Engels' criticisms politely and diplomatically explain to Lassalle why the drama failed of its tragic effect. For our present purposes they especially emphasized the mistake, literary and historical, in concentrating on the upper-class rebels. Marx counseled, "You concentrated all interest in the noble representatives of the revolution behind whose watchwords of unity and liberty there still lurked the dream of the old empire and of club law, instead of making the revolutionary elements of the city and countryside an important part of the background." Engels made the same point in several ways, adding that Lassalle had missed the real tragedy represented by these two hero figures, Sickingen and Hutton, who had placed themselves in the void between the nobility and the peasantry, that is, the tragic collision between the historically necessary postulate and the practically impossible execution. Marx, furthermore, did not conceal the Sickingen-Lassalle identity. Have you yourself not fallen to a certain extent into the diplomatic error, like your Franz von Sickingen, of placing the Lutheran knightly opposition above the plebeian Munzerian opposition? 51. Marx was less diplomatic when he later wrote to a friend characterizing Lassalle as a quack savior. 52. As Engels had occasion to say about another man, an excommunard he would usher in the social republic par ordre du mufti, by orders from above by the powers that be. 53. 6. The Commune's crime. As in 1848, as in all revolutions, the experience of the Paris Commune brought the idea of self-emancipation out of the manifestos and into the stream of reality. Marx's views on the Commune will be considered at large in a later volume, but an anticipatory note is in order here. Shortly before the Commune, in the International's second address on the Franco-Prussian War, Marx already pointed to the feature about the newly formed Republic of liberal politicians that excited misgivings. It was the fact that this regime had been engineered from above, that Bonapartism had not been subverted, which literally means, overturned from below, but only replaced by the Third Republic. That republic has not subverted the throne, but only taken its place, become vacant. It has been proclaimed, not as a social conquest, but as a national measure of defense. 54. The great thing about the Commune, for Marx, was that the case was just the opposite. The working masses of Paris took over. Degree it is a strange fact. In spite of all the tall talk and all the immense literature, for the last 60 years, about emancipation of labor, no sooner do the working men anywhere take the subject into their own hands with a will, than uprises at once all the apologetic phraseology of the mouthpieces of present society. 55. In Marx's first draft for the Civil War in France, which was longer and more discursive, Marx asked, "What is it that is new about this revolution, in terms of previous French revolutions? True, the workers have borne the brunt, but that was always so. Likewise, that the revolution is made in the name and confessedly for the popular masses, that is, the producing masses, is a feature this revolution has in common with all its predecessors." Here is the answer. Degree the new feature is that the people, after the first rising, have not disarmed themselves and surrendered their power into the hands of the Republican mountebanks of the ruling classes, that is, by the constitution of the Commune, they have taken the actual management of their revolution into their own hands and found at the same time, in the case of success, the means to hold it in the hands of the people itself, displacing the state machinery, the governmental machinery of the ruling classes by a governmental machinery of their own. This is their ineffable crime. Workmen infringing upon the governmental privilege of the upper 10,000 and proclaiming their will to break the economical basis of that class despotism which for its own sake wielded the organized state force of society. This is it that has thrown the respectable classes in Europe as in the United States into the paroxysm of convulsions and accounts for their shrieks of abomination, yelling that it is blasphemy. 56. There follows the statement, but the actual social character of their republic consists only in this, that workmen govern the Paris Commune, which was expanded in the final version. Some patronizing friends of the working class, writes Marx, ask sympathy for the Commune because it did not undertake any socialist enterprises, any utopian projects. Marx replies, "These benevolent patronizers, profoundly ignorant of the real aspirations and the real movement of the working classes, forget one thing. All the socialist founders of sects belong to a period in which the working class themselves were neither sufficiently trained and organized by the march of capitalist society itself to enter as historical agents upon the world stage, nor were the material conditions of their emancipation sufficiently matured in the old world itself." 58. But, he goes on to say, the Commune was right in not setting up a Fourierist phalanstery or a little Icaria à la Cabet. What it did set up was the condition of its own emancipation, no longer clouded in utopian fables. For the government by the working class can only save France and do the national business, by working for its own emancipation, the conditions of that emancipation being at the same time the conditions of the regeneration of France. 59. The principle of self-emancipation has often been praised as a democratic conception, people taking their own destiny in hand. This is true enough. What is sometimes overlooked is that this principle underlines the revolutionary, literally, subversive, overturning, nature of Marx's view of socialism. Nothing is more revolutionary in its thrust than this principled rejection of all gracious patronage from above, to use an expression of Engels. 60. All the more so because it is double-edged, pointed against both the established powers and classes and against the proponents of socialism from above. So if Marxism, as we have explained, can be briefly defined as the theory and practice of proletarian revolution, it was equally the theory and practice of the self-emancipation of the working class. Only a movement looking to class struggle from below could be a genuinely proletarian revolutionary movement, for it was the proletariat that was below the lowest stratum of our present society, which cannot stir, cannot raise itself up, without the whole superincumbent strata of official society being sprung up into the air. 61. The principle of self-emancipation is illuminated by its opposite, which, as we have seen, Marx had to discuss from time to time, the revolution from above. 62. Whether this was a palace revolution or a Bonapartist coup, it was a danger. Marx commented on the revolution from above pattern in the course of the draft address on the Commune which we have already cited. In pre-Bismarck Prussia, the Stein-Hardenberg reforms had been carried through in order to rally popular support against Napoleon. In Russia the Tsar's emancipation of the serfs had been engineered from the top. Marx wrote, Degree in both countries the social daring reform was fettered and limited in its character because it was octroyed from the throne and not, instead of being, conquered by the people. 64. Octroi is a rare word in English, but it deserves to be more widely used. It reeks of the handing down of largesse from the master, the imposition of change from on high, from the savior to his sheep, from the lord to his lackeys. Octroyal revolution is revolution from above, the polar opposite of self-emancipation. Corresponding to it we can put octroyal socialism, as a generic term for the many varieties of radicalism that have looked for an elite band to hand down their new social order to a suitably grateful and docile people. 2 Social classes in revolution. 7 The bourgeoisie and bourgeois revolution. When Marx first confronted the problem of changing society, the revolution that loomed large was not the proletarian revolution but the bourgeois revolution, the revolutionary change needed to abolish the legacy of feudalism and the regime of absolutism, and to put the bourgeoisie in direct control of the state. Our discussion of Bonapartism too has already raised some questions about the revolutionary role of the bourgeoisie in this, its own revolution. In this chapter we will be particularly concerned with the relation between the bourgeois revolution and the proletarian socialist revolution. This is a complex of problems on which Marx's theory of revolution went through a number of alterations as it developed. It can be understood only step by step. This question was fated to be one of the most controversial of the ensuing century, and so the nature of Marx's views is often obscured by the dust of later disputes. The reader is urged to resist a common tendency to view Marx's ideas through the prism of the discussions on permanent revolution and bourgeois democratic revolution that raged in the Russian socialist movement in the first 2 decades of the 20th century. All of the Russian-born theories, Trotsky's on permanent revolution, Lenin's on democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, and the Mensheviks on bourgeois revolution first appealed to Marx's authority as usual, but it is doubtful that any of them fully grasped Marx's views. Besides, it is useful to repeat that phrases and formulations used a half-century apart, under differing social conditions, do not necessarily have exactly the same content. A concrete examination must be made. The 20th century controversy is outside our purview, but out of these disputes came a common Marxological myth. The myth had it that only in a momentary aberration in 1850 did Marx discount the revolutionary character of the bourgeoisie in this type of historical situation. In point of fact, Marx, along with many other revolutionaries of the day, started out in 1843 with a rejection of the bourgeoisie's revolutionary potentiality. For this we must go back to the essay in which he first identified the proletariat as the bearer of the socialist revolution, his introduction to a critique of Hegel's political thought. 3. 1. Marx's starting point in 1843. In this early article Marx raised a question that had to be resolved before nominating the proletariat as the revolutionary class: what about the bourgeoisie? After all, it was a question of absolutist Germany, where the bourgeoisie was not in power and suffered from the rule of obsolete classes. Whatever one thought of the potentiality of the proletariat, wasn't the bourgeoisie a revolutionary class in its own way and for its own aims? Marx's answer here is no. In fact, his argument closely links his thesis that the proletariat is the revolutionary class with the opinion that the bourgeoisie is not revolutionary at all. He does not yet seem to consider that there may be more than one revolutionary class, on different levels. He does recognize that the bourgeoisie was the revolutionary class in the France of 1789, but thinks this is no longer so since it now holds political power in that country. The French pattern, on which he has just been reading widely, as well as the English, suggests that backward Germany may be slated to go through the same stages. It is to this suggestion that Marx firmly answers no. The German bourgeoisie has already missed its historic opportunity to be the revolutionary class of the nation. Clearly involved in Marx's argument is a concept of uneven and combined development, to use a later term. He sees the German bourgeoisie as virtually inert. It has negated its historic revolutionary role through timidity and cowardice. He notes that other nations dared to carry out a revolution, but our rulers were afraid to do so. While we do not enjoy the benefits of others' revolutions, we do suffer from their counter-revolutions. Running through all of German society are the legitimation of baseness, the ancestral knout, despicable phenomena of all sorts, wretchedness in government. Point 4. In France and England this problem is posed in a modern way, because a partial emancipation has already taken place there. Industry and wealth, the bourgeoisie, have emancipated themselves from the old political world, from semi-feudal absolutism. In France and England, then, it is a matter of abolishing monopoly. Understand, capitalism that has proceeded to its final consequences at any rate, to bourgeois political power. In Germany it is a matter of going on to the final consequence of monopoly. There it is a question of solution, and here in Germany it is first a question of collision. 5. But, continues Marx's argument, if that were all there was to it, then Germany's perspective would be like Russia's, no revolutionary prospect at all as yet. But in fact Germany's development has been uneven. They are about to begin in Germany with what France and Germany are about to end. For the total German development goes beyond the political German development. For example, the theoretical conceptions that have become rife in Germany, mainly in philosophic guise, are the fruit not merely of the backward German conditions but of the advanced European conditions to the West. Thus there is a force at work, theory, which is a part of the total German development, for theory too becomes a material force as soon as it grips the masses. 6. But will it be possible to bridge the enormous discrepancy between theory and social reality in Germany? The question is posed, can Germany attain a practice which is on a level with its best theory? Can it make a revolution which will raise it not only to the height already attained by France and England but to the human height which will be the immediate future of these nations? That is, can it make not merely a partial, bourgeois democratic, revolution but the basic radical revolution which will go even beyond the bourgeois stage reached in France and England? 9. Marx is aware that posing this possibility should give one pause, but Germany has not climbed up to the intermediate stages of political emancipation along with the modern nations. How can it, with a salto mortale daring leap, jump not only over its own limitations but at the same time over the limitations of the modern nations? The premises for such a radical revolution appear to be lacking. Point 10. To help make the leap, Marx points to another element of uneven and combined development in the total German picture. Germany, to be sure, has not had its share of modern political struggles, but it has shared the sufferings of that development, without sharing its gratifications and partial satisfactions. So one day Germany will find itself on the level of European decadence before it ever stood on the level of European emancipation. It will be comparable to a fetish worshipper who languishes away from the diseases of Christianity. Hence the German regimes are driven to combine the civilized defects of the modern political world, whose advantages we do not possess, with the barbarous defects of the ancien regime, which we enjoy in full. It is this combined development which brings about the peculiar situation that this backward Germany naively shares all the illusions of the constitutional political system without sharing its realities. This eclecticism, Marx's label for this combination of unevenly developed elements, will reach a height undreamed of before, as is shown by the case of Prussia's king who proposes to play all the roles of monarchy, feudal and bureaucratic, absolute and constitutional, autocratic and democratic at the same time in his own person. Point 11. The conclusion. Germany, representing the defect of the political present erected into a whole world of its own, will not be able to break down the specifically German limitations without breaking down the general limitation of the political present. That is the first flat statement. Germany will not be able to get rid of its absolutist holdovers from feudalism without at the same time going further. It is not the radical revolution that is a utopian dream for Germany, not general human emancipation, but rather the partial, the merely political revolution, the revolution that leaves the pillars of the house standing. This partial, merely political revolution would mean only the emancipation of part of civil society, the bourgeoisie, whereas Marx is directing the argument to the necessity of the general emancipation of society. 12. At this point we get one of the better-known passages, only that class can emancipate the whole of society which is identified as the general representative of all of society. Marx continues. But every particular class in Germany lacks the consistency, incisiveness, courage, and ruthlessness that could stamp it as the negative representative of society. Not only that, but every rank of society likewise lacks that breadth of soul that identifies itself, if only for the moment, with the soul of the people. 13. Most particularly the German bourgeoisie lacks these qualities, which once made the French bourgeoisie the revolutionary representative of its society. In contrast, in Germany, even the opportunity for playing a great role is always already past before it is present, and every class is involved in the struggle against the class below it as soon as it begins a struggle against the class above it. Hence the princes get into a struggle against the monarchy, the bureaucrats against the nobility, and the bourgeoisie against all of them, while the proletariat is already beginning to get into a struggle against the bourgeoisie. The middle class hardly dares to conceive the idea of emancipation from its own standpoint when the development of social conditions along with the progress of political theory pronounces that standpoint itself to be antiquated or at least problematic. That is another flat statement that the bourgeoisie cannot make its own revolution, qualified at the end, at least problematic. But the qualification fades as Marx contrasts France with Germany. In France, partial emancipation is the basis of universal emancipation. That is, the already accomplished bourgeois revolution is the basis for the coming universal one. In Germany, universal emancipation is the conditio sine qua non of any partial emancipation. That is, here a complete social revolution is the condition for winning even bourgeois political democracy. In France it is the reality, in Germany it is the impossibility, of stage-by-stage liberation that must give birth to complete freedom. 14. We now have the assertion of a flat impossibility. It is on the basis of this line of thought that Marx goes on to the more famous passage in which he first points to the proletariat as the class that can do what the bourgeoisie cannot do. 15. This despite the fact that the proletariat is just beginning to come into existence in Germany only now as a result of the rising industrial movement. Not even the Silesian weavers' revolt has yet taken place. The conclusion is: in Germany no kind of bondage can be broken without breaking every kind of bondage. Fundamental-minded Germany cannot revolutionize without revolutionizing from the foundation up. And then a last sentence expects that this revolution will begin in France and subsequently arouse Germany. 16. While Marx thus started with what was essentially a primitive theory of permanent revolution, we will see that he proceeded to go through a complex course of rethinking in the course of experience, first circling away from this view, before coming squarely back to it in a more sophisticated form, as the outcome of the revolution of 1848 to 1849. In all this, Engels' role was more important than is usually realized. 2. Democracy and communism. Marx's view, that the coming revolution in Germany could only take place under the aegis of the proletariat, was amended in the course of the 1840s. One factor was not merely some theoretical deduction about the bourgeoisie, but the bourgeoisie's own behavior. The image held by Marx in 1843 of the German bourgeoisie as an inert class had been largely true until about 1840.17. This was one reason why the Italy socialists tended to dismiss it as a potentially revolutionary force. The year 1840 was a turning point in the history of Germany, Marx and Engels wrote later. 18 By 1843 there had already been some significant oppositional stirrings of liberalism. Still, by the middle 40s the bourgeoisie was clearly showing how timid it was for all that. In contrast, in June 1844 the first attention-compelling workers' revolts took place in Germany, Silesia and Bohemia. In the midst of these events, therefore, the picture was blurry. It was not until 1846 to 1847 that the movement of bourgeois liberalism got moving quite visibly. Let us keep this time sequence in mind as we trace Marx's and Engels' view of the question. Their ideas on the subject did not evolve simply in their skulls, but in reaction to events whose meaning was not immediately plain. In the spring of 1845 Engels was assuming, like Marx, that the imminent social revolution, coming in a very short time, too, could not be stopped by any bourgeois advances, and that it would go right through to the goal of the community system, communism. 20 In the fall, when, as we have seen 21 Engels became quite clear that it was the proletariat that would have to carry through the social revolution, he embodied this view in a context which left no room for a first-stage bourgeois revolution. Degree, we do not count on the middle classes at all. The movement of the proletarians has developed itself with such astonishing rapidity, that in another year or two we shall be able to muster a glorious array of working-class Democrats and Communists, for in this country Germany democracy and communism are, as far as the working classes are concerned, quite synonymous. 22. And he contrasts the movement with the bourgeois liberal agitation for merely constitutional rights. Engels' blanket identification of democracy and communism is the keynote here. It asserts the telescoping of the two tasks before Germany, the establishment of democratic institutions and the abolition of capitalism along with absolutism. At the end of 1845 Engels enlarges on this theme in an important statement which begins by pointing to the social, not merely political democratic, side of the French Revolution. The French Revolution was from beginning to end a social movement, and since then a purely political democracy has altogether become an impossible chimera. Democracy nowadays is communism. Any other democracy can still exist only in the heads of theoretical visionaries who do not bother their heads about what is really happening, for whom principles are not developed by men and circumstances but arise out of themselves. Democracy has become the proletarian principle, the principle of the masses. The democratic masses can be confidently counted in when reckoning up the communist forces. And when the proletarian parties of the various nations get together, they are entirely right in inscribing the word democracy on their banners, for, with exceptions that don't count, all European Democrats in the year 1846 are more or less clear communists. 23. It is vital to understand that at this time democracy did not mean only certain political ideas or values or procedures, but rather primarily a political movement or tendency, aiming to put power in the hands of the people in one sense or another. In the socialist language of the day, a pure democracy meant a pure and simple democracy, a purely political democracy, which might give the bourgeoisie what it wanted but offered nothing to satisfy the social aspirations of the masses. Hence democracy must be a social movement too, a movement for deeper social change. This is an algebraic conception. The democratic X was given one meaning by the petty bourgeois democracy, who might even call it socialism, but for Engels this democratic X had to be nothing less than communism. What he called the democratic revolution 26 had also to be the communist revolution. 3 stages of the revolution. By 1846, for the reasons already given, we first find Engels conceding that the bourgeoisie is going to play a revolutionary role to some extent at least. Now we get a 2-stage view of the course of the revolution. In the first stage the bourgeoisie wins political power for itself. In the second stage, which follows immediately, the working class proceeds to overthrow the bourgeoisie. But there is no stopping point between the 2 stages, they flow into each other continuously. Here is how Engels puts it in March 1846. First, he explains very clearly the difference between democracy as conceived and practiced by the bourgeoisie, which makes democratic rights dependent on wealth, and the democratic conceptions of the proletarian movement. Then, degree in all countries, during the time from 1815 to 1830, the essentially democratic movement of the working classes, was more or less made subservient to the liberal movement of the bourgeois. The working people, though more advanced than the middle classes, could not yet see the total difference between liberalism and democracy, emancipation of the middle classes and emancipation of the working classes. They could not see the difference between liberty of money and liberty of man, until money had been made politically free, until the middle class had been made the exclusively ruling class. In all countries the middle classes were, from 1815 to 1830, the most powerful component, and, therefore, the leaders of the revolutionary party. The working classes are necessarily the instruments in the hands of the middle classes, as long as the middle classes are themselves revolutionary or progressive. The distinct movement of the working classes is, therefore, in this case always of secondary importance. But from that very day when the middle classes obtain full political power, from the day on which all feudal and aristocratic interests are annihilated by the power of money, from the day on which the middle classes cease to be progressive and revolutionary, and become stationary themselves, from that very day the working class movement takes the lead and becomes the national movement. Point 27. Democracy. The goal of the democracy, the social program of the masses, is still equated with the proletarian revolutionary movement and not with the bourgeois movement, which is liberalism. This has not changed. But the revolution is now envisaged as going through a necessary stage in which the progressive and revolutionary bourgeoisie exhausts its progressiveness by winning power, so that the revolution must continue on beyond this stage in order to gain real democracy, which is the liberty of man, not of money, that is, communism. So Engels, no reliable expression of Marx's thinking on this subject at this time is extant. However, since the spring of 1845 Marx and Engels had worked together closely in Brussels, not only on their joint literary work but also as movement activists. Their organizational activity was simultaneously on three levels: building a communist political center, first the Communist Correspondence Committee, later the Communist League, building the German Workers' Educational Union, a broader proletarian club, and building the left-wing democratic movement, the International Democratic Union in Brussels, then the Democratic Association, and cooperating with the Fraternal Democrats organized by the London left Chartists. This organizational pattern should be seen from the vantage point of Engels' explanations about the relationship of democracy and communism. The democratic organizations involved were definitely not bourgeois liberal in political character, rather, they united communists, revolutionary workers, and non-proletarian Democrats who were willing to go at least part of the way with the communists. In 1845 to 1846 the communist group around Marx in Brussels was signing itself the Democratic Communists, 32, and a Brussels police report on Marx identified him as a dangerous Democrat and communist, 33. By 1847 the Prussian bourgeoisie had forced a sort of constitution out of the king, and the convocation of the Diet had accelerated the pace of events. In March, Engels, also Marx later in the year, had no doubt that the bourgeoisie was going to take political power in short order. They are almost forced by circumstances to change the governmental system in spite of their indolence. Engels added, there is, besides, no doubt, that, under present circumstances, the people will support the middle classes, and by their pressure from without, which indeed is very much wanted, strengthen the courage and enliven the energies of those within. The economic distress of the people would ensure this. Outside of this greater emphasis on the bourgeoisie's playing out its revolutionary role, Engels' picture of the course of the revolution remained unchanged. The democratic movement and the Democratic Party were still counterposed to the movement of the bourgeoisie, not identified with it. Degree from the moment, however, the middle classes establish their own government, identify themselves with a new despotism and aristocracy against the people, from that moment democracy takes its stand as the only, the exclusive movement party. From that moment the struggle is simplified, reduced to two parties, and changes, by that circumstance, into a war to the knife. 34. 4. In reaction to feudal socialism. We must now take into account a new factor which gave Marx and Engels a considerable push toward increased emphasis on the revolutionary role of the bourgeoisie, that is, the expectation that it would play a leading part in overthrowing absolutism and its old ruling classes. They found they had to combat a dangerous tendency among the petty bourgeois socialists encouraged by the regime to utilize the anti-bourgeois hatred of the workers in order to mobilize them on the side of the more reactionary class still in power. Concentrating on the new evils brought by bourgeois development and exploitation, this tendency pointed to the bourgeoisie as the enemy, and told the workers, "The enemy of your enemy is your friend." As Engels wrote in his draft for the manifesto, from the ills of present-day society this group draws the conclusion that feudal and patriarchal society should be restored because it was free from these ills. 40. This was not the first, and would not be the last, time that this ploy was worked in order to mobilize support for a more reactionary force against a more immediate exploiter. This reactionary socialism, or feudal socialism, came especially from a tendency calling itself the true socialists. In the spring of 1847 Engels wrote a pamphlet against this tendency, but only 2 sections of his manuscript are extant. In one of them he argues that the absolute monarchy can be overthrown only by the bourgeoisie, and not by petty bourgeois elements who are in the tow of the feudalists. 41. In this connection he has a significant paragraph about the German working class. For the first time he states clearly that, in its present socio-economic stage of development, it cannot as yet take over the leadership role in the revolution. There are 2 counts against it, he writes. It is too split up into different economic sectors, and it is too thinly scattered over the big country, with few concentration points. These characteristics make it difficult for it to constitute itself into one class, that is, to constitute itself into one united class political movement. So little is the mass of workers in Germany prepared to take over leadership in public affairs. 42. Thus the issue is posed that will be the main subject of this and the following 3 chapters, as well as of innumerable basic disputes in the socialist movement. A couple of months later, Engels brought out another reason why the stage of bourgeois power must be gone through first. Only when a single class, the bourgeoisie, stands forth as the exploiter and oppressor, only when poverty and misery can no longer be written down to the account of one social estate now and another one at another time, or simply of the unlimited monarchy together with its bureaucrats, only then ensues the last decisive struggle, between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. 43. The conception here is that the evils of the old system overlay and obscure the new evils of the bourgeois order, and must first be abolished in order to be able to concentrate all the forces of progress against the new ruling class, which now can no longer throw the blame for things on its own enemy, absolutism. There were other blasts the same year against the socialists who sought to channel anti-capitalism into support for the enemy of our enemy. Early in the year Engels worked on, but did not finish, an attack on a number of true socialist literateurs. Among other things it castigated indifference to bourgeois political revolutions and to other political issues of interest to the bourgeoisie. 44. Another was written by Marx's close friend of the Communist League, Wilhelm Wolff. Such questions and such views can come only from those among us who are blinded by an otherwise quite justified hatred of the bourgeoisie. We certainly aim to destroy the bourgeoisie. However, are we proletarians in Germany ready to completely transform the social disorder, in our own interests, i.e., can we throw out the bourgeoisie right away and put the principles of communism into practice? Wolff explained why the bourgeoisie must first get rid of the absolutist regime, and argued that political freedoms and democratic processes are vital for the proletarian struggle to overthrow the bourgeoisie itself. 45. The same month that Wolff's article appeared, September, Marx entered the lists with an article directed against a government organ which had tried to capitalize on the line of the true socialists. The title of this article, The Communism of the Reinheitsbeobachter, indicated the problem. this organ of the reactionaries was pretending to a certain anti-capitalism in order to deflect popular discontent to the bourgeoisie rather than to the regime. Marx, in the name of the most revolutionary of all the revolutionary parties in Germany, declared roundly that the communists have nothing in common with either the pro-feudal socialists or the pro-feudal government organs that pushed this political line. The government paper had argued that the liberal bourgeoisie only wants to use the people as cannon fodder in order to seize state power for itself. Yes, answered Marx, we know that the bourgeoisie pursues only its own interests, but it is false to conclude that the popular movement is therefore exploited by the liberal bourgeoisie for its own ends. The people, or, to replace this loose and variable expression with a definite one, the proletariat, reasons altogether differently. The proletariat does not ask whether the people's welfare is the main consideration or a secondary one to the bourgeoisie, whether they want to use the proletariat as cannon fodder or not. The proletariat does not ask what the bourgeoisie merely want but rather what they must do. It asks whether it is the present political state of affairs, the rule of the bureaucracy, or the one which the liberals strive for, the rule of the bourgeoisie, that will offer it more means to attain its own ends. The rule of the bourgeoisie not only puts entirely new weapons in the hands of the proletariat for the struggle against the bourgeoisie but also obtains an entirely different status for the proletariat, a status as a recognized party. 47. The new weapons which the proletariat will know how to use are such institutions as freedom of the press and freedom of association. The gentlemen of the Renunziatbeobachter imagine that the proletariat wishes to be helped. It does not occur to them that the proletariat expects help from no one but itself. 48. The proletariat, Marx goes on, attacks the bourgeois liberals who dominate the Prussian Diet from quite a different side. The proletariat blames the Diet for being on the defensive, for not attacking, for not going 10 times farther. It blames the Diet for not coming out decisively enough to make possible the proletariat's participation in the movement. A Diet that demands trial by jury, equality before the law, abolition of serf labor, freedom of the press, freedom of association, and a real representative system. A Diet that has broken with the past once for all and establishes its demands in accordance with the needs of the times rather than with antiquated laws. Such a Diet could count on the strongest support by the proletariat. 49. The article ends with a vigorous attack on the idea of supporting a monarchy relying on the support of the people, discussed in our previous chapter. 50. 5. Marx poses the dilemma. Like Engels earlier in the year, Marx explained why the proletariat was not yet ready to take the place of the bourgeoisie in the overthrow of absolutism. He did this in a polemic against a democratic liberal named Heinzen, in October-November. On this point it was the most thorough statement to date. If the proletariat overthrew the political rule of the bourgeoisie, its victory would be only transitory, only an incident in the service of the bourgeois revolution, as in the year 1794, so long as in the course of history, in its movement, the material conditions have not yet been created which render necessary the abolition of the bourgeois mode of production and therefore also the definitive overthrow of bourgeois political rule. Accordingly, the reign of terror in France necessarily served only the purpose of sweeping away the remnants of feudalism from French soil with its powerful hammer blows. The timidly overcareful bourgeoisie would not have completed this job in decades. The bloody action of the people therefore only cleared the way for it. Similarly, the overthrow of the absolute monarchy would be simply a thing of the moment if the economic conditions for the rule of the bourgeois class have not yet attained maturity. The property question, which is a world historical question in our time, therefore takes on meaning only in the modern bourgeois society. The more developed this society is, the more therefore the bourgeoisie has developed economically in a country, and the more state power has assumed a bourgeois expression, then the more stridently does the social question come to the fore. 51. But why should the German workers prefer the direct rule of the bourgeoisie to the brutal oppression of the absolute government? Essentially, Marx gave the answers we have already seen. This passage ended as follows. They, the workers, know that their own struggle with the bourgeoisie can only get started on the day the bourgeoisie has been victorious. For all that, they do not share Mr. Heinzen's bourgeois illusions. They can and must treat the bourgeois revolution as a condition for the workers' revolution. But not for a moment can they consider it their final goal. 53. We see, then, that Marx was echoing Engels' insistence on the continuance of the struggle on the day the bourgeoisie has been victorious. This article also devoted some emphasis to the reluctance of the bourgeoisie to fight for fear of the class struggle below it. In this connection, Marx points all the way back to his own article of 1843-1844, with which we began this chapter. As I have already pointed out in that article, Germany has a Christian Germanic blight of its own. Its bourgeoisie was so retarded that it is beginning its struggle with the absolute monarchy and seeking to establish its own political power at a time when in all developed countries the bourgeoisie is already engaged in the sharpest struggles with the working class and its political illusions are already outlived in the consciousness of Europe. In this country where the political squalor of the absolute monarchy still exists together with a whole retinue of decayed semi-feudal social orders and relations, yet on the other hand partially indeed as a result of industrial development and Germany's dependence on the world market, there exist the modern antagonisms between bourgeoisie and working class and the struggle that arises therefrom, for example, the workers' revolts in Silesia and Bohemia. Therefore the German bourgeoisie already finds itself in a position of antagonism to the proletariat before it has yet constituted itself politically as a class. 54. This lays the basis for what was actually going to happen in the coming revolution, though Marx does not yet see the full import of his own point. Here is another passage from Marx's exposition. They the bourgeoisie know better than Heinzen where the shoe pinches. They know that in revolution the rabble becomes impertinent and starts to grab. Therefore the gentlemen of the bourgeoisie try as much as possible to change the absolute monarchy into a bourgeois monarchy in an amicable way without a revolution. But in Prussia, as previously in England and France, the absolute monarchy does not let itself be bourgeoisified amicably. It does not abdicate amicably. Besides their personal prejudices, the princes have their hands tied by a whole civil, military, and clerical bureaucracy components of the absolute monarchy which by no means want to change their status as rulers for one as servants with respect to the bourgeoisie. For another thing, the feudal orders hold back. For them it is a question of to be or not to be, that is, property or expropriation. It is clear that the absolute monarchy, in spite of all the servile genuflections of the bourgeoisie, perceives its real interests to lie on the side of these feudal orders. 55. This predicted quite accurately what the 1848 revolution was soon going to show. But Marx did not resolve the implied dilemma, or even continue to discuss it here. If the bourgeoisie is afraid of making its own revolution, and the regime cannot otherwise be overthrown, and the proletariat is not yet ready to do the job, what happens to the bourgeois revolution, let alone the prospect of an immediately succeeding more radical democratic revolution? 6. The block of democratic classes. It was about this time, autumn 1847, that Engels started sketching the outline of a more complex approach to the problem of the coming revolution. He had already pointed out that the German proletariat was still split up, scattered, and small. This put a question mark over the proletariat's ability not only to carry out the revolution against absolutism but even to achieve the second stage revolution against the bourgeoisie by itself. In a polemic against the same Heinzen, Engels developed a conception of the revolutionary democracy as a bloc of lower classes led by the proletariat, mobilized against the bourgeoisie as well as against absolutism, on the basis of a transitional type of program. What are the tasks of the democracy? Asks Engels. Its task is to make clear the oppression of the proletarians, small peasants, and petty bourgeoisie, for in Germany these constitute the people by the bureaucracy, nobility and bourgeoisie. Note that the bourgeoisie, as before, is listed on the other side of the barricades, even though absolutism still has to be overthrown. It's the revolutionary democracy's task is to demonstrate that the conquest of political power by the proletarians, small peasants, and petty bourgeoisie is the first condition for carrying out these means. Political power is now to be conquered not by the proletariat alone but by a bloc of classes: proletariat, small peasantry, and petty bourgeoisie. Furthermore, its task is to examine to what extent one can count on the early attainment of democracy, what means are available to the party, and with what other parties it must combine as long as it is too weak to stand alone. 56. But, argues Engels, Heinzen is wrong in orienting toward the small peasants, who are least capable of revolutionary initiative. For 600 years all progressive movements have stemmed from the towns. The industrial proletariat of the towns has become the copestone of all modern democracy. The petty bourgeois and still more the peasants are completely dependent on its initiative. Denominating the proletariat as the copestone of modern democracy means assigning it the hegemony of the democratic bloc. But the program of this democratic revolution cannot begin by being the complete communist program. Another kind of program is necessary for this stage, a transitional program. This is the program which all the Democrats, communist Democrats or non-communist Democrats, are prepared to support. Even Heinzen, for his social reform proposals are such as the communists themselves propose as preparation for the abolition of private property. But for the communists these measures are preparatory only. They are possible as preparations, as intermediate steps transitional to the abolition of private property, but not otherwise. 58. The gulf between the communists and Heinzen is that, for the latter, these measures are final, they are the end, not the means. They are not intended for a revolutionary situation but for a peaceful bourgeois situation. On the contrary, these measures are impossible for a stable bourgeois situation, and the bourgeois economists who oppose these measures are right in maintaining this as long as they remain within the framework of the private property system. But the economists' objections lose all force as soon as one views these social reforms as pure mesures de salut public, as revolutionary and transitional measures. Engels then repeats this latter point: these measures must be considered not as final measures but as transitional mesures de salut public flowing out of the transitional struggle of the class itself. For Mr. Heinzen they are without rhyme or reason, since they are put forward as wholly arbitrary, artificially concocted, Philistine do-gooder enthusiasms. 59. This makes Heinzen a bad Democrat, and, adds Engels, we do not attack him because he is not a communist, we attack him because he is a bad Democrat. Finally, an important statement on the block of communists and Democrats. The communists, far from starting unprofitable quarrels with the Democrats under present conditions, rather come out at this time in all practical party questions as Democrats themselves. In all civilized countries, democracy has the political rule of the proletariat as its necessary result, and the political rule of the proletariat is the first presupposition of all communist measures. As long as democracy has not yet been won, so long therefore do communists and Democrats fight together, and so long are the interests of the Democrats likewise those of the communists. Till then the differences between the two parties are purely theoretical in nature and can very well be discussed theoretically without thereby disturbing their common action in any way. It will even be possible to come to an understanding on many measures to be undertaken immediately after the attainment of democracy in the interest of the hitherto oppressed classes, example the operation of the big industries and railways by the state, education of all children at state expense, etc. 60. It is to be noted that Engels has quite got over his earlier naive opinion that with exceptions that don't count, all European Democrats are more or less clear communists. 61. It is now a question of a united front between different tendencies, parties, a more complicated problem. Also, Engels now believes that the transitional period of the revolution starts with a mixed-class state power, the attainment of democracy, which is not yet definitively committed to establishing communism. And finally, the state power is committed only to certain measures, to a transitional program which, from the communist standpoint, is merely preliminary to a communist society, but which, to be carried out, objectively necessitates going over to communism. The formulation of this transitional program goes through various drafts in the next few months, and winds up as the 10-point program at the end of Part 2 of the Communist Manifesto. Engels' conception of a limited bloc between the proletarian movement and the radical petty bourgeoisie must, however, be distinguished from another view that still existed in the minds of the Communist League membership. The month before Engels' article, this old concept had been embodied in the leading article in the Kommunistische Zeitschrift, probably written by Schapper. It views a coalition of proletariat and petty bourgeoisie as natural simply because it does not see a class difference between the two strata, or sees it only dimly. Reflected here is still the mentality of the artisanal workers, who have not quite reconciled themselves to the proletarian condition of propertylessness. Schapper wrote, "In present-day society, proletarians are all those who cannot live on their capital, the worker as well as the man of learning, the artist as well as the small bourgeois, and even if the small bourgeoisie still possesses some property, yet it is obviously approaching with giant strides the condition which will wholly put it on a par with the rest of the proletarians. Therefore we can already count it in our ranks, for it has as great an interest in guarding against a condition of complete propertylessness as we have to emerge from that condition. Let us unite, therefore, and both sectors can be helped." 62. Would-be communists like Schapper had not yet established the independence of the proletarian standpoint from that of the petty bourgeoisie. Engels' program started from differences between the two classes, and asked whether they can march together for a while, and how far. 7. The revolutionary democracy and the proletariat. The transitional program for the victory of the democracy in the coming revolution, in Engels' view, went right up to the outbreak of the revolution itself. He did not cease to insist that democracy had to mean communism in the end. But not everything that was called democratic was of a piece with this democracy, and he was at pains to keep the line clear. In November of 1847 he discussed the civil war going on in Switzerland between the reactionary Sonderbund cantons and the more modern Swiss regions. Old Switzerland, Urschwias, the original High Alps cantons, and Norway, he comments, are two of the most backward regions of Europe, yet both are democratically organized. But there are democracies of various sorts, and it is very necessary for the democrats of the civilized countries finally to reject responsibility for the Norwegian and Old Swiss democracy. The democratic movement in all civilized countries is, in the last instance, striving for the political rule of the proletariat. The democracy of the civilized countries, modern democracy, therefore has absolutely nothing in common with the Norwegian and Old Swiss democracy. 63. For it is only the revolutionary democracy that represents modern democracy. Now who are these other, non-communist but revolutionary, democrats who are to constitute the allies in the coming victory of democracy? For one thing, Marx and Engels are at this very time working hand in hand with a group of them in Brussels. 65. But since Belgium is not expected to be the center of the revolution, France is more to the point. For this country, Engels points explicitly to the political movement around the left democratic, or social democratic, organ La Réforme, whose leader is Ledru-Rollin. In January 1848 Engels once again repeats his view that all modern democracy is based upon the great fact, that modern society is irreparably divided into two classes, the bourgeoisie, and the proletarians. And the acknowledged tendency of modern democrats in all countries is to make political power pass from the middle classes bourgeoisie to the working classes, these latter constituting the immense majority of the people. 66. And his article identifies these forces in France as Ledru-Rollin's movement around La Réforme. It has saved the honor, independence, and the strength of French democracy as a distinct party. It has maintained the principle of the revolution. It has asserted the rights of the working classes in opposition to middle-class encroachments. It has unmasked these bourgeois radicals who would make the people believe that no class oppression exists, who will not see the frightful civil war of class against class in modern society, and who have nothing but vain words for the working people. 67. Even immediately after the February Revolution, Engels still continued to regard the Reform Group as representatives of the workers and communists without knowing it. 68. How disillusioned Marx and Engels were later to become with Ledru-Rollin's politics is to be read in Marx's Class Struggles in France. But the workers who looked to Ledru-Rollin, that is, likewise had illusions about him, were those who made the February and June insurrections in Paris. In their relations with these French revolutionary democrats, Marx and Engels regarded themselves as representing the revolutionary democracy across the border. For example, in the autumn of 1847 Engels contacted Louis Blanc as a representative of the London, Brussels, and Rhineland democracy, and in this capacity informed the Frenchman that you can regard M. Marx as the leader of our party, i.e., of the most advanced section of the German democracy, and his recent book against M. Proudhon as our Program 69. This makes very clear that there was no question about hiding socialist views behind a facade, for, on the one hand, Blanc was himself a leading French socialist, and on the other, the program embodied in Marx's poverty of philosophy openly advocated the revolutionary overthrow of the bourgeoisie by the proletariat. The point is that the revolutionary democracy was conceived as an umbrella movement uniting conscious socialists or communists with those who were communists without knowing it. On the eve of the revolution, in an article published January 23, 1848, Engels summarized the pre-revolutionary period of 1847. He still believes that a compromise is no longer possible between the bourgeoisie and the regime. A life and death struggle between these opponents will end with the victory of the liberals. 70 But then the united forces of the Democrats and Communists will move. We are no friends of the bourgeoisie, as is well known. But this time we do not grudge them their coming triumph. We can calmly smile at the haughty airs with which they look down, especially in Germany, on the apparently tiny band of Democrats and Communists. The gentlemen actually believe that they are working in their own behalf. And yet nothing is more obvious than that they are only paving the way everywhere for us, the Democrats and Communists, that they will gain at most a few years of uneasy enjoyment of victory, to be forthwith overthrown in turn. Everywhere the proletariat stands at their rear, in France and Germany, silent and reserved but on the quiet preparing the downfall of the bourgeoisie. 71. Then, with a visible assumption of brashness in the face of the haughty airs, Engels addresses the bourgeoisie rhetorically, "You are working in our interest, fight on and clear the social ground for us, and as a reward for that, you shall be allowed to rule for a short time, but do not forget, the executioner stands at the door." 72. 8. Transition to the Second Revolution. The Communist Manifesto came off the press a few days afterward. But before taking it up, we have to go back a little way, to Engels' draft for the manifesto, written at about the same time as the polemics against Heinzen. The draft is clearer on this issue than the more circumspect manifesto is going to be. A good deal of the draft needs no detailed review now, since it only repeats what we have already seen. In the coming decisive struggle between the bourgeoisie and absolutism, the communists want the bourgeoisie to win, and as quickly as possible, in order as soon as possible to overthrow them again. And from the day when the absolute governments fall, comes the turn for the fight between bourgeois and proletarians. The reactionary socialists are identified as the anti-bourgeois but pro-feudal elements we have already discussed. 73. The answer to question 17 states that it will not be possible for the coming proletarian revolution to abolish private property at one stroke. The reason, however, is not simply that realistically this process will take some time. Rather, the proletarian revolution will be able to abolish private property only when the necessary quantity of the means of production has been created. One of the tasks of proletarian rule itself is to bring this about. 74. This is the context for question 18, what will be the course of this revolution? The answer is in terms of a specific kind of transitional period. Answer: in the first place it will inaugurate a democratic constitution and thereby directly or indirectly the political rule of the proletariat. Indirectly in a country like Germany, where the majority of the people consists not only of proletarians but also of small peasants and petty bourgeois, who are only now being proletarianized and in all their political interests are becoming more and more dependent on the proletariat and therefore soon not now will have to conform to the demands of the proletariat. This will perhaps involve a second fight, but one that can end only in the victory of the proletariat. This is a very enlightening consideration, in effect, there may have to be a second revolution. During the contemplated transitional period, in fact, there is a question mark left hanging over the reality of proletarian rule, at least in a country like Germany. What gives this transitional period its specific transitional character is this: 1. It is based on a block of classes: proletariat, small peasantry, and petty bourgeoisie under the hegemony of the proletariat. 2. It is a transition not from proletarian rule to the realization of socialism, but rather it is a transition to definitive proletarian rule itself, out of a revolutionary democratic regime which is more ambiguous in character. Hence the answer continues as follows with regard to the transitional period, the name of which is democracy. Democracy would be quite useless to the proletariat if it were not immediately used as a means of carrying through further measures directly attacking private ownership and securing the means of subsistence of the proletariat. And a 12-point program then follows to concretize this. In the last paragraph of the answer, we are given to understand that the realization of the program will develop not so much in accordance merely with technical possibilities, as would be true of any workers' state, but in accordance with a programmatic evolution. The proletariat will see itself compelled to go always further, to carry through more radical onslaughts on private property, through the logic of socio-economic needs. 75 It is in this process, clearly, that the democratic, non-communist, allies will come to see that they have to come along in the direction of consistent communism or else make the second fight necessary. In the answer to question 19 we are told that the communist revolution will be a revolution taking place simultaneously in all civilized countries, that is, at least in England, America, France, and Germany. But its further evolution in these different countries is not expected to be uniform. In each of these countries it will develop more quickly or more slowly depending on the degree of industrialization already attained. It will therefore be slowest and most difficult to carry out in Germany. 76. Clearly, this revolution is continuing on over a period of time, as it proceeds uninterruptedly from one phase to the next. In the answer to question 24, which distinguishes different kinds of socialists, we gather that, on the political side, the transitional period implies the joint power of the communists and the tendency of democratic socialists. This latter tendency the social reform wing of the democracy in the same way as the communists desire part of the measures listed in question 18 not, however, as a means of transition to communism but as measures sufficient to abolish the misery of present society and to cause its evils to disappear. It is these allies who will have to be brought along as the revolutionary regime has to make more and more radical inroads on private property. They are mixed in class basis. Some are proletarians who are not yet sufficiently enlightened regarding the conditions of the emancipation of their class, and some are members of the petty bourgeoisie, a class which, until the winning of democracy and the realization of the socialist measures following upon it, has in many respects the same interest as the proletariat. 77. Until the winning of democracy and afterward? One gathers that the democratic socialists will sort themselves out as the revolution continues its course, with the communists winning over enough to consolidate a majority for the uninterrupted continuation of the revolution. 9. The Communist Manifesto. In contrast, the final text of the manifesto by Marx avoided a definite statement on many of the problems we have been mooting, or referred to them in an open-ended way. There was more than one reason. In the first place, most of the document viewed the problems of social evolution from a great historical height where the immediate issues of a country like Germany dwindled from sight. When it said that the bourgeoisie has at last, since the establishment of modern industry and of the world market, conquered for itself, in the modern representative state, exclusive political sway, 78 it was making a statement that was then applicable to only 2 European countries at most and the word exclusive was an exaggeration for both of them. 79 It was because the manifesto took the long view that it survives so well. But for 1848 it took up what is to be done only in the very brief part 4. Secondly, it is sometimes forgotten that the manifesto was written not as an exposition of Marx's and Engels' personal opinions but as a program to be accepted and signed by an organization. Clear-cut statements on immediate political perspectives were bound to be more controversial than a long-term theoretical statement, both inside and outside the Communist League. In addition, as we have already suggested, it is possible that Marx at this point may have had less decided views on the matter than Engels. In any case, it is only on the last page of the manifesto that the political issue of the coming German Revolution is taken up at all, though it had already entered obliquely into the discussion of the various socialist schools in Part 3, with two extensive attacks on the pro-feudal socialist tendencies. It is on this last page that we find that in Germany the bourgeoisie has conquered no sway at all but is on the eve of a bourgeois revolution. The political perspective is formulated with an escape clause. In Germany the communists fight with the bourgeoisie whenever it acts in a revolutionary way, against the absolute monarchy, the feudal squirearchy, and the petty bourgeoisie. The statement is circumspect, whenever it acts in a revolutionary way, and makes no prediction on whether it will so act. The stress is on the long view even here, hostility to the bourgeoisie. In order that the German workers may straightway use, as so many weapons against the bourgeoisie, the social and political conditions that the bourgeoisie must necessarily introduce along with its supremacy, and in order that, after the fall of the reactionary pro-absolutist classes in Germany, the fight against the bourgeoisie itself may immediately begin. The bourgeois revolution in Germany will be but the prelude to an immediately following proletarian revolution. The idea of immediacy is stressed 3 times. The revolution is to move uninterruptedly from the bourgeois state into the proletarian revolution. 83. In France the communists ally themselves with the Social Democrats, that is, with the group around Ledru Rollin's La Réforme, and organizational alliances are also spelled out for England, America, Switzerland, and Poland, but not for Germany. 84. What in Engels' draft had been a fairly clear view of the course of the revolution, through a transitional period marked by the victory of the democracy, leaves its mark on the manifesto only in passing references, which are suitably non-committal. The most obvious of these is the formulation that the first step in the revolution by the working class, is to raise the proletariat to the position of ruling class, to win the battle of democracy die Kampf der Demokratie. 85. So goes the standard, more Engels, translation done 40 years later. In terms of our present discussion, the last phrase literally, the winning of democracy means, the attainment of the stage marked by the political power of the democracy. It is, in German as in English, a rather hazy way to put it, which leaves open probably intentionally whether this winning refers to the victory of the democratic bloc over the reaction or to the victory of the proletariat at the head of the democracy. Here this victory is flatly equated with establishing the proletariat as the ruling class, without any more explanation than this issue receives elsewhere in the manifesto. The 10-point program that follows 88 echoes many of the previous versions of the transitional program, but again it is not presented in that context, nor as a program for a bloc of communists and other revolutionary forces, even though such blocs are envisaged in Part 4. Another reticence of the manifesto concerns its treatment of the class composition of the democracy. There is no treatment. We have seen that, repeatedly and vigorously, articles by Engels had included the petty bourgeoisie as a constituent of the anti-bourgeois bloc of the democracy. This was to be a bloc of the proletariat, small peasantry, and petty bourgeoisie, so Engels had explained in his article against Heinzen and in his draft of the manifesto. But this conception nowhere appears in the manifesto itself. On the contrary, where the petty bourgeoisie is characterized, it is dismissed as reactionary and worse. In Germany the petty bourgeois class, a relic of the 16th century, is the real social basis of the existing state of things. 89. This hostile formulation is contained not in the section on petty bourgeois socialism but in the following section on true socialism. In fact, this helps to explain what is involved. For it is in polemics against true socialism that the harshest indictments of the petty bourgeoisie are found. The main danger seen is the effort to mobilize a petty bourgeois socialistic reform movement to support the obsolete ruling classes against the coming bourgeois revolution. This apprehension exists even for Engels, at the very same time that he is advocating the democratic bloc of proletariat, small peasantry, and petty bourgeoisie. In his 1847 unfinished pamphlet, he had sought to counter the true socialist faith in the absolutist bureaucratic status quo with the argument that the line of social progress involves the bourgeoisie's accession to power. In line with this emphasis, he argues that no other class, not the petty bourgeoisie, not the peasantry, can play this progressive social role today. The petty bourgeois, he writes, is conservative so long as the ruling class merely gives a few concessions. The bourgeois is revolutionary until he himself rules. 90 Thus there is a tendency for the petty bourgeoisie to be taken in tow by the feudal elements. But Engels makes clear that this pattern of the past is no longer quite valid. His analysis is more up-to-date than the flat hostility that Marx wrote into the manifesto shortly afterward. The petty bourgeoisie, Engels goes on to say, is squeezed between the political power of the nobility and the bureaucratic state, on the one hand, and the economic power of the bourgeoisie, on the other, but more and more even its reactionary sectors see the advantages of lining up with the bourgeoisie. Germany, he writes, has just about arrived at the stage where the petty bourgeoisie under pressure is taking the heroic resolve of abandoning the nobility and throwing itself on the bosom of the bourgeoisie, and is daily coming more and more under the hegemony of that class. 91. In contrast, the manifesto seems to leave no room for a positive approach to the petty bourgeoisie. It even ends with a passage that speaks of fighting in Germany with the bourgeoisie whenever it acts in a revolutionary way against the monarchy, nobility, and the petty bourgeoisie, this class being lumped with the counter-revolution. 92 Part I2 had lumped the petty bourgeoisie with the pre-bourgeois reaction in a list of classes which the proletariat fights as the enemies of their enemies. 93 Thus, whereas Engels had been listing the petty bourgeoisie as part of the Democratic Alliance for Revolution, the manifesto listed it on the other side of the barricades, as nothing more than an ally of the absolutist feudal reaction. What this reflects is the fact that at this point Marx saw petty bourgeois feudal socialism and true socialism looming very large as a dangerous obstacle to the revolution. But this totally negative approach to the petty bourgeoisie, which is a peculiarity of the manifesto, did not last beyond it. A month after it had come off the press, and with the revolution already breaking out, the two authors put out a flysheet containing the demands of the Communist Party tendency in Germany, which for the first time in an official way came out foursquare in favor of the democratic bloc of proletariat, small peasantry, and petty bourgeoisie, exactly as Engels had been writing about it. For the sake of convenience, let us anticipate the next chapter by looking at some leading features of this brief document, which was issued as a supplement to the manifesto and used as such. While the manifesto was laconic and non-committal on the immediate political program in the leading countries, this subject required concrete attention as soon as the revolution broke out. When Berlin erupted on March 18, Marx, Engels, and a Communist League group were in Paris, and drew up the flysheet of demands in preparation for activity in Germany. These 17 demands constituted an adaptation of the 10-point program suggested in the manifesto as the first steps of proletarian rule. Besides the fact that proletarian rule was not yet here, that 10-point list had been abstractly drafted for disparate countries, and before the onset of a directly revolutionary situation. The new list of 17 demands is specifically directed to Germany, and is tailored to the uncertain circumstances that obtained at the end of March. The flysheet contained no general political discussion or perspective, for the members of the League were supposed to use it in conjunction with the manifesto itself. 94 which thereby provided its political context. Directed to Germany, the new demands were formulated to be less thoroughgoing than the manifesto's 10 points, which had had England and France very prominently in mind. For example, inheritance is to be limited, not abolished. Although a number of inroads into bourgeois economic power were still proposed in the demands, including a number of nationalizations, the greater thrust was against the royal power and the landowners, and in explanation of the demand, number 10, FQR a state bank to replace all private banks, it is even written that this measure is necessary in order to bind the interests of the conservative bourgeoisie to the cause of the revolution. This is the clearest indication of continued willingness to fight with the bourgeoisie whenever it acts in a revolutionary way. 96. Finally, the demands definitely drop the manifesto's view of the petty bourgeoisie as counter-revolutionary. Rather, it includes this class in the united front of potentially revolutionary forces. It is to the interest of the German proletariat, the petty bourgeoisie and the small peasantry to support these demands with all possible energy. 97. This united front pointedly excludes the bourgeoisie itself. In other words, on this issue it turned out that the view embodied in the manifesto was a temporary aberration. From this time on, it was the conception developed by Engels that became the joint view of the partnership. While it is true that the manifesto was not written as a guide to immediate political problems in a particular country, its lacunae and unclarities in this field suggest how moot many of these problems were on the eve of the revolution. In any case, the revolution came on the heels of the manifesto's publication, and all bets were off. 15 years later, Marx would remark in a letter to his friend, the easygoing delusions and the almost childish enthusiasm with which, before February 1848, we greeted the era of revolution have gone to the devil. 98. Certainly, it was during the 13 months of their participation in the revolution in Germany itself, and then during the following years of reflection on the events, that Marx and Engels worked out their more mature views on the questions which, before 1848, could be raised, but not successfully answered. These questions above all concern the relationship between the bourgeois revolution of the day, the revolution of the democracy, and the proletarian revolution. The motto for this inquiry might be taken from the German ideology. All struggles within the state, the struggle between democracy, aristocracy, and monarchy, the struggle for the franchise, etc., etc., are merely the illusory forms, in which the real struggles of the different classes are fought out among one another. 99. To these illusory and real struggles we now turn. 8. Permanent revolution in 1848. Although the Communist Manifesto was reticent on a number of programmatic issues, it stated very positively that the bourgeois revolution in Germany will be but the prelude to an immediately following proletarian revolution, and it repeatedly made clear that the coming revolution was expected to move uninterruptedly from the bourgeois stage into an anti-bourgeois phase. 1. This was a very widespread, though by no means unanimous, view among the radicals of the time, and it had a tag, the revolution in permanence, or permanent revolution. The idea figures much more prominently than the term. Like dictatorship of the proletariat, this term is now so thoroughly wrapped in later controversies that one must make a strenuous effort to see what it meant in 1848, even though, or because, what it meant then was quite simple and uncomplicated. In addition, for English-speaking people there is an extra difficulty: the word permanent in this expression retains its specifically French and Latin meaning. It does not mean perpetual or never stopping, but rather continuing, uninterrupted. A revolution in permanence describes a situation in which there is more than one phase or stage in the revolutionary process, for example, a bourgeois liberal and a proletarian communist stage, or a national in 1853. Marx recommended to his readers in the New York Tribune that they view this painting, then on exhibition in America, for an insight into the atmosphere of the revolution of 1848. His suggestion is appended to an article, headed Financial Failure of Government etc., in the issue of August 12, 1853. Johann Peter Hassenclever, 1810-1853. Arbeiter und Magistraat. From the Event-like Sammlung. Munster in Westphalen, Germany. Those of your readers who, having read my letters on German Revolution and Counter-Revolution, written for the Tribune some 2 years ago, desire to have an immediate intuition of it, will do well to inspect the picture by Mr. Hassenclever, now being exhibited in the New York Crystal Palace, representing the presentation of a workingman's petition to the magistrates of Dusseldorf in 1848. What the writer could only analyze, the eminent painter has reproduced in its dramatic vitality. Marx's reference is to the series of articles, now usually called Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany, which was drafted by Engels. The picture presents a dramatic interplay between the scene in the foreground, the city burghers on the right, grouped around a council table with an interesting similarity to the Last Supper, the workers' delegation on the left, obviously far from united but led by a staunch spokesperson, and the partially seen revolutionary demonstration in the marketplace outside, under a turbulent sky. Liberation and a social revolutionary stage. Both cases apply to the Revolution of 1848. The term implies that the movement of revolution goes on from one phase to the next with no lasting interruption, in a continuous process, without halting for a historical period in which one stage stabilizes itself. There may be pauses, but no stabilization. The second stage is seen as emerging more or less organically out of the first. It is this relationship that Marx and Engels have been emphasizing, in different ways, well before the outbreak of the revolution. In all likelihood, the term permanent revolution came out of the literature of the French Revolution. Certainly this was true of the concept, or consciousness of the pattern, whatever term was actually used. It was the escalation of the French Revolution from the tentative anti-absolutist protests of the Estates General in May 1789 to the left-wing club movement of 1793, passing through a series of ascendant political currents. That was the historical model. In the First French Revolution, the rule of the Constitutionalists is followed by the rule of the Girondins, and the rule of the Girondins by the rule of the Jacobins. Each of these parties relies on the more progressive parties for support. As soon as it has brought the revolution far enough to be unable to follow it further, still less to go ahead of it, it is thrust aside by the bolder ally that stands behind it and sent to the guillotine. The revolution thus moves along an ascending line. Point 4. So Marx explained in the 18th Brumaire, without putting a label on the ascending line. Engels likewise made the linkage more than once. Point 5. This was the pattern of permanent revolution in the actual course of the French Revolution. The term could also be applied to the political outlook of the militants to the left of the Jacobins' main body, Marat, and especially the sans-culotte spokesman called the Enrages, who sought to push the revolution beyond the bounds of bourgeois interests into a further stage dimly seen as a social transformation penetrating more deeply into the class structure. The idea was to keep the revolution going farther, ongoing, hence, with a Gallic accent, permanent. As more and more radical strata of the revolutionary population came to dominate the scene, finally the springs of society, overloaded by the strain, snapped back to make the revolution conform to the historical possibilities. In the first two times that Marx used the term permanent revolution, in 1843 and 1844, and no prior uses by anyone else are known, the context was clearly the French Revolution. The term in 1848. When we first meet permanent revolution in 1848, it is not simply a historical reference but a current programmatic slogan. But it is clearly not a slogan distinctive of the extreme left, let alone of Marx and Engels alone, but rather one understood to be widely accepted by the democracy, that is, by everyone to the left of the bourgeois republicans. Engels, in an unpublished article about the December 10 election in France, is discussing the split between the two wings of the pre-February revolutionary democracy or Socialist Democratic Party. There is a right wing, representing the petty bourgeois radicals, which is running Ledru-Rollin, and a left wing, representing the socialist workers, which is running Raspail. What is the difference between them? Ask the papers of the Montagnards, La Réforme, La Révolution, the right wing, and they will tell you that they themselves cannot figure it out, that the socialists, the left wing, put forward literally the same program: the permanent revolution, progressive tax and inheritance tax, organization of labor, that the Mountain has put forward, that absolutely no quarrel over principles exists. 6. Clearly this permanent revolution is not some extreme Blanquist invention but figures casually as one of the many socialistic phrases that are on the lips of anyone aspiring to be thought leftish. This will not be surprising if we forget modern Marxological myths and focus on the political issues of 1848. A programmatic demarcation exists between two camps that come forward as different varieties of republicanism. On the right are the pure republicans, that is, those who want a purely bourgeois republic. On the left are the social republicans, the advocates of the social republic, or social and democratic republic, that is, a republic that undertakes social, not merely political, measures answering the needs of the working masses, a republic that is therefore expected to go beyond the class interests of the bourgeoisie, necessarily coming into conflict with the bourgeoisie and its political representatives. This means carrying through the revolution from its merely political phase, defeat of the monarchist aristocratic state, to the social phase. This is what gives it its anti-bourgeois bite. The term permanent revolution turns up so casually because it is only a way of asserting the aim of the social republic beyond the bounds of such republican institutions as would satisfy the bourgeoisie. What the Ledgerollen radicals of the Montagnard wing are saying is simply this: we too are in favor of going on to the social republic, we are not merely for bourgeois republicanism, or in more modern language, we claim to be for socialism, not simply bourgeois democracy. And Engels' comment was, that's what they say but they don't mean it in action, as was eventually proved, when it was only the revolutionary left that continued to advocate pushing beyond the bounds of bourgeois democracy, that is, to advocate the permanence of the revolution. It was at this later point that permanent revolution became an extremist position. This interpretation is confirmed by two other references to permanent revolution that crop up in 1849. In an article published in January, Engels is enthusiastic about the Hungarian uprising. We again find the uprising en masse, national manufacture of weapons, a CNATS, short shrift to anyone obstructing the revolutionary movement, the revolution in permanence, in short, all the main features of the glorious year 1793, 7. This bridges the gap between permanent revolution as historical reference and as contemporaneous revolutionary fact. In July, during the dispersal after the defeat of the revolution, Engels writes from Switzerland to Jenny Marx, assuring her that if Marx is unsafe in Paris he would be entirely safe here in Vaud. Even the government calls itself Red and Partisan de la Révolution Permanente. In Geneva, it's the same. These two cantons of French Switzerland were known as the most progressive in the country, but their leaders were not even socialists, let alone extreme revolutionaries. James Fazy, the Bonapartist dictator of Geneva, as Marx called him, was a radical party demagogue who had no objection to wielding vaguely radical phrases that were currently fashionable. It would seem that permanent revolution was one of these. When Engels wrote about this period 35 years later, the term still came to his pen in connection with the French Revolution. We of the Nuit Renaissance, he related, unconsciously imitated the great model set by Marat in his paper L'Ami du Peuple, for he, like us, did not want the revolution declared finished but continued in permanence. This remark followed right after a good summary of the concept of permanent revolution. To us, February and March, the Paris and Berlin uprisings in 1848 could have had the significance of a real revolution only if they had not been the conclusion but, on the contrary, the starting point of a long revolutionary movement in which, as in the Great French Revolution, the people would have developed further through its own struggles and the parties become more and more sharply differentiated until they had coincided entirely with the great classes, bourgeoisie, petty bourgeoisie and proletariat, and in which the separate positions would have been won one after another by the proletariat in a series of battles. 11. It should be plain that if this contemporaneous meaning of the term is understood, there is little sense to the myth that has Marx and Engels repudiating the permanent revolution concept after 1850. The revolution of 1848 was just getting underway when Marx made a speech including these words: "The Jacobin of 1793 has become the communist of our day." 12. He was not portraying himself as merely a time-transplanted Jacobin. He was saying the same thing that Engels had already written more than once: today revolutionary democracy means communism. Two alternatives to permanent revolution. Although the phrase permanent revolution was widely accepted, not every advocate of the social republic held a permanent revolution perspective. For present purposes, here are two types of contemporaneous radicals who rejected this outlook for opposite reasons whether or not the phrase was used. First, there was the radical who advocated the social republic in some sense for some time in the future, but who expected the liberal bourgeoisie to come to power first for a whole historical period. In Marx's book these were the petty bourgeois radical democrats, standing on the left wing of bourgeois republicanism. What this political type advocated was halting the revolution at the bourgeois democratic phase. Typical of this current were the French radicals of Ledru-Rollin's social democratic school, who were recorded by Engels as actually accepting permanent revolution as a slogan or catchword. In their case they left no doubt of their real politics because they had the misfortune of temporarily coming to power. Although they continued to use socialistic language, they set the achievement of a bourgeois democratic republic as their acceptable goal for the period, confining themselves to prodding the bourgeoisie into doing its liberal duty. They therefore figured prominently in Marx's subsequent analysis, The Class Struggles in France. 13. A variant on this theme was represented by one Andreas Gottschalk, who for a while opposed Marx's tendency inside the Cologne workers' movement. Gottschalk was a philanthropic physician to the poor who had become a leader of the Cologne Workers' Association before Marx arrived, and who completely discredited himself in that organization in the course of the next year. His politics was essentially that of the true socialists, spiced with demagogic use of radical catchwords, sometimes oscillating between an opportunistic acceptance of democratic revolution as the goal, and a sectarian rejection of anything outside the proletarian bailiwick, which he viewed as his fief. But for the most part his politics oriented to the red monarchy, the social monarchy, that is, dependence on the old state to do the workers good. In April 1849 the Workers' Association denounced his despotic mentality which violates the most elementary democratic principles, and particularly attacked his red monarchy outlook. 14. What Gottschalk's politics never included was precisely the permanent revolution concept, whether he was supporting red monarchism against bourgeois constitutionalism or boycotting support of democratic candidates in the name of Fourierist isolation. Yet he, too, seems to have played with the phrase permanent revolution, like the French radicals. Second, there was a way of rejecting the permanent revolution perspective that was the opposite of that of the petty bourgeois radicals, the other side of the coin. This was to deny the need or possibility of a bourgeois revolution even for the first stage of the revolutionary process, that is, to insist that the revolution must begin as a communist revolution, bypassing the democratic phase altogether. This was precisely one difference between the Blanquist and the Marxist approaches to the problem, as Spitzer explains. While Marx and his successors were concerned with transforming a middle-class bourgeois revolution, Blanqui was attempting, when all of the conditions for this revolution were present, to anticipate it. This crucial aspect of his political thought is expressed in these sentences: if socialism is not the revolution's author, it will not be its master. It must make it, not allow it to be made. The morrow belongs only to the victor. In short, for a revolution to end in socialism, it had to be begun by socialists. 19. Blanqui's aim was to forestall the bourgeois revolution, not to drive through it onward to socialism. The contrast was strongly made by Engels in 1852, writing on the revolution in Germany. It was the Willich-Schapper group that exemplified the Blanquist type of adventurism he is discussing. Degree the Marxist Party never imagined itself capable of producing, at any time and at its pleasure, that revolution which was to carry its ideas into practice. The practical revolutionary experience of 1848–49 confirmed the reasonings of theory, which led to the conclusion that the democracy of the petty traders must first have its turn, before the communist working class could hope to permanently establish itself in power and destroy that system of wages slavery which keeps it under the yoke of the bourgeoisie. Thus the secret organization of the communists could not have the direct purpose of upsetting the present governments of Germany. Being formed to upset not these, but the insurrectionary government of the bourgeoisie, which is sooner or later to follow them, its members might, and certainly would, individually lend an active hand to a revolutionary movement against the present status quo in its time, but the preparation of such a movement, otherwise than by secret spreading of communist opinions by the masses, could not be the object of the association. This is why, Engels continues, they had to split with some who tried to turn it into a conspiracy for making an extempore revolution. 20. In this explanation Engels counterposed the basic view of permanent revolution to the traditional Blanquist strategy. Blanquism was one type of radicalism that did not want to continue uninterruptedly, that is, in permanence, from the bourgeois to the proletarian revolution, but rather wanted to jump over the former. 3. First response to the revolution. Revolutionary theories are tested in revolution. The first such laboratory for Marx and Engels was the Revolution of 1848 to 1849. For 13 months they actively participated in it in Germany, while following its vicissitudes from day to day in the adjoining countries. These 13 months were the real crucible of the largest portion of the revolutionary theory which they were going to develop over the next decades, until another revolution supervened in 1871. If Engels was able to say some years later, in the passage just quoted, that the practical revolutionary experience of 1848 to 49 confirmed the reasonings of theory, this was true only with an important qualification: the practical experience also changed and refashioned their theoretical views. As the revolution of 1848 gets underway before hitting Germany, it is important to note 2 articles published by Engels in which the emphasis is on the executioner waiting at the door, that is, on the proletarian revolution standing behind the bourgeoisie. An article published on February 20 says that the predicted triumph of the bourgeoisie is being fulfilled by the overthrow of 3 absolute monarchies in 2 weeks, Denmark, Naples, Sardinia. The Paris uprising is 2 days ahead. The Germans are the last because their revolution will be altogether different from the Sicilian revolution, that is, not simply bourgeois. The German bourgeois and Philistines know very well that behind them stands a proletariat which is growing daily and which, on the day after the revolution, will present quite different demands than they themselves would like. The German bourgeois and Philistines therefore behave in a cowardly, indecisive, vacillating way. They fear a collision no less than they fear the government. A Neapolitan revolution has automatically attained its goal as soon as decisive bourgeois institutions have been won. A German revolution has just got well started as soon as it has gone that far. Therefore the Germans must first be thoroughly compromised before all other nations. They must become the laughingstock of all Europe to an even greater extent than they are now. They must be compelled to make the revolution. But in that event it will also be the uprising not of the cowardly bourgeois but of the German workers. They will rise up, to put an end to the whole squalid mess of the official German establishment and restore German honor by a radical revolution. 22. The last paragraph, which is also the end of the article, strikes an uneasy note which, while not new, points ahead to what is going to be the decisive problem of this revolution. A week later, Engels celebrates the February Revolution in Paris by emphasizing even more strongly the perspective of the coming proletarian revolution. The workers were the only ones who erected barricades and fought aggressively. They were not inclined to fight merely for the big bourgeoisie. They continued the struggle even while the bourgeois were celebrating on the boulevards. The bourgeoisie has made its revolution. It has overthrown Guizot and with him the exclusive rule of the big stock exchange men. But now, in the second act of the struggle, no longer does one section of the bourgeoisie confront another, but the proletariat confronts the bourgeoisie. There follows a paean to the French proletariat. It has given the world a shock that every country will feel one after the other, for the victory of the Republic in France is the victory of the democracy in all of Europe. Our era, the era of the democracy, is opening. The flames of the Tuileries and the Palais Royal are the dawn of the proletariat. Bourgeois rule will now smash up or be smashed up everywhere. Hopefully, Germany will now follow. 23. It is clear that, as before, the democracy means the anti-bourgeois bloc of classes led by the proletariat. For the line of the NRZ. When a mid-March uprising in Berlin hurled Germany into the revolution, Marx and Engels together with a group of close comrades went to Cologne, the scene of Marx's first political activity and still the most advanced center of the Rhineland. There on June 1 they launched a daily paper called the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, which became the extreme left-wing organ of the revolution. Its subtitle was Organ der Demokratie. This is usually translated as Organ of Democracy, and grossly misinterpreted. The paper was the organ of the democracy in the sense that Marx had already worked out. And as we have seen, the democracy did not include the bourgeoisie. From the beginning the NRZ acted as the organ of the democratic bloc of lower classes that had been envisaged before the revolution, and it was directed against the liberal bourgeoisie in power, as represented by the Camphausen and Hansemann ministries. A programmatic statement by Marx in the second issue not only arrayed against the gentlemen of the circumspect and moderate bourgeoisie but also made clear that this organ of the democracy looked even on the Democratic Party itself with a dubious eye. With regard to the former, Marx wrote, "The bourgeois liberals in power want to limit the movement to carrying out only their own political system. They stick at a middle-of-the-road position between the Democratic Party on the left and the absolutists on the right. While they are progressive with relation to the absolutist regime, they are reactionary as against the democracy. And with regard to the Democratic Party, we warn it," wrote Marx, "against its illusions on the situation. So far it has proclaimed principles but not acted on behalf of them. We must squarely warn against those hypocritical friends who declare that they agree with the principle, to be sure, but doubt that it can be carried out, since the world is not yet ripe for it. These people are dangerous." 25. The NRZ, as the political center for Marx's operation, therefore assumed a double task, mobilizing the proletariat, small peasantry, and petty bourgeois democrats, the bloc of the democracy, against bourgeois liberalism, against the party of the bourgeoisie, and functioning as the extreme left wing of the democracy itself. As an article by Engels later in the year said, "We have never coveted the honor of being an organ of any parliamentary left. On the contrary, with respect to the often disparate elements out of which the Democratic Party in Germany was formed, we have considered it imperatively necessary to keep a sharp eye on no one more closely than on the Democrats." 26. 6 months after that, Marx remarked in an article that the March Revolution in Berlin, that weak echo of the revolution in Vienna, never filled us with enthusiasm, that is, not for the elements that led it and their limited aims. 27. And about 4 decades later, Engels summarized it this way. When we returned to Germany in spring 1848, we joined the Democratic Party as the only possible means of gaining the ear of the working class. We were the most advanced wing of that party, but still a wing of it. I think all our practice has shown that it is possible to work along with the general movement of the working class at every one of its stages without giving up or hiding our own distinct position and even organization. 28. In point of fact, Marx and Engels joined the Democratic Party not merely as a means of gaining the ear of the working class, but also because they had a theoretical concept of the democracy as the leader of the coming radical revolution. In line with this political outlook, the group of communist co-workers around Marx in Cologne adopted a simple division of labor, to begin with. On the basis of the same political position, some, especially Schapper and Moll, concentrated their activity in the Cologne Workers' Association, which had been founded only in April. Others, headed by Marx, initially concentrated on making the NRZ a political force inside the movement of the democracy, becoming active members of the City Democratic Association, as well as of the Workers' Association. The two associations, moreover, usually worked together when Gottschalk's intrigues were not setting them at loggerheads. When the American journalist Albert Brisbane visited Cologne on his journey through the revolution, he found that Marx was the leader of the popular movement. 29. This division of labor in Marx's group of communist activists has been usually ignored in interpretations. In fact, Marx's influence in the Workers' Association, not only in the Democratic Association, grew steadily despite his arduous work in putting out a daily, and despite the bitter opposition of the Gottschalk clique. Later in the year, Marx was even elected president of the Workers' Association. 30. This association had its own organ, which carried its news and reports, whereas the NRZ was oriented toward the democratic movement nationally. Although published in Cologne, its impact was directed outward, more radical papers elsewhere reprinted from its columns. 5. The NRZ and the workers' movement. It is now necessary to dispose of a myth that has become almost standard in the literature of Marxology. The subtitle of the NRZ, translated as Organ of Democracy, is understood to mean organ of bourgeois democracy, and, on top of this, the claim is made that the columns of the paper ignored the working class and its issues, at least for months. We have seen that the first part of this picture is a mistake, the second part is false. One need only read Marx's and Engels' articles during the first month, June, to confirm Engels' later statement that the NRZ represented the standpoint of the proletariat within the democratic movement of the time, 32, or his description of the NRZ line as our proletarian democracy, 33. To be sure, these later summary statements were worded on the basis of a memory conditioned by later developments, but they are essentially accurate, as when he writes that the banner of the NRZ could only be that of the democracy, but of a democracy that everywhere emphasized in detail the specific proletarian character which it could not yet inscribe once for all on its banner. 34. What this means is that the paper presented a proletarian, communist, version of the democratic program but not a full proletarian program. To begin with, the NRZ clearly analyzed current events in terms of class struggles, counterposing the interests of the bourgeoisie to those of the people and the workers. Here is one brief example, among many, of how this was done. In a June 7 article on the clash of economic interests in the Berlin Assembly in connection with the foreign trade in wool, Engels explained that the wool producers were almost all big landowners of the aristocracy, whereas the wool manufacturers are mostly big capitalists, gentlemen of the big bourgeoisie. Hence the issue, he explained to the new readers, had to do with class interests, whether the big landed aristocracy would fleece the big bourgeoisie, or vice versa. He adds, for us Democrats the only interest of this case is to reveal the relation between the merely conservative class, the bourgeoisie, and the reactionary class, the aristocracy. 35. Another typical article, on June 14, directed against the bourgeois liberals in the government, counterposed the big bourgeoisie to the people, that is, the workers and the democratic citizenry. Bürgerschaft. 36. Such articles appeared in the first few days of the paper's existence. No doubt Marx would have preferred to take it easy at the beginning on controversial class questions, at least suaviter in modo. But before the first month was up, there was the June uprising of the Paris workers, the most colossal event in the history of European civil wars, as Marx called it 4 years later. 37. The NRZ reacted instantly with stormy article after article as a militant defender of proletarian revolution. It cannot be overemphasized that this was done, furthermore, in face of an almost unanimous journalistic hysteria over the specter of revolution in France. Not to speak of the bourgeois liberals, there was scarcely a single organ even of the Democratic Party anywhere in Germany that came out in support of the Paris workers. In the teeth of this storm, the NRZ, less than a month old, not only gave total support to the Paris uprising, in numerous articles with detailed reportage, but highlighted the fact that it was the revolt of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, not a democratic party movement. Since this was done in massive detail, a few examples will suffice. In the very first account of the Paris battle, Engels' first sentence was, "The uprising is a purely working-class uprising." The theme of the article was that the decisively proletarian character of the uprising stands out in all its details. 39. In his next long article giving more of the story as information was received, Engels wrote, typically, the June Revolution is the first that really splits the whole society into two great enemy camps, and the workers of Paris fought all alone against the armed bourgeoisie, and so on, over and again. 40. The next day Marx's major article on the June Revolution summarizes. It too is written so completely in terms of proletariat versus bourgeoisie that it is hardly necessary to cite more than its first paragraph. The Paris workers have been suppressed by superior force, but they have not succumbed to it. The momentary triumph of brute force has been bought at the cost of destroying all the illusions and fancies of the February Revolution, of disintegrating the whole old Republican Party, of splitting the French nation into two nations, the nation of owners and the nation of workers. The tricolor republic now wears only one color. It has become the Red Republic. 41. Marx proceeds to hammer home the fact that what has been the Democratic Party has broken up, and that all its non-proletarian components, including la Reform, which is named, have gone over to the side of the oppressors. The Fratimite of the classes has turned into civil war in its most terrible form, the war of labor and capital. 42. It is scarcely surprising if, as Engels related later, 43, most of the radical democratic shareholders pulled out of the NRZ as a result, undeterred by the fact that Marx made clear the paper advocated a similar revolution in Germany, not immediately but only in the stage still to come. They did not find this reassuring. Engels introduced a direct invocation of the theme of the Communist Manifesto. The Paris uprising, he wrote, is the greatest historical crisis that has ever broken out, the class struggle of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. How much bloody sweat has flowed in the struggle of classes, in the struggle of free men and slaves, patricians and plebeians, lords and serfs, capitalists and workers. 44. In July, the second month of operation, Marx applied the same class struggle terms to German affairs, in this case a proposed bill for a citizens' militia. He pointed out the built-in class distinction, designed to dig a bottomless abyss between the bourgeois of the militia and the proletarians of the militia. 45. In an article about a speech by Proudhon in the French Assembly on July 31, Marx concluded that, although Proudhon presented himself as a representative of the proletariat versus the bourgeoisie, what we attack in Mr. Proudhon was the utopian science with which he wanted to smooth over the antagonism between capital and labor, between proletariat and bourgeoisie. 46. Since the myth applies to the first months of the NRZ, we need not go further, the later period is beyond question. For example, it was in the NRZ that Marx's Wage, Labor and Capital was first published as a serial. The political function of the myth about the NRZ will become clearer below, for its role is to lay the basis for another and coordinate myth, that of Marx's fictional Blanquist aberration of 1850. This will be considered in its place, in Chapter 10. Now our main interest is in making clear the mutually reinforcing character of the two aspects of the N.R.Z's policy, to act as the left wing of the democracy itself, pushing for expansion of the revolution, and, to use Engels' word again, to represent the standpoint of the proletariat within the democratic movement. The real problem was, how long could the NRZ try to ride these two horses, and under what conditions? Before turning to this fateful issue of the revolution, let us summarize the policy with which Marx began operations in Cologne. First of all, there was the two-platoon division of labor already mentioned. As a matter of policy, the Marx political center aimed to build two cooperating movements, the Democratic Club movement and the Cologne Workers' Association. The role of the paper was to deal with the overall politics of the revolution, as a guide to both movements. In this context, 1. The NRZ was the organ of the extreme left, proletarian, wing of a democratic movement which was itself envisaged as a bloc of lower classes, proletariat, small peasantry, petty bourgeoisie, arrayed against the big bourgeoisie represented politically by bourgeois liberalism. 2. This is not to say that it presented itself as the organ of a workers' movement, let alone a workers' organization, it did not. As mentioned, the Cologne Workers' Organization had its own organ, which Marx and his friends supported. There was no competition between this paper and the NRZ. From the standpoint of the NRZ, the workers' associations of the various cities, like their democratic associations, were parts of the general democratic movement or Democratic Party. 3. The NRZ was an agitational newspaper, not a theoretical magazine, though it often stopped to explain political ideas, especially in major articles by Marx. It agitated for the revolution of the democracy. It did not agitate for communism, or socialism, in Germany, but explained, as in connection with the June uprising, that it did not believe that communism was as yet on the order of the day for Germany. 48 As a political center, the Marx Group did carry on educational work for communism to train a vanguard, but this educational work was carried on particularly in and through the Workers' Association. Marx was quite aware that widespread public propaganda for communism at this stage might scare the pith out of the already quite pithless bourgeoisie. This brings us back to the central dilemma that became increasingly clear as the revolution stumbled on. If the bourgeoisie was so easily panicked, could it really be depended on to do its duty and make its own revolution, as Marx and Engels had so confidently expected? 6. The bourgeoisie refuses to do its duty. We have seen with what assurance Marx and Engels had predicted that the bourgeoisie had no alternative to carrying through a political revolution that would put it in power and introduce a constitutional liberal regime. We have seen that they were quite aware of how faint-hearted this bourgeoisie was and how much it feared the threat of the proletariat behind it, but this did not yet lead them to conclude that the bourgeoisie might refuse to carry out its historical task. It did suggest to them that the initial task of the proletariat, or the people, might be to push the bourgeoisie from behind. But one way or the other, the outcome was going to be not what the bourgeoisie merely want but rather what they must do. 49. It was only in the course of the revolution itself that they found out that the bourgeoisie did not recognize the must. Some decades later, Engels wrote as if that was to have been expected. Reviewing the 1848 to 1849 period, he first stated the historic issue. The question is, who is to rule, the forces of society and state grouped around the absolute monarchy, big feudal landowners, army, bureaucracy, clerical crew, or, rather, the bourgeoisie? The still nascent proletariat has an interest in the struggle only insofar as through the bourgeoisie's victory it gets air and light to nourish its own development, elbow room to carry on the struggle in which it will one day gain the victory over all other classes. But the bourgeoisie did not do its damn duty. But the bourgeoisie, and the petty bourgeoisie along with it, remains inactive and inert when the hostile government attacks it in the very seat of its power, disperses its parliament, disarms its militia, and subjects it itself to martial law. Then the communists step into the breach, and appeal to the bourgeoisie to do its damn duty. As against the old feudal society, both of them, bourgeoisie as well as proletariat, constitute the new society, both of them stand together. The appeal, of course, remains fruitless. 50. This essay does not proceed to discuss why this happened but goes on to other matters. The of course could be written only in hindsight. At the time in 1848, Engels confessed surprise at the refusal of the bourgeoisie even to defend its specific bourgeois interests against the old ruling class. The context is the clash between the bourgeois manufacturers and the aristocratic landowners over the wool trade, which we have already mentioned. For us Democrats, the matter is of interest only because Herr Hansemann, bourgeois liberal minister, takes the side of the defeated party, the absolutist aristocracy, because he supports not the merely conservative class bourgeoisie but the reactionary class. We confess we did not expect this from the bourgeois Hansemann. 51. This was written only a week after the NRZ had started publishing. Already the scenario was not being followed. What had happened? Engels wrote, a week later, that the bourgeoisie had concluded a general social alliance with the defeated party of absolutism instead of doing its duty of overthrowing the latter's power completely. The bourgeoisie, through the Hansemann ministry, might be running the government, but the revolution was not completed. The big bourgeoisie, anti-revolutionary as always, concluded a defensive and offensive alliance with the reaction, out of fear of the people, i.e., of the workers and the democratic citizenry. Thus the revolution was really called in question, and it could be called in question because it was only a half-revolution, only the beginning of a long revolutionary movement. It is clear he understood that this raised a big question mark over the whole theory of the revolution. Here we cannot go into why and to what extent the rule of the big bourgeoisie in Prussia is at the present moment a necessary transitional stage to democracy, and why the big bourgeoisie went over to the side of the reaction immediately after its own accession to the throne. For the present we only report the fact. 52. All this in the first 2 weeks of the NRZ. As early as June 4 Marx had raised a tentative question about the course of the revolution, in order to indicate that the revolution was put in question, that the interest of the revolution was not the interest of the class that had attained mastery or of its political representatives. 53 By June 18 Engels added something to his previous statement that the bourgeoisie had disavowed the very existence of the revolution. It is through a second revolution that the revolution will evidence its existence. The events of June 14 when Berliners stormed the arsenal are only the first lightning flashes of the revolution. 54. To be sure, even before 1848 Engels had written of the second revolution idea as a potentiality. 55 Now such talk about a second revolution pointed to the need for a revised perspective. 7 Why the bourgeoisie preferred reaction. Why had it turned out that there was no historic compulsion on the bourgeoisie to do its damned duty and carry through the ousting of the old ruling classes from the seats of state power? There are 3 points to be made. 1. The most basic consideration is that Marx and Engels found they were wrong in their original belief that the direct capture of state power was the only road for the bourgeoisie to the modernization and industrialization of the economy, to its bourgeoisification. The alternative was what Marx later analyzed as Bonapartism. This is also why Bismarckian Bonapartism was the revolution from above, as against the revolution from below by the democracy which he advocated. It was the substitute revolution. The bourgeois liberal leaders did not think it out that way in 1848 to 1849. What consciously pushed them along this line was a negative, fear of the revolution itself. It is true that Marx and Engels had been aware of this factor long in advance. After all, even in his very first article of 1842 Marx had already taken a slap at the natural impotence of a half-liberalism, referring to the bourgeois liberal representation in the Rhenish Diet. 56 But they had not believed that this fear could or would outweigh everything else for the bourgeoisie. 2. In general, the bourgeoisie's fear included a mortal dread of anything that created upsets, disturbance, agitation, turbulence, and instability, all bad for business. To the outbreak of the revolution the bourgeoisie reacted with that eternal outcry for order and tranquility, which has everywhere seized this class after violent commotions and consequent derangement of trade. 59 In the NRZ. Engels wrote contemptuously. But we Germans were Philistines and we remain Philistines. We have made a couple of dozen revolutions, little and big, of which we ourselves got scared before they were ever brought to completion. After talking real big, we carried out nothing at all. All questions were handled with the most timorous, obtuse, and narrow-minded Philistinism. 60. Toward the end of 1848 Marx wrote scathingly of the bourgeoisie's wretched, jittery, narrow-minded egoism, which filled it with fear as soon as a finger was laid on property anywhere. Its main slogan was restoration of confidence and the credit system. That is why every stirring had to be suppressed, not only among the proletariat but in every social stratum that had interests different from the bourgeoisie. The Hansemann ministry set out to strengthen the state power in order to restore confidence and credit, but it only strengthened a state power that restored confidence in itself through bullets, since it lacked all credit. Therefore its activity boiled down to police work, and it represented nothing but the old, refurbished police and bureaucratic state. 61. This remained a frequent theme in Marx's writings, as he kept on emphasizing that the revolution of 1848 failed because at that time the bourgeois preferred peace and quiet accompanied by servitude rather than the mere prospect of struggle even if accompanied by freedom. 62. In 1850 Engels summed up the character of the German bourgeoisie: it is infinitely more faint-hearted than the English or French, and insofar as even the slightest chance of returning anarchy shows up, that is, really decisive struggle, it shudders and withdraws from the arena. 63. A decade after the revolution Marx explained to his New York Tribune readers that politics in Prussia must be understood in terms of the pusillanimity of the bourgeoisie. While they do not like moderate solvency on the part of debtors, their watchword is moderate liberty. This sector, whose political creed may be characterized as liberalismus vulgaris, is anything but heroical. Then there is before their eyes and in their hearts the still fresh remembrance of the revolution, and, lastly, the Prince Regent must not be frightened out of his new constitutionalism. So one liberal hero admonishes the other, to do him the good service which the husband asked from his wife on her being insulted in the open street by a military officer. "Keep me back," cried the gallant fellow, "or I shall take revenge, and there will be bloodshed." This bourgeoisie knows, Marx continued, that if its local liberalism goes beyond very narrow limits, it must roll back or resolve itself into a general continental movement. The fear of the latter is shared alike by the higher middle class and by the Prince Regent. 64 The constitution-mongers of the bourgeoisie, he wrote in another article, are firmly resolved to accept any humiliation to gain a nominal constitution, whatever its contents, to ascend by cringing in the dust. 65. 3 Of course, this cowardice and congenital dread of disorder had very material roots, which we have already seen indicated: fear of the proletariat pressing in the rear. In 1848 this fear took on flesh and blood. The Communist Manifesto had ended, let the ruling classes tremble at a communistic revolution. They did. Not because of the manifesto or of literary productions from any quarter, they began trembling even before the June uprising in Paris. 66. Only a month had elapsed since the March days in Berlin when Engels, writing from his hometown, Barmen, described the change that had come over the radical bourgeois whom he had once expected to be revolutionary. They had moved sharply to the right, while the workers had begun to organize. His brother-in-law Émile Blanc, who is still the best of the lot, has in practice become a bourgeois, the others even more so, ever since they have got themselves established and have come into collision with the workers. The point is, at bottom, that even these radical bourgeois here see us as their main enemy in the future, and that they don't want to put any weapons in our hands which we would very soon turn against them themselves. 67. He was later going to write about the Rhenish liberal Philistines, who had suddenly become reactionary. 68 The June uprising in Paris sent the German bourgeoisie stampeding in terror into the arms of the crown and the aristocracy, even though nothing of the sort was happening in Germany. Marx wrote in the NRZ on June 29 that the French bourgeoisie had had to put an end to the threat from below. Factually and actually in practice, the thing must be decided. Did you can'll make the February Revolution for yourselves or for us? The bourgeoisie posed the question in such a way that it had to be answered in June with bullets and barricades. 69. The example held for the Germans, they too had to end the threat from below before it grew too menacing. The French government's bloody suppression of the June uprising was inspiring. The pattern was next brought home to Marx by the debacle in Austria as the bourgeoisie betrayed Vienna. In France the bourgeoisie came forward as a despot and made its own counter-revolution. In Germany it came forward as a slave girl and made the counter-revolution its own despot. In France it won out, in order to humble the people. In Germany it humbled itself, in order to keep the people from winning. All history shows nothing more ignominious and mean-spirited than the German bourgeoisie. 70. Just before the revolution, Engels had brashly told the bourgeoisie, "Do not forget, the executioner stands at the door." 71. The revolution itself said the same thing even more forcefully. So the bourgeoisie refused to open that door. 8. Analyzing the counter-revolution. The original scenario for permanent revolution had had the bourgeoisie making an alliance with the democracy to overthrow the old ruling classes. What Marx saw in the course of 1848 was that the bourgeoisie had turned in the other direction, making an alliance with the trinity of crown aristocracy bureaucracy on which the old state rested. This was spelled out in a major four-part article by Marx in December, The Bourgeoisie and the Counter-Revolution. The two camps, rivals for state power, had made a deal. The crown would sacrifice the nobility for the bourgeoisie would sacrifice the people for the crown. Under these conditions the monarchy becomes bourgeois and the bourgeoisie becomes monarchist. 72. The bourgeoisie was intoxicated by the delusion that the ruling powers of the old state would really subordinate themselves to bourgeois political domination. Thus, it was clear. The Prussian bourgeoisie had only one task, the task of establishing itself snugly in its rule, of getting rid of the troublesome anarchists' revolutionary people, of restoring calm and order and bringing back the revenues that had gone lost during the March upheaval. The weapons that the Prussian bourgeoisie had been forced to avail itself of, in its struggle against the feudal society and its monarchy right of association, freedom of the press, etc., must they not be shattered in the hands of a people carried away by folly, which no longer needed to wield them for the bourgeoisie and showed signs of a suspicious hankering to use them against the bourgeoisie. Obviously only one obstacle stood in the way of a deal between the bourgeoisie and the crown, a single obstacle, the people pure robusta sed maliciosa sturdy but wicked lad, as Hobbes put it. The people and the revolution. The revolution was the people's legal title, it was on the revolution that its turbulent claims were based. The revolution was the bill it had drawn on the bourgeoisie. It was by the revolution that the bourgeoisie had attained to rule. The day it attained to rule was also the day this bill fell due. The bourgeoisie had to enter a protest against the bill. 74. Not long afterward, the German bourgeoisie publicly avowed what Marx had charged. Soon after the end of the revolutionary period, Engels produced his historical study on the peasant war in Germany, which was explicitly presented as a parable for 1848, the classes and fractions of classes which everywhere betrayed 1848 and 1849 are to be found in the roll of traders as early as 1525, though on a lower level of development. 76. In a later preface to this work, Engels summarized the question we are now discussing. He noted that he had been wrong in writing in 1850 that the modern big bourgeois were rapidly getting the Austrian and Prussian monarchies under their yoke by means of the national debt. And behind the big bourgeois stand the proletarians. 77. Even in 1850 he still had illusions that the bourgeoisie was going to do its damned duty, if only in another form. Writing 2 decades later, he recognized that the mass of the bourgeoisie does not want to rule. It still has 1848 in its bones. 78. That is, its decisive motivation is still fear of the proletariat. This was the link between the bourgeoisie's dread of the permanent revolution and the phenomenon of Bonapartism. Engels sets it forth in an important passage. In 2 decades the German bourgeoisie has developed economically, but how, then, is it possible that the bourgeoisie has not conquered political power as well, that it behaves in so cowardly a manner towards the government? It is the misfortune of the German bourgeoisie to have arrived too late, as is the favorite German manner. The period of its florescence is occurring at a time when the bourgeoisie of the other West European countries is already politically in decline. In England, the bourgeoisie could get its real representative, Bright, into the government only by an extension of the franchise, whose consequences are bound to put an end to all bourgeois rule. In France, where the bourgeoisie as such, as a class in its entirety, held power for only 2 years, 1849 and 1850, under the Republic, it was able to continue its social existence only by abdicating its political power to Louis Bonaparte and the army. And on account of the enormously increased interaction of the 3 most advanced European countries, it is today no longer possible for the bourgeoisie to settle down to comfortable political rule in Germany after this rule has outlived its usefulness in England and France. 79. This is the pattern of uneven and combined development at work. It is a peculiarity of the bourgeoisie, in contrast to all former ruling classes, that there is a turning point in its development after which every further expansion of its agencies of power, hence primarily of its capital, only tends to make it more and more unfit for political rule. Behind the big bourgeois stand the proletarians. As the bourgeoisie develops its industry, commerce, and means of communications, it produces the proletariat. At a certain point which need not be reached everywhere at the same time or at the same stage of development, it begins to notice that its proletarian double is outgrowing it. From that moment on, it loses the strength required for exclusive political rule, it looks around for allies with whom to share its rule, or to whom to cede the whole of its rule, as circumstances may require. This is all a generalization from the experience of the Revolution of 1848 to 1849. He applies it specifically to Germany. In Germany this turning point came as early as 1848. To be sure, the German bourgeoisie was less frightened by the German proletariat than by the French. The June 1848 battle in Paris showed the bourgeoisie what it ought to expect. The German proletariat was restless enough to prove to it that the seed that would yield the same crop had already been sown to German soil, too. From that day on the edge was taken off all bourgeois political action. The bourgeoisie looked round for allies, sold itself to them regardless of the price, and even today 1870 it has not advanced one step. These allies are all reactionary by nature. There is the monarchy with its army and its bureaucracy, there is the big feudal nobility, there are the little cabbage junkers, and there are even the priests. With all of these the bourgeoisie made pacts and bargains, if only to save its dear skin, until at last it had nothing left to barter. And the more the proletariat developed, the more it felt as a class and acted as a class, the more faint-hearted did the bourgeois become. 82. In 1850 Marx had written that if the defeat of the June insurrection raised the self-assurance of the bourgeoisie all over the continent and caused it to league itself openly with the feudal monarchy against the people, who was the first victim of this alliance? The continental bourgeoisie itself. The June defeat prevented it from consolidating its rule. 83. The bourgeoisie was indeed prevented from consolidating its political rule, but, in the sequel under Bismarckian Bonapartism, it went ahead to consolidate its economic rule nevertheless. The same factors that negated the path of permanent revolution in the form envisioned by Marx and Engels in 1848 also pushed the bourgeoisie along the path of Bonapartism. This in turn had to engender, and did engender, a later and revised form of the concept of permanent revolution. 9. Permanent revolution, final version. Around the latter part of 1848 and early 1849, Marx gave up the expectation that the bourgeoisie might come through after all. This was not an easy conclusion to come to, since in the absence of a crystal ball to foresee alternative roads, it suggested that in Germany the road of progressive economic modernization might be closed or long delayed. Marx did not adopt the conclusion on some given day. On the contrary, there are many signs of groping and oscillation, as might be expected of militants who were trying to understand an unexpected development, not in a library corral 100 years later but in the hurly-burly of revolutionary events. 1. Writing off the bourgeoisie. Even as early as July 1848 there was already an element of ambiguity in the following passage in an article by Marx. The Hansemann ministry wants to establish the rule of the bourgeoisie while at the same time striking a compromise with the old police and feudal state. In this two-sided and contradictory task, at every turn it sees the still to be established rule of the bourgeoisie and its own existence frustrated by the reactionary forces of the absolutist, feudal type, and it will succumb to the latter. The bourgeoisie cannot fight it out for its own rule without temporarily taking the people as a whole as its ally, hence without coming out more or less democratically. 1. There is the direct statement that it will succumb, but the next implication is that it will succumb unless. The second view, in fact, remained the operative line for months. A month before, in the eloquent article in which Marx defended the June uprising of the Paris workers, his bitterness toward the bourgeois executioners of the revolt did not prevent him from asking, toward the end of the article, whether this deep gulf that has opened before us should lead one to think that the fight for a democratic constitution makes no difference, that the difference between a democratic state form and the absolutist state form is only empty, illusory, nil. His answer is a vigorous no. The struggles arising out of social development have to be fought to their conclusion. The best form of the state is that in which social antagonisms are not blurred, are not forcibly, hence only artificially, only illusorily fettered. The best form of the state is that in which they come to a free fight and thereby to a solution. 2. Therefore the NRZ group pushed for everything that would further a democratic constitutional government, a complete democratization of the state. But increasingly a question mark had to be put over the issue: what social force could achieve this aim? The answer was not worked out by meditation in the offices of the NRZ. It came in response to a series of shocks. In September, a watershed event cast a bright light. An uprising broke out in the Frankfurt area, fought by the workers of Frankfurt, Offenbach, and Hanau, and by the peasants of the surrounding region, Engels reported. The bourgeois elements opposed the movement, and it was suppressed by the government with the help of Prussian, Austrian, and Hessian troops. Engels' article on the uprising looked at the class alignment and generalized, why the victories of the counter-revolution all over Europe? Because all sides know that the struggle that is looming in all civilized countries is an entirely different one, an infinitely more important one, than all previous revolutions, because in Vienna as in Paris, in Berlin as in Frankfurt, in London as in Milan, it is a question of the overthrow of the political rule of the bourgeoisie, of a transformation whose imminent consequences already fill all comfortable and puzzled citizens with dismay. Is there any revolutionary center in the world where the red flag, the battle symbol of the fraternizing European proletariat, has not waved over the barricades in the last 5 months? In Frankfurt too, the parliament of the United Junkers and Bourgeois was combated under the red flag. It is because the bourgeoisie is threatened by every uprising breaking out now, threatened directly as to its political existence and indirectly as to its social existence. This is the reason for all these defeats. The mostly unarmed people have to fight not only against the forces of the organized bureaucratic and military state which have been taken over by the bourgeoisie, but also against the armed bourgeoisie itself. Confronting the unorganized and badly armed people stand the joint forces of the other classes of society, well organized and well equipped. And that is why the people have been beaten so far, and why they will continue to be beaten till their opponents are weakened, whether because the troops get involved in war or because they have an internal split, or until some big event drives the people into desperate struggle and demoralizes their opponents. Point 3. Engels' article then points to looming events in France as the hope of renewed revolutionary élan in Europe. At the end of August, Marx, on a visit to Vienna, spoke before the Democratic Association there, and seems to have expressed an opinion about the Austrian situation that he had not yet applied to Germany. Herr Marx, said the Viennese press report, opined it made no difference who was minister, for now here too as in Paris it was a question of the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. 3a. By December the pattern was clear enough for the publication of Marx's major programmatic article, The Bourgeoisie and the Counter-Revolution, which, as we have seen, indicted the bourgeoisie for going over to the counter-revolution. It contains the most powerful flagellation yet of the bourgeoisie's incapacity. A key passage, from the second part, is a good example of Marx's thunderer style as well as of the political interpretation he is developing. The German bourgeoisie had developed so sluggishly, cravenly and slowly that at the moment when it menacingly confronted feudalism and absolutism, it saw itself menacingly faced by the proletariat and by all sections of the citizenry, burgherdom, burghers, not bourgeois, whose interests and ideas were related to the proletariat. And it not only saw a class behind it but all of Europe hostilely arrayed before it. The Prussian bourgeoisie was not, as the French bourgeoisie of 1789 had been, the class that represented the whole of modern society vis-a-vis the representatives of the old society, the monarchy and the aristocracy. It had sunk down to a kind of social estate just as clearly distinct from the crown as from the people, eager for opposition to both, irresolute before either taken individually, because it always saw both of them either before or behind, inclined from the outset to betray the people and to compromise with the crowned representative of the old society, because it itself already belonged to the old society, representing not the interests of a new society against an old one but newly revived. Interests inside an obsolescent society, at the helm of the revolution, not because the people stood behind it but because the people pushed it on before, in the van, not because it represented the initiative of a new era of society but only the rancor of an old one, a stratum that had not broken through under the old state but which now was heaved up to the surface of the new state by an earthquake, without faith in itself, without faith in the people, grumbling at those above, trembling at those below. Egoistic toward both sides and conscious of its egoism, revolutionary vis-a-vis the conservatives, conservative vis-a-vis the revolutionaries, distrustful of its own catchwords, given to phrases instead of ideas, intimidated by the international storm, exploiting the international storm, no energy in any direction, plagiarism in all directions, common because it was not original, original in its commonness, haggling over its own aspirations, without initiative, without faith in itself, without faith in the people, without a world historical mission, a damned old codger who found himself condemned to lead and mislead the first youthful currents of a sturdy people into the channels of his own senile interests, sans eyes, sans ears, sans teeth, sans everything. In such wise did the Prussian bourgeoisie find itself at the helm of the Prussian state after the March Revolution. 4. It would seem that after all this strong language Marx was writing the liberal bourgeoisie off as any kind of revolutionary force. To social republic or counter-revolution. If not the bourgeoisie, what social force was the alternative to the restoration of absolutist power? Marx points to the class bloc we have already described: proletariat, petty bourgeoisie, small peasantry. This time the peasantry is featured more prominently than before, for the government has just made clear, by its bill on the abolition of feudal burdens on the land, that it is impotent to attack feudal property on the land for fear of awakening ideas about bourgeois property. Bourgeois egoism has blinded it to the point where it drove away its own indispensable allies, the class of peasantry. The French bourgeoisie began with the emancipation of the peasantry. With the peasants it conquered Europe. The Prussian bourgeoisie was so wrapped up in its own narrow, immediate interests that it even alienated this ally and made it a tool in the hands of the feudal counter-revolution. 5. Conclusion. The history of the Prussian bourgeoisie, as in general that of the German bourgeoisie from March to December, proves that in Germany a purely bourgeois revolution and the establishment of bourgeois rule under the form of constitutional monarchy are impossible, and that only the feudal absolutist counter-revolution is possible, or else the social republican revolution. 6. This counter-revolution or social republic is an important new formulation of the revolutionary alternatives. As we have seen, 7. The slogan of the social republic, or social and democratic republic, was already in common use to indicate a democratic republic that takes social measures beyond the interests of the bourgeoisie. At the time, social institutions meant in a general way what we might now call socialistic institutions. For example, in the NRZ for September 1, 1848, Engels wrote that the democratic social republic must first be proclaimed in France, the French proletariat must first stand over its bourgeoisie with its foot on its neck, before the lasting victory of democracy is thinkable in Italy, Germany, Poland, Hungary, etc. This is also the meaning of Marx's counterposition, in his 1850 Class Struggles in France, of the bourgeois republic to the republic with social institutions. The republic that was actually set up by the Constituent Assembly in May was, says Marx, not the republic with social institutions, not the vision that hovered before the fighters on the barricades. It was no revolutionary weapon against the bourgeois order, but rather, the political reconsolidation of bourgeois society, in a word, a bourgeois republic. True, the government was forced by the immediate pressure of the proletariat to announce it as a republic with social institutions, but in fact the Paris proletariat was still incapable of going beyond the bourgeois republic otherwise than in its fancy. 9. Engels wrote later that a pure, bourgeois republic in Germany was outstripped by events before it came into existence. 10. The slogan of the social republic remained a popularized and agitational, because open-ended, way of referring to a government that takes a socialistic direction, right up to the time of the First International and after. In 1848 it lent itself very well to designate the idea of the transitional regime, which was no longer bourgeois but not yet communist, based on a bloc of progressive classes. At the point we are at now, end of 1848, Marx's concept of this bloc is broad indeed. How broad may be seen from the sentence that follows immediately after the above-quoted invocation of the social republican revolution. But this itself must rerouse the viable part of the bourgeoisie out of its apathy, This is guaranteed us above all by the fearful reckoning with which the counter-revolution will surprise it in the spring. 12. Clearly Marx is hoping that at least a more progressive section, viable part, of the bourgeoisie itself will decide that, for them, the social republic is a lesser evil to absolutist counter-revolution, and therefore go along willingly with the regime based on the broad block of classes lying to the left of the main mass of the bourgeoisie. 3. End of the line. The following month, January 1849, posed the problem on the plane of immediate tactics. An election based on a two-stage and quite undemocratic electoral system with a restricted franchise was scheduled in Prussia for the 22nd. Should the Workers' Association run its own candidates, on the platform of the Social Republic, against the plain Democrats who, as advocates of a bourgeois republic, were also enemies of the old regime? This led to the last phase of Marx's persistent attempt to support the bourgeois opposition against absolutism. His statement of policy was paraphrased as follows in the report in the Workers' Association organ on the executive's discussion. At the moment it is not a question of doing something along the lines of our principles but of putting up opposition to the government, absolutism, and feudal rule. Sufficient for this, however, are plain Democrats, so-called liberals, who are likewise not satisfied by a long shot with the present regime. One must take the situation as it is for once. Since the important thing now is to put up the strongest possible opposition to the existing absolutist system, then, if it is understood that the principles we ourselves hold cannot be put across in the elections, good sense requires us to unite with another party which likewise is putting up opposition, in order not to let our common enemy, the absolute monarchy, win. 13. The association, in fact, decided to support candidates of the democracy on the condition that they opposed the constitution octroyed, handed down, by the Prussian king. On the basis of experience, Marx was later going to dispute the simple good sense of this policy. In any case, this was not a question of choosing between good bourgeois candidates and bad ones, but rather of choosing between supporters of two different social systems, one progressive and the other historically reactionary. On the eve of the election, a two-part article by Marx went all out in an appeal not only to the democracy but especially to the bourgeois opposition to defeat absolutism, and in particular to defeat the octroyed constitution. It deserves notice as a milestone in Marx's political development, for never again will he invest such expectations in the bourgeoisie. Cologne's leading paper, the Königszeitung, had charged that the opponents of the octroyed constitution were proponents of a red republic. It was necessary to broaden opposition to the constitution if the scare propaganda were to be countered. Marx answered, that is not the issue, not a red republic or any republic. The only issue is this. Do you want the old absolutism together with a newly refurbished estate system, or do you want a bourgeois representative system? It is not at all a question of a struggle against bourgeois property relations, such as is taking place in France and is under preparation in England. It is rather a question of a struggle against a political constitution which endangers bourgeois property relations, by surrendering the helm of state to the representatives of the feudal property relations. 15. The main appeal of the article is systematically pitched in terms of the interests of the bourgeoisie itself. Does the bourgeoisie gain a state form in which it can freely conduct the common affairs of its class, the interests of commerce, industry, and agriculture? 16. Bourgeois industry must burst the fetters of absolutism and feudalism. A revolution against both means only that bourgeois industry has reached a pinnacle where it must conquer a state form suitable for it or else go under. 17. This reverts to the old conviction that one does not ask what the bourgeoisie merely want but rather what they must do. 18. Addressing himself to the democracy, Marx explains. We are surely the last to want the rule of the bourgeoisie. We were the first in Germany to raise our voices against it. But we appeal to the workers and petty bourgeoisie, better to put up with modern bourgeois society, which through its industrialization creates the material means for establishing a new society which will emancipate all of you, than turn the clock back to an outlived form of society which, on the pretext of saving your class, thrusts the whole nation back into medieval barbarism. 19. If the Crown's constitution is against the class interests of the Prussian bourgeoisie, why is this bourgeoisie in favor of it? Marx's first answer. The commercial and industrial sector of the bourgeoisie throws itself into the arms of the counter-revolution out of fear of the revolution. As though the counter-revolution were anything else than the overture to revolution. His appeal to the bourgeoisie, then, is, restoration of the absolutist power will make a revolution more certain, not less. The bourgeoisie was not convinced, with good reason. Next, Marx points to that sector of the bourgeoisie which, indifferent to the collective interests of its class, pursues a special interest of its own, a separate interest which is even hostile to the others. 20 This sector includes the financial barons, the public creditors, bankers and rentiers plus government business contractors and their intellectual and professional hangers-on. But these cannot account for the bourgeoisie as a whole. The election results showed that, while in the Rhineland the Democratic candidates nosed out the opposition, in Prussia as a whole the bourgeoisie continued moving right. The end of the line was near. In mid-February Marx put all this behind him, though without backtracking. We like firm attitudes. We have never flirted with the parliamentary party. The party that we represent, the party of the people, exists in Germany only in elementary form. But where it is a struggle against the existing government, we ally ourselves even with our enemies. We take as a fact the official Prussian opposition, just as it emerges out of the miserable German cultural conditions obtaining to the present day, and hence we have allowed our own views to stay in the background during the electoral struggle. Now, after the election, we again affirm our old relentless standpoint not only as against the government but also as against the official opposition. 22. From here on, Marx moved more and more away from participation in the democratic movement as such, toward emphasis on the primacy of the workers' organizations and toward mobilization of the peasantry of the region. On April 14 the break was made definitive. Marx and 3 close collaborators announced their resignation from the Rhineland Committee of the Democratic Association, and publicly stated that the objective should be the organization of workers' associations instead. 23 Thus Marx returned the goal of workers' class organization to the top of the agenda, as explained at the end of Special Note J. However, the project for a National Congress of Workers' Associations died, as the revolution itself was repressed throughout the country in the next period. This resignation marked the formal end of a period of experimentation in Marx's theory of revolution and in his practice. 4. Second version of permanent revolution. The line that Marx pursued in the Prussian election of January 1849 had served to keep alive the initial version of the permanent revolution concept. But if we follow the line from his December article on the bourgeoisie and the counter-revolution to his resignation from the Democratic Association Committee in April, we can distinguish a second version of permanent revolution to which he moved. The first version had envisaged the following uninterrupted stages: 1. The bourgeoisie takes political power from absolutism. 2. The democracy, as a block of proletariat, petty bourgeoisie, and peasantry, moves in to take over from the bourgeoisie. The second version involves a simple change: since the bourgeoisie refuses to take political power, the democracy must strive to capture political power directly for itself. What remains unchanged is this: the perspective is still to accelerate bourgeois economic development, modernization and industrialization, under the aegis of the new revolutionary power to the point where the next stage proletarian power goes onto the order of the day. The bourgeois democratic stage is to be telescoped under a political power which is not that of the bourgeoisie itself. Looking ahead, we can see an analogy: under Bonapartism the bourgeois stage is also going to be carried out under a political power which is not that of the bourgeoisie itself. This does not involve the illusion that communism itself is on the immediate social agenda for backward Germany, but it does involve skipping the stage of the pure, or bourgeois, republic and going over directly to the social republic. It also pushes to the fore the slogan of a second revolution. To be sure, an article had already referred to the second revolution during the very first month of the N.R.Z. 26. Now it was more pressing. Marx used a well-publicized occasion to give it prominence: his defense speech before a Cologne jury in February, which ends as follows. In conclusion, I repeat that only the first act of the drama has been concluded. The struggle of the two societies, medieval society and bourgeois society, will be carried on anew in political forms. But whatever the road the new National Assembly may take, the necessary result can be nothing else than this: complete victory of the counter-revolution, or a new victorious revolution. Perhaps the victory of the revolution is possible only after the counter-revolution has been consummated. Point 27. The last sentence, qualified with a perhaps, writes off the bourgeoisie as a revolutionary force, this time for good. The aim of a democratic constitution as the goal of the struggle was not at all affected. Right after the first stage election, Marx returned to the charge against the octroyed constitution with heavy emphasis on the democratic class lineup. Can the petty bourgeois and peasants, and the proletarians in addition, find a better state form for the representation of their interests than the democratic republic? Aren't these precisely the classes that are the most radical and the most democratic in the whole society? Isn't the proletariat precisely the specifically red class? 28. As a matter of fact, the last phase of the German Revolution acted this out. In May, what Engels later wrote up as the German campaign for the Reich Constitution broke out with armed uprisings in the Rhineland and South Germany. On the 16th the Prussian government presented Marx with an expulsion order. On the 19th the NRZ appeared for the last time, in a special red ink issue, in which the editors said of themselves, their last word everywhere and always will be, emancipation of the laboring class. 29. Engels went to fight with the insurrectionary forces. Engels' essay on this last flare-up of the revolution, written soon afterwards, summarized the class lineup as follows, thereby also explaining the movement's hapless futility. The soul of the whole movement was the class of the small bourgeoisie, called by preference the middle-class Bürgerstand, and this indeed is the predominating class in Germany, especially in the south. Behind the small bourgeoisie everywhere, however, stand other classes, which take up the movement, give it a more definite and energetic character, and wherever possible try to take it over, the proletariat and a large part of the peasants, which the advanced section of the petty bourgeoisie generally joined for a while. In addition, these classes, with the proletariat of the larger towns at the head, took the solemnly affirmed assurances of support for the constitution more seriously than the petty bourgeois agitators liked. Everyone understood that after victory the petty bourgeoisie would have to defend this same constitution against these very same proletarians and peasants. These classes pushed the small bourgeoisie to an open break with the existing state power. Point 30. The viable or progressive sector of the bourgeoisie, recall the expectation in Marx's The Bourgeoisie and the Counter-Revolution, was around 2 if only at the beginning of the movement. Besides, at the beginning of the movement, the more resolute section of the big and middle bourgeoisie likewise joined with the petty bourgeoisie, just as we see in all previous petty bourgeois movements in England and France. The bourgeoisie never rules as a whole, leaving aside the feudal castes that have still retained some part of their political power. Even the big bourgeoisie, as soon as it has defeated feudalism, splits into a governing party and an opposition party, which are usually represented on the one hand by the bank and on the other by the manufacturers. The oppositionist, progressive section of the big and middle bourgeoisie then has common interests with the petty bourgeoisie as against the ruling section, and it unites with the petty bourgeoisie for a common struggle. 31. The right wing of the movement was fighting for national unification under the black-red-gold constitution of the Reich. The democratic left wing fought for a red republic, social republic. But the revolution never got a chance to become permanent, that is, to start the expected class shifts toward the left as a result of the defeat of the old regime, for the democratic uprising was suppressed. 5. The international meaning of permanent revolution. Marx had never expected the movement to win in backward Germany alone, if confined to German forces only. He looked on Germany as one battlefield in a European war, the revolution, and usually a secondary one at that. This adds another dimension to the concept of permanent revolution, for it views the course of the revolution on a European-wide scale, proceeding in permanence, in ongoing waves, from one country to another. There are two aspects to this country-to-country interaction: the role of the more advanced, more industrialized, countries in relation to others where the bourgeoisie had not yet won political power, and the role of oppressor countries in relation to oppressed nationalities. To be sure, this internationalism of the revolution had been a part of Marx's thinking from the outset. The best-known early expression in Marx is the last sentence of his introduction to a critique of Hegel in 1844, "When all the inner conditions are fulfilled, the German resurrection day will be announced by the crowing of the Gallic cock." 32. He kept on expressing this very opinion through 1848. More important, this international perspective became a basic ingredient of permanent revolution, especially through the experience of 1848 to 1849. Here too, the origin of the term permanent revolution in the French Revolution played a conditioning role. We may recall Marx's early remark that Napoleon had substituted permanent war for permanent revolution. The historical significance of the Napoleonic Wars was that they spread the bourgeois revolution to other parts of Europe, that is, they made the revolution permanent, ongoing, on an international scale even while limiting the revolution at home. The elements of European war and European revolution were inextricably mingled. Even more than in Napoleonic days, the revolution of 1848 to 1849 presented the spectacle of the contagious revolution, flaring up in ongoing waves in one country after another, with an interacting impact. For the first time on such a big scale, internationalism was not merely an aspiration, a moral value, a daydream, or a philosophic notion, but a practical, matter-of-fact social force. It was also the answer in terms of political theory to the impossibilities of the German Revolution. Could one really believe that this backward country, with its small proletariat, petty bourgeois democracy, timid bourgeoisie, under an overbearing bureaucratic state, could carry through the permanent revolution even as far as a social republic? Not on the basis of German forces, thought Marx. The article in which Marx laid out this line of thought in systematic form appeared in the NRZ at the beginning of the new year, 1849. It has sometimes been misinterpreted through failure to understand that in it world war means revolutionary war on a worldwide scale, on the analogy of the Napoleonic permanent revolution. The article begins, for contrast, with the elocutionary declamations with which the leaders of Europe acknowledged the internationalism of the revolution. The Pope consecrated it ritually, Lamartine's Iola and harp quavered weakly with tinkling philanthropic airs, set to words about fraternite, the brotherhood of social sectors and nations, and so on. 34 Marx's internationalist thesis is presented in the last section of the article. The defeat of the working class in France in June and the victory of the French bourgeoisie meant at the same time that the nationalities that had responded to the crowing of the Gallic cock the February Revolution in Paris with heroic strivings for liberation were again stifled. Poland, Italy, and Ireland were once again ravaged, despoiled and massacred by Prussian, Austrian, and English myrmidons. The defeat of the working class in France and the victory of the French bourgeoisie was at the same time the defeat of the middle classes in all European countries where the middle classes, temporarily united with the people, had responded to the crowing of the Gallic cock with a bloody insurrection against feudalism. Naples, Vienna, Berlin. The defeat of the working class in France and the victory of the French bourgeoisie was at the same time the victory of the East over the West, the defeat of civilization by barbarism. In Wallachia began the suppression of the Romanians by the Russians and their tools, the Turks. In Vienna, the Croats, Pandars, Czechs, Jelicich's redcoats, and similar riffraff strangled German freedom, and at the same time the Tsar is omnipresent in Europe. The overthrow of the bourgeoisie in France, the triumph of the French working class and the emancipation of the working class in general, this is therefore the battle cry of European liberation. But it was on England that the revolutionary wave broke. England rules the world market. A transformation of the relations of political economy in every land of the European continent, on the whole of the European continent, is a tempest in a teapot without England. The relations of industry and commerce inside every country are ruled by their intercourse with other countries, and are conditioned by their relation on the world market. But England rules the world market, and the bourgeoisie rules England. The liberation of Europe, whether in an uprising by the oppressed nationalities for independence or the overthrow of feudal absolutism, is therefore conditioned on a victorious uprising of the French working class. But every social upheaval in France is necessarily wrecked on the rock of the English bourgeoisie, of the industrial and commercial world domination by Great Britain. Every partial social reform in France, and on the European continent in general, is and remains an empty pious wish insofar as it aspires to end there without involving England. What then can be the positive outcome? Marx's analysis continues. And old England will be overthrown only by a world war, which alone can offer the Chartist party, the organized English Workers' Party, the conditions for a successful uprising against its giant oppressor. The Chartists at the head of the English government. Only at this point does the social revolution leave the realm of utopia for the realm of reality. But every European war in which England is involved is a world war. It will be carried on in Canada as well as in Italy, in the East Indies as well as in Prussia, in Africa as well as on the Danube. An European war will be the first consequence of a victorious workers' revolution in France. As in Napoleon's day, England will be in the van of the counter-revolutionary armies, but through the war itself it will be hurled forward to the van of the revolutionary movement given the victory of Chartism and will expiate its crime against the revolution of the 18th century. Revolutionary uprising of the French working class, World War, this is the agenda for the year 1849.36. England's importance for the international scale of the revolution had also been eagerly asserted by Engels back in April 1848, when he wrote of his certainty that the Chartists would take power in 2 months. 37 But these statements should not be regarded primarily as predictions. The expression of high confidence is always expected while a struggle is in progress, but as analyses of the conditions under which the European convulsion could have a positive revolutionary outcome. Marx's insight into the international meaning of permanent revolution was embodied several times in his class struggles in France in 1850. It applied to France as well as to backward Germany. Taking it a little ahead of order, let us see how Marx stressed it in this work, in hindsight. Just as the workers thought after the February Revolution they would be able to emancipate themselves side by side with the bourgeoisie, so they thought they would be able to consummate a proletarian revolution within the national walls of France, side by side with the remaining bourgeois nations. But French relations of production are conditioned by the foreign trade of France, by her position on the world market and the laws thereof. How was France to break them without a European revolutionary war, which would strike back at the despot of the world market, England? 38. Then, after the suppression of the June uprising, with the victories of the Holy Alliance, Europe has taken on a form that makes every fresh proletarian upheaval in France directly coincide with a world war. The new French Revolution is forced to leave its national soil forthwith and conquer the European terrain, on which alone the social revolution of the 19th century can be accomplished. Thus only the June defeat has created all the conditions under which France can seize the initiative of the European Revolution. Only after being dipped in the blood of the June insurgents did the tricolor become the flag of the European Revolution, the red flag. 39. In France, writes Marx, the working class fights for the program of the petty bourgeoisie, not its own. In France the proletarian revolution is not accomplished, in France it is proclaimed. It is not accomplished anywhere within the national walls. The class war within French society turns into a world war, in which the nations confront one another. Accomplishment begins only at the moment when, through the world war, the proletariat is pushed to the van of the people that dominates the world market, to the van of England. The revolution, which finds here not its end, but its organizational beginning, is no short-lived revolution. 41. It was only this international standpoint that provided a realistic political basis for Marx's concept of permanent revolution. There was also a politico-military side that deserves notice. It was, naturally, Engels who took it up. In the late spring of 1849, he wrote in 1876. All could still have been won if the Frankfurt Parliament and the leaders of the South German movement had only had courage and resolution. A parliamentary decree calling the Baden and Palatinate army to the defense of the assembly would have sufficed. The assembly with one blow would have thereby won back the confidence of the people. The defection of the Hesse-Darmstadt troops and the adhesion of Württemberg and Bavaria to the movement could then be expected with assurance. The small states of Middle Germany would likewise have been drawn in. Prussia would have had its hands full at home, and in the face of so powerful a movement in Germany, Russia would have been forced to pull back its troops in Poland, troops which thereafter were effectively used in Hungary. Hungary could therefore have been saved in Frankfurt, and besides there was a present probability that, given a victoriously advancing revolution in Germany, the daily expected eruption in Paris would not have ended up with the defeat without a struggle that was the fate of the radical petty bourgeois on June 13, 1849. The chances were as favorable as could be. The advice to call on the Baden-Palatinate forces was given in Frankfurt by all of us of the NRZ group. The advice to march on Frankfurt without any call was given in Mannheim-Baden by Marx and myself. But neither the Baden leaders nor the Frankfurt parliamentarians had the courage, energy, understanding, or initiative. 42. The first sentence quoted above may be viewed as an example of Engels' tendency to be swayed a little too much by the military aspect of things at times, as Marx had occasion to caution him. 43. The socio-political imperatives were stronger than anyone's courage and resolution, and were primary in the permanent revolution pattern. But within this framework, the military reverberations of revolutionary action could also be a political force. Sixth and final version. The drive of events soon made the second version of permanent revolution as untenable as the first. By April 1849 at least, Marx no longer believed that the leading elements of the democracy could make a revolution any more than could the bourgeoisie proper. It was in this month that he resigned from the leadership of the Democratic Association, as we have seen, and it was also in this month that he began publishing Wage Labor and Capital in his paper. Although we now read Wage Labor and Capital only as a work on political economy, it was introduced to the readers of the NRZ with the first formal announcement of a political turn. Marx set down a new thesis, direct counterposition of proletarian revolution to absolutism. Current history, he writes, has proved that the subjugation of the working class in the course of the revolution simultaneously meant the defeat, by absolutism, of its class opponents, the bourgeois republicans in France and the bourgeois and peasant classes which were fighting feudal absolutism throughout the continent of Europe. The June struggle in Paris, the fall of Vienna, the tragicomedy of Berlin's November 1848, the desperate exertions of Poland, Italy, and Hungary, the starving of Ireland into submission, these were the chief factors which characterized the European class struggle between bourgeoisie and working class, and by means of which we proved that every revolutionary upheaval, however remote from the class struggle its goal may appear to be, must fail until the revolutionary working class is victorious. That every social reform, that is, reformation, remains a utopia until the proletarian revolution and the feudalistic counter-revolution measure swords in a world war. 44. This is a momentous conclusion for Marx to come to. The alternatives are no longer social republic or counter-revolution. The elastic formula of the social republic is replaced outright by the proletarian revolution. Along the same lines, a month later, Engels advises the German workers not to allow themselves to be used to pull the chestnuts out of the fire for the bourgeoisie and its ministry. The question is posed whether they are willing to be used for this purpose at a time when in the whole of Germany civil war stands at the door, and when perhaps there will soon be occasion for them to come forward with their own demands. 45. In his account of the German campaign for the Reich Constitution, written more than a year later, Engels concludes with a review of the three class patterns. The turn that Marx had announced in April had been verified by the course of the armed campaign. This is what Engels explains. The campaign for the Reich Constitution was wrecked by its own halfway character and inner misere. Ever since the defeat of June 1848, the question before the civilized part of the European continent was posed as follows: either the rule of the revolutionary proletariat or the rule of the classes that held sway before February. No halfway house is possible any longer. Especially in Germany has the bourgeoisie shown itself incapable of ruling. It could maintain its rule over the people only by turning the rulership back to the nobility and the bureaucracy. The petty bourgeoisie, in alliance with the German ideology, sought through the Reich Constitution to arrive at an impossible equilibrium of forces, which they hoped would postpone the decisive conflict. The attempt had to fail. Those who were serious about the movement were not serious about the Constitution, and those who were serious about the Constitution were not serious about the movement. But for all that, the campaign for the Reich Constitution had important results nonetheless. Above all, it simplified the situation. It cut off an endless series of conciliation attempts. Now that it has lost, victory can go only to the somewhat constitutionalized feudal bureaucratic monarchy or else to the real revolution. And the revolution in Germany can no longer come to a conclusion other than with the complete rule of the proletariat. 46. The third, and final, form of permanent revolution, then, affirms that the political revolution against the old power can be made not by the liberal bourgeoisie, not by the petty bourgeois democracy, but only under the hegemony of the proletariat, not the weak German proletariat by itself but as a part of the European proletarian revolution. The opportunity for the proletariat to play this final role would come as an ongoing revolution shifted to the left, from domination by the bourgeoisie to the ascendancy of the petty bourgeois left. As Engels summarized it later, referring to the NRZ group in 1849. We openly proclaimed that the people of the tendency we represented could enter the struggle for the attainment of our real party aims only when the most extreme of the official parties existing in Germany came to the helm, then we would form the opposition to it. 47. 10. Bourgeois and Proletarian Revolution, Balance Sheet. When Marx went to England around the end of August 1849, followed by Engels less than 3 months later, he was of the opinion that the European revolutionary situation that had started in 1848 was not yet closed out. The defeats of 1849 had produced a lull, but a new upsurge was around the corner, probably in France. He maintained this prognosis for about a year. Around July 1850 his economic studies as well as the course of events persuaded him that the return of industrial prosperity meant an end to the ongoing continental crisis, and that the movement now had to reorient. The task ahead was now preparing for the next revolutionary crisis, rather than planning immediate tactics and their execution. A joint article explained this turn in economic analysis and its political consequences in the new London-based magazine edited by Marx, the Neue Rheinische Politisch-Ökonomische Review, for short, N.R.Z. Review to distinguish it from the Cologne newspaper. Point 1. Marx concluded, with this general prosperity, there can be no talk of a real revolution, which is possible only when the productive forces again come in collision with the bourgeois forms of production. And he added in italics, a new revolution is possible only in consequence of a new crisis. It is, however, just as certain as this crisis. 2. This adjustment to the termination of the European crisis was, of course, an important policy decision, and on its basis Marx reoriented his practical work and priorities. But the change of prognosis did not itself affect his political theoretical analysis of revolutionary problems. Looking back from 1895, Engels made this point sharply in his introduction to a new edition of the Class Struggles in France, after mentioning that Marx's change in estimate took place between parts I3 and part 4 of that work. He quotes the italicized statement, and adds, "But that was the only essential change which had to be made. There was absolutely nothing to alter in the interpretation of events given in the earlier chapters, or in the causal connections established therein." 3. This applies also to the invocation of permanent revolution in Part 3. To be sure, the interval between revolutionary crises was going to be more than a few years, despite the usual sanguine expectations. Engels optimistically referred in 1851 to the probably very short interval of rest which is allowed us before the close of the first and the beginning of the second act of the movement, and Marx signed his name to the article containing this statement. Point 4. And in the following year Engels thought there might be a new revolutionary upsurge in France in a matter of months. Point 5. Through the 1850s Marx expected Bonaparte's difficulties to lead to an explosion. Point 6. But the theory of permanent revolution, like any thought-out political theory, did not depend on the date of an expectation. In fact, experience had shown that it was more important to get revolutionary conceptions clear before a revolution than during it, when it might be too late. In the immediate post-revolution period, Marx and Engels wrote 3 important works in which they addressed themselves to the overall lessons of the experience they had just gone through. All of them are permeated with the third and final view of permanent revolution, whether written before or after the change in prognosis. These were, in chronological order: The Class Struggles in France 1848 to 1850, written by Marx as a series of articles for the N.R.Z. Review. As mentioned, the change in prognosis came before Part 4, which was introduced by its explanation. Address of the Central Committee to the Communist League, March 1850, written by Marx and Engels after discussions in the group. Its drafting coincides with the writing of Part 3 of the Class Struggles in France. Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany. This series of articles for the New York Tribune was written, or drafted, by Engels, but it went through Marx's hands and was published under his signature. We can assume that he revised it at will whenever he thought necessary. Its writing covered more than a year, beginning August 1851. The first of these considered the revolution in France, the third, the revolution in Germany. The second was composed in general terms as an overall programmatic guide, and we will take it up last. 1. Declaration of the Permanent Revolution. Marx's Class Struggles in France stresses above all the hegemony in the revolution of the proletariat round which petty bourgeois and peasants group themselves more and more. 7. He counterposes this proletarian hegemony to the leadership of the petty bourgeois democracy which by now, 1850, is calling itself by the label social democracy, freely using the amorphous term socialism, and invoking the Red Republic. In France these elements have been pushed to the left, rhetorically speaking, by the pressure of events, but their socialistic rhetoric is for the Greek kalends. The course of the revolution, as Marx describes it, presented a pattern of polarization. On the one hand, the reaction denounced the slightest reform as socialism. On the other hand, so swiftly had the march of the revolution ripened conditions that the friends of reform of all shades, the most moderate claims of the middle classes, were compelled to group themselves round the banner of the most extreme party of revolution, round the red flag. 8. Gradually the peasants, petty bourgeois, the middle classes in general had to line up alongside the proletariat, under the blows from their right. Now Marx lays the greatest stress not on the common interests of this bloc but on its heterogeneity. It is no less a coalition of different interests than the party of order, the right. From the smallest reform of the old social disorder to the overthrow of the old social order, from bourgeois liberalism to revolutionary terrorism, as far apart as this lie the extremes that form the starting point and the finishing point of the party of anarchy so called by the right. 9. All of the very different socialisms professed by these disparate elements purported to aim at the emancipation of the proletariat. In its own way this testified to the hegemony of the proletariat in the bloc, regardless of the sincerity of the professions, just as in the party of order the finance aristocracy necessarily took the lead, so in the party of anarchy the proletariat. And the different classes, united in a revolutionary league, grouped themselves round the proletariat. 10. This thought is repeated in a dozen ways, especially in Part 3 of Marx's work. It is as a part of this analysis that the term permanent revolution appears again, linked directly to the perspective of the capture of state power by the proletariat, not merely by the democratic, or social democratic, bloc. As against the various petty bourgeois and bourgeois socialisms pullulating on the left, as against all the utopian doctrinaires of the movement who sought to do away with the revolutionary class struggle, as against all these ideologists. The proletariat rallies more and more round revolutionary socialism, round communism, for which the bourgeoisie has itself invented the name of blanking. This socialism is the declaration of the permanence of the revolution, the class dictatorship of the proletariat as the necessary transit point to the abolition of class distinctions generally, to the abolition of all the relations of production on which they rest, to the abolition of all the social relations that correspond to these relations of production, to the revolutionizing of all the ideas that result from these social relations. Point 11. The permanence of the revolution means its ongoing character, its continuation without a halt, even if with pauses, until the rule, class dictatorship, of the proletariat has been achieved. The rule of the petty bourgeois democracy may be a phase through which the revolution will pass, but it is not a stage at which the revolution will rest. The permanent revolution concept counterposes the aim of proletarian revolution against any regime under the hegemony of petty bourgeois socialism. The latter, the characteristic politics of the democracy, is incapable of moving outside the framework of the bourgeois social order. This analysis entails a corresponding change in terminology. Since Marx and Engels no longer view the proletariat as the left wing of a movement dominated by a different class force, they no longer use the term the democracy to mean a coalition that includes the proletariat. From now on, this label is used only for the petty bourgeois democratic movement, which lies or sprawls between open reaction and open social revolution. This new usage, we may say parenthetically, was not peculiar to Marx at this time. For example, there was an explicit explanation of this change in terminology, regarding the use of the term democracy in France and Germany, in an article series published in the Left Chartist paper published by Ernest Jones. The articles were titled "The Working Classes in Germany," by one of their exiled leaders, the writer being probably one of Marx's friends in London, perhaps Ecarius. In 1852 Marx referred to the use of the term in England, in New York Tribune articles. The bourgeois liberals of the Manchester School, he wrote, constitute a party which in other countries, would be called democratic. When the Whig leader Lord John Russell came out as a proponent of the democracy, Marx quoted him at some length and commented, thus, then, democracy is nothing but the claims demands of the bourgeoisie. 12. For that matter, as we know, the term permanent revolution was not confined to Marx. But, with or without the term, the concept came frequently from Marx's pen. While writing The Class Struggles in France, Marx also did a review of English affairs, which presented the following prospect. When the imminent crisis came, the Whigs would fall from power, then. A short-lived Tory ministry may follow them at first, but the ground will quake under its feet, all the opposition parties will unite against it, the industrialists at their head. The Tories will be forced at least to go as far as a parliamentary reform. This means that they will inescapably assume political power under conditions that will open the doors of Parliament to the proletariat, place its demands on the order of the day in the House of Commons and hurl England into the European Revolution. 15. This is the typical concept of a permanent revolution pattern, the ongoing left shift that screws a crisis up to the point of explosion. This passage was written in the spring of 1850, hence while Marx was still expecting an imminent return to an overt revolutionary situation, but while this fact conditions the time coefficient of events, it does not change the concept. 2. Toward a revolution of the majority. In adopting the view that the revolution must continue on to the proletarian revolution without bogging down in a bourgeois democratic phase, Marx was not cutting the proletarian left loose from class allies. The need for a class alliance is unchanged, but he is reversing the relation of hegemony. It is still true, as much as before, that the old regime can be overthrown only by the united strength of the bloc of disaffected classes, but this time the proletariat was at the head of the Revolutionary League, writes Marx in The Class Struggles. 16. Marx's 1850 version of permanent revolution has nothing in common with the Blanquist-type putsch, with which it is sometimes coupled by the Marxological myth. It has nothing to do with the old dream of a seizure of power by an elite conspiratorial minority. Marx's conception is that, while the second revolution must of course be supported by a majority of the people, it can be successful only if this revolutionary mass is led by the proletarian, communist, vanguard. This is what Engels underlined in his introduction to the 1895 republication of Marx's Class Struggles in France. Looking back, Engels pointed out that after the defeats of 1849, we in no way shared the illusions of the vulgar democracy about a speedy victory of the people. On the contrary, we looked to a long struggle, after the removal of the tyrants of the right, among the antagonistic elements concealed within this people itself. The perspective was that the great decisive combat had commenced, that it would have to be fought out in a single, long, and vicissitudinous period of revolution, but that it could only end in the final victory of the proletariat. 17 This 1895 statement describes the concept of permanent revolution as clearly as anything written in 1850. All previous revolutions, continued Engels, have been by small minorities. If we disregard the concrete content in each case, the common form of all these revolutions was that they were minority revolutions. Even here, to be sure, there was a permanent revolution pattern. As a rule, after the first great success, the victorious minority divided, one half was satisfied with what had been gained, the other wanted to go still further, and put forward new demands. In individual cases these more radical demands were actually forced through, but often only for the moment. In reality, however, the achievements of the first victory were only safeguarded by the second victory of the more radical party, this having been attained, and, with it, what was necessary for the moment, the radicals and their achievements vanished once more from the stage. This, for example, was the permanent revolution pattern of the left currents in the Great French Revolution. Was it not also applicable to the proletariat in 1848? True, the workers lacked any consciousness of the revolutionary road to be taken. And yet the movement was there, instinctive, spontaneous, irrepressible. Was not this just the situation in which a revolution had to succeed, led, true, by a minority, but this time not in the interest of the minority, but in the veriest interest of the majority? If in the past minorities could take and hold power with false promises to the masses, why couldn't a proletarian revolutionary minority take power now on the basis of really satisfying the interests of the great majority itself? Finally, and decisively important, since the big bourgeoisie held all real power, and, on the other hand, had grouped all the other social classes, peasantry as well as petty bourgeoisie, round the proletariat, so that, during and after the common victory, not they but the proletariat grown wise by experience had to become the decisive factor, was there not every prospect then of turning the revolution of the minority into a revolution of the majority? 18. History proved, to be sure, that this prospect was premature in 1848, that the society and the proletariat were not yet ripe for socialist revolution, that is, for a revolution of the majority, but it is clear what a gulf there is between this aspiration to find a way to achieve a revolution of the majority and the Blanquist goal of the seizure of power by a band of conspirators. In the class struggles in France, Marx set forth the clear idea of a majority which is led by a class. The French workers could not take a step forward, could not touch a hair of the bourgeois order, until the course of the revolution had aroused the mass of the nation, peasants and petty bourgeois, standing between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, against this order, against the rule of capital, and had forced it to attach itself to the proletarians as their protagonists. 19. 3. The lesson from Germany. While Marx covered France, it was Engels who, in 1851 to 1852, drafted the historical summary of the revolutionary experience in Germany. He has a vivid paragraph summarizing the permanent revolution pattern in a generalized form, taking off from the initial unanimity of classes in the March 1848 upheaval. Degree, but it is the fate of all revolutions that this union of different classes, which in some degree is always the necessary condition of any revolution, cannot subsist long. No sooner is the victory gained against the common enemy, then the victors become divided among themselves into different camps and turn their weapons against each other. It is this rapid and passionate development of class antagonism which, in old and complicated social organisms, makes a revolution such a powerful agent of social and political progress. It is this incessantly quick upshooting of new parties succeeding each other in power which, during those violent commotions, makes a nation pass in 5 years over more ground than it would have done in a century under ordinary circumstances. 20. We are reminded of Marx's aphorism that revolutions are the locomotives of history, or a method of condensing historical development into a short period. 21. As a matter of fact, in Germany the components of the democratic camp divided among themselves without the petty bourgeois democracy ever even coming to power. It was not the accession to power that exposed them this time, but rather their paralysis before the prospect of power. The proletarian, or really revolutionary party, succeeded only very gradually in withdrawing the mass of the working people from the influence of the Democrats, whose tail they formed in the beginning of the revolution. But in due time the indecision, weakness, and cowardice of the democratic leaders did the rest, and it may now be said to be one of the principal results of the last year's convulsions, that wherever the working class is concentrated in anything like considerable masses, they are entirely freed from that democratic influence which led them into an endless series of blunders and misfortunes during 1848 and 1849.22. This says from another direction what Marx had written in the Class Struggles in France, that the coming revolution has to be fought by the proletariat independently of the democratic leadership. In fact, that one of its first tasks is to fight off the imposition of the Democrats' leadership on the revolutionary struggle. The petty bourgeois Democrats talked big but were aghast at the very idea of really taking power, for in case of victory, were they not sure to be immediately turned out of office and see their entire policy subverted by the victorious proletarians who formed the main body of their fighting army. 23. The working class vanguard elements in the towns, writes Engels, had this perspective. To bring matters to a crisis, by which either the nation was fairly and irresistibly launched in the revolutionary career, or else the status quo before the revolution restored as near as possible, and thereby a new revolution rendered unavoidable. 24. It was the Marx Party around the NRZ that had this perspective. For the March 1850 address. Toward the end of March 1850 Marx and Engels drafted a circular letter to the membership of the reorganized Communist League, to prepare for the revolutionary upturn which they then still expected imminently. While Marx was coevally writing Part 3 of the Class Struggles in France as a historical analysis, this circular was written as a concise outline of revolutionary strategy in a permanent revolution situation. It was the two men's most systematic and generalized summing up of the lessons of 1848 to 1849, including what they now considered their mistakes. For this reason this circular has been the target of the most persistent efforts by Marxologists to discredit it as an expression of Marx's views. Special note E shows how baseless this campaign is, and also the importance which both Marx and Engels ascribed to the document. One of the main elements in this address communication, or circular of the Central Committee to the Communist League is its recognition that the Communist Vanguard Group in Cologne, organized around the NRZ as its political center and under Marx's leadership, had made a central mistake which provides the address with its leitmotif. This mistake concerned independence, the inviolable independence of the revolutionary proletarian vanguard in organization and policy, the maintenance of the independence of the proletariat, the only decidedly revolutionary class. 25 from the bourgeois and petty bourgeois movements. At the very beginning we learn that it had been a mistake to shelve the organization of the Communist League, to allow the connections of branches and center to become loose and gradually dormant. Consequently, while the Democratic Party, the party of the petty bourgeoisie, organized itself more and more in Germany, the Workers' Party lost its only firm foothold, remained organized at most in separate localities for local purposes and in the general movement thus came completely under the domination and leadership of the petty bourgeois Democrats. 27. Note that it is not just the organizational policy that is criticized, a larger political mistake is pointed to. The conclusion follows, an end must be put to the state of affairs, the independence of the workers must be restored. To this end, the Workers' Party, therefore, must act in the most organized, most unanimous and most independent fashion possible if it is not to be exploited and taken in tow again by the bourgeoisie as in 1848.28. There is reiterated emphasis on the need for complete independence of workers' organizations in relation to the democratic movement, which, remember, now regularly means the political movement of the pink petty bourgeoisie, not including the proletarian left. There is also emphasis on that independence which comes with the self-arming of the workers. And in view of the electoral question that Marx had encountered in January 1849, there is a special passage on the question of independent workers' candidates in elections. Here Marx and Engels recognize in very strong words that their policy in the Prussian election had been wrong. The penultimate sentence of the address comes back, for the nth time, to the basic importance of the independent organization of the Party of the Proletariat. 29. From first page to last, the refrain of the March address is, independence, the independent action of the proletariat, and no compromising of the total independence of the proletarian movement either organizationally or politically, most especially, independence as a precondition for any alliance. This theme of independence needs concretizing. Here it is particularly applied to the issue which we have watched Marx grapple with over a period of years, the relation of the proletarian communist movement to the movement of the putatively revolutionary bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie, under conditions where the state power is held by the common enemy of all three classes, absolutism. The standpoint of the address is, of course, that of the third, final, version of permanent revolution. The revolution is seen as continuing uninterruptedly until the proletarian revolution clearly asserts itself as the only possible alternative to a return to absolutism. The expectation is that this course will go through a phase in which the petty bourgeois democracy will temporarily grasp the ascendancy as the revolution shifts leftward. The most striking element in the address is a new realization about this perspective. It concerns the view taken of the petty bourgeois democracy, now calling itself the social democracy. During the revolution Marx had slowly and quite reluctantly come to the conclusion that this democracy was impotent as a friend of the revolution. Now the experience of the period has convinced him of a more far-reaching proposition: when this petty bourgeois democracy comes to power, it will not merely be a feeble friend, it will be the most dangerous enemy of the social revolution. The address recalls that in 1848 it was the liberal bourgeoisie that unmade the revolution. And the role, this so treacherous role which the German liberal bourgeois played in 1848 against the people, will in the impending revolution be taken over by the democratic petty bourgeois, who at present occupy the same position in the opposition as the liberal bourgeois before 1848. This party, the Democratic Party, which is far more dangerous to the workers than the previous liberal one, consists of three elements. These three elements include the most advanced sections of the big bourgeoisie which still want to overthrow absolutism, as well as the various, left or right, elements of the petty bourgeoisie. These coalesced elements, which now call themselves Republicans or Reds, just as the Republican petty bourgeois in France now call themselves Socialists, are, in phrases if not in deeds, united against the main body of the bourgeoisie cum absolutism. Marx makes clear that the petty bourgeois Democratic Party is petty bourgeois as defined by its politics, but that its class composition is naturally much more heterogeneous, including other social strata that subordinate themselves to the petty bourgeois character of the movement. The petty bourgeois Democratic Party in Germany is very powerful. It comprises not only the great majority of the bourgeois inhabitants of the towns, the small people in industry and trade and the guild masters, it numbers among its followers also the peasants and the rural proletariat, insofar as the latter has not yet found a support in the independent urban proletariat. 31. What defines this coalition as petty bourgeois, scientifically speaking, is the way in which the boundaries of its political program coincide with the boundaries of the social interests and outlook of the petty bourgeoisie as a class, its demands being oriented toward a change in social conditions by means of which existing society will be made as tolerable and comfortable as possible for them. 32. The specific demands will be considered in Chapter 11. The central question of revolutionary strategy that the address works out is this: how to prepare the independent working class forces, before as well as during the expected ascendancy of the petty bourgeois democracy, for the critical showdown with this final enemy of the revolution. The address sought to spell out a battle plan against the expected enemy, or, as Marx wrote a year later, it was a plan of war against the democracy. 33. The address advises. The relation of the Revolutionary Workers' Party to the petty bourgeois democracy is this: it marches together with the latter against the camp which it aims at overthrowing bourgeoisie cum absolutism. It opposes the Democrats in everything whereby they seek to consolidate their position in their own interests. 34. But, warns Marx, the proletarian camp must not limit itself to the political terrain of the democracy. The demands of the democracy can in no wise suffice for the party of the proletariat. While the democratic petty bourgeois wish to bring the revolution to a conclusion as quickly as possible, and with the achievement, at most, of the above demands, it is our interest and our task to make the revolution permanent, until introduces the equivalent of a definition. Until all more or less possessing classes have been forced out of their position of dominance, until the proletariat has conquered state power, and the association of proletarians, not only in one country but in all the dominant countries of the world, has advanced so far that competition among the proletarians of these countries has ceased, and that at least the decisive productive forces are concentrated in the hands of the proletarians. 35. This passage can be taken as a classic statement of Marx's developed view of the permanent revolution, including its international component. 5. The battle plan. How should the proletarian camp be prepared now, while the petty bourgeois democracy is still oppressed by the common enemy, to fight the democracy on the day when it gets the upper hand? Marx's plan of war is given in considerable detail for such a concise statement. Its highlights are these. 1. Today the Democrats present a sweet face of unity to the workers, because they strive for the establishment of a large opposition party which will embrace all shades of opinion in the Democratic Party, that is, they strive to entangle the workers in a party organization in which general social democratic phrases predominate, behind which their special interests are concealed, and in which the particular demands of the proletariat may not be brought forward for the sake of beloved peace. This type of all-inclusive reform party, as Marx describes it, should not be confused with a party that simply permits and encourages all shades of opinion. The point of this Democratic Front type of party is that it inhibits and chokes off revolutionary views on the left on the traditional ground that these are divisive and hence a blow against party unity. It is democratically tolerant only to its right. It has good reason for this one-sidedness, since, if the proletarian left did push its own program obstinately, the petty bourgeois and bourgeois leadership and sectors of this party would be alienated and scared off. Therefore, such a union would turn out solely to the Democrats' advantage and altogether to the disadvantage of the proletariat. The proletariat would lose its whole independent, laboriously achieved position and once more sink down to being an appendage of official bourgeois democracy. This union must, therefore, be most decisively rejected. Instead, the proletarian vanguard must insist on an independent political movement of the workers, above all independent of the democracy. Instead of once again stooping to serve as the applauding chorus of the bourgeois democrats, the workers, and above all the Communist League, must exert themselves to establish an independent, secret, and public organization of the Workers' Party alongside of the official Democrats, and make each section of the League the central point and nucleus of workers' societies in which the attitude and interests of the proletariat will be discussed independently of bourgeois influences. 36. 2. Does complete independence from the Democrats exclude collaboration with them? No, such collaboration is in order. It means marching together under separate commands in a temporary united front of action. In the case of a struggle against a common adversary, no special union is required. As soon as such an adversary has to be fought directly, the interests of both parties, for the moment, coincide, and, as previously, so also in the future, this connection, calculated to last only for the moment, will arise of itself. 37. 3. Then, as soon as the petty bourgeois democracy has won the victory, mainly through the self-sacrificing courageous fight of the workers, it will call upon the workers to maintain tranquility and return to their work, will guard against so-called excesses and bar the proletariat from the fruits of victory. The message of the address is that the communist vanguard must, on the contrary, press the workers to take the opposite direction, not toward winding the revolution down, but raising it to higher levels, must make sure that the masses are armed, must press them to leave the compromised and compromising Democrats behind, and prepare them for the inevitable counter-revolutionary role that the Democrats will play as their left flank is turned. In a word, from the first moment of victory, mistrust must be directed no longer against the conquered reactionary party, but against the workers' previous allies, against the party that wishes to exploit the common victory for itself alone. The experience of the revolution had taught that the Democrats needed no manifesto to remind them to turn their mistrust no longer against the conquered reactionary party but against their own previous allies, the workers. Marx is emphasizing that the workers should be as clear-headed about the realities of class power. For the Democrats will use their ascendancy to try to cut down the workers' opposition on their left. Therefore, destruction of the influence of the bourgeois Democrats upon the workers, immediate independent and armed organization of the workers, and the enforcement of conditions as difficult and compromising as possible upon the inevitable momentary rule of the bourgeois democracy. These are the main points which the proletariat and hence the League must keep in view during and after the impending insurrection. 38. 5. After discussing a number of important strategic issues of revolutionary policy, which will be taken up in Volume 3, the last paragraph summarizes. The workers must do the utmost for their final victory by clarifying their minds as to what their class interests are, by taking up their position as an independent party as soon as possible, and by not allowing themselves to be seduced for a single moment by the hypocritical phrases of the democratic petty bourgeoisie into refraining from the independent organization of the party of the proletariat. Their battle cry must be, the revolution in permanence. 39. While it is the last sentence that has captured attention, it is the preceding sentence that sums up the main message of the address, and for that matter also epitomizes the content of the battle cry: permanent revolution. 6. The thesis of incapacity. It was primarily on the experience of the 1848 to 1849 revolutionary period that Marx founded a view that henceforth was to be a basic component of his theory of revolution. This was his view of the incapacity of the latter-day bourgeoisie to emulate the English of the 17th century and the French and American bourgeoisies of the 18th century by making its own revolution, the bourgeois democratic revolution against absolutism. This conclusion was a precondition for the development of his theory of Bonapartism and the nature of the Bonapartist state, and it has already played a part in our discussion of Bonapartism in Volume 1.40. We have already mentioned inter alia Marx's and Engels' statement 10 years after the Revolution. When the volcanic upheavings of 1848 suddenly threw before the eyes of the astonished liberal middle classes of Europe the giant spectre of an armed working class, struggling for political and social emancipation, the middle classes, to whom the safe possession of their capital was of immensely higher importance than direct political power, sacrificed this power, and all the liberties for which they had fought, to secure the suppression of the proletarian revolution. 41. This remark was directed to all Europe, but it was most especially about the German bourgeoisie that Marx emphasized the thesis of incapacity. A typical statement from 1856 dealt with Prussia. The middle class, who betrayed the revolution of 1848, have now the satisfaction, even while they are accomplishing their social triumph by the unrestrained accumulation of capital, of seeing themselves politically annihilated. If at times their choking anger breaks through their fears, if they occasionally muster enough courage to threaten, from their seats in the chamber, the Junkers with the coming revolution, they are sneeringly answered that the revolution has as heavy an account to settle with them as with the nobility. Indeed, the higher middle class big bourgeoisie is not likely to find itself again, as in 1848, at the head of a Prussian revolution. 42. In 1879 a Chicago Tribune interviewer quoted Marx as follows on the German capitalist class. This modern capitalistic system, you must recollect, is quite new in Germany in comparison to other states. questions were raised which had become almost antiquated in France and England, and political influences to which these states had yielded sprang into life when the working classes of Germany had become imbued with socialistic theories. Therefore, from the beginning almost of modern industrial development, they have formed an independent political party. They had their own representatives in the German parliament. There was no party to oppose the policy of the government, and this devolved upon them. To trace the course of the party would take a long time, but I may say this, that, if the middle classes of Germany were not the greatest cowards, distinct from the middle classes of America and England, all the political work against the government should have been done by them. 43. Looking back on the Cologne communist witch hunt trial of 1852, Marx saw the bourgeoisie content to strengthen the old police state rather than fight for a risky democratization. The Prussian government found the anti-communist witch hunt worthwhile only as an introduction to a reactionary crusade against the liberal bourgeoisie, and the bourgeoisie itself sharpened the edge of the main weapon of this reaction, the political police, through the condemnation of the workers' representatives. And the pattern has led to the unlimited rule of the political police in the new Holy Prusso-German Empire run by Bismarck. 44. Engels likewise pointed frequently to the weakness, irresolution, servility, and cowardice so characteristic of all middle-class movements in Germany, and not only in Germany. 45. In one of his surveys of the 1848 days, he wrote, "The German bourgeoisie, which had only just begun to establish its large-scale industry, had neither the strength nor the courage to win for itself unconditional domination in the state, nor was there any compelling necessity for it to do so. Terrified not by what the German proletariat was, but by what it threatened to become and what the French proletariat already was, the bourgeoisie saw its sole salvation in some compromise, even the most cowardly, with monarchy and nobility. Consequently it was the workers that had to fight for democratic rights in society, rights which the bourgeoisie, in the interest of its own rule, ought to have fought for, but which it itself in its fear now began to dispute, as far as they concerned the workers. 46. Emphasis on the outcome of 1848 did not mean that the pattern had been initiated only that year. On another occasion Engels linked it to a much earlier period. In Germany Philistinism is the outcome of a shipwrecked revolution, of an interrupted, repressed development. The abnormally prominent traits characteristic of it, cowardice, narrow-mindedness, helplessness, and inability to take the initiative, are a result of the 30 Years' War and the period following it, precisely the period of rapid rise of almost all other great peoples. This character still clung to it when Germany was again swept into the historical movement. 47. Engels frequently compared the German bourgeoisie, to its discredit, with the French and English, who after all had made something of a revolution. In contrast, our German bourgeoisie is stupid and cowardly. It has not even been able to seize and hold the political power the working class won for it in 1848. In Germany the working class must first sweep away the remnants of feudalism and of patriarchal absolutism, which our bourgeoisie should have eradicated long ago. 48. So the German bourgeoisie has never had the ability to lead and represent the nation as its ruling class, while the French bourgeoisie has lost this ability and the British may be in process of following suit. 49. The emphasis on the German bourgeoisie's preeminence in social cowardice did not leave the English and French off the hook. True, Prussia's was the most cowardly of all bourgeoisies, but still, in the best of cases the bourgeoisie is an unheroic class. Even its most brilliant victories in England in the 17th century or in France in the 18th had not been won by it itself but had been won for it by the plebeian masses of people. 50. In England too, the bourgeoisie pulled its punches out of fear of class struggle from below. Recent events, Marx wrote in 1857, bear witness to the lassitude of the British middle classes, and their longing for compromises with the oligarchs, in order to escape concessions to the proletarians. 51. Marx explained more fully in an article on the English middle class, meaning, as usual, the bourgeoisie. Degree whatever other shapes the social struggle between capital and labor may hereafter assume, we have seen only the beginning of it. It seems destined to nationalize itself, and present phases never before seen in history, for it must be borne in mind that though temporary defeat may await the working classes, great social and economical laws are in operation which must eventually ensure their triumph. Just as the middle class inflict blows upon the aristocracy, so will they receive them from the working classes. It is the instinctive perception of this fact that already fetters the action of that class against the aristocracy. The recent political agitations of the working classes have taught the middle class to hate and fear overt political movements. In their cant, respectable men don't join them, sir. The higher middle classes ape the aristocracy in their modes of life, and endeavor to connect themselves with it. The consequence is that the feudalism of England will not perish beneath the scarcely perceptible dissolving processes of the middle class. The honor of such a victory is reserved for the working classes. When the time shall be ripe for their recognized entry upon the stage of political action, there will be within the lists three powerful classes confronting each other: the first representing the land, the second, money, the third, labor. And as the second is triumphing over the first, so, in turn, it must yield before its successor in the field of political and social conflict. Point 52. In the less developed European countries, things were naturally no different. The sentimental bourgeoisie have everywhere sacrificed the revolution to their god called property, wrote Marx in the midst of a report on Austria. Point 53. In Italy, even the Mazzini Republican nationalists have at last convinced themselves that, even in the case of national insurrections against foreign despotisms, there exists such a thing as class distinctions, and that it is not the upper classes which must be looked to for a revolutionary movement in modern times. 54. Discussing the vicissitudes of the Spanish revolutionary movement, Marx generalized in 1856. Degree this furnishes a new illustration of the character of most of the European struggles of 1848 to 49, and of those hereafter to take place in the western portion of that continent. On the one hand there are modern industry and trade, the natural chiefs of which, the middle classes, are averse to the military despotism. On the other hand, when they begin the battle against this same despotism, in step the workmen themselves, the product of the modern organization of labor, to claim their due share of the result of victory. Frightened by the consequences of an alliance thus imposed on their unwilling shoulders, the middle classes shrink back again under the protecting batteries of the hated despotism. This is the secret of the standing armies of Europe, which otherwise will be incomprehensible to the future historian. Point 56. So while the bourgeoisie did advance its own interests, it was only slowly and cautiously. Under this class, history inched into the future looking fearfully over its shoulder. 7. A calculus of difficulty. The refusal of the latter-day bourgeoisie to do its bourgeois democratic duty by overthrowing absolutism could be looked on in various ways from the standpoint of the question, does this help or hinder the prospect of proletarian revolution? Implicit in the first reaction of Marx and Engels, during the revolutionary years, was the view that the cowardly German bourgeoisie was doing the revolution a disservice, that its failure to act would be a historical impediment. This opinion subsequently went through some modifications, but considerations of the problem tend to be distorted by conjunctural impressions. In any case, rosier views were possible. We have an example of Engels' effort to look on the bright side of the development, in 1853, as he wrote encouragingly to a friend. We see him putting it not in terms of the proletariat taking over the field of democratic demands, but rather of having those demands taken off its hands. All the socialist stupidities that still had to be championed in 1848 as against the pure Democrats and South German Republicans, Louis Blanc's nonsense national workshops, etc., even things that we were compelled to put forward in order to obtain support for our views in the confused German situation, all that is now championed by our opponents Ruge, Heinzen, Kinkel, et al. The preliminaries of the proletarian revolution, the measures that prepare the battleground and clear the way for us, such as a single and indivisible republic, etc., things that we had to champion then against the people whose natural, normal job it should have been to achieve, or, at least, to demand them, all that is now taken for granted. The gentlemen of the petty bourgeois democracy have learned. This time we start right off with the Manifesto, 57. It is true that when the German socialist movement rallied in the next decade, it did start right off with the essential content of the Manifesto, or a Lassaline facsimile thereof. To this extent Engels' ebullience was justified. But there is an implication in the letter that turned out to be historically unwarranted. It was not true that the proletarian socialist movement was relieved of the task of championing those democratic demands that constitute the preliminaries of the proletarian revolution. On the contrary, one of the decisive features of combined development in Germany was that the socialists had to champion both sets of demands: the completion of the bourgeois democratic revolution and the establishment of a new social order, and the problem of how to combine them was going to be fateful for the movement. This historical development offered a great potential for either help or hindrance. The advantageous side of the pattern impressed itself on Marx and Engels after the 1850s. The permanent revolution pattern put an extra thrust behind the proletarian movement, in that it was now pressed forward not merely by workers' needs but by the unfulfilled democratic needs of the whole society. More than ever, the proletariat assumed the position of representing the universal interests of society, not merely the narrow interests of a particular class. Besides, the pattern seemed to offer the possibility of a shortcut, a way of bypassing at least part of the long process of bourgeois political development. This thought showed up in the published report of a talk given by Marx to a German workers' society in London in 1867. It is the second of the considerations adduced as grounds for hope in the German proletariat. They did not need to pass through a long drawn-out bourgeois development like the workers of other countries. 58 Still, it is hard to deduce Marx's line of thought from these few words in a second-hand report. As it happens, a similar remark by Engels also comes to us second-hand. On his last New Year's Eve, as 1894 ended, Engels chatted with a Russian visitor, Vera Zasulich, who reported the conversation in a letter to Plekhanov. Zasulich paraphrased Engels as follows: "Fortunately for Germany, the political bourgeois revolution has been so delayed there that an already awakened working class was involved in it. That would prevent the German working class from being caught up in a purely occupational economic struggle like the English, and would further its social political interests. This piece of good luck is also in store for Russia. According to what we say, the working class there reads, it is awakening, and consequently plays a conscious part in the movement for political emancipation." 59. The question is closely related to the concept of combined development in social history. A broader way of posing the issue involves not merely the fact of the German bourgeoisie's timidity, but the larger picture of the consequences of industrial backwardness in Germany. In a letter to Koskai in 1884, Engels sought to explain why the movement was forging ahead in Germany precisely because of the consequences of combined development. First, the unexpected fact. Strange. What helps us advance the most is precisely the retarded industrial situation of Germany. In England and France the transition to large-scale industry is pretty much completed. The conditions under which the proletariat exists have already become stable. The political or directly socialistic movements that arose during the period of industrial revolution, immature as they were, have collapsed and have left behind discouragement rather than encouragement. Bourgeois capitalist development has shown itself stronger than the revolutionary counter-pressure. For a new revolt against capitalist production, a new and more powerful impulse is required, say, the dethronement of England from its present dominance in the world market, or a particular revolutionary situation in France. 60. The consequences for Germany. In contrast, in Germany large-scale industry dates back only to 1848 and is the biggest legacy of that year. The Industrial Revolution is still going on, even under the most unfavorable conditions. Home industry based on small, free, or tenant land holding is still constantly struggling against machinery and steam. The foundering small peasant grabs onto home industry as his final sheet anchor, but he hardly gets industrialized before he is again crushed by steam and machinery. Along with this goes the direct transformation of all conditions of life in the industrial centers through the powerful advance of large-scale industry. Thus all Germany with the possible exception of the Junker-ridden northeast is swept into the societal revolution, the small peasant is drawn into industry, the most patriarchal of districts are hurled into the movement and thereby revolutionized much more basically than England or France. This societal revolution, which results in the end in the expropriation of the small peasant and artisan, is being carried out, however, at a time when it happened to fall to a German, Marx, to work out in theoretical terms the results of the English and French historical development practically and theoretically, to make clear the whole nature of capitalist production and therewith its final historical destiny, and moreover to give the German proletariat a program such as its British and French predecessors never possessed. More basic revolutionization of society on one hand, greater clarity of mind on the other. This is the secret of the irresistible advance of the German workers' movement. 61. Engels wrote along the same lines to Babel about the same time. 62. The problem may be usefully regarded not as one of determining which pattern was preferable, the advanced English model or the retarded German model, but simply as an exploration of the advantages and disadvantages of each. The socialists themselves did not have a choice to make, history presented fates accomplis. The real problem for the socialists was how best to realize the revolutionary potential of either pattern. 8. Can the revolution go too far? Another problem raised by the permanent revolution pattern emerges from an interesting discussion by Engels of the French Revolution. Even in this classic case of bourgeois revolution, wrote Engels, the bourgeoisie was incapable of making its own revolution under its own steam. It becomes plain that the bourgeoisie in this case as always was too cowardly to stand up for its own interests, that from the taking of the Bastille on, the plebs had to do all the work for it, that without the plebs' intervention on July 14 and October 5 to 6, 1789 till August 10 and September 2, 1792, etc., the bourgeoisie would have succumbed to the Ancien regime every time, that the European coalition in alliance with the French court would have crushed the revolution, and that, therefore, it was only these plebeians who carried through the revolution, that this, however, would not have happened if these plebeians hadn't read a meaning into the revolutionary demands of the bourgeoisie they didn't have, if they hadn't pushed equality and fraternity to extreme conclusions, turning the bourgeois meaning of these catchwords on its head, because this meaning, driven to the extreme, changed over to just its opposite. That this plebeian equality and fraternity had to be a pure dream at a time when it was a question of establishing the very opposite, and that as always irony of history this plebeian conception of the revolutionary catchwords became the mightiest lever for accomplishing this opposite, bourgeois equality before the law, and fraternity in exploitation. 63. In this case, then, the permanent revolution drove outside the bourgeois framework and beyond its historical possibilities, but this was not simply a matter of unrealistic revolutionism, as the common Philistine outlook had it. Rather, this apparently unrealistic extremism was the only way in which, objectively, the realistic limits of the bourgeois framework could be attained. In fact, the revolution had to pass the bounds of practicality in order to reach them, it had to go too far in order to go as far as possible. This aspect of the permanent revolution pattern is not as paradoxical as it may sound. A tinsmith knows that sheet metal must be bent well beyond 90 degrees in order to snap back to the desired right angle. Or, to change the image, the revolution haggles with history, raising the price to an extravagant high in order to settle for the going rate. Engels later saw that something like this had happened in 1848 to 1849 too. We have already quoted his retrospective generalization, the achievements of the first victory were only safeguarded by the second victory of the more radical party, this having been attained, and, with it, what was necessary for the moment, the radicals and their achievements vanished once more from the stage. 64. This indispensable historical role of extremism is one of the reasons why hard-headed feet on the ground types, meaning people with limited horizons, may show up as unrealistic dogmatists under revolutionary conditions, for they are now beyond their depth. Revolution changes the standards of practicality along with much else, since much becomes practical for the first time. Thus people tagged as fanatic extremists astonish historians by producing results where sensible burghers fail in time of revolution. We may compare Marx's remark in 1852 that degree the British bourgeois are not excitable Frenchmen. When they intend to carry a parliamentary reform they will not make a revolution of February 66, that is to say, the February Revolution of 1848 in Paris, taken in its bourgeois limitations, showed the use of revolutionary methods to effect nothing more than the equivalent of a parliamentary reform. Yet, in terms of historical realism, the reform could not have been achieved except by revolution. Engels summed up in 1892, starting with the unexcitable British of 1649. Had it not been for that British yeomanry and for the plebeian element in the towns, the bourgeoisie alone would never have fought the matter out to the bitter end, and would never have brought Charles I to the scaffold. In order to secure even those conquests of the bourgeoisie that were ripe for gathering at the time, the revolution had to be carried considerably further, exactly as in 1793 in France and 1848 in Germany. This seems, in fact, to be one of the laws of evolution of bourgeois society. 67. This analysis may be compared with the superficiality of historians who regard Cromwell as the only realistic bourgeois revolutionary figure of the period, as against the noble-hearted but double-headed visionaries to his left like the Levellers, who therefore were justly suppressed the view taken by Edward Bernstein in his best-known historical work. 68. In general, the Philistine mentality fails to see that the middle of the road is defined only by the extremes. Possibilism becomes impractical when revolution changes the bounds of realism. 9. Limited expectations. It should not be supposed that Marx turned a blind eye to the slow advances made by the bourgeoisie in its own cowardly way. Alongside the passages cited above are others in which Marx duly acknowledged what was happening, if only at a snail's pace. In England, for example, the coalition ministry was squeezing out concessions to the Manchester School, that is, to bourgeois liberalism. What do these concessions prove? That the industrial bourgeoisie, weakly represented as it is in the House, are yet the real masters of the situation, and that every government, whether Whig, Tory, or coalition, can only keep itself in office, and the bourgeoisie out of office, by doing for them their preliminary work. Go through the records of British legislation since 1825, and you will find that the bourgeoisie is only resisted politically by concession after concession financially. What the oligarchy fail to comprehend is the simple fact that political power is but the offspring of commercial power, and that the class to which they are compelled to yield the latter, will necessarily conquer the former also. Louis XIV himself, when legislating through Colbert in the interest of the manufacturers, was only preparing the revolution of 1789, when his L'État c'est moi was answered by CIs with Le tiers état est tout. The Manchester men were satisfied with the financial concessions as the price of their alleged principles. They are in the commercial habit of pocketing the present profits, and of letting principles shift for themselves, wrote Marx mockingly. 69. And it should not be supposed that the bourgeoisie, though incapable of carrying through the bourgeois democratic revolution to its end, was incapable of participating in the initiation of a new revolutionary upsurge, though it might turn timid in the crunch. In correspondence with Marx in 1851, Engels was glad that even the Cologne bourgeoisie's journalistic voice now daily sermonizes that il faut passer par la mer rouge, it is necessary to go through the Red Sea, that is, through revolution, and admits all the mistakes of the constitutionals of 1848. 70 days later, referring to the Philistine democracy of the larger towns, he opines that this petty bourgeois ordinary type democracy, is itself much too much squeezed and oppressed not to come around, together with the big bourgeoisie, to the need to passer par la mer rouge. He adds ironically, the fellows Democrats will more and more resign themselves to the necessity of a momentary terroristic rule of the proletariat. After all, this can't last long, for the positive content of the document, the March Address, is really so nonsensical there can be no question of the permanent rule of such people and the ultimate carrying out of such principles. 71. He expects that In any case, the democratic hullabaloo and scandal-mongering will soon be in full swing again, and they will go hand in hand with the communists. And we have long known that the fellows will be playing dirty tricks on us anyhow on the day after the movement is over, and this cannot be prevented by any diplomacy. 72. Engels expressed similar grounds for optimism in 1863, a European movement seems very likely to me, since the bourgeois has now again lost all fear of the communists, and if need be would again get going with a will. 73. Marx had expressed the conviction in 1852 that the British bourgeoisie would have to perform the same service. During all the time, from 1846 to 1852, the British bourgeoisie exposed themselves to ridicule by their battle cry, broad principles and practical, read small, measures. And why all this? Because in every violent movement they are obliged to appeal to the working class. And if the aristocracy is their vanishing opponent, the working class is their arising enemy. They prefer to compromise with the vanishing opponent rather than to strengthen the arising enemy, to whom the future belongs, by concessions of a more than apparent importance. Therefore, they strive to avoid every forcible collision with the aristocracy, but historical necessity and the Tories press them onwards. They cannot avoid fulfilling their mission, battering to pieces old England, the England of the past. 74. Up to the last lines, this passage seems to be reiterating Marx's lack of expectations from the bourgeoisie. The final qualification, however, is not inconsistent. They cannot avoid fulfilling their mission has the ring of Marx's earlier, 1847, assurance that one need not ask what the bourgeoisie merely want but rather what they must do. 75. But it is now quite different. The difference lies in what the limits of the ineluctable mission are conceived to be, in the 1850s as against 1847. The bourgeoisie no longer has the mission of carrying through the democratic revolution, but Marx certainly expects still that its progressive strivings will enter into the process of historical necessity by which old England and old Europe will be battered to pieces. We should remember, for example, Marx's continued expectation that the French bourgeoisie would move to revolt against Bonapartism. 76. 10. Progressive as against. Marx's conclusions about the historical incapacity of the bourgeoisie still allow, we see, for the continued opinion that this class's struggle for liberal democratization, however limited and however cowardly, remains progressive as against the old regime of absolutism and the political remnants of feudalism, as against the aristocratic governing classes, the crown, the big landowners' special privileges, and so on. To fully understand his position, we must see how it was distinguished from two others that arose in opposition. One was the reincarnation of the old pro-feudal socialism in the Lassaline movement. The other was the reincarnation of petty bourgeois socialism in the post-1848 social democracy. From the standpoint of Marx's views counterposed to both, these are to be seen as bisymmetric errors. On the first, the most detailed explanation of Marx's views was set forth in 1865 in a popular pamphlet, written by Engels and closely checked and amended by Marx, The Prussian Military Question and the German Workers' Party. The first two parts of this booklet dealt with the military question, which then meant the issue of popular militia versus standing army. Behind this issue of the day was the question of political support to the Bismarck regime, whose parliamentary opponent was the liberal bourgeoisie. How should the Workers' Party line up with regard to this ongoing struggle? This was the subject of the third and last part of the booklet. Engels' target here was the politics of Lassalle, who had died only the year before, precipitating a crisis in his organization. Lassalinism took off from a virulent hatred of bourgeois liberalism, and oriented toward an alliance with Bismarckian absolutism against their joint enemy. This reactionary position was anathema to Marx and Engels, who had been fighting such tendencies in the working class movement since 1847. They constantly denounced the Lassaline variant as Royal Prussian Socialism, along with its mentor, the would-be workers' dictator Lassalle. The argument in the 1865 pamphlet goes as follows. In a country like England, where the whole mode of production has been transformed, the proletarian has directly to do only with one social class that confronts him as an enemy, that exploits him, with the class of capitalists, the bourgeois. But not so in a country like Germany, where the industrial revolution is still in process, where out of the earlier feudal and post-feudal conditions a lot of social elements have remained behind which, so to speak, muddy the social waters. Here, alongside modern capitalists and workers, there are also the most wonderful antediluvian living fossils wandering about, feudal lords, patrimonial tribunals, cabbage junkers, cane thrashing, guilds, jurisdictional conflicts, and so on. And all these fossil elements are in league against the bourgeoisie. 78. As soon as the working class begins to stir, both sides seek its support. The feudal and bureaucratic representatives of the dying society appeal to the workers to strike jointly with them against the bloodsuckers, the capitalists, the sole enemies of the workers. The bourgeoisie points out to the workers that they both together represent the new social era and therefore in any case have the same interests as against the old form of society that is dying. Since the proletariat's own aim is conquest of political power through direct universal suffrage on the road to achieving socialism, what attitude should the Workers' Party take with regard to the contenders? Since neither the feudal bureaucratic party, which is usually called the reaction for short, nor the liberal radical bourgeois party will grant these demands voluntarily, the proletariat builds its strength by establishing its own independent workers' party, and asks, from which side can the workers obtain the biggest concessions? The reaction stands for undoing or at least inhibiting modern social development. But the workers do not want to change back into guildsmen or peasant smallholders, half enserfed or wholly enserfed under the control of the masters and gracious lords. Besides, it is impossible to turn back the clock in history. Modern machinery, steam power, railways, and so on, permit no such absurd retrogression. On the contrary, they gradually and inexorably destroy all remnants of feudal and guild conditions and dissolve all the little social contradictions handed down from earlier times into the one world historical contradiction between capital and labor. To the same degree that the simplification of the social class contradictions takes place, the power of the bourgeoisie grows, but to a much greater extent there grows also the power, the class consciousness, the capacity for victory of the proletariat. Only through this increase in power of the bourgeoisie does the proletariat gradually get to the point of becoming the majority, the preponderant majority, in the state, as it is already in England but not at all as yet in Germany, where peasants of all kinds on the countryside and small craftsmen and small tradesmen, etc., in the towns still hold it back. Therefore every victory for reaction's side inhibits the social development and postpones the day of the proletariat's victory. But every bourgeois victory over the reaction contributes to the eventual overthrow of the bourgeoisie itself, by furthering the building of the workers' movement. True, the reaction can make concessions to the workers at the expense of the bourgeoisie, like the English 10 hours law, but it will not make political concessions. It will neither extend voting rights nor give freedom of press, organization, and assembly, nor restrict the power of the bureaucracy. In any case, these concessions are obtained without any return favor on the part of the workers, since the reaction uses them as a thrust against the bourgeoisie, hence the workers owe them no thanks, nor do they ever thank them. 79. The aristocracy and bureaucracy do not need parliamentary representation to maintain their power. Therefore the whole parliament business can go to the devil as far as they are concerned. In contrast, the bourgeoisie and the workers can exercise a really organized political power only through parliamentary representation, and this parliamentary representation is worth something only if it has a say and decision-making power, in other words, if it can control the purse strings. But this is precisely what Bismarck avowedly wants to prevent. We ask, is it in the interest of the workers that this parliament be deprived of all power, this parliament whose doors they themselves hope to force open by winning direct universal suffrage and in which they hope one day to form the majority? 80. Not that such universal suffrage by itself means political power, as has been shown under French Bonapartism. Besides, In Germany 2/3 of the working people are on the land and presently under the power of the landowners, hence nothing will change till the rural proletariat is drawn into movement. Furthermore, the labor movement under present conditions is only tolerated by the government. From the moment when this movement develops the workers into an independent power, when they thereby become dangerous to the government, the thing will immediately be put a stop to. The government will not cut its own throat by allowing freedom of the press, organization, and assembly, and without these freedoms no labor movement is possible. And if it should happen that the reaction throws some apparent political concessions to the German proletariat, then hopefully the German proletariat will answer with the proud words of the old song of Hildebrand, with the spear shall yet take gifts, spearhead pointed against spearhead 81. On the other hand, what can the proletariat expect from the bourgeoisie? The answer is not in terms of concessions but of the objective effect of bourgeois victories over the old regime, in getting rid of the rubbish left over from an earlier period. True, the proletariat has its own score to settle with the bourgeoisie later, but this struggle cannot be fought out till they confront each other alone. First the old junk has to be thrown overboard to clear the ship for battle, only this time the battle will be fought out not between two ships but on board the one ship between officers and crewmen. Meanwhile, in today's Germany, the objective consequences of bourgeois victories over the old ruling class is summarized as follows. The bourgeoisie cannot fight for its political rule, nor express this political rule in a constitution and laws, without at the same time putting weapons in the hands of the proletariat. Consistently, therefore, it must demand direct universal suffrage, freedom of the press, organization, and assembly, and abolition of all discriminatory laws against particular classes of the population. But this is all that the proletariat need demand of it. The proletariat cannot demand that the bourgeoisie cease to be a bourgeoisie but rather that it carry through its own principles consistently. It is therefore in the interests of the workers to support the bourgeoisie in its struggle against all reactionary elements, so long as the bourgeoisie remains true to itself. 82. This seems to take us back to the formulation of the Communist Manifesto, to fight with the bourgeoisie whenever it acts in a revolutionary way, against the absolute monarchy, 83, and similar statements viewing the bourgeois struggle as a prelude to workers' victory. However, this time Engels asks the next question, but what if the bourgeoisie becomes untrue to itself and betrays its own class interests and the principles that flow from them? Furthermore, this is not merely a supposition, for this case will always come about, since the bourgeoisie, through its lack of political courage, will everywhere be untrue to itself from time to time. Engels' answer is that the alternative open to the workers' movement, assuming it does not simply abdicate, is to push the bourgeoisie forward against its own will, and compel it as far as possible to extend the suffrage, to unshackle press, organization, and assemblies, and thereby set up an arena for the proletariat in which it can act freely and organize itself. But he cannot leave it there, for experience has already shown that the bourgeoisie may refuse to be compelled. Even in the most extreme case that the bourgeoisie out of fear of the workers crawls away and hides under the petticoats of reaction and appeals for protection from the workers to the power of that element which is its own enemy, even in this case the Workers' Party will not be behindhand in going ahead with the agitation which has been betrayed by the bourgeoisie, for civil liberties, freedom of the press, assembly, and organization, in spite of the bourgeoisie. Without these freedoms the Workers' Party itself cannot act freely. In this struggle it is struggling for its own life element, for the air which it needs to breathe. 85. So it is clear that at bottom the workers' fight for democratic rights and freedoms is not on behalf of bourgeois democracy but is a necessity for workers' democracy, for workers' power. It is a fight not for bourgeois rights but for workers' rights. It goes without saying, adds Engels, that in all this there must be a completely independent workers' party opposing the bourgeoisie, and in the next revolutionary storm, and these storms now recur as regularly as business cycles and equinoctial tempests, it will be ready to act. 86. Thus the whole strategic policy is put into the context of preparation of the independent proletarian movement for the revolutionary situation. 11. The criterion of progressiveness. What now of the bisymmetric opposite of the policy just discussed? where the Lassalleans looked to an alliance with the Bismarckian monarchy against the liberal bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeois democracy, social democracy, reversed the terms of the alliance. But it did not simply opt for an alliance with, rather than against, the liberal bourgeoisie, it aimed to subordinate itself and workers' interests to this alliance. For the democracy, bourgeois liberalism was not simply progressive as against the old ruling class, it was historically progressive in a more basic sense. The democracy oriented toward becoming a part of the left wing of bourgeois democracy, not simply as a policy in one phase of the revolution but as the overall strategy for the whole historical period. At bottom, it represented that wing of bourgeois democracy that wanted to remain true to itself, that is, true to bourgeois democracy more consistently than the others. It was, for example, more insistent in advocating the elimination of the semi-feudal living fossils in the interest of the bourgeoisie itself. As a type of reformism, this tendency will come under consideration under that head in Volume 3, here we focus on Marx's view of this approach to bourgeois liberalism. In a book published in 1860, Herr Voigt, Marx had to rediscuss his views on the relationships among the aristocracy, bourgeoisie, and proletariat, for an ignorant critic had written as if Marx merely wanted to drive the aristocracy from power. No, was the reply, that would be the most ordinary bourgeois liberalism and nothing more. 87 And he cited a number of passages from his published writings in which he had linked the overthrow of the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie's accession to power with the historical process leading to the overthrow of the bourgeoisie itself. Unfortunately, not all of his references are accurate, some of them apparently being made from memory. 88 An example, an accurate one, is his citation of a passage from the class struggles in France which begins, "The development of the industrial proletariat is, in general, conditioned by the development of the industrial bourgeoisie," and ends, "Only its rule, the rule of the bourgeoisie, tears up the material roots of feudal society and levels the ground on which alone a proletarian revolution is possible." Emphasis added by Marx in the 1860 book. After some other citations, Marx adds, "Therefore in countries where the aristocracy in the continental sense, must first be driven out of power, there is lacking, in my opinion, the first premise of a proletarian revolution, namely, an industrial proletariat on a national scale." 89. Let us tie this up with a question we have only touched on up to now. 90 The force of the label progressive. For Marx this label never achieved the all-sanctifying power it later had in some parts of the socialist movement. Above all, he did not assume that progressive meant to be supported politically. He could write, "Rent of land is conservative, profit is progressive," 91 without suspecting that this might be thought to imply support of the profit system. He wrote elsewhere, "Under capitalism anarchy of production, which is the source of so much misery, is at the same time the source of all progress." 92 This bourgeois anarchy of production is a motive force of bourgeois progress, no more. It was quite possible for Marx to recognize that A is progressive as against B in some specific context, within the terms of a given analysis, without equating such a judgment with the programmatic determination that A is historically progressive in the basic relations of an era. The difference lies not in the magic of the label progressive but in the criterion underlined by Marx in the above-cited passage from Herr Voigt, which in turn lies behind the analysis in the Prussian military question and the Workers' Party. The criterion is, does the ground still have to be leveled on which alone a proletarian revolution is possible, in particular, by the production for the first time of an industrial proletariat on a national scale? Have the socio-economic conditions already been attained that make proletarian socialism historically possible for the first time? In the section of the Communist Manifesto beginning, the bourgeoisie, historically, has played a most revolutionary part. 93 Capitalism is treated as historically progressive up to this point. Bourgeois liberalism, which was traditionally the cutting edge of bourgeois development against absolutist restrictions, plays a historically progressive role as long as there is still ground that needs to be leveled to make proletarian revolution possible. Once this role has been accomplished, once the social conditions are in existence for the proletariat's own bid for power, the progressiveness of the bourgeois movement in this large-scale sense must be considered in a basically altered context. To be sure, there may always be progressive elements in certain relationships, as subordinate and far from decisive considerations, especially where these subordinate elements are progressive as against. But even where a formation or relationship is indubitably progressive from Marx's standpoint, this fact did not mechanically determine his political support. Political support is a choosing of sides in a class struggle, whether it is accorded or not involves much more than the label of progressiveness. We have already seen an example of this in the attitude of Marx and Engels toward progressive despots like Napoleon. 94. Let us take a more elementary example. Marx's formulation in Herr Voigt must recall the process that Marx describes indignantly in Capital, on the primitive accumulation of capital. This so progressive capital comes into the world dripping from head to foot, from every pore, with blood and dirt, its birth heralded by a great slaughter of the innocents, feeding on the capitalized blood of children, recruiting its forces by undisguised looting, enslavement, and murder, and so on. 95. All this including the driving of the peasantry off the land by the enclosures movement and the super-exploitation of the new proletarians in the warrens of the Industrial Revolution tears up the material roots of feudal society and levels the ground on which alone a proletarian revolution is possible, producing an industrial proletariat on a national scale, and other preconditions. This development is therefore progressive, an indisputably historical manifestation of the progressive role of capitalism. What follows politically? This objective historical fact was of great importance for Marx, especially in evaluating anti-bourgeois trends that looked backward to outlived conditions. But, to put it mildly, this consideration did not lead him to give political support to the governments and leaders and ideologists at the head of this historically progressive movement. On the contrary, he advocated the building of a proletarian movement to fight against these progressive leaders. It was the petty bourgeois democracy, which he cordially despised, that implicitly or explicitly followed the policy, this bourgeoisie is historically progressive, therefore our political role is to form the left wing of this progressive movement. The grim era of the accumulation of capital and the Industrial Revolution was the best that could be done by the capitalist system, which is inherently destructive of human values, even when it was historically progressive as against the old society it was rooting out. But it was not progressive as against the class struggle of the workers it exploited. The bourgeois development was progressive insofar as it cleared the ground of pre-capitalist encumbrances to the proletarian revolution, but the process of proletarian revolution does not begin with revolution. It begins with the elementary class struggle against this same progressive bourgeoisie, a class struggle that begins not on the day when all the ground has already been cleared but long before then, indeed with the first breath of the new working class. In short, since bourgeois development is progressive only insofar as it clears the ground for the development of the proletarian class struggle, it can never be progressive as against the proletarian class struggle itself. This question sometimes merges with another one, on the basis of a standpoint equally alien to Marx's thinking. This is the view that the movement for proletarian revolution should not begin until there is a present possibility of victory, before which time it is utopian and unrealistic. Since the movement for proletarian revolution begins with the elementary class struggle, this viewpoint means that the class struggle is to be discouraged in reality, repressed until some suitable late date. Among the many assumptions of this standpoint is the belief that the class struggle can be turned on and off by some manipulationist leadership. From Marx's view, this is a typical reflection of ruling class ideology, which habitually views slaves as tools, and this would be clear even if the manifesto had not remarked of the proletariat that with its birth begins its struggle with the bourgeoisie. 96. In any case, there is no way of determining when the historical possibility of victory has arrived in this sense, on s engage et pus on vera. Anyone could see that proletarian revolution was premature in 1848, if one waits a half century, and when Engels wrote this opinion down in 189,597 he was not under the impression it was a great revelation. This 20/20 hindsight was for some, not Engels, a condemnation of the 48ers for failing to possess a crystal ball. The most important consideration is this: for a class to begin its class struggle, on cue, only when the proletarian revolution is stamped possible, even if this elitist fantasy were possible, is to ensure that the possibility will not turn into reality for a very long time. Unless class struggle develops long before this point, a revolutionary class cannot organize in any way, let alone in the advanced political forms necessary for victory, and this is a long process. Without class struggle, a revolutionary class cannot develop its own leadership and experienced cadres. Without class struggle, the class cannot attain the political and ideological level necessary to aspire to victory in revolution, let alone gain the victory. The revolutionary class struggle considered in 20/20 hindsight begins with the historical certainty of defeats, at best of mixed defeats and partial victories. Now and then the workers are victorious, but only for a time. The real fruit of their battles lies, not in the immediate result, but in the ever-expanding union of the workers. 98 It is only through defeats that a revolutionary class gains the experience to build an effective movement and learns how to be successful. The history of every class aspiring to political power is necessarily a history of educational defeats crowned by only one lasting victory. 11 The petty bourgeoisie in revolution. As a step in economic analysis, for methodological reasons, Marx often treated society as if it were simplified down to the polar classes, bourgeoisie and proletariat, often plus the landowning class. Even in these contexts he did not neglect to caution that he was not examining the actual composition of society, which by no means consists only of two classes, workers and industrial capitalists. But this methodological simplification is seldom of use in political analysis. Here other classes and class elements play a role that cannot be neglected. The role of the petty bourgeoisie in the revolutionary process has already come in for notice in the course of the last 4 chapters, but there is a good deal to be added. In the first place, we must be sure to understand whom Marx meant by the petty bourgeoisie. As with other class terms, we have to differentiate between popular usage and strict, scientific, definitions. 1. Definitions. Strictly speaking, the petty bourgeoisie comprises those who make their living primarily by the exercise of their own labor with their self-owned means of production, tools, or other property, like a shop. They are, typically, self-employed small producers or tradespeople, carpenters working in their own shops, tailors working for their own customers, small merchants, and so on, in short, largely self-employed artisans and shopkeepers. They are property owners, albeit in a small way. We are concerned not with personal property but productive property, property used in the process of production. But although property owners, they are not capitalists, that is, not employers living primarily by the extraction of surplus labor from wage workers. This points to a basic distinction between bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie, a distinction which the similarity in name tends to obscure. The petty bourgeoisie is not the same as the small bourgeoisie, even though it may shade into the latter. The distinction centers on the degree to which wage labor figures in the enterprise. The petty bourgeoisie earn their living by dint of their own labor and their own property, the bourgeoisie live on earnings from the labor of others. Inevitably the petty bourgeois sector shades off in 2 directions. Successful artisans or shopkeepers may begin to employ hired help, even though they themselves continue to work longer and harder than their hands. Further expansion may turn them into primarily employers of wage laborers, even though they continue to manage the business personally. Thus they may become, in effect, small bourgeois, petty capitalists, combining 3 roles as capitalist, manager, and laborer. In the opposite direction, the petty bourgeois may once have been, or in adversity may sink back to being, a journeyman or assistant laboring in another's establishment, that is, may sink into the ranks of the proletariat. There is a continuum from the young apprentice or wage worker, through the self-employed tradesperson, to the more affluent employer-manager. Scientifically speaking, there is also a rural petty bourgeoisie, the peasantry, who work their own land with their own labor. As peasants shade off into employers of hired labor, like their urban counterparts, they may divide into small peasants, big peasants, middle peasants, in accordance with agreed-on limits. To be sure, etymologically the term petty bourgeoisie suggests only inhabitants of burgs or towns, and it is common enough to speak of the petty bourgeoisie and the peasantry, as we, following Marx, have done in previous chapters, but analytically it is important to see the common social position of both the urban and agrarian sectors of this class. However, specific discussion of the peasantry is reserved for the following chapters. Another ambiguity is caused by the confusion of petty bourgeoisie and middle class. Whereas the former denotes a specific class that can be rigorously defined, middle class or middle classes has no fixed meaning whatever. This term takes on a meaning only from its context and the declared intention of the user. Especially in historical usage, it may refer to several different classes or combinations of classes. In their English language writings and letters, Marx and Engels most often followed the common British practice of using middle class to mean the bourgeoisie proper, including the big bourgeoisie. 5 In this way the bourgeoisie is seen in the middle between the landed aristocracy as upper class and the lower orders. This usage carried over by custom even to the United States and the U.S. press, even though it did not correspond to American reality. In the plural, middle classes, like as not, included also the petty bourgeois strata, thus embracing various classes seen in the middle between the aristocracy and proletariat. In German, Marx and others were likely to use a term like Mittelstand as a common broad label for social elements intermediate between bourgeoisie and proletariat, without pinpointing a specific class. 6 All this should be considered suggestive and admonitory, not exhaustive. Thus, statements about Marx's views on the middle class, e.s., made without further specification, are often like essays on the quiddity of what. This affects the alleged theory of the disappearance of the middle classes along with other quiddities. 2. The Janus class. Here we are particularly concerned with the socio-political characteristics of the petty bourgeoisie that are of importance in the process of revolution. These characteristics flow from its class position. This class is inherently Janus-like. In his manuscript for the fourth volume of Capital, Marx made a special economic analysis of the petty bourgeoisie. He asks, what then is the position of independent handicraftsmen or peasants who employ no laborers and therefore do not produce as capitalists? His first answer, omitting details, is the elementary one: they are producers of commodities. But their production does not fall under the capitalist mode of production. Then he suggests an interesting way of looking at this. These non-capitalist producers are operating within a framework in which capitalist relations predominate. A social order has a tendency to assimilate alien elements to itself. Under feudalism, for example, even non-feudal relations are given a feudal form, so too, capitalism. From this standpoint, the independent peasant or handicraftsman is cut up into two persons. As owner of the means of production he is capitalist, as laborer he is his own wage laborer. As capitalist he therefore pays himself his wages and draws his profit on his capital, that is to say, he exploits himself as wage laborer, and pays himself, in the surplus value, the tribute that labor owes to capital. Perhaps he also pays himself a third portion as landowner, rent, in exactly the same way. The means of production become capital only insofar as they have become separated from the laborer and confront labor as an independent power. But in the case referred to, the producer, the laborer, is the possessor, the owner, of his means of production. They are therefore not capital, any more than in relation to them he is a wage laborer. Nevertheless, they are looked on as capital, and he himself is split in two, so that he, as capitalist, employs himself as wage laborer. 7. This analysis also applies to the shopkeeper, if the merchant capitalist is taken as one of the two persons. In this double vision, the petty bourgeois represent a living duplex, a class amalgam with an internal class struggle of their very own, a social schizoid, cut up into two persons. The petty bourgeois Janus faces two ways. On one side the petty bourgeois confront the capitalist, on the other side the worker. Two different lines of demarcation run through them. 1. If a line is drawn between property owners and the propertyless, then they are property owners, and as such they can rejoice in their identity with millionaires and thrill to orations on the rights of property. 2. If a line is drawn between those who live by their own labor and those who live by others' labor, then the petty bourgeois belong with the former, and they are workers, and as such they can appreciate the grievances of the working classes, including the proletariat. The petty bourgeois are therefore pulled in two directions. On the basis of the first demarcation, they can be taken in tow by the bourgeoisie. On the basis of the second, they have a community of interest, especially in the long run, with the proletariat as against the evils of the capitalist system. Through the small amount of capital it owns, the petty bourgeoisie shares in the conditions of existence of the bourgeoisie, through the insecurity of its existence, in the conditions of the proletariat. 9. They are also victims of a squeeze from both directions. From above, they are crowded out by the pressure of more efficient capitals and oppressed by the policies of a government interested in the expansion of big industry rather than the tribulations of the local tailor. The honest labor of the petty bourgeois, even if it is only that of his workmen and apprentices, is daily more and more depreciated in value by the competition of large-scale production and machinery, wrote Engels, with a parenthetical inclusion of the small employer, small bourgeois or petty capitalist. 10 Marx had his share of being squeezed by shopkeepers but could see their side, as in an exasperated letter to Engels. These lousy small shopkeepers are a pitiful class. The largest part of these shopkeepers suffer all the miseries of the proletariat, plucks anxiety, angst and enslavement to respectability, but without the compensating self-reliance of the better workers. 11. On the other hand, from below, the petty bourgeois enterprisers may be harassed by the laziness of their apprentices, shop assistants, or other hired help, who will not share their enthusiasm for self-sweating. They may be especially vulnerable to labor troubles as small employers, for the poor mini capitalist is driven to super-sweating in order to extract from the labor of employees that which is needed to balance the advantages of a bigger competitor. They will resent the consumers who prefer the chain store to the corner grocery. Apart from these specific abrasions, the lower classes always loom before their consciousness as the social abyss into which they and their families will fall in case of economic failure. 3. The petty bourgeois as contradiction. It follows that the petty bourgeoisie is a clod of contradictions, a mixture that cannot gel, a focus of social eclecticism. When it is a question of ideology, the contradictions may become logical ones, but in the first place they are social contradictions. Marx more than once took Proudhon as the very type, as in this early case. From head to foot Proudhon is the philosopher and economist of the petty bourgeoisie. In an advanced society, the petty bourgeois necessarily becomes from his very position a socialist on the one side and an economist, i.e., bourgeois economist, on the other, that is to say, he is dazed by the magnificence of the big bourgeoisie and has sympathy for the sufferings of the people. He is at once both bourgeois and man of the people. Deep down in his heart he flatters himself that he is impartial and has found the right equilibrium, which claims to be something different from the golden mean. A petty bourgeois of this type glorifies contradiction in his theorizing because contradiction is the basis of his existence. He is himself nothing but social contradiction in action. He must justify in theory what he is in practice, and Proudhon has the merit of being the scientific interpreter of the French petty bourgeoisie, a genuine merit, because the petty bourgeoisie will form an integral part of all the impending social revolutions. 12. A year later, in his 1847 book on Proudhon, Marx emphasized the eclecticism of the type. Proudhon sees that every economic relation has a good and a bad side. He sees the good side expounded by the bourgeois economists, the bad side he sees denounced by the socialists. He becomes the man in search of formulas by which to criticize both capitalism and communism, but fails to rise, be it even speculatively, above the bourgeois horizon. He wants to be the synthesis, he is a composite error. He wants to soar as the man of science above the bourgeois and the proletarians, he is merely the petty bourgeois, continually tossed back and forth between capital and labor, Bourgeois Political Economy and Communism. Point 13. In a sketch of Proudhon 18 years later, Marx again stressed the element of eclecticism. The petty bourgeois is composed of on the one hand and on the other hand. This is so in his economic interests and therefore in his politics, in his religious, scientific, and artistic views. So in his morals, in everything. He is a living contradiction. If, like Proudhon, he is in addition a clever man, he will soon learn to play with his own contradictions and develop them according to circumstances into striking, spectacular, now scandalous, now brilliant paradoxes. Point 14. Proudhon, of course, makes an excellent specimen because of his notorious enthusiasm for self-contradiction combined with his often overt admission that his ideal is the petty bourgeoisie. He wants to dissolve both extremes of society, bourgeoisie and proletariat, into the golden mean, which is the petty bourgeoisie. So comments Marx after reading Proudhon's 1852 idealization of Bonaparte's coup d'état. Point 15. In general, hostility to both the bourgeoisie and the proletariat is a characteristic feature of the petty bourgeois mentality, but in a society which is in fact dominated by the former, the balance can be maintained chiefly in phrases. Normally the petty bourgeois thinks like a bourgeois even in order to formulate resentments against the bourgeoisie. There is a contradictory mixture, to be sure, but the bourgeois side of the contradiction tends to be uppermost. Petty bourgeois Democrats, writes Marx, who deny not merely the class struggle but even the existence of classes, only prove that, despite all their blood-curdling yelps and the humanitarian airs they give themselves, they regard the social conditions under which the bourgeois rules as the final product, the non plus ultra of history, and that they are only the servitors of the bourgeoisie. Point 16. The petty bourgeois ideologist arrives at the bourgeois standpoint in a roundabout way, through internalization of bourgeois standards as eternal verities of a non-class nature. 4. Instability institutionalized. The same pattern that makes the petty bourgeoisie self-contradictory also makes it vacillating and changeable, constant in nothing but inconstancy. This is merely contradictoriness expressed in time, but it deserves special mention. While the old medieval burgherdom was the most stable class of society, the modern petty bourgeoisie is the most changeable, wrote Engels. Bankruptcy has become an institution with it. 22. Marx and Engels had plenty of opportunity to see this characteristic in action in the revolutionary years of 1848 to 1849, both in Germany and France. In Paris, soon after the February Revolution, Engels observed the following about the party of Lamartine and Le National. The petty bourgeoisie play a mediating but very miserable role. They, and with them the provisional government, vacillate very much. The quieter everything gets, the more the government and the petty bourgeois party incline toward the big bourgeoisie, the more disturbed things get, the more they side with the workers. The biggest misfortune is that the government must, on the one hand, make promises to the workers and, on the other, be unable to keep them, since it does not have the courage to assure itself the necessary financial means by taking revolutionary measures against the bourgeoisie. The law reform people are allowed to make promises, and then, by the most inept and conservative decisions, it is made impossible for them to make good on what they have promised. Point 23. The elements of the petty bourgeoisie may be viewed as iron filings pulled by opposite poles, that is, by the polar classes. Revolution whips up a magnetic storm. In the following passage from his account of the German campaign of 1849, Engels treats the small bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie interchangeably. If it depended on the small bourgeoisie, it would hardly abandon the juridical basis of legal, peaceful, and well-behaved struggle and take up muskets and paving stones instead of so-called moral weapons. In Germany, as in France and England, the history of all political movements since 1830 shows us that this class is always boastful, full of big talk, and here and there even extreme in its phraseology, as long as it sees no danger, faint-hearted, cautious, and mealy-mouthed as soon as the slightest danger approaches, dumbfounded, worried, and vacillating as soon as the movement it stirred up is seized on by other classes and taken seriously, betraying the whole movement for the sake of its petty bourgeois existence as soon as things get to the point of struggle with arms in hand, and finally, as a result of its indecisiveness, always eminently duped and maltreated as soon as the reactionary party wins. 24. This same teeter-totter between crowing and cowering was likewise what Marx observed of the petty bourgeoisie in time of crisis. The revolutionary threats of the petty bourgeois and their democratic representatives are mere attempts to intimidate their antagonist. And when they have run into a blind alley, when they have sufficiently compromised themselves to make it necessary to give effect to their threats, then this is done in an ambiguous fashion that avoids nothing so much as the means to the end and tries to find excuses for succumbing. The blaring overture that announced the contest dies away in a pusillanimous snarl as soon as the struggle has to begin. The actors cease to take themselves au sérieux, and the action collapses completely, like a pricked bubble. And he links this with the fact that the petty bourgeoisie is an Übergangsklasse, transition class, that is, an in-between class, a class shading off into the bourgeoisie or the proletariat, one in which the interests of the two classes are simultaneously mutually blunted. In consequence, the petty bourgeois imagines himself elevated above class antagonism generally. 25. Volatility is especially characteristic of what has been called the petty bourgeoisie in a frenzy, that is, when this class is driven to the wall by forces beyond its control, as always, and beyond its understanding, as usual. The French petty bourgeoisie had been active in the February Revolution of 1848 along with the working class in the coalition entitled the People, but afterwards it found itself with empty hands. Something had gone wrong. Its discontent, which might have been dangerous to the bourgeois provisional government, was siphoned off into fury against a scapegoat, against the boondoggling of the so-called national workshops, which were supposed to be a working-class concession. And so they sought the reason for their misery in the workers' movement. Marx explains, no one was more fanatic about the alleged machinations of the communists than the petty bourgeoisie, who hovered helplessly on the brink of bankruptcy. 26. 5. Portrait by Engels. A detailed political portrait of the petty bourgeoisie wins through Engels' history of the German Revolution of 1848 to 1849. First, an identification of the class, repeating some of the matter we have already covered. Engels' language here is adapted for the readers of the New York Tribune. Degree the small trading and shopkeeping class is exceedingly numerous in Germany, in consequence of the stinted development which the large capitalists and manufacturers, as a class, have had in that country. In the larger towns it forms almost the majority of the inhabitants, in the smaller ones it entirely predominates, from the absence of wealthier competitors or influence. This class, a most important one in every body politic, and in all modern revolutions, is still more important in Germany, where, during the recent struggles, it generally played the decisive part. Its intermediate position between the class of larger capitalists, traders, and manufacturers, the bourgeoisie properly so called, and the proletarian or industrial class, determines its character. Aspiring to the position of the first, the least adverse turn of fortune hurls the individuals of this class down into the ranks of the second. Its vacillatory instability is next emphasized. Thus eternally tossed about between the hope of entering the ranks of the wealthier class, and the fear of being reduced to the state of proletarians or even paupers, between the hope of promoting their interests by conquering a share in the direction of public affairs, and the dread of rousing, by ill-timed opposition, the ire of a government which disposes of their very existence, because it has the power of removing their best customers, possessed of small means, the insecurity of the possession of which is in the inverse ratio of the amount this class is extremely vacillating in its views. Humble and crouchingly submissive under a powerful feudal or monarchical government, it turns to the side of liberalism when the middle class is in the ascendant. It becomes seized with violent democratic fits as soon as the middle class has secured its own supremacy, but falls back into the abject despondency of fear as soon as the class below itself, the proletarians, attempts an independent movement. We shall by and by in this history see this class, in Germany, pass alternately from one of these stages to the other. 27. Engels acidly exhibits the chasm between phrases and deeds for these elements, but it must not be supposed that the apparent hypocrisy which results is merely a moral defect. This hypocrisy, besides being as always the sincere homage vice pays to virtue, is an honest reflection of the social predicament of the petty bourgeois. Impelled toward valiant resistance to evil, they speak accordingly; incapable of militant implementation in action, they act accordingly. Degree this class had always been more forward in its demands than the liberal monarchico-constitutional bourgeoisie. It had shown a bolder front, it had very often threatened armed resistance, it was lavish in its promises to sacrifice its blood and its existence in the struggle for freedom, but it had already given plenty of proofs that on the day of danger it was nowhere, and that it never felt more comfortable than the day after a decisive defeat, when everything being lost, it had at least the consolation to know that somehow or other the matter was settled. 28. And so our valiant democratic shopkeepers swore to spill their last drop of blood with the usual denouement. Engels draws an interesting parallel between the petty bourgeoisie's pattern in business and in revolution. Degree the petty bourgeoisie, great in boasting, is very impotent for action and very shy in risking anything. The mesquin shabby mean character of its commercial transactions and its credit operations is eminently apt to stamp its character with a want of energy and enterprise. It is, then, to be expected that similar qualities will mark its political career. 29. The petty bourgeoisie fails by showing in politics the same short-sighted pusillanimous, wavering spirit, which is characteristic of its commercial operations. 30. The upshot was seen in the armed campaign of 1849. Accordingly, the petty bourgeoisie encouraged insurrection by big words and great boasting as to what it was going to do. It was eager to seize upon power as soon as the insurrection, much against its will, had broken out. It used this power to no other purpose but to destroy the effects of the insurrection. Wherever an armed conflict had brought matters to a serious crisis, there the shopkeepers stood aghast at the dangerous situation created for them, aghast at the people who had taken their boasting appeals to arms in earnest, aghast at the power thus thrust into their own hands, aghast, above all, at the consequences for themselves, for their social positions, for their fortunes, of the policy in which they were forced to engage themselves. Were they not expected to risk life and property, as they used to say, for the cause of the insurrection? Were they not forced to take official positions in the insurrection, whereby, in case of defeat, they risked the loss of their capital? And in case of victory, were they not sure to be immediately turned out of office and see their entire policy subverted by the victorious proletarians who formed the main body of their fighting army? Thus placed between opposing dangers which surrounded them on every side, the petty bourgeoisie knew not to turn its power to any other account than to let everything take its chance, whereby, of course, there was lost what little chance of success there might have been, and thus to ruin the insurrection altogether. Its policy, or rather want of policy everywhere was the same, and, therefore, the insurrections of May, 1849, in all parts of Germany, are all cut out of the same pattern. 31. All this is required reading for a course on how not to make a revolution. 6. Petty bourgeois as anti-Semite. The swing role of the petty bourgeoisie goes all the way from an instrument of the democracy to an instrument of the reaction, depending on the historical position. Before 1848 the German petty bourgeoisie had already shown a fat reactionary streak. This was the side that Marx had one-sidedly generalized in the manifesto. The revolutionary period tumbled it pell-mell to the left, as a vacillating component of the democracy. The ensuing period of rapid industrial development muted social antagonisms temporarily. Then the sharp economic crisis of 1873 revealed the full extent to which the old middle stand had been undermined, by the powerfully developing bourgeoisie on the one hand, and the powerfully growing working class movement on the other. In 1878 came a two-pronged attack on the socialist proletariat. Bismarck put through the anti-socialist law, illegalizing the Social Democratic Party, and his court chaplain Stärker launched an attempt at a rival mass movement, the Christian Social Party. After a brief unsuccessful experiment in appealing to workers, Sturcker reoriented to aim squarely at the mass of petty bourgeois elements with a program of political anti-Semitism and social demagoguery. But it was with the rise of a racialist and pseudo-radical, oppositionist, movement of organized anti-Semitism that the petty bourgeoisie really came into its own as the mass reservoir for this tendency, for this movement reflected its social contradictions as it was ground between hammer and anvil. 32. Engels saw the social roots of this movement in the pre-capitalist elements of society, the elements that were being crowded out by the bourgeoisie without being proletarianized. Anti-Semitism is the mark of a backward culture, Engels begins in a letter. In Prussia it is the lower aristocracy, the Junkers, who take in 10,000 marks and spend 20,000 and therefore become forfeit to usurers, that deal in anti-Semitism, and in Prussia and Austria it is the petty bourgeois, the guild artisan and small shopkeeper who have met ruin through big capitalist competition, that form their chorus and scream along with them. But if capital is annihilating these classes of society, which are reactionary through and through, it is performing its function, and is doing good work, regardless of whether it is Semitic or Aryan, circumcised or baptized, it helps backward Prussia and Austria to go forward, finally to arrive at the modern standpoint where all the old social differences are merged into the one big antithesis of capitalists and wage workers. Only where this is not yet the case, where no strong capitalist class exists yet, therefore also no strong class of wage workers, where capital is still too weak to take control of the whole of national production and hence has the stock exchange as its main theater of activity, where therefore production is still in the hands of peasants, lords of the manor, artisans, and similar classes inherited from the Middle Ages, only there is capital particularly Jewish and only there does anti-Semitism arise. But in America and England, continues Engels, where the capitalists are far richer than the Rothschilds, and also in the Rhineland, the capitalists are not Jewish. Anti-Semitism therefore is nothing else than a reaction of medieval, declining social strata against modern society, which essentially comprises capitalists and wage workers, and therefore anti-Semitism serves only reactionary ends under a speciously socialistic cover. It is a variety of feudal socialism, and with that we can have nothing to do. 33. This dealt with the anti-Semitic movement then arising in Germany. How the social role and basis of anti-Semitism was later manipulated by more modern rulers is of course another story. 7. At arm's length. Whatever revolutionary noises may emanate at times from petty bourgeois circles, a consistent and independent revolutionary leadership cannot be expected to emerge from it. On the contrary, the petty bourgeoisie can preserve a revolutionary attitude toward the bourgeoisie only as long as the proletariat stands behind it. This was Marx's conclusion from the experience in France. The petty bourgeois Republican Party, Ledru-Rollins group around La Réforme, helped the government suppress the proletariat in 1848 to 1849, and thus they themselves blasted the background against which their party stood out as a power. 34. They pulled the rug from under their own feet. Petty bourgeois parties have played significant roles in politics in various countries, but typically not leading roles. They can act as a front prominent but not dominant. The small farmers and the petty bourgeois, wrote Engels about America, will hardly ever succeed in forming a strong party. They consist of elements that change too rapidly, but to make up for it they are a splendid element for politicians, who speculate on their discontent in order to sell them out to one of the big parties afterward. 35. It follows that the role of petty bourgeois elements inside the working class movement must be viewed with caution, if not apprehension, as we have already mentioned. Marx and Engels urged time and again that they be held at arm's length. The accession of petty bourgeois and peasants, wrote Engels to Babel in 1879, is indeed a sign of the rapid progress of the movement, but also a danger for it, as long as one forgets that these people have to come over and come over only because they have to. Their accession is an indication that the proletariat has really become the leading class. But since they come over with petty bourgeois and peasant conceptions and aspirations, one should not forget that the proletariat would forfeit its historical leading role if it made concessions to these conceptions and aspirations. 36. This question will recur in connection with the role of intellectuals, in Chapter 18, and of reformism, in Volume 3. Engels read a similar lecture to Paul Lafargue when the latter got inflated notions on the subject. Lafargue and Guesde had just won acquittal by a bourgeois jury on the charge of making inflammatory speeches, after a principled defense expounding the political meaning of the speeches in question. Lafargue, carried away by euphoria, thought the court victory indicated a big step toward winning bourgeois adherents. It shows, to some extent, that the bourgeoisie is ready for some part of our theories. On the other hand, Laura Marx Lafargue, who had a better political head than her husband, rather thought that the jury's verdict reflected the resentment of small bourgeois against finance capital. Engels strongly agreed with Laura. In the ensuing correspondence it will be noted that the discussion refers to the small bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie interchangeably, these social circles shaded from one into the other. Engels makes two complementary points. The verdict was a significant victory, significant especially for what it showed about the useful conflicts inside the bourgeoisie's lower ranks. Degree the bourgeoisie, from the moment it is faced by a conscious and organized proletariat, becomes entangled in hopeless contradictions between its liberal and democratic general tendencies here, and the repressive necessities of its defensive struggle against the proletariat there. A cowardly bourgeoisie, like the German and Russian, sacrifices its general class tendencies to the momentary advantages of brutal repression. But a bourgeoisie with a revolutionary history of its own, such as the English and particularly the French, cannot do that so easily. Hence that struggle within the bourgeoisie itself. But Paul exaggerates the significance of the Paris verdict insofar as it is a symptom of the accessibility of the industrial bourgeoisie for socialist ideas. The struggle between usurer and industrial capitalist is one within the bourgeoisie itself, and though no doubt a certain number of petty bourgeois will be driven over to us by the certainty of their impending expropriation de la part de boursiers by the stock exchange operators, yet we can never hope to get the mass of them over to our side. Moreover, this is not desirable, as they bring their narrow class prejudices along with them. In Germany we have too many of them, and it is they who form the dead weight which trammels the march of the party. And he continues with a prescient view of how petty bourgeois recruits to form the ideas of socialism in the act of embracing them. It will ever be the lot of the petty bourgeois as a mass to float undecidedly between the two great classes, one part to be crushed by the centralization of capital, the other by the victory of the proletariat. On the decisive day, they will as usual be tottering, wavering, and helpless. Se laisseront faire will let themselves be led without resistance, and that is all we want. Even if they come round to our views they will say, of course communism is the ultimate solution, but it is far off, maybe 100 years before it can be realized. In other words, we do not mean to work for its realization neither in our, nor in our children's lifetime. Such is our experience in Germany. 37. The experience in Germany figured in a book Engels published the following year. He pointed to petty bourgeois socialism as a tendency in the Social Democratic Party, especially in the parliamentary fraction, and characterized it as follows. While the fundamental views of modern socialism and the demand for the transformation of all the means of production into social property are recognized as justified, the realization of this is declared possible only in the distant future, a future which for all practical purposes is quite out of sight. Thus, for the present one has to have recourse to mere social patchwork, and sympathy can be shown, according to circumstances, even with the most reactionary efforts for so-called uplifting of the laboring class. The existence of such a tendency is quite inevitable in Germany, the land of Philistinism par excellence, particularly at a time when industrial development is violently and on a mass scale uprooting this old and deeply rooted Philistinism. 38. No language is richer than German in words for Philistines and Philistinism. In this case Engels uses Spießbürgertum, which has a social coloration not prominent in the English term. It often implies petty bourgeois baby-try rather than bourgeois Philistinism. 8. The positive side. The preceding pages have sufficiently emphasized the negative aspects of the petty bourgeoisie in politics, as seen by Marx, but, like any Janus, its other side demands attention too. As our iron filings metaphor indicated, the human components of this class could be drawn in different directions. They were pulled in a reactionary direction insofar as they sought to turn back the clock of social development. They turned in a progressive direction insofar as they allied themselves with the proletarian movement for a joint battle against joint enemies. It is true that most of Marx's and Engels' remarks in this area were heavily tinged with caveats and cautions against relying on the revolutionary noises emanating from petty bourgeois sources. This negative coloration was primarily derived not from theory but from sad experience. In Chapter 7 we followed their thinking on the subject, the inclusion of the petty bourgeoisie in the Democratic Revolutionary Alliance, up to the outbreak of revolution. Here the negative cast derives strongly from the role played by feudal socialism and its variations such as true socialism. Still, after some backing and filling especially on Marx's part, they went into the first months of the revolution with considerable expectations from the democratic petty bourgeoisie. In the subsequent chapters we saw, weaving through the account of their developing views on the class basis of permanent revolution, a mounting disillusionment with the revolutionary potentialities of this class, as well as with the bourgeoisie. We saw that they were not overeager to accept the evidence as it piled up, and that even after expressing considerable awareness of the democracy's default, Marx was still willing to exert his influence on the Cologne left to swing it to support the petty bourgeois democracy in the election of January 1849.40. Their fingers were burnt again, the smart persisted. The political end product of this disillusionment, however, was never the rejection of alliance with petty bourgeois elements but rather the hardening of conditions for such an alliance. A month before the January 1849 election, Engels formulated a general attitude in an article written about the coming election in France, written for the Neue Rhine Zeitung but not published. The radical petty bourgeois are socialistic simply because they clearly see before their eyes their own ruin, their transit to the proletariat. It is not as petty bourgeois, as owners of a small capital, but as future proletarians that they got enthusiastic about the organization of labor, the current socialistic slogan, and revolutionizing the relations of capital and labor. Give them political power and they will soon forget all about the organization of labor. Political power, indeed, gives them, at least in the first moments of intoxication, the prospect of acquiring capital, of escaping the ruin that threatens. It is only when the armed proletarians stand right behind them, with bayonets fixed forward, that they will remember their allies of yesterday. 41. This was immediately followed by a reference to Germany also, that is how they acted in February and March, March being shorthand for the outbreak of revolution in Berlin. And Ledru-Rollin as their leader was the first to act in this way. If they are now suffering from disappointment, does that change the attitude of the workers toward them? If they emerge repentant, do they have the right to demand that the workers, under altogether different circumstances now, should once again fall into the trap? Engels proceeded to answer his own question. No, the petty bourgeois radicals, and the small bourgeoisie too, thrown in here interchangeably, do not have the energy to carry through social revolutionary measures. 42. The attitude that Engels expressed in this unpublished article became the attitude of the whole Marx Party around the NRZ during 1849. We saw, in Chapter 10, that it hardened into the plan of war against the petty bourgeois democracy that was written into the address to the Communist League of March 1850. Even this battle plan for a revolutionary situation seen as immediately approaching did not exclude collaboration. It provided for marching together in a temporary united front of action. 43. Mainly, its concern was proletarian hegemony in an alliance. But of course, as soon as the perspective shifted to the long-range political haul rather than immediate revolution, the strategic approach to petty bourgeois radicalism had to shift too. The changeableness of the petty bourgeoisie enforced changing tactics with respect to it. In the face of revolution, reformism exhausts its positive role. In normal times, which means in non-revolutionary times, reformism still has a halfway role to play. In the programmatic pamphlet on the Prussian military question and the German Workers' Party that Engels wrote in 1865 with Marx's help, the generalizations about the role of the petty bourgeoisie were suited to the time. Its political situation is as contradictory as its social existence, said the pamphlet, and it proceeded to acknowledge the positive side of its political trend. In general, however, pure and simple democracy is its most accurate expression. Its political vocation is to push the bourgeoisie forward in their struggle against the remnants of the old society and especially against their own weakness and cowardice, and to help fight for those freedoms: freedom of the press, organization and assembly, universal suffrage, local self-government, which a timid bourgeoisie, in spite of the bourgeois nature of these demands, can do without, but without which the workers could never win their emancipation. 44. From time to time it was important to see that reaction in power not only increased the oppression of workers but also alienated intermediate strata, as when in 1890 Engels noted that the German government was losing support because of the tax burden, the high cost of living, military conscription, and the fear of war. All this has done its work in alienating from the government the peasant, the small tradesman, the workman, in fact the whole nation, with the exception of the few who profit by the state-created monopolies. 45. All this increased the number of disadvantaged social strata and elements whom a revolutionary proletariat could hope to lead eventually toward revolution. But the main strategic lesson remained fixed: the volatile petty bourgeoisie, and petty bourgeois radicalism in particular, could be won over to the leadership of a revolutionary proletariat not by making concessions to its half-heartedness but by standing up against it, by steadfast opposition. This was still the main lesson Engels drew, for the edification of the German movement of the 1880s, as he reviewed the experience of 1848 to 1849. We everywhere opposed also the democratic petty bourgeoisie when it tried to gloss over its class antagonism to the proletariat with the favorite phrase, "After all, we all want the same thing, all the differences rest on mere misunderstandings." But the less we allowed the petty bourgeoisie to misunderstand our proletarian democracy, the tamer and more amenable it became towards us. The more sharply and resolutely one opposes it, the more readily it ducks and the more concessions it makes to the Workers' Party. Of that we have become convinced. 46. 9. The one reactionary mass formula. From Marx's standpoint, it is important to understand the mixed-up factors at war in the political soul of the intermediate class strata, because this situation suggests a diversity of possibilities for their relationship to the proletarian revolutionary movement, rather than a predetermined negation. To be sure, the diversity has limits, the limits of radicalization for petty bourgeois souls, but we have seen that Marx and Engels never left this unstressed. They were never in danger of becoming over-optimistic about this side of the petty bourgeois facing both ways. Both the petty bourgeoisie and the peasantry, the urban and rural sectors of the class, are classes that are on the decline and reactionary in relation to the proletariat as soon as they aspire to maintain themselves artificially, wrote Engels. 47. But they are not reactionary under all social conditions. Not all sectors of the class are equally reactionary under the same conditions. Different sectors and groups might vary widely on different issues, and last but not least, the difference must always be borne in mind between parties and groups based on this class and the possibilities of recruiting the rank and file of the class or of parts of it, in a fight against their own parties. In other words, we enter the realm of intelligent political leadership of a broad revolutionary movement that is striving to reach out, without compromising its own politics, as against the wooden drill of a self-pickling sect. Among the many differences that expressed the gulf between Marx and the Lassaline sect at the inception of the German socialist movement was their counterposed views on the question before us, the attitude of proletarian socialists toward the intermediate class strata. Whereas Marx and Engels after 1849 can hardly be considered soft on the petty bourgeoisie, it remained for the Lassalines to announce the discovery that, relative to the working class, all other classes form only one reactionary mass. 47a. The one reactionary mass theory was going to have a prosperous career among various socialist sects, but Marx denounced it as soon as it showed up. The formula was embodied in the draft of the Gotha program, which was written in 1875 to unify the Eisenacher party of Babel and Liebknecht with the Lassaline organization, to form the German Social Democracy. Marx attacked it as nonsense in his critique of the Gotha program, one section of which was devoted to this issue. A blanket formula like the one reactionary mass phrase meant that the working class had no possibility of gaining allies. It was doomed to isolation from other oppressed sections of the people, not simply for revolution but indeed for any significant social struggles. Moreover, the concept condemned in advance any effort to gain such allies as unprincipled. For this reason it sounded very revolutionary, very leftist and uncompromising. But in fact it was a formula for restricting the proletarian movement to its own corner of society. It is a classic example of a reactionary sectarian concept taking an ultra-left form as disguise. As such, it was hard to handle, and extraordinarily well suited to promote all-around confusion. It is easy to see how it fitted in with the Lassalleans' predilections, which were the opposite of Marx's. Lassalle, despite the radical phrases about all upper classes, looked to an alliance also, but his longed-for alliance was not with the progressive bourgeois movement against the old regime, but rather, with the Bismarckian monarchy against its progressive bourgeois opposition. For this purpose it was useful to denounce all non-proletarian elements as an undifferentiated reactionary mass, since this threw the bourgeois liberals and their aims into the same bag with the feudo-aristocracy and the Bismarckian bureaucracy. All cats became black in this murk. Flirting with, or maneuvering in alliance with, one or another wing of the reactionary mass became simply a tactical question of practical expedience. It was no more discreditable to line up with Bismarck against bourgeois democracy than vice versa. Marx put this down in so many words when he explained that Lassalle's motivation was to put a good color on his alliance with absolutist and feudal opponents against the bourgeoisie. The formula, he remarked with ironic restraint, is indeed not at all displeasing to Herr Bismarck. Marx pointed challengingly to the gap between the swaggering revolutionism of the formula and the actual electoral policy of the Lassalleans. Has one proclaimed to the artisans, small manufacturers, etc., and peasants during the last elections to the Reichstag in 1874, relatively to us you, together with the bourgeoisie and feudal lords, form only one reactionary mass, 48. The answer, of course, was no. The Lassalleans did not conceive their one reactionary mass theory as a guide to political action, but only as a rationalization for manipulation of their working class constituency in a hoped-for deal with the anti-bourgeois reaction. It was embarrassing that the Lassalleans claimed to derive their reactionary formula from the Communist Manifesto itself. We saw, in Chapter 7, why this was possible. One of the weaknesses of the manifesto was that it tended to treat the petty bourgeoisie flatly as a part of reaction and not as a possible ally of the proletariat. Nowhere did it recognize the character of petty bourgeois politics as a form of reformism. This peculiarity of the manifesto, submerged for a quarter century, now popped up to plague its authors. In his critique of the Gotha program, Marx mentioned that Lassalle knew the Communist Manifesto by heart, as his faithful followers know the Gospels written by him, but claimed Marx by inventing the one reactionary mass formula. Lassalle has falsified it grossly. This was essentially true, since the manifesto loudly and repeatedly stressed the progressiveness of the bourgeoisie as against the old order. The manifesto was not ambiguous with respect to the differentiation of bourgeois progressiveness from absolutist reaction, it was ambiguous only in respect to the petty bourgeoisie. And, of course, the Lassalleans were specially intent on throwing the bourgeoisie, not the petty bourgeoisie, into the one reactionary mass. Marx was therefore justified in arguing, in this critique, that the Lassallean formula falsified the message of the manifesto. Citing one of the passages of the manifesto, not very aptly, by the way, but there were many such passages to choose from, Marx continued. The bourgeoisie is here in the manifesto conceived as a revolutionary class, as the bearer of large-scale industry, as against the feudal elements and intermediate strata Mittelstanden that desire to maintain all social positions created by obsolete modes of production. Therefore they do not form only one reactionary mass together with the bourgeoisie. 50. Not together with the bourgeoisie, true. But in this very refutation, we see that Marx has again bracketed the feudal elements and the Mittelstande. However, his next paragraph sets out to show that the Communist Manifesto said the same about the intermediate elements, and here he is on shaky ground. The manifesto, writes Marx, adds that the intermediate elements become revolutionary in view of their impending transfer into the proletariat. And he claims that therefore it is again nonsense to say that the intermediate strata form only one reactionary mass as against the working class, together with the bourgeoisie and the feudal elements into the bargain. But here his quotation from the manifesto is truncated and by no means reflects what that document said about the petty bourgeoisie, which surely makes up a prominent part of the intermediate strata, the middle standa. The manifesto, in the passage he quotes, had more to say about it. The intermediate strata, the small industrial, the small merchant, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie, to safeguard their existence from ruin as intermediate strata. They are therefore not revolutionary, but conservative. Nay more, they are reactionary, for they try to roll back the wheel of history. If they are revolutionary, they are so in view of their impending transfer into the proletariat, they thus defend not their present but their future interests, they desert their own standpoint to place themselves at that of the proletariat. 51. The Lassalleans could point to the flat statement, they are reactionary, even if Marx could point to the clear expectation that they could be led to desert their own standpoint. More important, the manifesto contained other dismissals of the petty bourgeoisie as reactionary, as already explained. The Lassallean claim that the one reactionary mass formula was based on the manifesto might well have been confusing at the time, but it is not too hard to sort out now. The case is different with the confusions introduced by Engels' discussions of the issue. 10 Engels on one reactionary mass. Shortly before Marx sent his critique of the Gotha program to the German party leadership, Engels sent an advance letter along the same lines. This letter likewise objects to accepting Lassalle's high-sounding but historically false phrase that in relation to the working class all other classes are only one reactionary mass. But his main line of argument is a remarkable blunder. This proposition, writes Engels, is true only in a few exceptional cases, for instance, in a revolution of the proletariat, like the Commune. 53. On the contrary, the Paris Commune was an outstanding example of just the opposite pattern, widespread support to the revolutionary side by the intermediate classes and elements, including even some elements of the small bourgeoisie, and even some of their representative organizations in Paris itself. Marx had laid very great stress on precisely this aspect in his Civil War in France. 54. The difference between Engels' statement and the historical reality that was well known to him is so great that it raises the question of what he could have had in mind. The obvious answer, though hardly a justificatory one, was the reactionary solidarity of all political elements in the Versailles Assembly, that is, on the counter-revolutionary side of the struggle, this reactionary mass extended even to the Proudhonists who were ex-leaders of the International, like Tolaine. As in all revolutionary situations, a polarization took place. In Paris the tendency was for all political currents to rally around the Commune, the bourgeois exceptions fleeing to Versailles. On the other side of the barricades, open reaction formed the center of the coalition that extended down to a petty bourgeois radical wing. On one side one revolutionary mass, on the other one reactionary mass, in Versailles. But this is not the same one reactionary mass figuring in the Lassallean formula. And even the Versailles reaction had shadings. In short, this statement of Engels falls to pieces as soon as it is examined. The second of the exceptional cases adduced by Engels is this: or in a country where not only the bourgeoisie has molded state and society in its own image but where in its wake the democratic petty bourgeoisie, too, has already carried out this remolding down to its final consequences. 55. This seems to mean, in a country where bourgeois democratization has been carried out to its final limits, hence, not in Germany. This works as an argument against the application of the Lassallean formula to Germany, but does it work for the more advanced capitalist countries? Does it mean that, in a completely bourgeoisified democratic republic, say, the United States, everybody except the proletariat becomes reactionary and the final struggle takes place with the proletariat fighting alone? Without question Engels would reject this bizarre conclusion, but it is implied by his confused argument against the one reactionary mass formula. The trouble probably is that Engels is thinking not about a polarization of classes, people, but of parties. The distinction is vital in revolution. Engels might have meant to say that, as revolution comes on the agenda, all non-proletarian parties tend to go over to the other side. It is the mass of the supporters of these parties, especially in the intermediate strata, that can be won over by a victoriously advancing revolution. This pattern has been seen time and again in history. That this is the source of the confusion, the shifting of the question to the fate of parties, not people, and class groups becomes likely when we find that in later discussions Engels made this interpretation explicit more than once. For example, 7 years later he criticized an article that advocated putschism and the old Jacobin conspiratorial game as the proper response to Bismarck's anti-socialist law. He commented as follows on the writer's ultra-leftist conception of how a proletarian revolution takes place. This conception at last is the dreamed-of realization of the phrase one reactionary mass. All the official parties united in one lump here, just like all the socialists in one column, their great decisive battle, victory all along the line at one blow. In real life things do not happen so simply. In real life, the revolution begins the other way round, by the great majority of the people and also of the official parties rallying against the government, which is thereby isolated, and overthrowing it, and it is only after those of the official parties whose existence is still possible have mutually, jointly, and successively accomplished one another's destruction that Volmar's great division takes place, bringing with it the last chance of our rule. 56. It is quite clear that the great division that takes place even at the end is the polarization of parties. But a revolution can be successful only if the masses can be won away from the parties they followed. Engels concludes, if, like Volmar, we wanted to start straight off with the final act of the revolution, we should be in a terribly bad way. In the final act of the revolution all other parties have exhausted their roles, and we can come to power precisely because a substantial section of the intermediate strata can be detached. The question cropped up again in 1891 when the one reactionary mass formula appeared in Koskai's draft for the Erfurt program of the German party. Engels wrote him about his great astonishment at once more seeing this agitational and extremely one-sided phrase. He objects to it even though it is a question of parties in one reactionary mass. The phrase should be thrown out because it takes a historical tendency and enunciates it as an accomplished fact. The moment the social revolution starts, all other parties appear to be a reactionary mass vis-a-vis us. Possibly they already are such, have lost all capacity for any progressive action whatsoever, although not necessarily so. But at the present moment we cannot say so, at least not with the certainty with which we proclaim the other programmatic principles. Even in Germany conditions may arise under which the left parties, despite their miserableness, may be forced to sweep away part of the colossal anti-bourgeois, bureaucratic and feudal rubbish that is still lying there. And in that event they are simply no reactionary mass. 57. And, continues Engels, if the proletariat is not yet ready to take power, the phrase is even more misleading, because it divides the nation into a reactionary majority and an impotent minority. He offers 3 relatively recent examples of reform work done by bourgeois parties to show the hollowness of characterizing all of them indiscriminately as one reactionary mass. The formula applies least of all to England. In England, for instance, this tendency will never become an absolutely complete fact. When the overturn comes here the bourgeoisie will still be ever ready for every manner of reform in detail. Only there is no longer any sense in insisting on reforming in detail a system that is being overthrown. It was in Germany after the First World War, not in England, that history was going to show that the revolution could be defeated only because one reactionary mass did not exist, that is, because the leftmost bourgeois parties separated themselves from the reactionary right in order to absorb the impact of the crisis. The Lassaline phrase, concludes Engels, is justified under certain circumstances in agitation, although with us it is enormously abused. 58. He does not indicate what the justificatory circumstances might be. In an 1895 letter about France, Engels seems to be thinking of the formula in terms of a coalition of all the bourgeois parties against socialism, a mass which always forms at a time of danger and then dissolves again into its various and mutually opposed interest groups. 59. This makes it not a phenomenon of the final act but an on and off characteristic of the class struggle in general, an interpretation tending to empty it of any significant content. But the same letter goes on to agree that, on the day of the crisis, we shall have a compact mass confronting us. A compact mass of parties. We end with another ambiguity. In short, the Lassaline phrase which hung on in the German movement as a bit of verbal bravado was productive of nothing but confusion from its beginning to its end. Writing less than 2 months after the last cited letter, in his 1895 introduction to Marx's Class Struggles in France, Engels was concerned to emphasize a quite different side of the question. In the 1848 revolutions, all sections of the people sympathized with the insurrection's one revolutionary mass in our previous phrase, but this will hardly recur. He warns against an over-optimistic illusion. In the class struggle, all the middle strata will probably never group themselves round the proletariat so exclusively that in comparison the party of reaction gathered round the bourgeoisie will well nigh disappear. 60. It would have been better to advise dropping all talk of the sort exemplified by one reactionary mass and concentrate on the question of class alliances. When the above passage was written, Engels had just finished his most important programmatic article on a question of class alliance which could determine the fate of revolutions, socialist political policy with respect to the peasantry. To this question we now turn. 12. The peasant question, social setting. Much of the preceding chapter necessarily applies also to the agrarian sector of the petty bourgeoisie, that is, to intermediate social strata on the land, which means primarily the peasantry. The peasantry stands apart from other intermediate classes in 2 important respects. 1. Its size, its preponderance in numbers and in area covered, not only in the world at large but also in Europe, including most of the countries of Western Europe in Marx's time. 2. The particularity of its conditions of life, which are rural rather than urban, and tend to be socially more homogeneous than any class in urban society. Outside of the 2 polar classes, it is the peasantry that has historically been most important to the fate of socialist revolution on a world scale. One of the hoariest of the myths of Marxology is the belief that Marx and Engels simply dismissed the peasantry as rural troglodytes without interest, the Marx against the peasants legend. In fact, they wrote more voluminously on the peasant question than on many important aspects of the working class movement. Marx's views on the politics of the peasant question are naturally based on his economic analysis of the impact of capitalist development on agriculture. In this work, where the economics of the agrarian question as such is outside our purview, we can only explain some of his conclusions, especially where these importantly condition the political issues. Point 2. It is by no means true that Marx's or Engels' political views, in this or any other field, were merely deductions from economic premises. Marx's agrarian economics provides limits and signposts for an investigation of the political problems. The political conclusions are affected also by a complex of other social conditions, which in turn are based on economic drives outside the field of agriculture altogether. Furthermore, Marx and Engels came to some political conclusions on the basis of history and experience before working out the economic theory, which in turn acted to test, modify, condition and suggest new developments in the political arena. 1-2 Forms of an evil. A basic economic consideration is the relative unproductiveness of small holdings in agriculture, analogous to the problem of small units in industry. The existence of a landowning peasantry fosters a tendency counter to the fullest utilization of the modern forces of production in technology and organization. This mode of production presupposes parcelling division into small parcels of the soil, and scattering of the other means of production. As it excludes the concentration of these means of production, so also it excludes cooperation, division of labor within each separate process of production, the control over and the productive application of the forces of nature by society, and the free development of the social productive powers. It is compatible only with a system of production and a society moving within narrow and more or less primitive bounds. To perpetuate it would be, as Pecker rightly says, to decree universal mediocrity. At a certain stage of development it brings forth the material agencies for its own dissolution. Point 3. This passage occurs in a chapter of Capital on the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation, which presents a highly telescoped summary of the effects of capitalism, and it refers to the artisans and urban petty bourgeoisie as much as to the peasantry. It is primarily a description not of the future but of the past, the capitalist destruction of the old social organization of late feudalism. In his Class Struggles in France, Marx summarized the reasons why the French peasantry groaned under the burden of mortgage debt. Now the fruitfulness of land diminishes in the same measure as land is divided. The application of machinery to the land, the division of labor, major soil improvement measures, such as cutting drainage and irrigation canals and the like, become more and more impossible, while the unproductive costs of cultivation increase in the same proportion as the division of the instrument of production itself. All this, regardless of whether the possessor of the small allotment possesses capital or not. But the more the division increases, the more does the parcel of land with its utterly wretched inventory form the entire capital of the small allotment peasant, the more does investment of capital in the land diminish, the more does the cotter lack land, money, and education for making use of the progress in agronomy, and the more does the cultivation of the soil retrogress. Point 4. This refers concretely to a specific scale of land ownership, the division of the land among the peasantry after the French Revolution, and its subsequent tendency to parcelization. This conditions the thesis that large-scale production is economically superior to such small-scale production. It is clearly a non sequitur to push this thesis into the ground with two other alleged deductions: 1, that therefore any large-scale enterprise is automatically superior to any small-scale enterprise, and 2, that the larger the scale the greater the efficiency in a smooth curve up to infinity. The issue was the economic consequences of the peasant mode of production as a historical reality. As for the first deduction, Marx's critique of the economic consequences of peasant, small-holding, agriculture is only half the picture. Marx did not counterpose large-scale agriculture to small-scale as his economic good. The consequences of the former were deleterious also, as long as private property in land was maintained.